So with the way that the One Punch Man manga has been for the last couple years, it could be pretty confusing as to the order of things, going by the chapter numbering or the order of arcs, considering all of the retcons and the changes and whatnot. So I've compiled a compilation of what the real timeline is and the true canon of the current story, with a chapter by chapter review, starting with chapter 170, which is the very end of the Monster Association arc, going all the way to chapter 231, which is the current chapter as of this recording. I don't expect you guys to watch this whole video because it is over 8 hours. However, it is great to put on in the background for whatever you're doing, studying or even sleeping. So let's get into it. So with this, we've officially come to the end of the Monster Association / Garo arc and or saga. It's been a very long time. It started like over 7 years ago, and in my opinion, I think it has a pretty satisfying ending here. But then again, I am kind of like a Garo stan, so maybe I appreciated it more than the average viewer. But first, I want to thank the team that was able to provide us with these translations. They crush it as usual, and without them, we'd be in the dark for like a long time. So thank you guys. But anyway, the chapter opens up here with us seeing Garo at a police station, and he's kind of like spilling the beans about everything. Ultimate goal, his plans, the whole absolute unbiased evil stuff. And I've always kind of thought of this as like Garo's shonen MC goal, because I've always kind of saw Garo as like a warped shonen protagonist, if anything. And I think that's what One was going for with him, to be honest. Like, instead of becoming like the Hokage or the Pirate King, he wanted to become absolute unbiased evil and bring world peace that way. Hey, also guys, if you like my One Punch Man content, please subscribe if you haven't already. It's fine if you don't want to, but if you just need a reminder, here you go. Thanks. But it turns out that he's not at the police station to answer for those crimes, but he's there to make a report about the dine and dash stuff. This happened way back in chapter 87. The whole thing where after Garo's fight with Bang and Bomb, he went to this diner, ate everything on the menu, and then just left without paying the bill. And it eventually wound up with Saitama running into him and like one-punching him without even realizing that, you know, it was Garo. But this is like the first of two big surprises here, because not only is Garo here and we're seeing him so soon, but he's with Bang. So this is like super surprising to me, because I really didn't expect us to see him so soon. Because originally in the webcomic, it takes like 17 chapters before we see him again, and that took like 5 years in real time. And as for Bang being with Garo here, that still hasn't happened in the webcomic. Like, I just expected this to happen much later on in the story, but I'm not mad at it or anything. It just, I don't know, it feels odd that Bang and Garo have reunited here. But Bang is essentially reforming Garo, if anything. Like, that's the big theme of this chapter. But an interesting thing here is Garo telling Bang, like, don't tell me what to do, you're not my dad. And then, like, the narration says Garo's parents never showed up to his detention. And that, you know, brings up a great point. It's like, yeah, who are Garo's parents? I mean, granted, we don't know the parents of everyone. I mean, we don't know any of Saitama's family, and we probably never will. But Garo is still relatively young. Like, he's 18, so you'd expect them to be in his life somewhat, but they're not. And Bang has always kind of been that father figure to him for the most part, because we saw in season 2 at least that Garo found Bang's dojo when he was like still a kid. And going further into this sequence, we get the whole Star-Lord and Yondu moment where it's like, I may not be your father, but I'm your daddy. Because Bang's like, all it takes to become a parent is to have children, but you can't become a teacher without leading the way for them. And Garo's like, you know what? Can't argue with that. Then we get a flashback to when Bang found Garo. I guess this happened sometime after he lost to Saitama in the previous chapter. And we see Garo under a waterfall. And this is super interesting because this is originally where we see Garo again for the first time in the webcomic, 17 chapters after he's defeated by Saitama. But it's actually King that finds Garo, not Bang. Going forward, Bang thinks to himself, saying like, I'm the one who showed you where these secret training grounds were. He may well have wanted me to find him. And I'm pretty sure that's the case. Like, Garo ultimately wanted to reunite with Bang. But you know, the way that Garo is, he can't just straight up say, I'm sorry, Sensei, take me back. But Garo says, the only reason I came back to you is so I can remember my fists. And then essentially that Bang is the only one on his level, and that he only really wants to spar against him to get stronger. Then Garo asked Bang like how Tario's doing, and we cut to Tario, and he's kind of reliving Garo's childhood here, as to where like they're
on a very similar playground that we saw, and they're forcing Terrio to be the monster, and the 3 bully kids are, justice kicking him the same way that Garo was kicked. But the difference here is that Terrio has like an upbeat demeanor, and he's not feeling necessarily victimized the way that Garo was, but he's kind of embracing this role. I'm Garo, man, the hero, and you guys are actually fake heroes.
So in a way, Garo is kind of achieving at least partially one of his goals, and that is mitigating Terrio's bullying here by showing that you can be like a hero, but you don't have to be a hero in the traditional sense. You could be like the anti-hero like Garo, which is something that Garo didn't necessarily have when he was a child. He kind of construed monsters into being anti-heroes, if anything, with the traditional heroes being like these unjust bullies, which is obviously a flawed mindset that led Garo to the path that he, went on, which of course turned him full-blown anti-villain.
And then we see Waganma pull up, and apparently he's just full-blown buddies with Terrio at this point. Understandable, because they bonded together by both being kidnapped during the majority of this arc, and Terrio being friends with Waganma has impressed the bully kids, because Waganma's like super rich. He's the son of Narinki, who's like one of the big donors to the Hero Association. So it's basically showing us that Terrio's doing fine. Waganma has had his character arc, and he's not like a awful bratty kid anymore, at least for the most part. And Garo's like, do your best, Terrio. I'm gonna do the same. And then going forward, Garo says something super interesting to Bang, where he says, you think you could arrange some sort of fighting contest with the heroes for me? The ones I fought after turning into a monster were you, Bomb, Flash, Blast, and that weird bald guy Saitama or something. If I take them all on in order, I'm pretty sure I could reach some sort of awakening without monsterizing this time. So I really don't know if this is going to be a thing, because like this doesn't happen in the webcomic or anything. Like there's no future tournament that Bang organizes with like heroes showing up and sparring Garo or fighting him or whatever. So if this actually does happen, I think that would be super interesting. And we may see something like this happen, like at least for training purposes, for like everyone to get stronger, but also Garo saying reach some sort of awakening without monsterizing. This is amazing too, because this is like Garo's future power up, as to where he's going to become, above dragon level possibly, without having to go down the route of monsterizing. I don't think he's referring to like removing his limiter, because I really doubt anyone's going to remove their limiter besides Saitama in the entire series, but maybe he could get to the point of like breaking it again. And also, it's never really been fully explained what breaking it means, aside from just removing it, obviously. But then Bang's like, oh, so you think you can beat me? Don't get ahead of yourself. After all, my back has been feeling quite good since Metal Knight performed the full body maintenance on us. So this is interesting, right? This is in reference to what happened at the end of the previous chapter, when Metal Knight conveniently showed up at the very end of the battle, started to clean everything up, and said that he was going to perform mandatory maintenance on everyone to like decontaminate them, get them rid of like the radiation that they had. And I guess he also did some other stuff and helped them out. And I guess this is supposed to make you partly suspicious of Metal Knight for sure, right? Because that's the game that one has been playing. He wants you to think that Metal Knight is your enemy, as Drive Knight put it. But I'm pretty sure by now you know my stance. Metal Knight is not the bad guy here. It's actually Drive Knight. But anyway, we come back to the Hero Association and we see Second Guard talking to Sitch. They're talking about Garo here, and Sitch says Silverfang will become his guardian and will introduce him to the association eventually. Now, I don't know if that literally means that Garo is like going to join the Hero Association and become an S-class hero, but anything is possible at this point, I guess. It's just hard to see Garo willingly doing that, because while he is like a good guy now, still think the core fundamental of him is still opposed to just the whole idea of a hero and the Hero Association itself, right? But I do think that he will fight alongside the heroes for sure. He'll be more so like a vigilante, if anything. We also find out that Bang has submitted his resignation. Bang is like straight up retiring from being a hero here, and I guess he's just going to focus full time on reforming Garo. Now, I don't necessarily think this means that Silverfang is going to be benched for the rest of the series. Like, I'm sure he's going to fight eventually, maybe in the final arc. But for this next big saga we're going into, don't expect Bang to get his hands dirty, at least the way that he did in the previous one. So then we come back to Bang and Garo, and we get this funny, interesting sequence here where Bang asks Garo if there's any girls he likes. And surprisingly, Garo fesses up and he says that he likes the girl who plays the Yellow Ranger in some Sentai show. And Murata actually draws her for us at the end of the chapter, and he says that she resembles Garo's mom. So Garo has like an Oedipus complex, I guess. But anyway, Bang's like, but aren't the yellow ones in Sentai shows usually the big, strong, curry-loving types? And Garo's like, your info's out of date, old man. Let me tell you about Sentai nowadays. So this is like super interesting to me, at least, because we're like going more into Garo than we really ever have before. Like, we hardly really get to know Garo as like a person outside of like his whole being a martial artist and the absolute unbiased evil aspect of him. So he's like a Sentai nerd apparently, and he's into the Yellow Ranger, and I think this is really cool. And then we come to the final page of the chapter and we see Genos and Saitama just like hanging out at Ground Zero. But the real reason they're here is because they're looking for like stuff from Saitama's apartment, because Saitama's like, I sure hope the first thing we find is a hot pot, because, you know, most of Z City, including Saitama's apartment, was destroyed in the battle here. But we see this rustle behind a rock in the distance. All right, so we're back, and it's been a little over a month since the last chapter, but this one's opening up with us seeing like dorms, I guess, at the Hero Association. I suppose that this is like a new development that they implemented after the whole Big Monster Association / Garo battle, and we're coming to what is said to be Saitama's apartment, at least according to King. And this makes sense because we saw that Saitama lost his apartment complex in the battle that took place at Z City, so now I guess he moved into the Hero Association here with some other heroes. And these other heroes that we see here are Butterfly DX, who we saw in the 100 Eyes Octopus sequence with Flashy Flash in season 2, Chain and Toad, who was a part of Death Gatling's team to go after Garo as well in season 2, and this other guy here with the beanie, his name's Forte. And in the manga's continuity, we've only seen him like one time in the bonus chapter called Pork Cutlet Bowl, which I think was in volume 7. He was part of the team that McCoy sent to the police station to take on the surprise attack plum monster, and Butterfly DX and Chain and Toad were part of that team as well, so there's a nice little continuity tie in there. But they're all A-class heroes, and they live on the same floor as Saitama, and that's pretty interesting. It makes you think like, why is that? But they're kind of like forcefully introducing themselves to him. This is more going into like the hazing / bullying that exists in like the Hero Association outside of like the S-class. That has been mentioned throughout the series. We saw it most prominently with like the Blizzard group. But instead of Saitama answering the door, it's King. And, you know, of course King scares them because King is King, but he says that he came to visit the guy that lives there as well. And then he says, you know, I wonder where Saitama went. And that's how we know for sure that this is Saitama's new apartment. But anyway, we're coming back to Ground Zero at Z City, and we see like this Hero Association helicopter tracking down Pig God, who is also there. And it's really interesting how this sequence is playing out, because we're seeing like the Hero Association being pretty aggressive with how he's talking about Pig God. Like, good thing we put a tracker on him. What's he doing at the Monster Association Disaster Zone from the other day? And we also see like he brought an A-class hero with him who's rank 35 named Air, and he's like, you brought me here just in case something like this happened, didn't you? I'll take care of capturing Pig God. So they're taking like more ownership of the heroes, more so than what we've seen before. This is more so going to play in what the next big arc of the series is going to be like. We're going to be moving more so away from like the monster stuff, and we're going to be going more into like hero politics. I know that sounds boring, but trust me, it's not. This is kind of just like the beginning of that. But we also see in the rubble here that Black S has survived, because the last time we saw him was in chapter 152, after 54 trillion of his cells had merged together to become Platinum S. Like a 100 cell version of him like broke away as insurance, but it wound up running into Metal Bat. We saw Metal Bat wound up hitting him, and we didn't really see what happened after that, and that's what led to a lot of confusion. Like, is he going to live? Is he going to die? But the implication here, I guess, is that this is like one single Black S cell. Like, this is the last one. Like, after Metal Bat hit the 100 cell version of him, just one was able to survive, and this is it. But we see the A-class hero Air here is like really aggressive towards Pig God, like trying to get him to come back to the med lab. We can assume that this is the med lab that maybe Metal Knight oversees, because we saw at the end of 168 that he was kind of taking in all of the heroes that were on the battlefield to be decontaminated and checked on and whatnot. But he's like looking for a fight. Like, he actively wants to fight Pig God. The level of delusion here is, you know, typical of what we've seen earlier on in the series of these heroes. But he just assumes that he he can take Pig God now because he lost to Garo. But we're also finding out here that not only Black S has survived, but also Evil Natural Water. There's like a little puddle version of him here. And this goes back to chapter 157, because after Saitama had serious punched Evil Natural Ocean and parted him like Moses did to the Red Sea with a Beyblade, we saw that his eyeballs were still intact afterwards, and we speculated that like, oh, this probably means that he's coming back. And this is precisely why Pig God has returned to the battlefield here, to make sure that not only Evil Natural Water was dead, but he assumed that other monsters had survived as well. But even in this little puddle form, Evil Natural Water is still like a serious threat, because he like one-shots air with one of his water jets right through the throat. And then Pig God just immediately eats him, but wounds up getting shot like from inside. And Pig God just shakes this off, because Pig God has like regenerative abilities. Like this was originally mentioned in the manga, but then it was like retconned and then later added to a bonus chapter for some reason. But yeah, like his fat has like regenerative properties. I'm not sure about his organs that are getting messed up here, but I guess it doesn't matter. Like Pig God's just gonna be fine. Like he's just gonna eat some ramen apparently, and then he'll just regenerate from this. So yeah, Evil Natural Water's dead now thanks to Pig God. But then we come back to Black S, who's like observing Saitama rummaging through the debris in Z City here because he's looking for like his apartment. We saw him doing this with Genos at the end of the previous chapter. And when Black S spots him, he realizes that Saitama was the one who zero punched Garo. And this is really important because now this means that like Black S is one of like, I don't know, 2 or 3 characters that knows the truth of what had happened. I mean, obviously Genos knew, but outside of that, everyone else is kind of under the assumption that it was Blast who defeated Garo and then just dipped out. But the twists don't stop there, because as Saitama like pulls up the portion of his apartment complex that has his apartment in it, suddenly Rover pops out of here and we see Genos hold him up. But he's obviously much smaller now. And this is interesting because we haven't seen Rover in a very long time. I think maybe the last time we saw him was chapter 125. I could be wrong, but that was after he had fought Bang and Bomb and got like Crossfang Dragon Slayer Fist, and Bang like inadvertently told him to sit and he obeyed him, which implied that he was like almost fully conditioned at that point, because that's kind of like the story of Rover. Like he would get into a fight with somebody, get hit really hard and be told to sit, and then I guess the third time around it just conditioned him fully. Like we saw it with Garo, saw it with Saitama most prominently obviously, and I guess that was the straw that broke the camel's back with Bang and Bomb. But he also may have gotten smaller after every battle, and I guess we could just assume that, you know, going through the Monster Association being pulled out of the ground, everything else that happened on the battlefield, like it just messed him up and he just shrunk down for some reason. I'm not really sure why. It's never explained why he shrinks, but it's convenient to make him cuter and more of a plot device for Saitama to adopt him here, I guess. Now, I don't know if Saitama like recognizes that this is Rover that he had punched before, or this is just, you know, typical oblivious Saitama and he doesn't really care because he sees that like, oh hey, this is just a dog that's not aggressive and he's nice, so he's just adopting him now because he feels like it. But Black S is like observing this, and he realizes that Saitama is maybe the kind that just avoids needless violence, and that he won't kill you as long as you look like some sort of animal that's, I guess, just not aggressive. Which Saitama has always kind of had that disposition, even with what he recognizes as full-blown monsters. And Black S sees this as like an opportunity, because as we've established, he's probably at like one single cell right now, and he says that he's so weak that even a puppy could beat him, so he's super vulnerable. And now that he knows that Saitama is the one above all, he realizes that, oh, the best place to be right now would be taking refuge with someone who cannot be defeated. And that way he can bide his time and eat more and build up his cell stock. But also at this time, Genos conveniently says that he has things to take care of at Hero Association headquarters, and he leaves. And then right after that, Black S appears in front of Saitama at the very end of the chapter, seemingly acting like an animal or something. So what is Black S scheming here? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I assume that he's still 100% a heel. Like, I don't think he's having a face turn here. Like, he may seem more affable to the audience for the foreseeable future, but I do think that he is up to no good. Like, once he regains enough of his strength, gets back to his normal state, or maybe even surpasses that, I think that eventually he will become one of God's like main disciples, because it's kind of subtly implied that he may be like a primordial monster. Like, he was directly made by God, kind of like how Sage Centipede was, or at least that's my theory. theory on him. As for Rover, the verdict's still out. He's kind of having a face turn here, I guess, because he's not really that intelligent. He kind of just needs ownership and commands, if anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if Black S like influences him later on as well to turn heel again. But so coming off of the end of the previous chapter, we saw Saitama rummaging through the wreckage of Z City after the battle with the Monster Association in Garo, looking for stuff from his apartment that was destroyed, and he randomly encountered Rover, who had survived the battle but then is also turned into like a small version of himself. But we also saw him encounter Black S, and we're finding out what's happening here, and Saitama's like, I told you not to follow me, get off of me already. And Black S is like wasting no time revealing that he can like straight up speak, and he's like, don't be like that, come on, let me come with you. And Saitama like thinks that he's a weird monkey for some reason. Like, I honestly don't know like how earnest Saitama is in this sequence, because Saitama's intellect and perception kind of goes in like peaks and valleys in this series. Sometimes he's like a secret genius, and sometimes he's just like a complete buffoon, and this is kind of like the latter here. Like, he's pretty oblivious in this chapter. Like, it's pretty funny but also surprising that he like almost genuinely doesn't realize that Black S is a monster.
Maybe he's just choosing to be willfully ignorant because these monsters like aren't aggressive, and as we've seen in the series, Saitama isn't the type to just destroy or kill, you know, no questions asked. He'll only really attack unless he like has to save someone or if he's being attacked himself. But Black S eventually convinces him to begrudgingly let him come and live with him, and they start walking towards the Hero Association, which he says is his new home. And we knew this because in the previous chapter, King was looking for Saitama at his apartment and they were at the Hero Association. But that's because it turns out that there's been a new development to it, something that we weren't aware of before, but it's always kind of been like an apartment complex as well. Because like when this was originally made, like after Boros destroyed a city, Metal Knight came and built it in like 7 days. It apparently can accommodate several thousand households, and you know, considering that the Hero Association doesn't consist of that many people, they decided it was a good idea to rent it out to the wealthy, which is actually a really good idea because, as it's also stated in this chapter, that the appearance of monsters have become more and more common. Like throughout the series, we see this talked about occasionally. It wasn't always as frequent as it has been in these last couple arcs. And even Crescent Eyeroll says that like even disaster level demons are popping up more than just once a month. And there is a reason for this, of course. Actually kind of multiple reasons, and as the series goes on, it's going to be revealed why. It's kind of cool how one is like building up this overarching story. But considering that, it makes sense that the wealthy would want to live here at this stronghold, you know, to protect them from the monsters instead of waiting for the heroes to come save them, because it's revealed that the heroes are going to be living here as well, A-class and higher. And they also kind of force some of the A-class heroes to be like their personal bodyguard, because as Green says here, it's like the catch to stay there rent-free. But then some of the wealthy potential tenants are like, yeah, but you know, A-class heroes are kind of strong, but they're only just humans. So that doesn't mean our safety is completely guaranteed. And then the Hero Association guy giving this presentation is like, yeah, you're right, but there's more, because Metal Knight, the guy who built this entire thing, also developed an AI automated defense system. And it's all of these powerful drones, and apparently the entire defense system here alone does a more effective job than all of the A-class heroes combined. And maybe that's true, aside from like Amai Mask, of course, because he is technically an A-class hero, even though he's pretty much an S-class. But speaking of the security system, it starts going off, and wouldn't you know it, it's because Saitama is there along with Black S and Rover, and as we just established, it's AI automated and it can detect monsters. And still, in this sequence, Saitama is oblivious to the fact that they are monsters and that this system has detected them. He first thinks that like it's like a metal detector because he has like pots and stuff from like what he was salvaging from his apartment. Even Black S is like, boss, you're not good with machines, are you? And then this huge robot comes out that looks like it's built for like melee, and it goes to attack Black S because, you know, obviously that's the monster threat, but Saitama just assumes it's attacking him and just takes it out with one smack. And then that activates level 4, and then these bigger robots come out that resemble like the War of the World alien robots. While these are more powerful, they're still of course no match for Saitama, and he smashes them just like All Might would with a smack. And this sets off like the alarms big time. Like the Hero Association workers like in the control room are like, what's on the security camera? I can't see anything with all the smoke. And this is a great deterrent because like if they knew that it was Saitama destroying these robots, then they would realize like, oh crap, he's super powerful. He might even be the strongest hero we have. Obviously it's too soon for that, so we're gonna keep getting these moments where Saitama does something extraordinary, but then something else happens and everyone else is none the wiser. But we see Saitama walking to the Hero Association and just leaving this wreckage of robot plot pieces behind him. And this is very important because obviously Metal Knight is going to find out about this and we're going to get to see what his reaction is. But also this stuff being left behind here is probably going to be salvaged by somebody else. And what I'm going to say here is not confirmed in the webcomic. It's hardly even touched on at all, to be honest. But in my opinion, I'm thinking the organization is going to get their hands on some of this stuff. But as Saitama is walking in, the Hero Association workers are like running in the same direction and they catch up with him and they're like, what happened? What was that noise? And Saitama's like, well, those machines at the entrance just suddenly, and he's about to tell them like the truth kind of, but before he can get it out, one of the workers is like, these things cost 9 billion each to develop. And then Saitama starts sweating and he stops himself from talking because obviously he doesn't want to pay the bill on this, because 9 billion, which I'm assuming they're going off of yen, is like $60 billion. And then he just switches up his tune and starts lying and he's like, I'm not really sure, but they just exploded. And then conveniently at the same time, King is coming in and he's like, what he said is true. I saw it too. Those robots just kind of suddenly exploded. And they're like, oh, you're Mr. King. Whoa, I've never met him in person. And of course, because King said it, they believe him. And this is just a great way to cap off this. Just another godly written sequence from One here. Like, he does such a good job with the Saitama and King dynamic, especially like when civilians or other people are involved. But like I said before, King in the previous chapter was like looking for Saitama at his apartment anyway, so it's understandable that he'd be here. And then Saitama hands him back his like broken old school Game Boy that he also found at the wreckage. And King's like, no big deal. But as they're talking, we see in the distance the A-class heroes from the previous chapter that said that they're like the neighbors of Saitama, and I suppose they were going to try to haze him or something. Like, see him talking to King so casually, and they're like, he's having a serious man-to-man conversation with the King? And that guy's a complete newbie. Who the heck is he? So this is like further developing their interest in them. And to be honest, it doesn't really go that far for it to have this much emphasis on it, to be honest, but I guess it still doesn't have its full payoff yet, even in the webcomic. The relationship between Saitama and these three A-class heroes. But then in the final panel, we see that Saitama has ranked up, and now he is A-class rank 39. Before this, he was B-class rank 7, and he got this promotion because of his involvement in the battle against the Monster Association and Garo. And as we saw, obviously not everybody knows that he is the one who defeated Garo, of course. When the true future version of Saitama merged with the past / present version of this Saitama, he was like naked, but also it was too bright and everyone couldn't really make out like who took out Garo. And the big popular opinion was just that it was Blast that did it, essentially. I mean, Genos knows, of course, but Genos is, you know, tight-lipped about it. But also we kind of knew that Saitama was going to be A-class anyway, because we know that he's living in the apartment complex and it just said that only A-class and higher can live there. But yeah, this is certainly going to bring a new fun element to the series, because Saitama certainly isn't done ranking up, or at least in my opinion. That's not a spoiler or anything. I'm pretty sure this is as high as he is even currently in the webcomic, but I think he will eventually maybe get to S-class possibly, and that's going to be interesting if that happens. But a lot more fun to be had in this arc. This is only kind of the beginning of like this bridge arc taking us to the next big long arc of the series. So this was an incredible chapter. So many reveals in this one. Things that we've been literally waiting years to find out. So with that being said, there's so much to talk about in this one, so let's just get right into it. So coming off of the previous chapter, we saw that Saitama ranked up to A-class, and with that, he was able to get an apartment in the Hero Association. And as he was approaching it, he came with Black S and Rover, and that set off Metal Knight's new defense system. And this caused like a whole bunch of robots to come out, and Saitama, of course, easily just destroyed all of them. And we're finding out the aftermath of that, because we're seeing like the Hero Association workers like reviewing the footage and talking about it, and basically scrutinizing Metal Knight because of this, saying that they basically wasted money on him because it just wound up malfunctioning. And this is because of the excuse Saitama gave them in the previous chapter. Like, he didn't straight up tell them that he destroyed it himself because he was afraid of having to pay for them, because he found out they were worth like millions of dollars. And then we see Metal Knight himself reviewing the footage, and this is actually the first time in the manga that we're like seeing Metal Knight's like full face for the first time. For some reason, he's able to see like security footage that the other workers weren't able to see, where he's just straight up seeing that it was Saitama. And he's like, oh, it was A-class rank 39 Cape Baldi. And then he goes over Saitama's accomplishments, but just through the eyes of the Hero Association records, so they're not, you know, 100% truthful. And he's like, you know, based on the videos, he's probably as strong as an S-class hero, maybe even stronger. If by some chance he should become an
enemy of mine, I'll keep an eye on. So now Metal Knight is like aware that Saitama is potentially the one above all, pretty much. And him saying, you know, if by some chance he become an enemy of mine, I'll keep an eye on him. This is because one wants us to be suspicious of Metal Knight, because obviously Drive Knight talked about many chapters back to Genos and Second Guard that, you know, Metal Knight is a bad guy. So he's kind of keeping that going. But unfortunately, you're watching my video and you probably know my stance on this by now, but I believe personally that Metal Knight is actually not a bad guy and that Drive Knight is actually the bad guy. I know I sound like a broken record, but take it for what you will. You're probably going to see a bunch of people saying the opposite in the comments and other places on social media, and that's good, but I digress. So then we're coming to this emergency meeting that Sitch is holding because he feels that all of the crazy stuff that happened in the previous chapter is linked to his "the Earth is in trouble" prophecy. And he's right, because we know that most of this stuff is connected to God. And in this meeting, we see Genos, Zombie Man, Flashy Flash, and My Mask. This is important because all of these characters are going to have important storylines going forward. I'll talk more about that at the end. But Sitch is like, you know, everything that we talk about here has to be kept in this room. And Flashy Flash is like, you know, even heroes have reported that it wouldn't be strange for anybody to turn into a monster at any moment. We should stay cautious. But then My Mask is like, wait a second, I don't really get what you're talking about. Could you walk me through it step by step? You're saying that anybody could turn into monsters? So this is interesting, of course, that My Mask would be saying this, because way back in the previous arc, after My Mask had defeated Super S, we thought that he had killed her, but it turned out that he actually didn't. And when she woke up, she tasted his blood because she had stabbed him in the eye previously. She was like, this is monster blood. So that, along with the My Mask being able to regenerate from said grievous injury, along with him being ripped in half by Fear Ugly and having his face smashed in, it's looking like My Mask is pretty much a monster at this point, or something like that at the minimum. So him saying this here is funny because either he's trying to save face, you know, acting oblivious because he doesn't want them to know that he's a freaking monster, or he somehow genuinely doesn't know that he is a monster. But something is definitely sus about him. But then Sitch asks Zombie Man, he's like, hey, you fought against Homeless Emperor. Is there any important details you want to share about that? And Zombie Man's like, yeah. He said that when he was still a human, he was given divine power by something he called God. So now everybody's aware of the name God. And he's like, yeah, during the fight, I found an opening and I held him down and I was going to make him spill whatever he knew, but suddenly he just started crumbling into salt or ashes and dropped dead. And the last thing he said was God. It seemed like he was trying to be shut up. And then Flashy Flash is like, by chance, did you hear anything being said to you telepathically? Because, you know, while we were under the Monster Association, we ran into something and it was trying to grant us power. And it said that if you weren't worthy, then you would face forfeiture. So I'm thinking that the thing that we ran into and the thing that killed Homeless Emperor is probably the same God that you just talked about. And of course, he's right because, you know, we saw what had happened. And then Flashy Flash asks Sitch, he's like, hey, you know something about what's going on with Blast, don't you? And this is because, you know, after Flashy Flash, Saitama, and Monako encountered the cube and, you know, talked to God, that's when Blast made his first appearance in the manga. So Flashy Flash is aware of Blast and what he's doing for the most part because he told them, you know, he's going after the cubes and the thing connected to them. So there's like no hiding anymore for Sitch because we've known for years that Sitch is tied to Blast in some way and that he knows the truth, but he couldn't talk about it because it's confidential. But now he's just spilling the beans. And he's like, to tell the truth, I've been keeping it hidden until now, but for the past 20 years, Blast has been continuously fighting this God you all encountered. He and his partner and a group of many other collaborators, they were searching for a mysterious cube that could turn humans into monsters. And we see Blast with this human hero looking guy. And those of you who have read the webcomic are like jumping up and down right now. And I get it. So was I. But obviously I can't talk about it here because it's massive spoilers for the future of the manga. But just know that I'm going to make a video after this in the next couple days talking about who this guy is and why he's so important to the story and how this all connects to him. So if you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe for that if you want to know the truth about everything. I mean, it's heavy spoiler stuff, but it's fascinating. But going further, Sitch is like, it has been handed down over time as some kind of communication device with this god, what some would call a type of O-part or an out-of-place artifact. He had been collecting them and together with his collaborators attempting to analyze them. However, finally 2 years ago, while Blast was battling Elder Centipede, he came into contact with God directly. He refused the transaction of power and pitted himself against God. So that's another huge reveal here. We're finally getting the answer what had happened between Blast and Elder Centipede. This has been going on for like 5 years, you know, since we found out that this was even a thing, because when King was talking to the Peter Worker, he was like, hey, Blast fought Elder Centipede like 2 years ago, but I can't talk about it because it's confidential. And for for years, people were like, oh, Blast is a weakling because he couldn't even defeat Elder Centipede because it was said that Elder Centipede was able to escape. And I was like, guys, that's not the full story. We don't know everything. And I'm sure you can find some evidence of me in a video that I've made over the past couple years saying that God is probably involved with that incident. And it turns out that, yeah, of course God is involved with that incident because he probably created Elder Centipede like he created Sage Centipede. But then Sitch is like realizing that it would be safer if only by a small amount if the other heroes and employees were unaware of the existence of God. Blast made it seem like he disappeared without giving so much as a reason in order to protect everyone. So that's the reason why Blast went MIA. He was trying to protect everyone from knowing the existence of God because he felt that if everyone was none the wiser, then they would be less susceptible to being influenced by him, I suppose. And then Sitch is like, the only reason Blast was able to do battle with God is because he's a person with the ability to manipulate space-time. Other heroes have no means of doing such a thing. And we pretty much knew this was the case. I mean, we saw Blast's abilities. But in response, Genos is like, oh, is that so? And he pulls out the core from the future. And then he goes on to explain to them everything that had happened between Saitama and Cosmic Fury Garo in the previous arc. And it takes him like 4 hours. And afterwards, Second Guard and Sitch are like, no, but you claim he flew to Jupiter, destroyed it, then came back? And on top of that, you say he went back in time and changed history? That's a bit out there. And it's like totally understandable that they would react this way. But Zombie Man trying to make sense of this is like, hey, if that's the case, we can confirm by asking Garo, right? Like, what did the police learn from interrogating him? And Second Guard's like, apparently the shock of the final punch made him lose his memory. So not even Garo is apparently aware that Saitama was the one that punched him. And yes, that directly conflicts with what he said to Bang a couple chapters back about, you know, the people that he would like to fight and in order of their strength, which made it seem like he knew that Saitama was the one that defeated him. But I guess this means that he doesn't know. But then Flashy Flash is like, so we don't have any definitive info at all. So this is a good way of having everyone know and not know at the same time that Saitama is the one above all. There's still that air of doubt. Like, they're not completely convinced because they, of course, don't have definitive proof. But then Sitch is like, one thing we can say is that interaction with God's dimension has increased rapidly, Blast said. There might be something in our dimension that's summoning him here. And we see Saitama. So this is another huge reveal. This is confirming that Saitama is the direct reason why everything has been happening since the beginning of the series. Everybody's been saying, you know, for the longest time, like, oh, monster sightings have increased more and more lately. We're seeing demon and dragon level monsters way more commonly than we have before. And it's because of Saitama, because he removed his limiter and God is aware of it. And I know that for the longest time I've been saying that I didn't think that God was aware of Saitama because he removed his limiter. I thought him removing it made him like become outside of God's view, but I was very wrong. I was foolish. Sorry about that. But yeah, God is very aware of Saitama removing his limiter because it's implied that God made the limiter himself because he was afraid that something like this was going to happen. And now that Saitama has removed the limiter, meaning that he is a direct threat to God himself, God is now like upping the ante and making more and more monsters and trying to create more and more powerful beings to be able to stop Saitama, but also simultaneously trying to have him being resurrected back to Earth, you know, trying to fulfill the prophecy, making that Orochi that can be powerful enough to be placed on the altar as well. But then Sitch is like, you know, anyway, Blast will return to us soon with a plan for countermeasures. Until then, our top priorities are unity and solidarity. So this is just putting a pinholder in there, being like, Blast will return, guys, and he's going to have a plan, but it's probably not going to be soon. But just know that he's eventually going to come back. So then everyone starts leaving, and Zombie Man remembers back to what Dr. Genus had told him in chapter 88, and then I think it's 86 on the Viz. Like when Dr. Genus dumped all of that exposition about the limiter and how monsters are made and all that stuff. And he was like, in exchange for removing his limiter, he lost his hair. And then he's like, someone removed their limiter, huh? And he sees Saitama in this instance. So Zombie Man is like thinking like, oh man, maybe Genos was telling the truth and Saitama is the one that Genus was talking about and he removed his freaking limiter. So like I said at the beginning, this is important because Zombie Man, Flashy Flash, who we also see being interested in Saitama, and the chapter ending with My Mask being interested in Saitama, is super important because they're all going to be going after him in their own specific ways, which creates their own individual storylines. And these storylines are so much fun, and I can't wait to see how the manga adapts. So this chapter opens up with us seeing Fubuki and the Blizzard group driving somewhere, and Eyelashes is like, why on earth do you want to go to this place anyway? With the entirety of the Blizzard group and fully armed no less. And Fubuki says, I'm going to meet someone. There's a chance things will turn violent. So the big question here is like, where are they going? Like, who's she going to meet up with? Nothing was really established for us to really know what's going to happen. I mean, if you read the webcomic, you know where this is going, but things happen differently in the manga than they did in the webcomic, so the connective tissue is going to be much different. And I'm not going to spoil anything, of course, but I'll just say that in my opinion, I think that things are going to turn violent with the person that she meets. Like, we're going to see like a big Fubuki fight eventually happen. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's where this is going. And whatever happens as a result of that fight,
tonight is going to take us into what this arc is going to comprise of. And I know that My Mask is taking up like the majority of this chapter, and we're going to talk about him, and he will have like an arc dedicated to him pretty much, or at least I think that he will, but that's going to happen like down the line, or at least I think it is. But speaking of My Mask, we're coming to him in the Handsome Castle Talent Agency, and he's talking to the director there, basically telling him about the new idol group that they have, and that they even like passed the pro hero exam, and they're like the future for them essentially, and they're going to try to make them like big sellers the way that My Mask is. And he's trying to get My Mask to like endorse them, saying that like, hey, I'm hoping that you'll give him a few nuggets of advice too, maybe some tricks for surviving in this cutthroat entertainment industry. So this group is called the Bubbly Boys, and they're kind of like, I don't know, the BTS of the One Punch Man world. I mean, they're not on that level obviously yet. My Mask is, but they're trying to build them up to be BTS. But My Mask doesn't even care, and he's like, you know, I have zero interest in phonies, so like, don't speak to me. But we see that he's looking at his phone because he's reviewing the security camera footage from 2 days ago when Saitama went to the Hero Association with Black S and Rover, and it triggered Metal Knight's defense system, and his robots attacked him and Saitama destroyed them. Now he told the Hero Association that the robots like malfunctioned and exploded on their own, and that's what they all believe, except for like a My Mask and Metal Knight, of course. And he sees that, yeah, it's actually Saitama that destroyed these friggin' robots. And this is like the beginning of My Mask realizing like the truth about Saitama, which we'll get into. But the director keeps pushing a My Mask about the Bubbly Boys, and My Mask's like, you know, don't talk to me. It's like, you used me as an example and this is what you come up with? And then we see the Bubbly Boys come in and they're like, Senpai, why you gotta be mean to us, calling us phonies and fakes? If you get too cocky just because you're the favorite, maybe we'll catch up to you before you know it. If we're talking song, dance, and looks, I'm confident we're just every bit as good as you. And of course, we got raw power too. And that's right, 2 of us passed the hero exam too. C class and A class, what's the difference anyway? Maybe you want to find out. And this is like hilarious, of course, because they just made the bare minimum of the hero cut, like joining C class, which is, I guess, somewhat impressive for this world. I mean, not just anybody can become a pro hero, as we saw like in the first season, but obviously this is like classic One Punch Man character delusion as to where they don't even realize the huge gap between an A class and a C class, let alone a My Mask and them, who we all know is truly S class level. Going further, they're like, yeah, even the director told us that it would be better if My Mask could just concentrate on entertainment. He tries to maintain his persona at all times, so it's hard to handle him. But we're practical, so we're going to use the lame title of hero as a stepping stone and aim for the true top idol spot, unlike a certain someone who can't make up their mind whether he's a hero or an idol. And he'll go more into this afterwards, but as we've seen throughout the series, My Mask is like a hero first and foremost. That's like the most important thing to him. Yes, being an idol is very important as well, and keeping up appearances and everything else that he's contracted to, but he is like a true hero. I mean, yeah, he doesn't have the best morals and whatnot, but he does have a strong sense of what he believes justice is. And unlike them, he doesn't see being a hero as like a stepping stone to being an idol. Being an idol is more so just secondary to him, if anything, but still very important. But going further, My Mask is like, hero is not a title that can be easily used as a stepping stone. And he's like, then what would you do if I was a monster? If one appeared in front of you like this? And that's really interesting. Going more into like, what is going on with a My Mask really? Because we talked about this in the previous review, because it was brought up to the rest of the group in that meeting with Sitch that, you know, they now know that of course humans become monsters, but also monsters can appear to be humans. And My Mask was kind of acting oblivious to it. And let me just replay what we had talked about with him. So this is interesting, of course, that a My Mask would be saying this, because way back in the previous arc, after a My Mask had defeated Super S, we thought that he had killed her, but it turned out that he actually didn't. And when she woke up, she tasted his blood because she had stabbed him in the eye previously. She was like, this is monster blood. So that, along with a My Mask being able to regenerate from said grievous injury, along with him being ripped in half by Fear Ugly and having his face smashed in, it's looking like a My Mask is pretty much a monster at this point, or something like that at the minimum. So it's like, yeah, does he know that he's a monster, or does he not know? Or is he not a monster, or is he like something in between the way that Garo was? The verdict's still out, but I'm sure we'll eventually find out what's going on with them, right? But anyway, in response to a My Mask saying like, you know, what would you do if I was a monster? The Bubbly Boys say, well, then we'd beat you up, you know, it's 7-on-1. And then a My Mask starts getting veiny and then like activates like his Conqueror's hockey on them, and they're just all shook and they start shivering and they can't move. And he's like, that's your instincts warning you. You and I are far too different biologically. And it's like, again, is he just saying that to show the difference between how much better he is than them? Or is he saying like, you know, biologically, because I'm a friggin' monster? Then he goes into classic veiny in My Mask mode and he's like, none of you have it. you don't have beauty like his. And then we see him like picturing Saitama, the beauty of overwhelming power. So it's like, yeah, that's the key word there. My Mask knows that Saitama is pretty much the one above all, which is huge because now we have another character who knows the truth about him. Believe it or not, we don't have many characters that know the truth at this point in the series. I mean, there are some of them that know Saitama's strong, but they're still kind of in delusion about it, like Flashy Flash, for example. So like, My Mask acknowledging this is a big deal because he's just as delusional as Flashy Flash and just as pompous as well. So like I said, this is a big deal, and My Mask is going to be pursuing Saitama after this. Like, he's not just going to stop here. And this whole sequence setting up how like the Bubbly Boys are going to be the successors or the new top idols, this is kind of establishing what My Mask is looking for. He's not looking for the Bubbly Boys, he's looking for Saitama. And like I said before, we will come around to what My Mask ultimately wants to do with Saitama here, but it's probably going to take a while to get to that. There's a lot of other things that need to happen before that. But then we're coming to Saitama in his apartment, and he's finally meeting up with the A-class heroes that are his neighbors, Forte, Butterfly DX, and Chain and Toad. They're introducing themselves, and he introduces himself to them. And we find out that like Chain and Toad is like wearing this mask because it gives him character, and he becomes more popular with the kids as a result. We saw him in Death Gatling's group that went against Garo. Butterfly DX also just kind of says that he's popular. We don't really get too much insight into his abilities, but I guess he can kind of fly. We saw that he was with the group that was taking on Hunter Eyes Octopus with Flashy Flash. And then Forte says that he listens to music and battles with his rhythm and that he's kind of popular too. And then Saitama's like, isn't working up a rhythm every time you fight really pointless? And that angers Forte. And he's like, you and me, Baldy, outside right now. I'll show you my strength. And that's where the chapter ends. And it's like, yeah, he obviously doesn't understand what he's getting himself into. And if I'm thinking that this is going to play out the way that it does in the webcomic, the opening sequence of the next chapter is going to be like amazingly hilarious. And like, you can't even really guess what's going to happen. All I can say that it's just really funny and just so one. Like, the way that one writes like these awesome comedic sequences, it's just like perfect. But so coming off of the previous chapter, we saw Saitama talking to his new neighbors in the Class A apartments of the Hero Association, and they were basically trying to haze him, I suppose. And the first chance that Forte got to challenge Saitama to like a fight to, I guess, prove his dominance, he took. And as they're about to take it outside, we come to the beginning of this chapter where we see Saitama running back into Black S and Rover, and Black S is like, hey, please don't leave me outside. I swear I'll make myself useful, boss. And he decides to make a wager with Forte. And he's like, hey, if we're gonna fight, how about loser takes care of these guys? And Forte agrees. But then he also sees that, like, you know, they're weird, and Black S starts acting like a monkey again. And it seems like the only sensible one here is Butterfly DX, because he's like, you sure this isn't some kind of monster? It's not dangerous, is it? And I think this might be like the purpose of this group here, because they're like oddly prevalent. Like, they're gonna be around for a while, coming in and out of the story. So I guess it's just so that they take care of Black S and Rover, because I'm sure you've seen that Black S is very similar to a character from Mob Psycho 100, so I assume that they're going to wind up having very similar arcs ultimately. But we cut to Saitama taking on Forte, and we found out in the previous chapter that Forte fights using like rhythm by listening to music, but considering that he can't hear anything since he's wearing headphones, he winds up getting hit by a car. And this is like classic one writing, but it turns out that he was hit by the Blizzard group, because we saw in the previous chapter that they were driving somewhere where they thought they were going to have to get violent. And it turns out that they were coming to the Hero Association. So then we see Fubuki and Saitama meet up again. They haven't talked in a long time. I can't even remember the last time that they talked, but they have some small talk, and then we're cutting to the underground parking lot underneath the Hero Association, and we see this new guy who we haven't seen before, and he's wearing like this Joker-y mask. When I say new, I mean he's like new. Like, he's not even in the webcomic, and he's like meeting with some Hero Association higher-ups, I assume, but he's also an expert because he has like this psychic energy coming off of him, so much so that it's like making Fubuki nervous. And then she asks Saitama to come with them, but they head into the Hero Association and they're going towards the special internment facility. And once they get there, they find out that the person they're trying to visit is being visited by someone else, and that they're actually going to be transferred afterwards, and they're basically getting denied entry. And Fubuki's like, no, you got to stop the current visitation. This is an emergency. And then we cut to the person they're trying to see, and it turns out that it's friggin' Psychos. So yeah, Psychos is being contained by the Hero Association here, and this is interesting because we haven't seen her for a very long time. Like, I think the last last time we saw her when she was like observing the first round of Cosmic Fear Garo versus Saitama. And then after that, we kind of didn't see her again. So one thing led to another, and she wound up being contained by the Hero Association here. I mean, we're going to find out how it happened at the end of the chapter, but for now, we don't really know. But she's being visited by this Joker mask guy. And he says that according to our surveillance data, this individual was able to fight on ground with Tatsumaki. And this makes sense because when Psychos was like in Sairochi mode fighting against Tatsumaki, it was being like broadcasted on the news. It makes sense that he would have this data. And he goes on to say that she's like a valuable specimen, and then he appreciates the Hero Association providing her to them. And they're like, oh, you know, we've been short on funding lately, so we can't thank you enough for such a large transaction. We've already stripped her of all of her human rights by certifying her as a monster, so you're free to conduct whatever experiments you wish. Guys, so this is interesting, right? It goes more into like the corruption of the Hero Association, something that has been lingering in the background of the story, like how they do a lot of shady business behind the scenes. I mean, this was more so touched on in like one of the bonus chapters from a long time ago. Like Metal Knight discovered that they had like this underground monster trafficking ring thing going on, where they were selling off like parts of monsters and stuff to like the highest bidder. Monsters that were like captured by Metal Knight for experimentation and research. And Metal Knight cracked down on it, you know, good guy Metal Knight. But like I said, this just goes more into the corrupt side of the Hero Association, which will be explored more in these next upcoming chapters. But it's like they're going so far as to where they're just straight up like trafficking people here. But the Joker mask guy who's buying her says that for us Tsukuyomi, this sample will no doubt bring about a great leap forward in our research. So this Tsukuyomi group is brand new, not in the webcomic, never heard about them before. But when Psychos hears this, she like wakes up and goes like goblin mode on this guy. But he produces like a barrier and shields against her, and then like knocks her out with like a psychic bullet or something. And this is crazy impressive because we know that Psychos is pretty powerful. I mean, obviously she's not Sairochi level, but by herself, she was designated dragon level. So I guess this guy is at minimum dragon himself, right? But he's like, now, this would all be for naught if we ended up damaging your precious brain, because here within the third eye we've heard so much about lies the secret into seeing the future. We'll perform a very thorough craniotomy on her back at the lab. All right, so a lot to go in here. I'm just going to speculate about what I think is going on. Again, this is all new, not spoiling anything, but I think that this guy and the group Tsukuyomi that he's tied to might be the group that we saw take Tatsumaki when she was a kid, that was also experimenting on that monster thing, and also was implied to have a cube, because we saw that when Blast saved Tatsumaki back in the day, he had a cube in his hand, and I'm assuming that he went to that facility to get the cube. So that might mean that this guy is aware of the cube, and also maybe aware of God, because, you know, he says research, and he's going after Psychos, and she's an Esper, and craniotomy and all that stuff, but aside from that, he also says the third eye lies the secret to seeing into the future. So this is probably going to be fully explained in the next chapter, but I'll just say for now that third eye, seeing into the future, think back to like season 1, when there was another character who could see into the future. A very important character who still has ramifications on the story to this day. It is all connected, but we'll talk about it in the next chapter review. But anyway, we're cutting back to Fubuki and Saitama taking the elevator seemingly down to where Psychos is. And as they're coming down, Fubuki is having like this flashback to like moments after Garo ran away after his fight with Saitama was over. And it turns out that Psychos wasn't too far away from that. And we see Fubuki finding her amongst the rubble. And this is like the big moment where they're finally coming face to face with each other, because they apparently have a history. They've known each other because they went to high school together. And Psychos resents Fubuki because when she was 17 and her powers were allegedly about to surpass Fubuki's, Fubuki then sealed Psychos' powers. Now, how she did this, I don't know, with some Espery stuff, but according to this sequence, she did it in some extra special way. I mean, take from this what you will. But Psychos is like, when I was about to rise to the top of the world, you're going to stand in my way again? And Fubuki's like, that's right, I was a self-centered person. Back when you proposed the Society for Supernatural Research Exterminates Humanity plan, the people around me said things like, that's inhumane. The vice president lost her mind. But for me, all I could think was, once I surpassed my sister and stood at the top of the world, there would be no point in being at the top if nobody else was there. So yeah, this goes back to who Fubuki originally was before we saw her have tons of character development, because even if you go back to like when we first get introduced to her, she was very very different than how she is now. And, you know, that was more blossoming in high school. And of course, a lot of it has to do with her upbringing and also the way that Tatsumaki treated her. But the whole thing about psychos being all crazy here, the whole Society for Supernatural Research Exterminates Humanity plan, obviously that is like the beginning of what the Monster Association eventually became. And we're going to find out probably in the next chapter how she came to manifest this plan, because it just didn't happen out of nowhere. Like, there's a trigger that caused psychos to become all crazy and unhinged like this. But this led them to having beef, or more so Fubuki having beef with psychos. And then we come back to them fighting, and psychos is like launching all of these like spiked rock boulders things at her. And they have like this clash, and we come to the very end of the chapter where they're about to just face off. Like, it's going to be Fubuki versus Psychos coming into the next chapter. And on paper, Psycho should just destroy her, right? Because like I said, Psycho's designated as a dragon. Fubuki, you know, B-class hero, although she could deflect some of Rover's blasts, which is like maybe her best. So coming off the previous chapter, we found out that the Hero Association had Psychos in prison this whole time, and they were planning on selling her off to this Esper group called Tsukuyomi. And Fubuki came to the Hero Association in hopes of trying to stop this from happening. And as she was making her way down with Saitama to get to where Psychos is being held, we went into like two different flashbacks. So the first flashback was right after Garo was defeated. We saw that Fubuki had found where Psychos was hiding, and that brought us into a flashback of them apparently being classmates in high school. And that brings us to the beginning of this chapter, and we're essentially seeing Psychos' descent into madness, I suppose, where we see her being like really obsessive about this group that she's in with Fubuki called the Society for Supernatural Research. But going further, we see Psychos reading this book, trying to learn this new ability called the Third Eye. And she says, if I can manage to pull this off, I'll be able to predict the future just like the great prophet Shibawa. So that's a reveal right there, I guess, right? It's confirming, or kind of confirming, that Shibawa was an Esper. And like, before I found this out, I didn't really think too much of Shibawa and her abilities. I thought she was just kind of unique in the fact that she could do that. But no, it turns out that she was an Esper who could utilize the Third Eye ability. I guess she was like the master of it, because she did accurately predict the future. I mean, that was like her duty before she died. She would like foresee all of these great disasters that would happen and then let whoever needed to know, you know, Hero Association, whoever before that, and then that's how they would be able to stop these disasters from happening. And until, you know, she eventually saw the prophecy, you know, the end of the world thing that started off the series, and she died from choking afterwards. And speaking of that, it turns out that Psychos pretty much saw the same thing that Shibawa saw, only much earlier than she did, because this was like years ago when she was in high school, and Shibawa only saw this prophecy like 2 months ago or something in like the current timeline of the story. Hey, also guys, if you like my One Punch Man content, please subscribe if you haven't already. It's fine if you don't want to, but if you just need a reminder, here you go. Thanks. But yeah, this is like the beginning of Psychos going crazy, essentially, because when she sees the vision, it's presented as just all of these lines and whatnot. Like, of course, we don't get to see this because this is like a big deal. Like, maybe we'll see what their visions were eventually, but it sends her off into like this crazy psychotic rant where she's basically saying that humans suck, more or less, and that there's no point in even taking over the world and like ruling them. The only thing left to do is just to essentially kill them all. And yeah, this is where she goes insane and starts telling this to everybody else, including the group, which we saw in the previous chapter. And this is more or less what caused Fubuki to seal off her powers. Not necessarily because she was going to kill everybody or had these crazy plans, but more so because, and keep in mind this is high school Fubuki, but Fubuki wanted to rule over everyone. And if Psychos were to kill everyone, then Fubuki would have no one to rule over. So she sealed off Psychos' powers in some unknown way. But yeah, this is the reasoning as to why. And I don't know how Psychos unsealed her powers. Either she did it through training or God did it for her. But we're coming back to the end of Psychos taking on Fubuki, and Fubuki somehow defeats her here. And this is pretty impressive, of course, because Fubuki is, you know, B-class rank 1, which is technically like A-class hero, but still, Psychos is designated as a dragon. And yeah, Psychos came into the battle, you know, weakened and fatigued or whatever, but still, Fubuki doing this is incredible. I mean, Fubuki was doing her stuff too, you know, healing people and everything. And surprisingly, it's not being explained in the manga version how Fubuki is defeating Psychos. It is explained in the webcomic, so I don't think it's going to be retconned. I think how she's defeating Psychos here is going to be explained in like the next chapter or the next 2 chapters, because there is like a specific way that she's doing it, and it's like kind of integral to Fubuki as a character as well as like her power set. So I assume this will be explained a little later. But she asks Psychos, like, you know, what is it that you saw in the future? And after she knocks her out, she kind of like goes into her head. She's like, you know, what exactly changed you? Is this the source of your madness? Something we'll find out when the future comes. And then suddenly like God appears above them. And Fubuki's definitely aware that, you know, something is going on right now. I mean, she's not aware that it's God, of course. So yeah, this definitely proves that obviously God is behind prophecy and everything as we knew, and is able to like tap into the third eye or something. And it seems like if you're like a good, morally just person, the way that Shibawa was, you could possibly die from seeing the vision, because she choked on like a cough drop or something. But it's possible that God forced her to do that. I don't know. But it seems like if you're evil or be able to be manipulated into becoming evil the way that Psychos was, then he'll just make you his disciple essentially. Because this is all like God's plan. You like influence the person who's capable of orchestrating your plan, like planting these thoughts into Psycho's head. So she eventually makes the Monster Association and eventually makes Orochi, because Orochi is prophesized to be placed on the altar to bring God back to the earth. It's all part of his plan, and it has to start somewhere, although I'm sure he's tried this many times. But we come back to Fubuki and Saitama finally making it down to where Psychos is being held, and they meet up with that Joker guy from the Tsukuyomi group. And she's like, this visitation's over. Everyone has to evacuate this room immediately. You guys added Psychos to the incarceration list. So now this information is accessible by any pro hero, meaning that my sister Tatsumaki is probably going to see it, and she's going to come here to finish her off. And what do you know? She does that immediately, and she like rips the ceiling off. And Saitama's like, I see the person behind the destruction of my house. This is important because this is kind of like Saitama's little mini quest right here, or what's been going on after he defeated Garo, trying to figure out like who destroyed his apartment. And technically it was Tatsumaki, you know, when she was fighting Sairochi. But don't you think that it probably would have been destroyed sooner or later in that massive battle that was going on? But still, somebody has to take the blame, I suppose, and it's going to be Tatsumaki essentially, right? So just keep that in mind, that Saitama is kind of upset about this. So Tatsumaki busts in and she's like, why is she still alive? And she tries to like throw rocks on her, but the Joker guy and Fubuki kind of like shield Psychos from her. And then Tatsumaki just sends the Joker guy into the wall easily. And it seems like Fubuki and Tatsumaki are about to fight or something. Like Fubuki's protecting Psychos from Tatsumaki trying to crush her. And she's like, what are you trying to pull, Fubuki? Did you get brainwashed or something? But no, turns out that this is actually a ruse orchestrated by Tatsumaki, and that they're actually not at odds here. Kind of just putting on a performance, because we're going into another flashback. And this is seemingly happening sometime before they meet up here. And Tatsumaki is telling Fubuki that like, yeah, Tsukuyomi, you know, the group that the Joker guy's a part of. She says that they're the psychic research organization that locked me up and used me as a guinea pig. Those guys are after Psychos. So this is pretty cool. This is what we speculated about in the previous video, that the Tsukuyomi group is probably the same group that had Tatsumaki when she was a kid and running experiments on her and stuff like that, and Blast eventually saved her from that place. But he also had a cube in his hand, and I was like, those guys probably, you know, were doing cube research as well and probably know more or less what God is, or at least that God is out there. And turns out, yeah, it's true. This guy is coming from the very same group. And Tatsumaki wants to work together with Fubuki here to protect Psychos from being taken by them. And she says that she has her reasons, but I think it's because, first of all, she doesn't want that group to get Psychos, because that's not good, but also because I think she knows that Psychos is being manipulated by God, or at least by someone. I mean, she kind of figured this out when she was fighting Sairochi, but maybe more or less came to that conclusion afterwards, especially once she was encountered by God himself impersonating as Blast. Although she was kind of like half awake when that happened, I'm pretty sure she realizes what's going on here. So she's trying to give Psychos a redemption possibly, while also, you know, not having the bad guys take her and then manipulate her and use her to their benefit. But then the Joker guy gets up and like destroys the security camera and knocks out the Hero Association executives. And Tatsumaki's like, I guess there's a tiny bit of progress in the development of artificial psychics after all. So that's interesting. Turns out that Tsukuyomi group is making artificial psychics, or espers. This is something that we didn't really know before, but it makes sense considering all the research that they're doing. And I don't know exactly how they're doing it. I'm sure there's some kind of operation you could do, but it's possible that they're also using the cube to make this happen as well, because they were kind of using the cube to make monsters or something. So they could probably make espers from it too. If not, it's kind of just figuring out how the esper brain is wired and then them trying to replicate that on somebody else. But this guy's pretty powerful despite not being like a naturally born Esper. I mean, it's even stated by Fubuki. So I also said that this guy's probably dragon level, and it seems like that's probably the case. But Saitama's like, you know, hey, I came here to say a few words to you for destroying my place, but it doesn't seem like you're sorry at all about it. So remember, Saitama not happy about this. And Fubuki's like, I'm lucky you came along, Saitama. I see great strength in you. You've been playing dumb about it, but I think you're the one who defeated Garo. And Saitama's like, no, I honestly don't remember. And this is, of course, because his future self fused with his present self, and I don't know, the memories of everything that happened between him and Garo in space and a little bit before that kind of just got wiped, along with the power increase that he got. So he genuinely doesn't know that he defeated Garo, which is good and convenient for the story going forward. But Fubuki's like, Garo was someone who had reached a peak and ascended. Having taken him down, you're probably somebody who has ascended as well. It's interesting how ascended is being used here. This could be a way to indicate somebody who has gone past the limiter, removed it in Saitama's case, broken it in Garo's case, or have just been given like power beyond the limiter from God possibly. I don't know that for sure, but it seems to be the implication here. But the Joker guy like clashes with Tatsumaki psychically or something, and the ground splits underneath Saitama and he just falls beneath. And he lands inside of this monster containment cage with all like these demon levels. And I'm assuming that Metal Knight put these monsters here for like, you know, research and development, you know, making his robots as strong as they are and whatnot. But there's probably also a nefarious element to this that Metal Knight doesn't condone, or maybe isn't even really necessarily aware of, which I think we'll get into in the next couple chapters. But Saitama's down here, and obviously the stakes aren't very high. I mean, even if they were all like dragon levels, the stakes would still be non-existent. We know that Saitama could just snap his fingers and then they'll all explode, but there is more to this. But that's where the chapter ends, and let me know what you thought about this chapter in the comments, guys. If you liked the video, please give it a like, and please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day. I'll see you in the next one.
So coming off the previous chapter, we saw that the Hero Association was going to sell Psychos as a prisoner to this Esper organization called Tsukuyomi. And this turns out that this is the same organization that took Tatsumaki when she was a child. And that being said, Tatsumaki was actually aware of their intentions of going after Psychos. So she told Fubuki beforehand so that they had a plan going forward in order to get Psychos so that Tsukuyomi wouldn't be able to. And it led to them all converging in the Hero Association, and the resulting battle like caused Saitama to fall through the ground into a monster containment facility. But we'll come back to that, because coming into the beginning of this chapter, we see the fight between the Tsukuyomi guy and Tatsumaki continuing, and yeah, as it was established, Tatsumaki is way stronger than this guy, and he's pretty much aware of it himself too. But the next thing that he does here is one of the most interesting and weird things I've ever seen in this series. So somehow he activates this capsule of quote-unquote sleep medicine inside of Fubuki, and then threatens to break a capsule full of deadly poison, you know, in order to get Tatsumaki to stop. And at first I was like, wait, when did he put this inside of her? And then I was like, did I miss a subtle little panel of her like flicking it in her mouth or something? And it's like, no, it actually turns out this happened way beforehand, because this was premeditated, because he says that he slipped it into her daily beauty supplements, which I guess was like biotin and other stuff. But he was able to do this because he had a mole in the Blizzard group. And now you're also thinking like, wait, who is that? It has to be like one of the three major members, right? Eyelashes, Mountain Ape, and Lily. And I was like, oh, that's interesting if one of them turn heel. And I was like, maybe not Eyelashes, maybe Lily. But now it turns out that it's none of them. It's just some random new member that I guess was introduced in these last couple chapters. So that kind of takes the emotional weight off of one of the established characters being the traitor. But this guy who is the traitor is clearly a part of Tsukuyomi, because we see that he is an Esper, but also has like the scar on the left side of his face, which indicates that he is an artificial Esper, which Tatsumaki says that this Joker looking guy is as well. And I also think we're seeing the scar here to specifically indicate that yes, these are artificial Espers, because it also matches up with the scar that Gearspur has. I think I might have talked about this before, but I also think that Tsukuyomi is responsible for making Gearspur into an Esper. And I also wouldn't be surprised if Gearspur is like this guy's brother, and they're kind of like the opposite of Tatsumaki and Fubuki, because Gearspur has also said that like him seeing Tatsumaki go all out somehow made him unlock his own powers, and he was able to do that crazy feat against Neon. So maybe Gearspur is like the male Tatsumaki, and this guy's like the male Fubuki possibly. I don't know, I'm just speculating.
But anyway, like I said, Tatsumaki complied with the Joker guy when he had threatened to release the poison capsule in Fubuki. And then he just like literally folds her psychically, you know, in an attempt to take her as well, because Tsukuyomi's all about taking espers and experimenting on them, especially the natural born ones and the three powerful, such as Fubuki, Tatsumaki, and Psychos. And as he's about to leave, Saitama winds up destroying all of those monsters from the facility that he fell into at the end of the previous chapter, saving everyone in the process, but also giving him an excuse to be in this area at this moment in time. But also while this was happening, Tatsumaki was able to locate the capsule inside of Fubuki. And once again, one of the most interesting and weird things I've seen in this series happens in this sequence, because Tatsumaki turns the poison capsule into like a needle, similar to what she did with the pillar against Orochi, and like shoots it out of Fubuki's stomach and makes it go into the eye of the Tsukuyomi guy. Like, this is gnarly. Like, one of the most vicious things we've seen a hero do to another human, to be honest. But it turns out that he has a resistance to the poison, which is understandable. And then Tatsumaki straight up hits him with the Chibaku Tensei. And I guess he's done, or at least for now. And it looks like Tatsumaki has, you know, won the day. She has Psychos and Fubuki back. But no, it turns out that this is just the beginning of Tatsumaki going back into heal mode, because we see her reiterating that rhetoric to Fubuki about basically exiling herself from everyone, namely the Blizzard group. But Tatsumaki basically just wants Fubuki to be alone and almost to be like entirely reliant on Tatsumaki herself. It's like, yeah, it's really messed up, but also another reason that Tatsumaki is like this is obviously because of her upbringing, which is also tied to Tsukuyomi. And this sequence goes so far as to where Tatsumaki's like threatening to, I guess you could say, like pseudo kill the Blizzard group, because she's like, I'll just kill you enough to where you won't die, enough to make sure you'll never work again as heroes. So yeah, like Tatsumaki full-blown heal mode here, something that she's always been teeter-tottering with throughout the series. Like against Sairochi, she was full-blown babyface, but now she's definitely dipping back into the heel territory for sure. But it's very necessary considering where we're going to be going in these next couple chapters, because Saitama shows up and grabs Tatsumaki by the wrist. So like I said, Tatsumaki going heel here is necessary because of Saitama showing up. And he's like, good grief, you siblings are just like each other. This is going too far just to lecture your sister. Why should heroes have to beat each other up? And that's where the chapter ends. So it's like things are getting super spicy now, because it's also been culminating to this, right? We've been waiting to see Saitama confront Tatsumaki, or vice versa, just these two finally to butt heads. And now it's finally gonna happen. And Saitama does have some motivation here, because he knows that Tatsumaki is technically responsible for destroying his apartment. So that's like his big beef here. And mix that with the mood that Tatsumaki's in right now, the situation that's going on, it's all coming to a boiling point. And that being said, there's probably going to be some kind of altercation in the next chapter, right? And I'm sure we're all thinking, like, what would happen in a fight between them? Or a quote-unquote Saitama fight. Now, also keep in mind, Saitama is currently not as powerful as he was against Cosmic Figaro in chapter 167. Or at least I assume that he isn't. Like, I think that when the future Saitama fused together with the present Saitama, his quote-unquote power level kind of reset. So he's back to the level, I guess, he was at when he got blown away by like that gamma ray burst. So it's like that Saitama versus Tatsumaki, and I think we've seen near her full potential, right, against Sairochi. It's like, how much of it is a challenge for him? And I'm not really sure. It might be possibly in the same tier as like released Boros, maybe even Meteor Burst Boros. Not really sure, but that's why it's so interesting. And I just hope we get to see something really spectacular in these next couple chapters.
So this chapter opens up with the A-class hero Air in the hospital with a new mechanical device on his throat. In chapter 171, Air was shot in the throat by Evil Natural Puddle, and we're seeing that he was brought to the hospital and had his throat immediately repaired by these guys who say they're quote-unquote specialists in cyborg medical science, and that the association requested them to come help them. They also mentioned that they can't hold a candle to a foy, which is interesting, but in my opinion at least, I think that this is setting up one of the big storylines going forward. What I'm going to say here isn't a spoiler, but I really do think it's very likely, and it's that these guys are with the organization.
But just using the panel that we have here, in my opinion, I think we have some evidence for this. Evidence that is definitely going to anger some people, but this guy's bolo tie looks like the eye of the organization robots, or at least most of them that we've seen. So I think that's kind of pointing to it. If you guys think that's a stretch, I understand.
But regardless of the bolo tie, I do think that these guys are with the organization, and that's where this storyline is headed.
Like, I won't really go any further than that, but I'll just say that this storyline being set up here is gonna take some time to play out fully.
Hey, also guys, if you like my One Punch Man content, please subscribe if you haven't already. It's fine if you don't want to, but if you just need a reminder, here you go. Thanks.
Then after that, we have like this comedic sequence with Forte, Butterfly DX, and Chain and Toad. And I've talked about this before, but like I wonder where their storylines are headed and why one chose to focus on them so much in this portion of the series. Like at this point, I assume one has like some big grand purpose laid out for them. And I'm just really curious to see what it ultimately is, even though I know it's probably going to take like 10 years for it to happen. But then we're coming to the main storyline here with Saitama finally facing down Tatsumaki, grabbing her by the wrist and like not letting go. We saw this happen in the previous chapter after Tatsumaki had defeated the Joker guy from Tsukuyomi and had also contained Psychos. Tatsumaki also had like one of her episodes and almost like straight up pseudo killed the Fubuki group until Saitama stopped her. And Saitama's whole motivation of coming here is because of Tatsumaki anyway. Technically, she is responsible for destroying his apartment, so he has like major beef with her over that, and also, you know, trying to diffuse the situation that's currently going on as well. But that's just secondary to him. And Tatsumaki like psychically blasts Saitama, putting like a huge crater in the wall, but this of course does nothing to him. And Tatsumaki is like shocked by this. This is kind of like the first time, I guess, that she's experiencing the true power of Saitama, I suppose. And she gives him like another test, I guess, but this time it's so powerful that the crater winds up spanning like miles. And she keeps going at Saitama using what Fubuki says is her full power, and it's kind of just, as he says, making his muscles twitch. And then Saitama like yells to Fubuki saying, "I'll do something about Miss Stubborn, so you take everyone here and evacuate." She's like, "Understood." And this like triggers Tatsumaki. She's like, "Oh, you're awfully familiar with my little sister, aren't you? Why could that be? If you aren't her underling, then what exactly are you to her?" So I really like this sequence because this is totally how Tatsumaki would react to somebody being cordial with Fubuki, because obviously Tatsumaki is very possessive of Fubuki and jealous as well. And Saitama pretty much just says that he's nothing to Fubuki except an acquaintance. And this like crushes her, like putting Fubuki in the acquaintance zone. And Tatsumaki's like, "Oh, why would you get this desperate over just an acquaintance?" And in my opinion, I think that this is setting up the inevitable relationship between Saitama and Fubuki. And I know that's probably going to annoy some of you out there, but I really do think that's inevitably what's going to happen before the story's over. It's already kind of been set up when they first met, and I think moments like these are just more seeds being planted for that. I guess it's the only kind of romance that this series is really going to get, like the subtle background kind. But then Tatsumaki's like, "Well, whatever. If that's the case, then I'll test you to see if you deserve to be hanging over Fubuki like that." And she like ramps up her psychic power, and it causes like shockwaves throughout the Hero Association to where even the rich people that just moved in can feel it. And obviously it's angering them and they're blaming Metal Knight. But she's using so much power that the basement is even twisting around them, until Saitama's finally like, "Okay, you know, if you're gonna do this, then we gotta do it outside." And he grabs her and like shoots out of the Hero Association DBZ style, taking them to another location to fight, which is also very DBZ style in itself. And the chapter pretty much ends with Fubuki saying, "Saitama and Big Sis, it's begun," which, you know, their fight has begun. Like Saitama versus one of the strongest characters in the series. We also have like another comedic sequence after this with Tongue Stretcher, a character who we haven't seen since his quote-unquote battle with King. I hope that one doesn't kill him off. But it seems like we're going to get like Saitama versus Tatsumaki in the next chapter, which is going to be insane because I really don't think One and Murata are going to hold back on this one, just like they didn't hold back with Saitama versus Garo. So even if you've already read the webcomic, I would still expect a much grander spectacle than what we already got between the two of them. But as for what is exactly going to happen between them, well, you know, Tatsumaki realistically can't really do anything to Saitama substantial. I mean, maybe at like her full 110%, maybe she could do something that could kind of impress Saitama, you know, the way that Boros kind of impressed him maybe. But don't expect her to push him anywhere remotely close to that Cosmic Fear Garo did.
Also, I talked about this in the previous review, but in my opinion, I don't think Saitama is as strong as he was when he was fighting Cosmic Fear Garo in space. Because if he was, then I think the sequence that happened in this chapter with the test of strength would have played out differently, right? I mean, my reasoning at least is that when the past Saitama merged with the future Saitama, his quote-unquote power level got reset, kind of like how his memories did. And I think that would be a good way to up the stakes going forward in the series, right? Because if he's so powerful that he can just sneeze Jupiter away, then even the notion of somebody on the level of Boros means absolutely nothing at this point, which before it was at least a novelty. But hey, maybe she'll throw Saitama into space. I don't know why, but for some reason I feel like she's going to do that.
So in the previous chapter, we saw Saitama trying to de-escalate the situation with Tatsumaki, but also trying to bring her to justice for destroying his apartment, and they wind up getting in this test of strength where Saitama won't let go of Tatsumaki's wrist, and she keeps progressively using more and more power, to the point of where she might cause casualties. And Saitama realizes this and decides to grab onto her and like jumps with her outside of the Hero Association so that they can go away, to avoid the possible casualties. Because he also realizes that she probably doesn't care as much about civilians as much as the other heroes do, given her reckless abandon in the situation here. And coming into this chapter, we see that they didn't go too far away and they wind up crashing into the ground and rolling around, and Tatsumaki asks Saitama like why he won't let her go, and he's like, yeah, because I don't want you to run away, you might start destroying houses again. And she's of course insulted by this. She's like, are you out of your mind? Why would I run away from someone weaker than me? And Saitama finally decides to let her go, and she's like, yeah, you're not too bad, I'll give you that, but even if I strengthen the output of my psychic power just a bit. And she like flicks Saitama in the head and sends him flying, but he regains himself and it looks like he's angry at this. But then Tatsumaki starts to go into like her psychic tornado thing, summoning rocks around her, and we see that Saitama wasn't actually angry at this at all, and he's actually kind of into it because he's like, that looks like that could be fun too. But then we cut away from that and we go back to the Hero Association with the group that we just left, and they're like, you were attacked by a suspicious Esper, in reference to the Tsukuyomi Joker guy. Tatsumaki kind of like Shibaku Tensei'd him, and that's why we see that giant rock here. But the Tsukuyomi guy like wakes up because I guess he's been able to recover enough and he's able to like dig underground, I guess using his psychic ability, and he winds up going into the parking garage and getting back to his car and like driving away, because it turns out that the trader from the Blizzard group was driving the whole time. And in this sequence, we're getting the name reveal on this guy finally, and his name's Apollo. And as they're driving away, they can see Tatsumaki fighting Saitama in the distance. And Apollo says, Tatsumaki, just wait and see. Next time, I'll get you. So yeah, we definitely knew that this storyline was going to be continuing afterwards. I guess this is going to be like the main Esper storyline that we have going on. And Apollo could also be Tatsumaki's final opponent being set up here maybe. And also, he could potentially become one of God's Akatsuki. I know I've talked about that here and there, but I don't think I ever really made a video about it. But I do think that God will eventually have like his own Akatsuki, just like his own like strong group of disciples that are similar to like what he did with Cosmic Furigaro. And it's possible that like one of them will be this guy, because I don't think this is the ceiling of Apollo's power. Like I do think he's going to get stronger, because it kind of has to be if he's going to challenge Tatsumaki, especially towards like the end of the series. But Tatsumaki continues to fight against Saitama, and she's like firing off all these rocks against him, but we knew that this wouldn't really do anything, and he's like bored by this because this is also nothing new to him. He's dealt with this many times before. But we're also seeing that the Hero Association is very aware of what's going on here, because they're like, we've detected abnormal vibrations on site 2 kilometers northwest, and they ask if anybody can mobilize immediately, but they were waiting for a response. So just remember this, because I think this means that some of the S-Class heroes are going to intervene here and like step in with this Tatsumaki versus Saitama fight, and it's going to be like S-Class, because they say like at this scale we'll need help from the S-Class. So who it's going to be, anybody's guess, but I definitely do think this is going to happen either in the next chapter or the chapter after that. But coming back to Saitama versus Tatsumaki, she's continuing to like throw these rocks at him, and one of them accidentally goes in like the path of this civilian family that's driving to the Hero Association, because they had just gotten housing there, and Saitama is able to destroy the rock and save them at like the last second. And he's like, hey, watch it, that's dangerous, pay attention to the things around you. And the response that Tatsumaki gives is really interesting. She's like, don't act so pompous. So it seems like that potentially could have been a real possibility for Tatsumaki to accidentally have taken that family out, and she like kind of realizes it here. Like I was saying, Tatsumaki doesn't seem to be the most caring about collateral damage for the civilians, or at least as much as like the typical hero would. I mean, obviously she wants to save people, but she's way more reckless than the rest of the heroes, way more temperamental and emotional, and Saitama definitely realizes that. I mean, that's the main reason he brought her out here. And of course, this further angers Tatsumaki
Tatsumaki, and she winds up throwing another barrage at Saitama. And as he's deflecting them, one of the rocks gets sent back at the civilians trying to drive away. And he like blitzes at the rock trying to stop it. But before he gets there, Tatsumaki grabs the car and saves the civilians. And she's like, that was dangerous. Watch her deflecting things. So they're kind of like going tit for tat here. Neither one of them able to gain the moral high ground. But I really like this sequence. It also shows that Saitama, isn't perfect and makes similar mistakes to Tatsumaki. But also this is a really impressive feat from Tatsumaki as well, because Saitama was like really trying to go after that rock and save those people. Like he was moving really fast and she grabbed the car before he could make it. They continue to anger each other and Tatsumaki continues her psychic tornado lobbing rocks at Saitama. And the chapter ends with her saying to Saitama that like, there's no way I can entrust Fubuki to someone like you, so get away from her. Saitama's like, I want to go home. So yeah, this is continuing the whole will they won't they thing with Fubuki and Saitama, because in the previous chapter, as Saitama was grabbing Tatsumaki's wrist, he was speaking to Fubuki really formally. He was like, Fubuki, and she's like, yes. And then he was like, I'll do something about Miss Stubborn here, so you take everyone and evacuate. She's like, understood. And that like triggered Tatsumaki. She's like, oh, you're awfully familiar with my sister, aren't you? And we got into the whole sequence of Saitama saying that she's just an acquaintance, which seemed to affect Fubuki. But yeah, Tatsumaki is just made up in her mind that Saitama's interested in Fubuki and he's gonna take her away from her, because as we've seen, she's like super possessive of Fubuki and kind of crazy. So this is the only thing that Tatsumaki even really cares about in this sequence, is just his possible interest in Fubuki. But yeah, this fight will definitely continue in the next chapter, and I think at that point we're gonna see some truly insane feats. Like this is kind of just a warm-up right now. We haven't really seen anything too crazy, but I think that's reserved for like the next 2 chapters. So coming off the previous chapter, we saw Tatsumaki fighting Saitama near the Hero Association, and it turns out that her main concern at the moment is whether or not Fubuki or Saitama have like romantic feelings for each other, I guess, because she's like, there's no way I can entrust Fubuki to someone like you. And that actually takes us into the beginning of this chapter. Entrust Fubuki to Saitama, in the same way that like a father would entrust his daughter to someone for marriage or whatever. And obviously there's no one that Tatsumaki could entrust, or there's no one that would meet her requirements, even if she has any. I guess it would be Blast if there is one single person, but I guess that is problematic because of like, first of all, the age, but also the possibility that Blast is related to Tatsumaki and Fubuki. I mean, there's no hard evidence on that yet, but I think there is like a good possibility for it. But anyway, it just comes back to the, in my opinion at least, also good possibility of Saitama and Fubuki having some kind of romantic connection in the series eventually, if it hasn't already been being set up already. But at the moment at least, Saitama hasn't expressed any interest in Fubuki, whether internally or externally. But Tatsumaki continues to like blast Saitama away, and we cut back to Fubuki with the Blizzard group, like back at the Hero Association, and she remembers what Tatsumaki said to the Blizzard group. I don't know, pseudo kill them or something, but she said, if none of you will cut ties, then I'll cut them for you. And then Fubuki said, now that she's gone and said that, there's no way Big Sis will back down. So it's like, yeah, it's got to the point of where it's become life-threatening. Because like I said, when Tatsumaki said that to the Blizzard group, she said that she was gonna like push them to like within an inch of their life, or push them to the edge of death, or something like that, to scare them into running away, or or whatever. So yeah, Tatsumaki really becoming unhinged over this. I mean, she's always been, especially with Fubuki, but now it's gotten so bad to the point of where Fubuki like straight up needs to leave them herself, because after this she's like, the Fubuki group is hereby disbanded, and she even goes as far as saying like, you're all too weak, you're completely useless. And of course she says that in an attempt to make them angry with her, as a way to like soften the blow, but she obviously doesn't mean it. Like I said, she's trying to save them from Tatsumaki, who is just way too powerful and just has way too strong of mental health issues at the moment for anything to really be done at the moment, at least with what they have. Aside from, I don't know, asking Saitama to solve all their problems, and even he can't do that, as we've seen. But she flies away, and I'm curious to see how long this is going to last. Like, the Fubuki group doesn't really strike me as like a group that's just going to take no for an answer, especially in a situation like this. But anyway, we cut away from this, and we come to a very odd sequence that is very one, I'll say. But not like in an awesome way, more like in a experimental way, I guess. And this sequence is definitely meant to be played for comedic purposes,
purposes, but it also just runs on a little too long, especially for the length of this chapter, but it is what it is. I guess it's just continuing the trend of following the webcomic closely, because this sequence is also from the webcomic, along with most of what we've been going over these last couple chapters, which is a lot more than the manga has been doing these last couple years. So this original sequence is like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years old, something like that. But we follow the A-class hero Feather, who I think we were first introduced to, at least in the manga's continuity, in like chapter 94, or I think it's 92 in the Viz. The chapter where we see the support team battle on the surface while the strike team is raiding the Monster Association. And it turns out that he's got himself into some trouble here, trying to protect this woman who he assumes is being kidnapped or being held as a hostage with the quote-unquote strongest gang in the city. But it turns out, no, that she wasn't actually a hostage, and she betrayed Feather for the boss who has an A-class bounty on him. But she also has like conflicted feelings for Feather here, and she kind of regrets what she did. And as soon as Feather's about to go full power, now that he doesn't have to worry about her since he knows that she's not a hostage, Saitama and Tatsumaki bust through the wall and knock him out. It's like, yeah, that whole sequence just played up so that Saitama could bust through the wall and knock him out. And that is funny, but it also makes me wonder, is there any more to this sequence? Like, is this possibly a retelling of something that has already happened in the history of this series? Because I personally noticed one do this at least twice in the series. Or it's just not that, and it's just a comedic sequence. But Saitama winds up taking out the leader with a single punch. And like I said, he had an A-class bounty on him, and unfortunately we never really go too much into that. And I don't know if like the A-class bounty lines up directly with the significance of like an A-class hero, because there are also S-class bounties. Like Sonic has an S-class bounty, and pretty sure he would be an S-class hero if he joined the Hero Association, right? So maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I'd like to see more S-class bounties out there, because they're in theory like evil S-class heroes, right? But anyway, the rest of the gang gets taken out as well, and Feather just decides to go home and forget that it happened, which is probably for the best. But then after this, we cut to H City, and it turns out that a massive monster is attacking it by the name of the Kenzan Rat. And this is like one of the biggest monsters we've ever seen in the series. Like, this thing is crazy. And of course, it's dragon level. Like, this is one of the new dragons. We haven't seen a new dragon in a while. Or at least I feel like we haven't. But also, like I said, this is originally from the webcomic, so he's technically old in that continuity, but in the manga he's brand new. And like the only hero that's nearby and available is Metal Bat for some reason. And we see Metal Bat running to where it is. And it makes you wonder, like, can Metal Bat take this thing down? And he has fought dragons by himself before, but he never, like, I don't know, finished a dragon, I guess. Or from what I can remember, I don't think he has, at least by himself. But I'm sure Metal Bat has somehow gotten stronger since the Monster Association war, because why not? And it's like, I think that he could have probably taken this thing. I mean, it wouldn't have been easy, obviously. Like, he would have maybe had to high diff this thing if he was continually fighting it by himself, but he definitely would have gotten the job done. But of course, it doesn't matter, because Saitama and Tatsumaki wind up flying through this thing as well, taking it out in the process, and destroying a couple buildings. And it's like, I wonder if the fight with Metal Bat would have caused just as much damage anyway. But then Tatsumaki continues to fly with Saitama, throwing him through buildings and stuff. And Saitama's like, I told you to stop destroying everything. Why do you think we came outside in the first place? And that's where the chapter ends. And this is going to continue for a little bit more, I think. Like, we've got 2 or 3 more chapters before something significant happens, or we just come to an end of the Saitama and Tatsumaki, like, flying, fighting thing that's going on at the moment. So this chapter is continuing the Saitama versus Tatsumaki fight, and this is all that we've been really focusing on these last like 2 months, I guess, and not really much has been happening. It's kind of just been divulging into this war of attrition between who is going to be more stubborn than the other, I suppose. I mean, Saitama is trying to calm Tatsumaki down in his own way, while also trying to save everyone in the process, because she is capable of producing a lot of collateral damage and mass casualties for sure, and Saitama is definitely aware of that, despite her being, the number 2 hero. And in the beginning of this chapter, we see them making their way into H City, because in the previous chapter, they just made it that far away from the Hero Association, wound up even killing a dragon
monster in the process, but we see a Mai Mask witnessing this. He's in like another building. And this is super important because a Mai Mask is already interested in Saitama. He is one of the few characters in the series who's been able to see that security footage of Saitama destroying the Metal Knight robots, and he also kind of put two and two together and figured out that he's probably the one that defeated Garo. Therefore, a Mai Mask is pretty much leaning towards fully accepting Saitama as the one above all. So like I said, him seeing this is very important because it's kind of just solidifying that, if anything. And a Mai Mask being interested in Saitama is going to be taking us into a very, very important storyline in the series. But anyway, Saitama talking to Tatsumaki on top of a building is like, hey, we've gotten way too far from the Hero Association. Let's go back. Kind of similar to what he was telling to Garo when they were fighting on Jupiter. And then Tatsumaki kind of just agrees and flies down to where Saitama is and stands in front of him in this like awkward sequence where they're just silently looking at each other. And I guess that this could be up for interpretation. The way that I see this is that Tatsumaki is kind of waiting for Saitama to make the first move here. Like, I guess she just wants him to leave first and then she follows so that she, I don't know, can guarantee that he's being truthful. I also kind of get the vibes from the iconic panel or the cover page, I think, from the Dragon Ball manga, where Goku is facing off against Frieza. I mean, it's obviously not a 1-for-1, but Murata, the artist of the One Punch Man manga, is a big fan of Toriyama, so I wouldn't be surprised if he snuck that in there. But then Saitama's like, all right, let's go. Was the Hero Association in this direction? And then Tatsumaki kind of gets annoyed and just grabs him by the back of his head, and she's like, it's in the other direction. They kind of just start flying there, and she's like dragging him through the ground. Then suddenly someone is chasing them from behind, and Tatsumaki's like, to be able to keep up with this movement, they must be a monster or a hero. And I wouldn't say it's something in between, but it's more so like anti-hero because it's Sonic. Yeah, he's finally back in the story. We haven't seen him in so long. I don't even really remember the last time we saw Sonic, to be honest. But he's kind of been like pushed to the side, at least with his portion of the story, because, you know, we had to focus on the Monster Association and all that stuff. And after Sonic's whole scare with eating the monster cells that Hellfire and Gale supplied to him, I don't really think the story's focused on him at all. Oh, and by the way, since he cooked those monster cells, they like didn't work, and he wound up just having like really bad diarrhea, I think, and that's mainly what happened. So he's not a monster or anything like that. He's still a full-blown human. But I'll just say that if like you're a big fan of Sonic, don't worry, because his time is coming very soon. That's all I'll say. But it's definitely not in this chapter, because he realizes that Saitama is lethargically getting dragged around, as he notes. So he's definitely aware that Saitama isn't like being challenged by Tatsumaki here. He knows that he's kind of just playing along. Because if Saitama was actually endangered here, pretty sure Sonic would be acting very different. Like if somebody was like challenging him, like, I don't know, just for example, if Sonic saw Cosmic Fear Garo challenging Saitama, he would have reacted pretty much the same way that Flashy Flash was, and it was like, yeah, there's nothing I can do. Like when Flashy Flash saw Cosmic Fear Garo for the first time, he broke character for the first time in the series, I think, and he was like, yeah, running is pointless. So I assume that Sonic is actually happy here to see Saitama because, you know, they have this weird relationship. Sonic has more of an affinity for him than the other way around, but it's just nice to see that Sonic is excited to see Saitama, only for him to slip in literal feces after avoiding Tatsumaki deflecting his shurikens back at him. But at least he has the one moment here where we get to see his incredible speed in avoiding Tatsumaki's counterattack. Now, obviously, this isn't like Sonic straight up defeating her, but it is, you know, a little something. But it just ultimately winds up with him slipping in the feces, which is hilarious. This is a great one sequence. This is actually originally played out in the webcomic. But they wind up making it back to the Hero Association, or very close to it, and Saitama's like, all right, feel free to start rampaging again. And this is, you know, further triggering Tatsumaki because, like I've mentioned, you know, when this fight started, this is the first time that Tatsumaki has ever really been treated or talked to like this. I suppose ever in her life, maybe. Well, since she became Tatsumaki, that is. And she's like, do you understand you're the one being tested, right? Like, you've been looking down on me this whole time. Don't you think it's a bit much? If I went all out, and Saitama just immediately, he's like, all right, sure, go all out. Like, I don't care, go ahead, show me your full power. It's like, what do you think I've been waiting for here? Like, Saitama just obviously just
doesn't care at all. He's just, I don't know, maybe kind of amusing himself here at this point. Because as we know, Saitama is definitely interested in seeing the potential of people who are strong because they possibly might give him a challenge. And while Saitama isn't very vocal about, I need a challenge or I want to be pushed, you know, he's not like Boros about it. But if you are super strong and Saitama has enough control to like make sure that no one is going to be a casualty, then he'll definitely take you on and test your strength. And that's kind of what he's doing here. And Tatsumaki's like flustered by Saitama's reaction here. I wouldn't say she's like, you know, blushing, even though it looks like she is. She's more so just like in disbelief that this is happening more so than anything. And kind of excited that she gets to go all out because she never really has that chance because, you know, she's so powerful that she'll just wind up destroying a city if she does. But we cut back to the Blizzard group back under the Hero Association. And we see that some of the members are like just quitting because, you know, Fubuki told them that the group was pretty much done and that, you know, it was time for them to move on. She said this because she's trying to save them from Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki made it clear that she was like nearly going to kill the Blizzard group members in order to make sure that Fubuki wouldn't be with them anymore because, you know, Tatsumaki has a lot of mental health issues and she's extremely possessive of Fubuki and just wants her to rely on Tatsumaki herself. So like I said, Fubuki kind of forced them away. And some of the members just really don't understand, you know, the true situation going on here. But Eyelashes is the one who does. Because instead of like leaving and running away, he's actually going after Fubuki, which I really like here. Like he's the voice of reason and he's getting like the other core members together, like Mountain Ape and Lily. And then, I don't know, the Mohawk guy and then the guy with the bandana who may or may not have names. I don't know. But yeah, the Fubuki group isn't really going anywhere, or at least the core of it. It should only really be like 4 or 5 characters, to be honest. But I like that Eyelashes is the one who's staying true. And he's like, you know, anyone who wants to get stronger, come with me. I don't want to go too deep into this, but him saying the whole get stronger thing, it has something to do with Fubuki for sure and her current state of mind. But also, there was like this bonus chapter, I think from volume 17 or something, or I don't know, whatever volume had a bomb on the cover. But it was following Glass's story. We actually saw him in season 2. He was a part of Death Gatling's team that went against Garo, but he was originally in the Blizzard group as well. And afterwards, he wound up meeting with Glasses. Like this was after Glasses' fight with Garo. And he saw that Glasses was like progressing in strength. And it kind of inspired Eyelashes. And I wonder if that's echoing now. Even though that bonus chapter came out like 5 years ago, I still think one is continuing the same character arc with the Eyelashes here. And yeah, I just like this character. I really like how one just treats these random characters in the series sometimes, like, you know, Eyelashes or Sneck or Dr. Genus. But we come back to Saitama taking on Tatsumaki, and Fubuki is like very close to the battle here, and she's seeing that Tatsumaki is going all out. Like it's just chaos out there. It looks similar to when she was fighting against Sairochi. And they wind up passing by Fubuki going all the way back to Saitama's apartment, and King's actually there, but he's getting caught in like the battle as well, and he's like, the elevators are shut down, I can't go back home. It's like, I wish Saitama was here. Like he originally just went to Saitama's apartment because he wanted to like play this fighting game with him, and conveniently Saitama's right there, and he like winds up jumping on the wall, but then just completely stops his inertia when he sees King, and he's like, oh hey King, you came here to play some games? Sorry, maybe later. And then King's like, what are you doing? And he's like, this pipsqueak called Tatsumaki or something. And she's like, I can hear you. And as she comes in to like kick Saitama, King witnesses what is actually going on with Tatsumaki. The question has finally been answered. She is wearing underwear. So yeah, here it is. And this sequence did happen in the manga, but not exactly like this. It played out a little differently, timeline wise, but it more or less kind of looked like this. Now, what do I make of this? I would say that this is not true. It's kind of just like a funny gag for the manga, but like there's no way that she could be wearing this. You know, if you go back and like look at the other panels, obviously she's not wearing this the whole time, and it only really comes to light in the ending of the chapter. But I think this is more so just to put it across that like, hey, if you're wondering, yes. Now stop asking, because I'm sure that that's like one of the most asked questions that one of Murata get. But I'll say realistically, there's really no way that this would work. She would have to have some kind of like special type of device or apparatus thing that I think girls wear when they're wearing the workout pants, if you know what I mean. But that's neither here nor there. That's where the chapter ends. King somehow becoming the true winner of this chapter.
All right, so coming off of the previous chapter, we're seeing the fight between Saitama and Tatsumaki continue, but in this chapter, it's going to be coming to an end finally. Not that I needed it to, but we'll talk about it. But in the beginning of this chapter, we're seeing the hospital where Forte and Air are. Previously, we saw that Air got shot in the throat by the remnant of evil natural water, and that he was being fixed by some of these new doctors that we saw in the Hero Association. And I speculated before that these guys are from the organization. Bolo Tai kind of looks like the organization I, at least from G4, and they're talking about cybernetic stuff, and now we see that they fully have done that, and now even his eye is cybernetic too. I think this means that for sure Air is going to be like one of the rogue agents going forward, because, you know, I said that these guys are from the organization, you know, they're all making robots, and it's going to go into the next big arc of the series that I'm not really sure when we're going to go into it. It could be the next big arc, or they might go into ninja stuff afterwards, but anyway, just look out for Air to be important, and he's going to be like, you know, a cyborg bad guy pretty much, which they were kind of setting him up for anyway. Also, if the audio sounds weird, I'm sorry guys. I've been in Tokyo these last couple days, but right now I'm like outside in a park because this is like the only chance that I had to record this video, so forgive me for that, but I'm trying. But anyway, we see Saitama like coming back to the apartment where Forte is, or the hospital portion of the Hero Association, after like fighting Tatsumaki. And this is the sequence where Forte essentially realizes that Saitama is truly the one above all. Like before, he was still in delusion about it because he didn't really get to fight him. He wound up getting hit by a car because he had his headphones on, and that's why he's recovering in the hospital right now. But now that he sees that Saitama is like fighting Tatsumaki in this like city leveling event, like the perspective that he sees is crazy. So he realizes that like, oh, okay, yeah, there's no way I can beat Saitama. He's very likely to be the one above all. And like I've also said in these you know, reviews for the last couple months, I don't know what the future of Forte's character arc is or what his significance is later on in the story, but he seemingly will have like a big one. I mean, aside from just protecting Rover and Black S. But we're coming back to Tatsumaki fighting Saitama, and we're seeing the Blizzard group observing it because, you know, originally they were kind of like banished by Fubuki and Tatsumaki, but then Eyelash was like, nah, we're going back to Fubuki and we're sticking with her. But as they're watching like this massive city leveling event happen, the one Mohawk member is like, what is headquarters doing? Do we even know what's going on? And he's looking at his, I don't know, risk communicator thing. And I guess we don't know what's going on with this guy because he comes back at the end of the chapter. And I'm just going to fast forward to that real quick because after everything resolves, he looks at Fubuki and he's like, Lady Fubuki, actually. And she looks to him and they go, huh? And that's where the chapter ends. So I'm probably missing something here because, to be honest, I haven't been able to go over this chapter the way that I wanted to since, like I said, I'm in a park right now. But I think this is probably going to be like a twist thing that's leading into the next chapter. It could be something to do with Psychos, most likely. I guess that's what it is. But anyway, back to Saitama taking on Tatsumaki. We're seeing that she's starting to gas. And it's understandable. I mean, she's fighting Saitama, you know, who is the one above all, of course, and she's going all out like she hasn't been able to do before. And she still is recovering from her battle with the Monster Association and all that stuff. So this is kind of like her excuse to stay protected in the eyes of the power scale, I suppose. I mean, obviously we knew that she was never going to defeat Saitama, but this is just, you know, bringing it down to her ultimately coming to her limit. But then we get some narrations and it says that she had assumed that such an opponent was only possible on Blast. So later on in this chapter, we're going to find out that Blast is more of the crux of Tatsumaki's character than what we originally thought. But anyway, we get this amazing sequence where Tatsumaki makes like this tidal wave of debris and like earth, and it like consumes Saitama, and it's amazing. But we knew that this wasn't going to do anything because it's like effortlessly unharmed, and it's like that's the problem here. Tatsumaki is only like throwing rocks and stuff at him, and Saitama's been like talking crap on that since the beginning of the series. He's like, oh yeah, all you can do is throw rocks, like that's not going to do anything. It's like not even a gamma ray burst is hurting Saitama. You need to do some crazy stuff. So then she gets desperate and just starts grabbing Saitama like the being of himself and tries to lift him this way. And this goes back to an iconic sequence from the webcomic where she originally tried to lift him, but it's playing out better in the manga here, in my opinion. But she's also saying like, you know, I'm using so much force to blow him out to space. How is he, you know, still staying on the ground? And this goes back to what we talked about before. I was like, yeah, she's probably going to try to throw him into space. And I thought that maybe we were literally going to see that play out, but no, she's kind of just saying that, I guess that was her intention. Like that's how much force and how heavy Saitama is. I mean, if Saitama was really trying, I'm sure he can become as heavy as the Earth, if not even heavier. I know that sounds
sounds weird, but I'm just saying Saitama can probably become as dense as a planet if he needed to. I mean, he sneezed away Jupiter. Come on, guys. It's not too unrealistic. But Tatsumaki continues to get gassed out trying to lift Fubuki, and Saitama's just like, you view human relationships too lightly. I mean, you're being stopped right now by the power of Fubuki's mere acquaintance. And that was like, the big burn a couple chapters back. Saitama calling Fubuki her acquaintance, and clearly that affected her just as much as it seemed to affect the audience, because, there's definitely something there between Fubuki and Saitama, if not more so on the side of Fubuki, if anything. But we're going into this flashback as Tatsumaki's like struggling and about to pass out of her past after like Blast saved her from the Tsukiyomi testing facility, and we see that she returned back to like where they were keeping Fubuki, and behind Tatsumaki, like all of these Apollo looking dudes, like these are other guys from Tsukiyomi, appear to stop Tatsumaki. I'm assuming these are like artificial espers as well, possibly, and she just instantly eviscerates them right in front of Fubuki, and this traumatic event like awakens Fubuki's power. So it's going back to like the origin here, where Tatsumaki's saying like, I was the one who dragged Fubuki into a harsh fate. I have the responsibility to protect Fubuki without relying on anyone else. So this goes back to like why Tatsumaki is like so psychotically protective of Fubuki, because of their tragic backstory and everything that Tatsumaki had to do to save Fubuki. Yes, she did drag her into this Esper world and powers and everything, but she saved her from forcibly living with Tsukiyomi. Even though I think Tatsumaki and Fubuki's parents sold them to Tsukiyomi, but that wasn't revealed in the manga, so it's still up in the air on what's going on with that. But in this like flashback spiritual dream sequence, Tatsumaki's like running after Blast, and the narration saying that she has excessive expectations of Blast, and I'm sure Blast will respect her after she's gotten strong, and I'm sure he'll teach me a better way to lead my life. And she's like following after Blast, and it's like everything is about Blast. And this is also interesting because we're seeing that a lot of character stories are revolving around Blast, and he's like the key character and event that's like causing a lot of their storyline. We're seeing it with My Mask, and later on we're going to see it with another character who you never would have expected to be tied to Blast. But we see Tatsumaki saying like, Blast, what should I do? And as he's turning around, before you can see his face, it comes back to real time, and Tatsumaki's waking up and she's seeing Saitama's face, but with the sun above his head. This is an incredible sequence, and if you've been following my Truth About One Punch Man series, this sequence means even more to you because this is like the Ra awakening the other gods. Like in the Egyptian mythology, or at least in my opinion, Saitama's based off of Ra and Tatsumaki's based off of Bastet. If you're familiar with the MCU, Bastet is also the same god that was able to make the heart-shaped herb that gives Black Panther his powers. But we've seen Saitama do this many times in the series. He'll essentially save a character or awaken them, and the sequence will be with them awakening or opening their eyes to the sunlight coming off of Saitama's head. And it's because he represents the sun, and the sun awakening them or healing them or giving them their true purpose, showing them the light. He showed King the light, Genos the light, and a few other characters that I forget. I think also Fubuki, and now he's finally showing Tatsumaki the light. And it's not a coincidence that like right after this sequence, she's finally warmed up to Saitama, and she isn't combative with him, and she kind of sees him as like an acquaintance, I guess you could say. She even lets him like pat her on her head because he's like, Esper or whatever, you can live your life as you like, but if you want to go on a rampage, don't break other people's stuff. And he like bats her on the head. He's like, I think you'd be a great hero if you'd abide by that. But then Fubuki shows back up, and she's like, just as you said, my perception was naive. I will also fight alone like you. And this is because, Tatsumaki was like forcing the Fubuki group to leave her, like pretty much the threat of killing them essentially. And Fubuki realized that like, yeah, Tatsumaki's never going to let me have any other friends, never let me have this group. So in order to save them, I need to exile them and just be subservient to Tatsumaki. But, Fubuki's obviously not aware that Tatsumaki just had this huge character arc with Saitama, so now it was kind of all for naught. But it's convenient that the Fubuki group is also showing up here, and Eyelashes is like, please just let us serve Fubuki. Come on, like, we'll become stronger. Just, we're not really doing anything wrong here. Let's just be this happy little family gang thing that we've got going on here. And as Fubuki and the Fubuki group are going like back and forth, like arguing, Saitama looks at Tatsumaki and he's like, why don't you just let them have it? She's like, yeah, it's none of your business. And he's like, I couldn't even beat a level wolf before I started muscle training. Also before job hunting. That's hilarious that Saitama says I couldn't beat a wolf level. But it makes sense because that's how weak he was. But also I think he's kind of selling himself short here because when he was fighting Crablante, he was doing really well. And Crablante was like kind of a strong tiger. But anyway, he's like, even though they're weak now, no one can tell what their limit is. And Tatsumaki's like, you know what? I guess you're right. Whatever. Let's go, Fubuki. I came here to deal with Psychos and I overused too much energy on unnecessary things. And I'll let you guys off the hook today on this Baldy's request. And Fubuki's like freaked out. She's like, I can't believe she's actually listening to him. So yeah, this is like the end of the, I guess you could say, Psychic Sisters arc, what it was referred to in the webcomic. But this is more so like Saitama versus Tatsumaki arc. But I guess this is the end
end of it. And yeah, they're like all cool now. And I guess you can expect these characters to get closer, especially Fubuki and Saitama. But that's pretty much it for this one, guys. Let me know what you think about this chapter in the comments. And if you like the video, please give it a like and please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day. I'll see you in the next one.
We're coming off of Saitama successfully, quote unquote, defeating Tatsumaki, I guess you could say, or just convincing her to simply be a better person. He's coming back to his apartment and he's seeing his 3 A-class hero neighbors there, Forte, Chain and Toad, and Butterfly DX. And Forte suddenly has like a 180 in his personality. He's even taking off his glasses and his beanie. Like, we haven't even seen this in the webcomic. Like, this is the first reveal of what he looks like. And he's just, you know, completely pandering to Saitama, being like, hey, you know, you're cool, and if you need anything, just let me know. Let's hang out. All right, bye. And his big personality change is, of course, because he saw Saitama in the midst of his battle against Tatsumaki and realized that he is at the minimum S-class level, if not even beyond that. But this sequence ends with Forte telling Butterfly DX and Chain and Toad, like, hey, better make sure to take good care of that dog too. Let's get Saitama on our side. And it's coming back to me questioning, what is Forte's purpose in this series? Like, what is his ultimate goal? What is his character arc going to be? Because I'm still confused by that. Like, it seems like he has some kind of significance that he is ultimately going to fulfill, and I just hope it's not just him nurturing Rover and Black S for their rise to power. But we cut back to underneath the Hero Association. We're seeing like the mound of monster corpses that Saitama took care of. But this leads to us seeing some of the Hero Association executives coming down to the basement and observing the quote-unquote crime scene. I don't know what you would call this, but we actually recognize at least 2 of these guys. But I know this American looking guy on the right here because he is the executive from chapter 85, I think, in the Viz, that says the iconic line of like, "Call Blast! Where's Blast?" And that's exactly why I remember this guy, because I read that chapter like 1,000 times, because like for many years it was like one of the very few instances of Blast being mentioned in the manga. So I'm happy that they're sticking with the continuity of bringing this guy back, who doesn't have a name. I'll just call him Walter because he looks like a Walter, but I'm probably gonna forget that I said that anyway. But the other significant guy here is McCoy. I think the only other time we saw him in the manga's continuity was like in a bonus chapter, the Pork Cutlet Bowl one, where like Saitama helps out the police against the surprise attack plum monster, and McCoy was like full-blown heel in that chapter. But now in this chapter, he's more of like a tweener, and I gotta say, I really like it. But anyway, when they come down, they immediately get exposed by eyelashes. And he's like, there's no way you association executives came all the way out here for something, but don't have any idea who Tsukuyomi is. And of course, they play it off, act like they don't know who that is, but clearly they do, because they were ready to sell Psychos to Tsukuyomi. And then after this, Gearspur enters the conversation, and what he says here blows my freaking mind. So he's like, Tsukuyomi, that's the name of a secret society from some urban legend that's been around for a long time in our Esper circles. To be honest, it's a completely ridiculous rumor. Perhaps the survivors from the Monster Association decided to come back and take Psychos under the guise of some kind of trade-off. Wouldn't that make sense? It seems there were a number of other Espers in the Monster Association after all. And even Eyelashes and Needlestar are like a little skeptical of him. They're like, I guess. And then we see McCoy like blow out his cigar smoke, and he knows what's up. He knows that Gearspur is BSing here. And that's what's blowing my mind. This is the official heel turn of Gearspur. He was an inside agent from Tsukuyomi this whole time, and I did not know it. He came across as like a straightforward babyface for the longest time, but no. And we speculated before that he was at least a result of the experimentation of Tsukuyomi. And I thought maybe, you know, he was resentful of them, or maybe didn't know what they did and kind of just wasn't still affiliated with them. I even speculated that he was maybe Apollo's brother, and I do think that's all true. He is with Tsukuyomi, and he is one of Tsukuyomi's inside men, inside of the Hero Association here, but
not only that, we also talked about the helmet that he is wearing. My opinion, this is tied to the organization. So that means that Gearspur is tied to 2 of the 3 paths of God. So this guy, kind of a significant villain, hiding in plain sight, just like Drive Knight. But anyway, Fubuki comes down and starts talking to McCoy, and she says to McCoy that to think you would be secretly taking care of demon level monsters underground, ones that weren't even on the containment list. What's going on here? He's like, well, the monsters were being used for the implementation of a top secret weapon that Metal Knight has been developing. And that is true. That's the original intended purpose for the monsters being down there. However, we also find out what it's also being used for, which Metal Knight is also aware of, but he doesn't condone it. We found this out from the Squadron bonus chapter, because Fubuki says, what exactly then is this evidence I have here of you trying to trade those monsters off to an outside organization for a huge sum of money? Now, this isn't exactly what was happening in the Squadron bonus chapter. It was other executives who were selling off monsters for like black market stuff. But this, while similar, is different because the organization, quote unquote, that McCoy is selling these monsters to is not yet revealed. We will know eventually. Actually, I don't even think it's been fully revealed in the webcomic, but in my opinion, the organization that he is selling these monsters to is the freaking organization. You know, the cyborg dudes. And I can't go too much into that, but soon you'll realize that they have been pulling the strings on a lot of things. And Fubuki's like, well, it would be a huge scandal if this went public, right? And McCoy's like, all right, what is it you want? And long story short, Fubuki just wants to cover up what Tatsumaki has done here. Absolve her of her wrongdoing in the eyes of the public and the Hero Association, because she did have a meltdown and was like a serious liability, not only to the Hero Association, but also to human existence. And now that she's, you know, calmed down and had a soft character arc via Saitama defeating her, Fubuki's like, you know, let's just cover this up. Let's regain her face in the public by just having all of these corpses spread over the craters outside, and then just tell the public that Tatsumaki was fighting all of these demon monsters that just coincidentally grouped together to attack the Hero Association. And then I won't have to leak that you were selling these monsters to another organization. And McCoy's like, you know, I like it, as expected of the witch, and I like it too. I like this interaction because this is more true to who Fubuki is. And I'm glad that one is taking her back to this type of demeanor, because I was worried that he was going to turn her too much into a Mary Sue. And I also like the way that McCoy is handling this, because he's like, yeah, it's just business. I get it. Nothing personal. So that's why I'm saying that, like, McCoy is like a tweener character. He's somewhere in between good and evil, but leaning towards evil more so. But I do think by the end of this arc, McCoy will have like a serious character arc where he ultimately winds up helping humanity and the heroes. But we find out that they're killing 2 birds with 1 stone in this sequence, where not only are they covering up this incident and saving face for Tatsumaki, but they're also smuggling Psychos out of there. Tatsumaki is of course on board with this because this is also a part of her plan as well. They don't want the Hero Association to have Psychos anymore because they can't be trusted. They were going to straight up sell her to Tsukuyomi, and you definitely don't want Tsukuyomi having Psychos because she has the third eye ability, or at least part of it, and she has direct contact with God and has had a power up. And that's exactly why Fubuki has Psychos here. She's trying to get to the bottom of what exactly happened to her, not only during the Monster Association War, but what happened to her in high school when she tapped into the third eye ability. But anyway, all that stuff transpires, and we see the media completely covering the new narrative of Tatsumaki saving the Hero Association. We even see Saitama like checking this out on TV in some ramen shop that he's in, and he's like upset at first that she's taking the credit, but then he hears about all of the billions of dollars of damage done to the billion, and then once he finds out about that, he's like, well, they're reporting it as Tatsumaki's accomplishment. We might as well let her have some of the time in the limelight, Genos. And then Genos, of course, eats this up. Then we come to the final page of the chapter, and we see Child Emperor discovering everything that we just talked about. How everything is being covered up and everything is a fraud. And this is going to be a snowball effect that is going to change the story forever. Like what this ultimately leads to. And I cannot wait for it to play out in the manga. So this chapter starts off with us seeing Tatsumaki being called by the Hero Association to come in to make a commercial for them in order to recruit new heroes, because they're kind of low on them, but also like the super powerful ones. And of course she refuses at first because she's Tatsumaki. Naturally she would, but then she remembers what Saitama told her in the previous arc. Up until not too long ago, I couldn't even beat a wolf level monster, which is, you know, take it for what you will. We saw what he did against a tiger level in Crablante, but I won't hold it against Saitama here.
here. But that makes her reconsider because she's like, well, if Saitama went from below wolf to one above all in quote unquote not too long, then I guess there are other sleeping giants out there that we should give a chance. Which is like big for Tatsumaki. Like we talked about in the previous arc, Saitama has shown her the light, both figuratively and literally. And she winds up making the commercial, and of course she does things her own way, and they wind up just editing it in post with AI, which is like hilarious because that's like the new buzzword nowadays. I'm personally a big fan of AI generated art. I'm not one to gatekeep stuff like that, so go ahead and make all the stuff you can with it, guys, while we have the chance. I'm sure it'll be cracked down on by the government eventually. But the final product winds up being salacious, of course, because, you know, that sells. And we see this guy watching the commercial from a street, and he's approached by Shizuka, who's a scout from the Hero Association. We find out this guy's name is Axel, and that he's actually been approached before, but we'll come back to him because we're cutting over to the Hero Association executives in their round table, and they're talking about how the commercial went over well and how it's improving their eyes in the public, and they're all like congratulating McCoy for this because he essentially orchestrated all of this. And McCoy says, haha, come on now. It's all for the sake of the organization. And yes, if you were wondering if I'm going to say, does this mean like the organization with the cyborgs? Yes. But I don't think McCoy is like literally aware that he is saying like the organization referring to the cyborgs. I think he is referring to the Hero Association. And maybe another thing that I can't really mention yet because it would be spoilers. But outside of McCoy's dialogue here, it's more so one winking at the audience with a little double entendre here. Because I think one, you know, the author is actually saying the organization, like the cyborg guys. Because in my opinion, they are pulling McCoy's strings. But he is not aware of it yet. I mean, this isn't like a spoiler. It's not revealed even in the webcomic. But I think in a few years, this will all come back around and, you know, we'll know the truth. Another thing about McCoy here that I didn't get a chance to talk about yet, I'll just mention it here and maybe make it a short later on. But his eye patch, I think, is showing his story. Because the eye patch is covering his right eye. And I'm not going to go too much into this stuff because I know it angers some people. But if you watch my Truth About One Punch Man series, I pointed out how one likes to storytell through left and right imagery. Most prominently through the eyes. Like, long story short, the left eye means bad, the right eye means good. And we see that McCoy's right eye is being covered. And the star, like, marking on it is extremely similar to the markings that we see on Tatsumaki's hands after she's stabbed by, like, those lances from the Sairochi God power-up thing. I don't think it's a coincidence. I'm pretty sure it's telling us that McCoy probably lost his eye to a monster or something, or God or whatever, and it's showing us how he lost his innocence or morality. It has something to do with God for sure. If not directly by him, just by proxy through like a monster or a cyborg or an Esper, you know, something, you know, one of the three paths that come from God. And now that only his left eye is exposed, it's showing that, like, yeah, he's pretty much a bad guy right now. But like I said before, I think he will come full circle and he will have this great character arc where he's ultimately a good guy. But that's like years from now, probably. Again, not a spoiler. This hasn't been revealed even in the webcomic. I'm just speculating. But going further, another executive just randomly brings up Metal Knight. And he's like, yeah, it sure lowered our confidence in Metal Knight even further, that big talking delinquent. First, there's the failure of his guard robots, and then there's the flimsiness of the building we're in. I can't believe he called it an impregnable fortress after all the money it took to have this place built. And this is also another little trick by one, the author, by continuing to show us that the Hero Association is losing trust in Metal Knight, but also to influence the reader to lose trust in Metal Knight as well, because he wants us to be suspicious of him, and he wants us to think that, like, Drive Knight is the cool guy. Because remember, this all started with Drive Knight telling Genos that Metal Knight is your enemy. And we see Metal Knight reviewing the footage of Saitama destroying his robots, and even him having his scuffle with Tatsumaki, and he's like, darn you, Cape Baldy. And this isn't like Metal Knight being like a villain towards Saitama. He's justified in feeling this way because he's not reading the story as we are. He doesn't have all of the context here. So from his perspective, he just sees some guy destroying his robots and ruining his reputation with the Hero Association. So naturally, he should feel this way. Then they further talk about Tatsumaki and how she's like a loose cannon and it would be hard to control her. They say it would be like trying to ride a bomb, which is interesting. I think that's like reference to Doctor Strangelove maybe. But I think this is setting up Tatsumaki for kind of like a World War Hulk type situation. This isn't a spoiler, but I do think it will eventually come down to that. If you're familiar with how World War Hulk started in Civil War, I think Tatsumaki is going to kind of play a similar
role there eventually. But we also find out that they haven't found any alternative sources of manpower, and they haven't seen any sign of increase in hero applicants, despite their campaign being well received and their approval rating increasing from the public. And we find out it's because there's a brand new hero organization recruiting heroes. And this is essentially what the next big saga of One Punch Man is going to be about. Like, we're not going to directly go into what this new hero organization's like big saga is immediately. There is going to be some stuff that needs to be established before that. But if you're wondering like what's the next big long saga of One Punch Man, like with the Monster Association saga, how that was like super long, it's going to be about this new rival hero organization. But we see this guy Excel sitting down with Shizuka, the recruiter from the Hero Association, and she's basically like telling him about the shortcomings of the Hero Association, saying like the S class is unreliable, A class just keeps adding to the ranks of being injured. You know, we need to replenish our fighting forces, you know, especially coming off the war and everything. And Excel's like, you know, replenish. You make them sound like expendable goods. That's why you need me, huh? And we find out that he's the leader of a vigilante group named Hunters. So this is why he looks like a hero, although he's not, you know, that a vigilante. And he also downplays the Hero Association as well by saying like, I heard you guys got played hard by a lone hero hunter. And this is understandable. This is like typically how people in the One Punch Man world act, and you can't really blame him because he doesn't have all of the information. He doesn't know Garo went cosmic mode and became his astral level god. He has no idea. He just assumes that Garo was probably still the way that he was like when he fought Metal Bat. But Shizuka breaks down the Hero Association to its bare essentials here, and she says the majority of our budget is being spent on maintaining our approval ratings, including things such as compensation for damages to the area caused by hero activities. Our sponsors are always monitoring the Hero Association's approval ratings after all, and what was floated around as our answers to that had you on the forefront, Mr. Axel. So it's like, yeah, the Hero Association doesn't really care. It's just a business at the end of the day. And it's a very corrupt business at that. This is more social commentary by one, of course, as well as just showing that they are incompetent. Because it's really interesting that they're going after Excel here and the Hunters, because in my opinion, at least, these guys aren't really that powerful. And this isn't like a spoiler or anything, but we find out more or less how strong Excel and the Hunters are here, because she says you've already had a proven record of eliminating disaster level demon, and we hear that you have strong support from the people. But he's like, no, there's actually 48 of us now. 5 men died in the fight against that level demon. So yeah, if Excel along with 52 other people like were pushed to their limits to defeat a demon, it's like, yeah, he's, I don't know, like top 10 A class level. She even guarantees him a position in the S class, which I don't think he is worthy of. That's just how desperate they are, and incompetent as well. And Excel's like, you know, this isn't about treatment. Most of us hunters have lost someone dear to them in a monster disaster in the past, so we don't trust the Hero Association. This might seem petty, but it kind of does parallel to our own reality, with like people having distrust for the police and whatnot, you know, if they weren't able to help them in certain situations or whatever. And he's like, you know, you gather all that money and all that manpower, but in the end, all you're interested in is protecting a small group of rich people, which is ultimately the truth. Like I was saying, they're just a business at the end of the day. And their business just happens to be defending the public from monsters using heroes as mascots. But it's not like they're being altruistic about it. It's kind of similar to how Vought is from The Boys. If you haven't seen that on Amazon, I strongly check it out. It's an easy 10 out of 10 series. Not the comics, the Amazon show. But he's like, the Hero Association isn't working in the public interest anymore. You know, we have no desire to put ourselves in the middle of that and risk getting corrupted in the same way, which is like hilarious and expert level writing from one here. I can't really go into that, but in a couple years I'll come around to that statement maybe. But he ends up saying like the Hero Association won't be around much longer. You should start looking for another job as soon as you can. And I don't think that's so much as like a threat as like, yeah, we're gonna take them down. I think he means more so they're going to implode and destroy themselves, which if you look at the trajectory of things, it's very likely. Again, that isn't a spoiler. This hasn't played out in the webcomic. So then we come over to another new rival
S-class type of hero guy, and it's this sumo champion Raiden. Now, the exposition we're getting on this guy is hyping him up big time. And I can't confirm or deny if he is S-class level. And they do say that, working on our side as an S-class hero, morale would improve greatly. So considering that they said the same thing to Excel, it makes me wonder, like, is this guy just like a really powerful A-class guy and they're just giving him what he wants just to guarantee that he joins? In my opinion, and I'll tell you what I felt about Raiden when he was first revealed in the webcomic like 5 years ago, I thought that he was legitimately S-class at that time because he just looks the part. So I'll just stick with that for now. But we come back to Excel ending his conversation with Shizuka, and he says, moving forward, members of the Hunters will also be a part of them. That's another interesting thing. We're not getting the name of this new hero organization, so I won't spoil it in this review, but it will probably be revealed in the next chapter. But he also says several of the Hero Association sponsor companies are also planning to move over. Naturally, they've also reached out behind the scenes to several S-class heroes. So that's fascinating. It's like, are S-class heroes going to leave the Hero Association and join this new group? And considering that this was said here, it kind of has to happen, right? It would just be way anticlimactic if that doesn't happen, if he just said this for no reason, right? I'm not going to say this is Chekhov's gun, but it's almost kind of like that. And considering what happened at the end of the previous chapter with a certain hero discovering corruption in the Hero Association, it makes sense that some are going to be more susceptible to maybe accepting offers or even entertaining them. Because coming into the final page here, we see Genos with Dr. Kuseno receiving a new upgrade, looking cool. How powerful is this? I have no idea. I doubt it's like surpassing his power in the Monster Association War, because that was more reliant on like his core maxing out and the 10% stuff of it. But Kuseno's technology doesn't really ever make sense, so maybe he is stronger than 10-second Genos, or just as strong as him consistently, and doesn't have to be reliant on the 10-second boost or whatever. But just to be safe, I'll say Genos is like for sure dragon level at this point, maybe top 10 level in the S-class possibly, just taking a guess. But Kuseno says, you did say you had some suspicions about the Hero Association, and he says, and so it's like, is Genos going to join the new hero organization? Is he leaving the Hero Association? It's like, it's a good cliffhanger here because we don't know. But let me know what you think in the comment. Which S-class heroes do you think are leaving the Hero Association? And again, even if you think you already know because you read the webcomic, just keep in mind that the manga's continuity is different. There could be major surprises here, so just keep that in mind. So coming off of the previous chapter, we found out that there was a new rival hero organization being developed. And at the end of that chapter, we saw Dr. Kuseno giving Genos his new upgrades that we're going to see in this chapter. And he asks him, is that so? And what do you plan on doing, Genos, in reference to the association? Because he says that you did say that you had some suspicions about the Hero Association, and Genos is like, and we don't get to hear what he says, and he's also not going to talk about that in this chapter, but we'll get more into Genos at the end of the video. But coming into this one, we see Flashy Flash doing some really great investigative work, and surprisingly so, but I guess being a ninja, this is like part of his training or whatnot, because he's asking monsters about God. This is super important. But also we have to keep in mind that Flashy Flash is one of the very few heroes who is actually aware of God. He first found out about him after touching the cube with Saitama and Monako, but then Blast showed up and kind of gave him more insight, but also didn't, because I guess Blast feels it's better if everyone knows less about God. That way they'll be more safe. But the monster doesn't know what he's talking about, and Flash says, I suppose fodder like you wouldn't know. And this is completely understandable, because while monsters do come from God, in my opinion, like all of them, they're not aware of him, because that's like God's whole thing. He more so wants to be behind the scenes, pulling the strings invisible. Like, it's very rare that he explicitly makes himself known to someone. Like, so far it's only really been Homeless Emperor. But then we find out like the real main reason why he came here, aside from asking about God, because he's asking about Monako, which is hilarious. It's like, hey, do you know where this monster went? And the fodder monster doesn't know. But then we get some more inner dialogue on Flash, and he's like, she's one of the few direct contacts to God I know of. But then he also says it'd be a pain if she were found by some other heroes and they hunted her down first. So he's trying to save her and protect her, of course. They develop this quiet camaraderie throughout their time during the Monster Association arc. Like, Flashy Flash does care about Monako, which is like big for him.
and it's slowly developing his character arc, of course. And he's right about that, because My Mask almost straight up killed Monako, but she was conveniently saved by Saitama riding that aircraft carrier. And I really don't know what the future of Monako is, but it seems like she's going to be somewhat of a significant character. Now, also, she does have the singular eye, which makes me think that she is destined to be a villain. And I also, for some reason, see like a transformation in her future to where she's going to become like an attractive monster, because, you know, that just seems like where it's headed, especially since she made it explicitly clear that she was a woman. So maybe she gets like a god power up in the future, and it leads to like Flashy Flash being more conflicted or something. But then he thinks about Saitama, and he's like, you know, maybe I should get him to help too, because, you know, they were like the whole trio thing in the Monster Association. She was like their tour guide, and during the end of the Monster Association arc with all the Garo stuff going on, she was able to escape, and that's why she's currently MIA. But Flashy Flash continuing to remember Saitama, he's like, despite his looks, he had decent talent. With a top tier mentor, he could be of some use, and we see him just walk off. So yeah, Flashy Flash, of course, still living in denial about Saitama being the one above all, but it seems like this is where his story is headed for sure. He's going to track down Saitama and ask him about Monako, but then I guess also try to become his mentor. Then we come to Tank Top Master, and he's reverted back to his original body composition because he was just completely mangled by the cadres, and Fubuki wound up healing him by like transferring Pig God's fat energy into him. That's why we see like his obese form up in the top left. Then we're coming to a huge twist because we see Phoenix Man. Phoenix Man is now an adult again, I guess you could say, but still retaining his chick form, and he's like this crossing guard, and Child Emperor spots him. So the last time we saw Phoenix Man, or should I say Phoenix Chick Man, pretty sure that was like chapter 100, because at the end of his fight with Child Emperor was able to like sneak in this tickle bug robot into his costume with the assistance of Saitama, and it tickled him to the point of where he like, I don't know, had some kind of like crazy freak out, and it reverted him to this chick form. He wound up like getting kicked by Gale. And also remember, Gale and Hellfire are still out there. I don't know if they were fully arrested afterwards. It seems like they were, but I don't know, they're still out there, so just remember that. But they wind up going to this nearby cafe, and of course Child Emperor is suspicious of him and has like a gun held to him under the table, and he's like, no, calm down. Right now I'm just a powerless, rare creature trying to find a way of life in this society through acts of charity. And yeah, I don't buy this at all. I'm pretty sure he's lying. He's kind of just gaslighting Child Emperor because that's what he's always been doing. I assume that he is doing something similar to Black S here, where he's just regaining and building up his power essentially so that he can have like this massive comeback, which I think is inevitable. Like I was talking about how Monako might become a disciple of God. I'm positive that the future of Phoenix Man is him becoming one of God's main disciples. I actually made a video about this, but he says, you know, what do you want with me? And Child Emperor says, the dark side of the association that you showed me was real. Tell me the source of your intel, along with everything you know. So that's fascinating, because it also goes back to chapter 100. Before Phoenix Man was defeated, he took Child Emperor to like this psychic mind space place, and he was telling him all this stuff, and one of them was the crimes that the higher-ups of the Hero Association are doing behind the scenes. If that sick stuff is true or not. You've been helping a bunch of criminals without being aware of anything. And this is an instance of him actually telling the truth to Child Emperor, because we also found a couple chapters back that Child Emperor had like hacked into the Hero Association's network and uncovered some truly bad things, where he says, you know, the dark side. Now he's wondering like, you know, how do you know this, Phoenix Man? And to be honest, we don't really know, but I think it might have something to do with G5 coming into the Monster Association and maybe giving them information on the Hero Association that Drive Knight was able to steal from their servers, possibly. Again, this is all deep conspiracy stuff. None of this is remotely confirmed, but just taking a guess. Then we come to Darkshine, and he is having some serious PTSD now, but he also has scarring from Vomited Fura Ugly. Now, either this is scarring or it's stripped away his dark shine and it's reverting him back to his regular skin tone, or this is just severe scarring that's left him to look like this. But regardless, it's give him some distinguished markings, and he has PTSD because of him getting just schooled in the Monster Association battle against the cadres. And this is going to be Darkshine's main plot line going forward, for this arc at least. Then we come to Y City, and we see the forest folk invading it. So you can kind of think of these guys similar to like the sea folk. It's pretty much the same kind of thing. Because they're like, we will restore green to this planet by fertilizing the earth on top of the corpses of the human race. That is our divine calling. So going back to what I was talking about at the beginning of the video, these are definitely a result of God. They even have like the God, like fleshy aesthetic to them kind of, although they are made of wood. Pretty sure God led to their creation for sure, but they're not aware. They say divine calling because that's all they really know. They don't know that it's literally like God pulling their strings. And I think he's giving them like this false motivation. Yes, the earth has been severely damaged by humans, especially in the One Punch Man world, but in my opinion, going into the research and stuff that I've done, I'm pretty sure it's because of God's influence on people. So he's just giving them like this false narrative to motivate them. Although in the end, everything is because of God. But we see various heroes trying to take them on, further showing that like they're inferior to these monsters. And this is going to be a recurring theme going forward, just showing how the heroes of the Hero Association are getting weaker and weaker and more useless against these monsters as they get stronger progressively as time goes on. Then the tank toppers show up and they're able to help them out in this sequence. But then the boss monster shows up, the Forest King, who's freaking dragon level. Again, remember, this is like similar to the other kings that we've seen in the series. But he's about to take out multiple heroes until Genos shows up and just destroys seemingly all the forest folk with one blast. Like, this is crazy. Like, you could see it from the perspective of the city. And Genos is like, I see, this new firepower seems perfectly suitable. As I'd expect from Dr. Kuseno, I can battle dragon levels as well. And yeah, of course he can battle dragons. I mean, he was battling dragons in the Monster Association War. Granted, he had a different upgrade before. That's what I called his Daedric form. The form that he had before that gave him that 10-second mode, which he used against Psychos and Orochi. And I'm assuming that he no longer has that. He more so has like a streamlined version of what his suit was capable of before without that last 10-second Super Saiyan thing attached to it. Now, that's not confirmed. I'm just taking a guess. Then he also says, I'd like to ask Saitama Sensei for another sparring match. And that's fascinating because they haven't sparred since like season 1, or at least from what I remember. And Genos just takes out the Forest King with seemingly one blast. I mean, it's cutting to him meeting up with Saitama afterwards, but I think he just one-shots a dragon maybe, which is, yeah, incredible. Genos might even be high dragon in power at this point. Mid-dragon possibly, I don't know, but one-shotting a dragon, or at least the implication of one-shotting a dragon, is usually indicative of high dragon strength. But I think maybe in the next chapter, if not that, we'll get a name on this form, because it was named in the webcomic, but I don't want to say it in case it doesn't wind up having the same name, but it seems like it will. Has something to do with his core. But we see him meeting up with Saitama afterwards, and he's like, did you change parts again? He's like, yeah. So I guess this conversation is going to be pretty significant once we come back to it, because we need to find out what Genos is doing. Is he going to leave the Hero Association to join the new rival hero organization? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see what he says. And that's where the chapter ends. And you'll see that Vib included some supplementary info at the end of the chapter here, talking about what Murata said in relation to a break. I had made a video about this earlier on the channel, where I talked about an article that Anime Senpai had posted, where they translated what Murata said in a Twitter space, but apparently their translation wasn't really that accurate. And what Vib is basically saying here is that Murata didn't say anything about taking like a long break, or anything about his health being in decline, or him having problems or anything. He more so just said that he is low on time to do things like socialize, especially have time with his family. So he was just thinking about taking a short break, or he was going to talk to his family about that. So yeah, just wanted to clear that up. It doesn't seem like he's going to take a long break like what we possibly thought before, where I said maybe it was going to be a couple months, but him saying a short break here might be like maybe a month, couple weeks. We'll see what happens, but I wouldn't worry about it. In the end, Murata knows what's best for him. Even if he does decide to take a long break, he deserves it. But
so coming off of the previous chapter, we saw Genos responding to the Forest King attacking a city. This Forest King is a dragon level monster. And we also saw Genos' new upgrades, which in this chapter is being called Lightning Core. And it seems like he was easily able to deal with the Forest King. He also said that he'd like to ask Saitama for another sparring match. And that brings us into this chapter where he meets up with Saitama in his new apartment in the Hero Association, which they also discuss. And it eventually gets to the point of Genos asking Saitama for said sparring match. And they go out, and as they're making their way to the area where they're going to spar, Saitama says, man, there sure have been a lot of monsters
monsters lately. It's easier to find a monster than it is to find a stag beetle now. And the implication for this, or at least what it was kind of revealed a couple chapters back, is that it's because God is aware that Saitama removed his limiter. And since that's happened, he's kind of been ramping up the amount of monsters that have been coming out. Either through what he's done to mankind, through them naturally becoming monsters, or him just straight up making them, which that he is absolutely capable of. As we saw that he just was able to make Sage Centipede. So this is more so in a response of Saitama more than anything. He's trying to make more monsters in order to compensate for that. But they get to where they're going to fight, and Genos activates his lightning core. And it's super bright, and it just bothers Saitama. Like, he's closing his eyes, not even concerned about Genos, who's about to just level him. And before Genos connects, he stops his punch right before his face, because he realizes that Saitama just isn't concerned with him at all. He's more so bothered by the light in his eyes. And we see a massive dust cloud behind Saitama from Genos' punch. And as I'm sure you've seen, this looks almost exactly the same to the dust cloud that Saitama left behind Genos when they first had their sparring match in season 1. This whole sequence is supposed to parallel to that, because after Saitama left that dust cloud behind Genos had said at that time, like, I can't picture myself coming even close to attaining Teacher's powers. And considering what's happening now, it's more so supposed to show where Genos' mental state is at. Because in theory, he kind of has reached that. Now, of course, he's obviously not as strong as Saitama, but at least the dust cloud that they are able to create is at the same level. So obviously Genos has increased in power, but he isn't able to see that. And that's also going to be one of Genos's big downfalls leading further into the story, and it's that he keeps comparing himself to Saitama. Rather than seeing his own growth, he can only see that he is not on Saitama's level, which, realistically, he never will be, because no one will, aside from, like, God, but that's a story for another time. But he asks Saitama, like, don't you think I've gotten just a little bit stronger? And Saitama says, well, you've changed your parts, right? I mean, I guess you got a little stronger. And Genos says, I wonder if changing my parts can truly make me stronger, though. And while it literally does, I mean, it's evident. It's more so going into, like, an existential statement, I suppose. It's like, is Genos becoming stronger from just changing his parts? Or does he ultimately need to become stronger by changing who he is as a person? And also, who Genos is as a person is, like, barely there at this point. I mean, yeah, he still has his humanity for sure, but I mean, it's more so, like, on a biological level. Like, I think Genos is only, like, a brain at this point. I mean, I don't think we've ever got confirmation on how much Genos's biology is left or his human physiology, but I think it's just a brain, which could be playing more into what's going to happen much later down the line in this arc. But just like before, Saitama is struggling to find words to tell Genos here, trying to give him some kind of encouragement, because last time he said, hey, reach the top 10 of the S-class, and this time he's just like, yeah, you got a lot brighter at least, right? Yeah, Saitama's still not good with words. Both of these characters still have much development to go through for sure. But Genos, realizing that Saitama had just never been watching him, to be honest, even from the very start, he goes on to say that it's been over 2 months since he became his disciple. And that's fascinating because it's finally giving us a timeline of events, which this essentially means that 2 months of in-story time has passed since the beginning of the series. And that's kind of important because it lines up with Shibawa's prophecy, which came shortly after they had met, which of course is like, the world is in danger and it's probably going to happen 6 months from that time. So in theory, we have about, 4 months until that's going to happen. Now, I don't know if that means it's literally going to play out the same way that it has already. There probably is going to be some kind of time skip, or time will just move faster at this point. But don't think that the series is coming to an end or anything. It's still, at least in my opinion, has another, like, at least 10 years of real time, because this arc is going to be very long, and then there's going to be like a third arc, which might even be longer than that. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. But going further, Genos also says, as weak as I was, you saw it fit to give me an initial assignment of making it into the top 10 of the hero rankings. And technically, Genos could right now be in the top 10 of the hero rankings, at least power-wise. I mean, there's no way to know for sure, especially since the hero rankings aren't predicated on power anyway. There's a lot of nonsense that goes into them, but considering the shakeup that's about to happen, we might get new hero rankings soon. Also, I wouldn't hold my breath on that, but I guess it is possible. It would be pretty exciting and interesting to me, at least. But then Genos starts talking about the new hero organization that we've been hearing about these last couple chapters, and it finally gets a name. They're called the Neo Heroes. And Genos is thinking about possibly joining them because he feels that he needs a change of environment. Being around God and Saitama, the one above all the time, it's constantly putting him into this headspace that we were talking about. And that's another thing that is integral to Genos' growth, and it's that he ultimately needs to stop comparing himself to Saitama. It's like you playing basketball and you're constantly comparing yourself to LeBron. It's like, it's not really healthy. But Genos is aware of a lot here because off panel, he was approached by one of the scouts of the Neo Heroes. The same way that we saw a couple chapters back that Excel was approached by a scout from the Hero Association, the same happened on the opposite end with Genos. But each and every one of the association scandals that are scheduled to be leaked soon could prove critically damaging. And that's really interesting because it's like, wait, the scandals that are scheduled to be leaked soon, like there's going to be this huge revelation coming to the public about the Hero Association and the sneaky things that they've been doing behind the scenes that we saw Child Emperor was able to discover. And it's like, how does the Neo Heroes know this? And why are they telling the S-Class Heroes about this? I mean, I guess it's inevitable, but still. We also find out that the Neo Heroes have already surpassed 2,000 hero candidates compared to the 600 pro heroes of the Hero Association. That's another thing that we're finally finding out that I don't think we knew before. There's like 600 heroes in the Hero Association. And if you just go by the numbers that we have available to us, most of them in theory should be like C and B class heroes because there's only 17 S class heroes, or somewhere around 17 or 18. And then there's like around 40 A class heroes. I think there's like less than 50. Now, granted, we don't know all of the A class heroes and all the B and all the C, but just by my estimation, most of these heroes are like C and B class guys. So yeah, most of them are weaklings, which is understandable because there's only a select few people in the world who are like superhero level. He also says that they plan to enroll many strong individuals who have not yet been seen in the public eye or stood out up until now. And we've already seen this, like them recruiting Excel and Raiden, who very likely could be S-class level in strength, but they're definitely not the only ones. There's going to be more of these would-be S-class heroes out there, or just S-class hero level individuals that just haven't joined the Hero Association, but they've somehow been scouted by the Neo Heroes. So expect like these new powerful characters to spring up. Possible, maybe some we've already seen in the story that you wouldn't expect. But then Saitama asked Genos, like, the reason you wanted to become stronger was some kind of revenge, right? And then the rampaging cyborg is brought up. Now, apparently this is like the literal translation for it, and they decided to go with this for now. But they are, of course, talking about the Mad Cyborg. It's the same thing. I'm gonna keep calling it the Mad Cyborg because that's what we've been calling it for years. But Saitama's like, are you sure he's still alive? We haven't heard from her or anything. And that's very true. And then Genos says something really interesting here. And he's like, however, there are some remaining records of the incidents from the same time period, which also document a particularly vicious monster. We didn't know about this before. Apparently there was also a monster around there, or from the same time period. And this is giving us more insight into possibly how the Mad Cyborg came to be, or what was going on at that time. Now, if you've been following my channel, you already know my theory on who the Mad Cyborg is, and I think it's Drive Knight. I'm not going to go into it. I've talked about it enough, and I have plenty of videos going over that topic. I'm actually going to come out with a new one soon, just so that a better resource for it is out there. But this monster could play into Drive Knight's origin into becoming the Mad Cyborg. Maybe that monster was sent by God, and maybe that's how he made Drive Knight into the Mad Cyborg. I mean, we saw in Blast's flashback that when he was fighting Elder Centipede, God appeared before him in like his Jupiter spherical form. So maybe Drive Knight originally was like a cyborg for justice the way that Genos was. And when he was responding to this, in theory monster attack that was going on, he was encountered by God and maybe accepted his influence unknowingly. Now I know that it's said that the Mad Cyborg became the Mad Cyborg during a botched brain surgery or something like that, but I don't know. We don't really know everything yet. We barely know anything. I mean, there's tons of people who don't think that Drive Knight is the Mad Cyborg, so still a lot lot more to go into this, but I do like the addition of us knowing that there was a vicious monster from the same time period. It's definitely going to come back for sure, and obviously it has something to do with God since it's a monster. But then Saitama's like, but what if I killed it? Like, I just randomly ran into him one day, killed him, and forgot about it. And Genos says the rampaging cyborg was extraordinarily powerful. You probably would have remembered if you fought it. And Saitama's like, I don't really remember most of the monsters I kill. And it's like, when this first came out in the webcomic, I wondered, like, would Saitama remember that he fought Boros? I mean, technically he should, right? It was kind of a big deal. Aside from just his power, it was like a big event. But Genos is ultimately like, if I do wind up finding him, I'm gonna make sure I win. And it just goes back to, I think one is reminding us that the Mad Cyborg is a thing, first of all, because it is Genos' big ultimate story. But he's also maybe trying to put doubt in our minds, like, hey, maybe the Mad Cyborg isn't around anymore. Like, why haven't we heard from him? Why haven't we seen him? Maybe he did die. Maybe Saitama killed him. It's like, no, of course not. It's because he's been Drive Knight this whole time, just hiding in plain sight. That's why we have been hearing about him. But it ultimately comes down to Genos saying that he's thinking about transferring over to the Neo Heroes. Going back to everything we've been talking about how he's been feeling stagnant. He wants a change of environment, possibly. The Hero Association, their corruption coming to light soon. And then he even said that he can get Saitama to come over with him as well, because they asked him to introduce any individuals he thought particularly high up. And Saitama's like, I'm not really interested. Too much effort. And then Genos is like, all right, then I won't do it either. And that's where the chapter ends. So yeah, it's Genos and Saitama for sure staying in the Hero Association. But this is obviously just the beginning. And if you're curious about who of the S-Class are going to join the Neo Heroes, well, I don't want to influence your decision too much, but if you go through the last couple chapters, it's possible we may have seen some of the candidates already. Maybe the seeds have already been planted.
All right, so we got a special chapter here today because we're further exploring the dark side of the Hero Association, something that's going to be one of the main storylines going forward into this next long arc that's going to be spanning the next couple years. And this chapter focuses on the hero gambling aspect of it. So essentially, McCoy, one of the executives of the Hero Association and one of the main antagonists of this arc, who we've seen recurringly in these last couple chapters, along with some of the highest investors of the Hero Association, like these wealthy elites, I guess you could call them, have come together and made this, as it says, hero gambling scheme, where they straight up bet on heroes going against monsters. But of course, it's a rigged game, because it says that occasionally the matches are carefully rigged to allow only the major sponsors to win. And they do this by just straight up lying. So in this chapter, we see, for example, one hero taking on one monster. And they'll just basically say that the monster and the hero are stronger or weaker than they actually are. So in this case, we see the monster, Shiver Huwawa, being advertised as a demon level. But in actuality, it's a wolf level. Or at least to the assumption of McCoy and the Hero Association guys that were wrangling this monster illegally and secretly. Although there's like a double twist here because it actually is demon level, but we'll get into that. And as for the hero, it's B-Class rank 4, Mad Devil Yankee, but he's being advertised as C-Class rank 333, Papillion 800. This guy's also interesting because of his true ranking, B-Class rank 4. We haven't seen this ranking before. Outside of the S-Class, a lot of the rankings are really spotty. Like, for example, in the B-Class, we've seen ranks 1 through 3, which is occupied by the main portion of the Fubuki group. And then after that, it was like rank 6 Wildhorn. And then after that, it was rank 20 Glasses, our boy of boys, who we haven't seen in many years still, but hopefully he'll come back in this arc, fingers crossed. So yeah, it's kind of interesting to see what rank 4 was, and it's this guy, Mad Devil Yankee. But they're doing this so that they can create a quote-unquote long shot win. Artificially inflate the betting odds. Because if this was like real life betting on a fight, it would be the equivalent of having like a journeyman or a newcomer taking on one of the, I guess, top ranked global fighters in the world, but then just lying about it. So you'd have more incentive to bet on the underdog, I guess, even though the the odds would be severely stacked against them, such as it is in this chapter. But we also find out that McCoy was able to trap Yankee into being a part of this game because his mother is sick and needs treatment and is essentially reliant on the Hero Association's health insurance. I mean, that's not what is stated here, but that's essentially the gist of it. I mean, you'll understand if you're American watching this. McCoy also implies that if he doesn't go along with this, that his mother won't get the treatment and essentially will die. And to be honest, I think this is just an idle threat from McCoy. He's just saying this to get what he wants, but I don't think that he would have actually went through with it if Yankee didn't comply with him. Again, just my opinion, but I've been talking about this a lot with McCoy, and I think that he is definitely not a good guy, but not necessarily a truly despicable one. Like, he's left of evil, if you will. Somewhat of a gray character. And I think that's definitely going to be explored more later on in this chapter, but we'll get into that. So considering that this fight is rigged, there's also an acting element of it, where Yankee is going to act like he's having a competitive fight against this monster. Because in theory, a B-rank hero should be able to take down a wolf-level monster, because that's what they think is actually happening here, at least behind the scenes. The investors think that it's a C-class, low-ranked C-class going against a wolf level, which is somewhat of an even battle, but so Yankee has to act accordingly. And also McCoy is fully under the assumption that this is going to play out legitimately from his perspective. But that's not the case, as we see, because the Shiverwawa monster is extremely powerful. Like, he is legitimately demon level, because he just easily destroys Yankee with just one punch right in the beginning. And we find this out from the exposition that we get, because it says that this monster was monsterized due to turning distortedly wild from extreme miniaturization. It was a lapdog, so going outside causes it to rampage in fear and worry. We also get this flashback to the Hero Association, quote unquote, running high intensity tests on it. So I guess that, in combination with it being outside here and feeling threatened, has possibly caused it to undergo this rapid growth in strength and becoming a legitimate demon level. And yeah, there's no chance that a B-class hero, even rank 4, has any chance to take on a demon level, especially by themselves. Like, the official comparison was that you need at least one S-class hero to take on a demon level, or you would need like a whole group of A-class heroes, and even then the odds are stacked against them. Like, that's how far the gap between S-class, demon levels, and everyone else is at this point. Like, I don't even know if all of the C-class heroes teaming up together would be able to take down a demon level. I mean, it would be extremely high diff if they could. So while Yankee is getting beaten down, we find out that he was inspired to become a hero by Moomin Rider, because when Moomin Rider was taking on Deep Sea King, he was actually in that crowd, in that shelter. This is important because later on in this arc, we're going to see that other heroes have actually been secretly inspired by Moomin Rider as well. But that's very far from now, but just keep that in mind. And just like Moon Rider versus Deep Sea King, this fight goes down the same way, with Yankee being extremely outmatched, getting beaten down within an inch of his life, but still getting up and not backing down and, trying to do right by his mother. But a funny little aspect of this is that McCoy thinks that this is like a performance from Yankee, because McCoy legitimately thinks that the Shiverwawa monster is a wolf. Like, he wasn't sending Yankee here to die or get destroyed secretly by this demon level, which is going back to what I was saying about McCoy being a gray area character, left of evil. He's not trying to legitimately kill him here. He's just mistaken like the rest of them. They didn't know that the monster was suddenly going to become demon level. I mean, they never truly know that he is. But before the monster's able to kill Yankee, Saitama suddenly shows up and one-shots it, similar to how he showed up to save Moomin Rider from Deep Sea King. Yankee actually recognizes Saitama from that moment as well, but he passes out. And of course, naturally, Saitama destroying this monster ruins the betting for the investors and ruins McCoy's reputation with them, of course. And afterwards, McCoy shows up and scolds Saitama for defeating the monster, which they're confused about because, they're none the wiser of what's going on here with the betting. And also, McCoy definitely isn't aware that Saitama is powerful because of this, because, it goes back to him legitimately thinking that the Shiverwawa was a wolf level, and he also says that it was weakened by Yankee. So yeah, part of the course with characters being oblivious to Saitama's true strength, but of course it's way too soon for characters of this level to know the truth about him anyway. guy. Then Child Emperor suddenly shows up as well and addresses McCoy's rigged game, essentially exposing him in front of Saitama and Genos here. But McCoy is able to leave before he gets further questioned. Then Child Emperor shows Saitama and Genos how the rigged game works and the website that it's tied to. And Saitama checks out his odds, and it turns out that he's like a ×20 underdog, which is like really insulting. And he's, of course, upset by this. Like, even Butterfly DX, who is one of his neighbors, who is like an A-class rank 16, is ×2.1. So yeah. Another interesting thing here is that besides being a ×20 underdog, we see that Saitama's rank is A-class 29, which moved him up 10 places from his original 39. Now, Vib also points out at the end of this chapter that it is odd that that just suddenly happens. So it could be a typo from the official, or it's just a quiet promotion that happened, possibly because, I don't know, maybe McCoy made it happen so that it would incentivize Saitama to not talk about the secret hero gambling stuff, maybe. But later on, Saitama and Genos are talking about the hero gambling, and Saitama says, you know, if we wanted to stop this stupid hero gambling BS, I was thinking the best way to do it might be, you know, make the house lose a ton of money, similar to how they just did by taking down the monster when he wasn't supposed to. So now that they have the website, they're tracking when the odds are published, and they're going out to the next game that's happening, and we see that it's two heroes about to take on this huge monster, and Saitama's about to destroy it, you know, thwarting the odds again. But then suddenly this guy in a Formula 1 car like snatches some lady's purse, and now it puts Saitama in a conundrum, and he's like, do I go after the guy who took the purse, or do I stop the monster? And he winds up choosing to go after the Formula 1 purse snatcher guy, and he gives it back to the lady. And we also find out that Tatsumaki had conveniently defeated the monster, so that, I guess, ruined the odds for the hero gambling anyway. Saitama then gets upset because he didn't get in on the money for the gambling, I suppose. But then the lady is just going to give him a reward from the purse anyway, because it was full of keepsakes from her parents, and she gives him like a diamond ring, and he's enticed by it at first, but then it says that after a great deal of hesitation, he said he wasn't looking for money and returned it. And that's where the chapter ends. So yeah, really interesting one. I enjoyed it. It is a detour from the main story, I suppose, but it is still sticking to the overall linear narrative that this arc represents. It kind of reminds me of like the classic bonus chapters that we used to get like in the first 10 volumes or so, if you remember at that time.
So this chapter opens up in the mountains of G City, and we see Atomic Samurai's disciples talking about a My Mask. This is because they spent a brief time with a My Mask during the Monster Association arc, along with the private military group. During that sequence, the private military group was brainwashed by Super S's ability, and a My Mask, instead of trying to save them, just straight up tried to kill them. But before he was able to do it, E-Iron was able to save them, and he says that he can only see a bloodthirsty homicidal maniac. So now that time has passed, they're like investigating a My Mask and digging into his history, but they're not able to find anything. As Akame Itachi says, nothing is known about his history before his debut. But interestingly enough, we do know some stuff, not before his debut, but some stuff that hasn't really had light shed in the manga. It's actually revealed in the data book that came out like almost 10 years ago at this point, where it said that he used to wear a mask while performing his heroic activities, but an incident revealed his true face. And since then, he has not only been a hero and an idol, he is also a special advisor to the Association on Public Relations, and that formerly he was called Secret Mask, and he changed his name after his handsome face was revealed. But going further, E-Iron says that it looked like a monster without a human heart that was struggling to control itself and somehow get one. And that's pretty interesting considering what we've been talking about for a while now with My Mask. And I'll replay what I talked about last year.
Way back in the previous arc, after My Mask had defeated Super S, we thought that he had killed her, but it turned out that he actually didn't. And when she woke up, she tasted his blood because she had stabbed him in the eye previously. She was like, this is monster blood. So that, along with the My Mask being able to regenerate from said grievous injury, along with him being ripped in half by Fear Ugly and having his face smashed in, it's looking like a My Mask is pretty much a monster at this point, or something like that at the minimum.
So yeah, there's a lot of evidence against a My Mask here, but Akame Itachi does say that if the face changes are not just a special ability but a sign of monsterization. Actually, it seemed to me like the area around his face was physically changing from emotional agitation. So the verdict is still out, but like I said, the evidence is really compounding against him. And considering that he's being talked about here, and he has like that lingering storyline going on where he's becoming kind of subtly obsessed with Saitama since he's pretty much figured out that he is incredibly powerful. We for sure are going to get more insight into a My Mask as the story goes on. If not this year, then next year for sure, in my opinion. Then we cut to what is being called as the Reborn Council of Sword Masters. This is because 2 of them died in the Battle of the Cadres. And, maybe some of us thought that 3 of them died, but no, Nichiren is alive. And I know, yeah, it's kind of shocking because he had like half of his body melted off by Vomited Fear Ugly. He also took out the other 2 council members, but in one panel, after the Cadre battle was over and Fubuki was able to heal some people and they were kind of rounding up all the survivors, Spring Mustachio, who is Nichiren's student, grabbed him, and Fubuki was like, I don't know, had him on life support with her Esper healing powers or something. And Nichiren got cybernetic limbs. Not just legs, but like, I guess everything from the waist down is cyborg now. Even, the part that you're thinking of, I assume that is cybernetic as well. And it makes you think, like, what's going on with E-Iron? And I guess we could just assume that E-Iron doesn't want a cybernetic arm. Like, he's fine with just having a missing arm at this point. Like, he's just going Shanks mode. We even get some commentary on this from E-Iron, where he's like, because those who don't have something often know its value more, referring to his arm. But also referring to My Mask, of course. So yeah, anyone who was hoping for E-Iron to get a cybernetic arm, it's over. We can just move on at this point. And it's also probably for the best because we're going to see more characters with cybernetic parts and stuff, and it's all going to lead to something bad, I can assure you, especially Nichiren. Like, this isn't the end of Nichiren's story and his cybernetic lower half, and it doesn't have a good outcome in my opinion. That's not a spoiler, I'm just saying I'm pretty sure I see where this is going. But also, we're seeing that Amahare and Zanbai, the 2 other council members that were killed by Vomit If You're Ugly, had children, Yuta and Shido. And I don't know how powerful they are, but I assume they're not S-class level. They're probably like A-class heroes, maybe fringe S-class or something, but I can see them joining the Hero Association, especially because now that there is the Neo Heroes and there's going to be like a divide between the hero factions and everything, I'm sure there's going to be new recruits on both sides. And I think that not only them, but also Nichiren might join the Hero Association, because at the end of this sequence, he's like, maybe being a hero isn't too bad either. Then Nichiren starts talking to Atomic Samurai, and he shows him that even with his artificial body, he can still circulate his chi. And he does like this ultimate special slashing move on an apple, but he doesn't slice the apple, he slices like the rock face behind it. And it turns out that this is like a super ultimate ability that only the highest masters know. Where Atomic Samurai says, have you never seen this before? Nichiren's exquisite skill is such that his sword is so fast it doesn't even open up a cut. And that's because the apple hasn't even noticed it's been cut. And it's like, what? Yeah, I know. And webcomic readers, you know where this is going. But yeah, pretty fascinating concept here. Then Nichiren talks to Atomic Samurai more about being a hero and whatnot, especially because one of his big motivations in joining the Hero Association was to compete with Bang, who he never really competed with. He kind of just had small talk with him from time to time. But since his battle with the other heroes against Orochi and the Cadres, he's found new purpose, and he says, I get to experience things that I can't get anywhere else. So he's kind of at peace with being a hero now, despite Bang retiring. But then he also says, not to mention, among the top heroes, there's still a man whose true power is unfathomable to me. Speaking of King, of course. He says whether or not I continue depends on the appraisal of that guy. So that's like Atomic Samurai's new goalpost. He's found it in King, which is understandable because, everybody still thinks King is the one above all. Of course, this is showing Atomic Samurai's character development, as Nichiren points out here, saying you're more tolerant of others than you used to be. Shall I say you've broadened your outlook. Then we cut back to Saitama and Genos heading back to the Hero Association, and we see Forte has made a doghouse for Black S and Rover, and he's feeding them as well, and we see Black S is very happy to eat the food, and he's like, for now, I just need to devote myself to eating and increasing my cell count. Of course, this is alluding to Black S's inevitable comeback, which I do think is going to happen, but don't hold your breath on that. It's going to take a long time. He's still pretty much just a singular cell at this point. But Genos meets Forte in this sequence, and he finds out that Forte is Saitama's neighbor, and he pretty much forces him out of his apartment so that he can move next to Saitama. So I guess we're going to have that dynamic going forward. Then we cut back to the disciples in a sushi conveyor belt restaurant, and they're looking to get the best pieces of sushi, I suppose, and they're like asking for salmon and the fatty tuna and
whatnot, but it's apparently been taken. And to be honest, I don't know why this is really an issue, because you can kind of just order what you want. Like, you don't have to be reliant on what's on the conveyor belt. But I guess this restaurant doesn't have the option of ordering for your specific table. But it doesn't matter, because this is a plot device for Atomic Samurai to confront King, because of course he is the one who took the fatty tuna. How convenient, because he's the one that he wanted to meet anyway. And he walks up to King and he's like, I never expected to see you here, Mr. Strongest Man on Earth. Came here today to meet you. I want to talk to you for a minute. And that's where the chapter ends.
So picking up from the end of the previous chapter, we saw Atomic Samurai confronting King. Since Bang has retired from the Hero Association, Atomic Samurai is kind of looking like for a new strong hero to challenge or have like his rival, because I guess that's what Silver Fang originally represented to him. And as soon as he comes up to King, the disciples say that they hear the King engine has started. And the King engine, of course, is when King gets nervous and his heart starts beating really loud. But to everyone else, it signifies that he's ready to fight. And Atomic Samurai says, I've never confirmed the extent of your strength with my own eyes before, after all. And that's true for most characters, I suppose, because obviously King doesn't really have any feats of strength. His power is largely represented by Saitama's recorded feats against monsters. But I guess you could say that some of the heroes saw a pseudo feat from King in chapter 154 when he did his ultimate purgatory hellfire burst wave motion cannon. Of course, we the readers know it was Garo taking down the monsters in like a nanosecond or whatever. But to most of the people there, it looked like King was just doing this massive attack that took them all out. Then King starts choking on his sushi and he raises up his chopsticks, and Atomic Samurai thinks that that's him challenging him. Like chopsticks versus sword. So then Atomic Samurai atomic slashes an apple and throws it at King. And he's like, come on, step outside. Once they get outside, Atomic Samurai is like, this would be the best way to get a measure of your skill, right? Pretend I'm a monster and come at me. And of course, King can't come at him because he's weak. He actually says that to himself in this sequence. At times in the chapter, coming to the brink of exposing himself because he sees no other way out. And as he's like struggling with this, he even goes to the point of saying, help me. We could see what King looks like to everyone else. And he just looks so epic. We see E-Iron saying he's full of openings. No, he has no openings. This is hilarious, of course, for multiple reasons, but this is also how Garo saw King at first. When he was just standing on his bike with Saitama, he envisioned King defending from like every single angle at once. Then once King realizes that Atomic Samurai isn't gonna let up on him, he tries to talk no jutsu his way out of it. But it's the best talk no jutsu when it's not genuine and he's just pretty much lying. And he's like, aren't you forgetting that today is Tuesday? Looks like your disciples already realized. And once Atomic like demands further elaboration, King just goes off into this nonsensical retort and he's like, the atmosphere comprises of 80% nitrogen and 20% oxygen. And going further, he's like, then last Thursday there was a full moon, which means that today at noon exactly it changed into a dual squat phase. Some of us who have our antennas out regularly have already noticed it. The fact that it has begun. And of course, Atomic Samurai still doesn't get it because it's nonsense. And eventually King's just like, let's do this another day. Atomic Samurai's like, no, we're not done here. And then King hits him with the, both you and I we're heroes after all. Then that hits Atomic Samurai right in the feels because of the previous chapter. He and the Council of Swordsmen were discussing that stuff. Then Atomic Samurai asks him to wait. And King thinks that this is it. Like, there's just no escape. I can't talk no jutsu my way out of this. You know, maybe I'll just come clean and they'll let me off the hook. But obviously that's not the case. Atomic Samurai and the disciples are fully under the spell of King, whatever you want to call it. I'll go more into that at the end of the video. And Atomic Samurai is like, no, enough of this. I suppose it's just as you say, King, I was wrong. But then he asks King to cut the apple because, as he says, it's like some sort of palm reading because he can observe someone cutting an object with a sword and he can somehow read what kind of life they lived up until now. And then he performed the same test on the disciples. So King grabs the sword and it looks like he's about to cut the apple, but then over the span of 2 minutes and 40 seconds, he simply just takes the sword and places it back down. I mean, it takes him like 25 seconds just to put the sword on the ground. Then he gets up and says that he couldn't unsheath it and that his arms are at their limit just from holding that pose. Oh, this is just so good. It's classic one. And he realizes that they're glaring at him from behind, but then he's like, maybe I'll just try and head straight home like this. And he just walks away without saying anything. And this just blows Atomic Samurai and the disciples
disciples away. Like, Atomic Samurai is sweating after this. And in his mind, he says that I couldn't even see his swordsmanship, his series of movements, I couldn't see any of it. And he compares him to Nichiren, saying that he cut the apple the same way that he did, without the apple realizing it's been cut. We saw Nichiren do that in the previous chapter. And if you read the webcomic, you immediately knew that it was talking about this sequence that just happened. But I thought that they maybe would have made this sequence even grander for King now, since Nichiren did it. You know, like King does something that not even Nichiren could have done. But I don't know, maybe this is supposed to hype up Nichiren as well, since he legitimately does this, as he says, perform the supernatural feat of slicing the blade through the gaps between the atoms. And then on top of that, he says the blade itself hasn't even realized it was unsheathed. So yeah, King being King has somewhat defeated Atomic Samurai, but it also made him have this huge revelation. I mean, it essentially should have been Nichiren who motivated King here, but I guess he needed to trick himself into seeing it from the perspective of another, because he's like, I have faced such great shame, going to redo my training from scratch. An endless road of hardship may be waiting. And this is definitely going to happen. Atomic Samurai is going to do some kind of training with the disciples, of course, and they're all going to get much stronger. Like, I think the disciples might reach S-class level soon, or at least the Iron will. And as for Atomic Samurai, he needs to get stronger because he seems to have a more important part in the story now, since Nichiren had given him the Sun Blade back in the Monster Association War. We also found out that there was the counterpart to it, the Moon Blade, which I for sure think belongs to one of God's top disciples. If not, eventually it will, if it doesn't already. So Atomic Samurai has to start getting stronger now. And aside from all that endgame stuff, just what's going to happen with the Neo Heroes, of course. And it's very possible that King himself might try to do the same thing. And that goes into another question, of course, and it's like, is King actually powerful? Does he have some kind of supernatural luck ability? And I was more hyped on this a couple years ago, but I think after the whole Cosmic Fear Garo thing, it's kind of dampened that in my eyes. Like, he was affected by his radiation and pretty much died in the previous timeline. You'd think that if he truly did have some kind of supernatural luck powers, he would have even been able to get out of that. But he didn't, because it's possible that it doesn't really go beyond skin deep. Like, maybe he just doesn't really have supernatural powers. He's just lucky in general, I suppose. I don't know, but... So this chapter starts off with us seeing Child Emperor working on the side of his laboratory, and he's been drifting further away from the Hero Association, and especially Metal Knight, because lately we've seen that he's been looking into the history of the association. And he gets a message from Zombie Man to meet up for milkshakes, and they do. And I'm not really sure what to make of what's going on with them. Like, it's like a weird friendship that they have. It feels like kind of shoehorned in. I'm not really sure why they are this way, but it eventually just reveals that Child Emperor is insecure about his name and that he's been made fun of because of it. And I'll just put the explanation here, what his name means and why, he doesn't like it. This is just adding fuel to the fire for Child Emperor. Like we've seen before, that he's already suspicious of the association because of the nefarious things they've been doing behind closed doors that we're going to completely find out about in this chapter. And now on top of his name, meaning what it does, it's just further showing us why he does what he does in this chapter. Then we come to the House of Evolution's takoyaki stand, and it turns out that Mosquito Girl is alive. Yeah, this was like a theory that had been going on in the community for years. And it turns out that she survived getting smacked by Saitama. I think it was like back in chapter 6, where you don't see her explicitly die. She kind of just gets slapped into the sky, in typical or even comical manga fashion. And in the anime, we do see like the blood go on the building, but I think that's just Saitama slapping like the blood sack thing on her back. And you actually do see her go into the sky as well in the anime, if you look closely enough. So yeah, she survived, and she's having like a hard face turn here, which is, understandable and needed. It's always nice to have new characters come in, especially female, which this series definitely needs. And I do think this means that the House of Evolution is definitely going to be like a force. It's still like a very relevant and viable faction in this world, but I think they're just kind of like faces now. Like, they obviously started off as heels, but now that they're still lingering, they have like, a great dynamic to them, and they're very likable. And I think that they're going to continue to be that way for like the rest of the series. But we see Zombie Man finally meet back up with Dr. Genus. The last time that they had talked, I think it was like chapter 86 in the Viz, when we found out about all that stuff with the limiter and it relating to Saitama. And that's actually coming full circle here because they're talking about that again. Because Zombie Man tells Dr. Genus, he's like, hey, there's a guy that defeated Monster Garo with one hit. Because Zombie Man knows that it was Saitama that defeated Garo. Like, pretty much everyone else thinks it's Blast, but because he believes the testimony of Genos, he knows that Saitama is the one that defeated him. Therefore, he knows that Saitama is the one who removed his limiter, because Dr. Genus doesn't explicitly say that it was Saitama, but he just says, like, yeah, this guy who removed his limiter, he's like a hero, so you'll probably meet him one day. So now he finally understands what Dr. Genus was talking about, because before he didn't believe him. And now that he's seen it, he's like, hey, I want you to try and remove my limiter. And on paper, Zombie Man is a great candidate for this because of his ability, like, of regeneration. He should be able to speed run it in theory, because basically removing your limiter involves you like pushing yourself to the absolute limit, like coming close to death, but then not dying and then coming back, essentially. Like, that's how Garo and Saitama did it. But they didn't have regeneration abilities like Zombie Man, so he can obviously go much further than they did. But maybe it's not that easy. I mean, they're going to try something. Definitely something is going to happen, because Dr. Genus is like, hey, number 66, like that was Zombie Man's test subject number when Dr. Genus was experimenting on him when he was in the House of Evolution back in the day. And he's like, this shop actually has a basement. I've got something interesting down there to show you. And that was like a cliffhanger for a few years in the webcomic. And once we eventually found out what's down there, like, it delivered. So look forward to it, because it really brings a really great dynamic. And depending on how the manga is going to continue to adapt the webcomic continuity, we might see it sooner than later, or it might take a year to see it, but it's worth the payoff. It's actually still kind of ongoing in the webcomic as we speak, like Dr. Genus's basement storyline. We cut back to the Hero Association and we see that Snek is being given this case to go after this monster that killed a sponsor executive of the association. But it turns out that this is like busy work and it's not really even a case, because Child Emperor walks past Snek and he's like dressed differently and he's holding like a box with his stuff, like from his office, I guess. The cliche thing denoting that somebody has either been fired or leaving their job. And he reveals to Snek that among the executives in the Hero Association, there's individuals that are like running this black market monster trade where they're selling captured monsters and kaijus as like pets or ornaments or, trophies or whatever. And there's been multiple cases where some of those monsters that have been sold have like escaped and caused disasters and killed people and stuff. And that's been covered up by the association this whole time. Like, that was the case that Snek was given. Like, they already took care of it themselves, but they kept it quiet so no one would know. And they just have like actual heroes go on to the case to make it seem like it's being investigated cleanly when it's actually not. And it also gives the heroes like busy work. So this is like the big dark secret that Child Emperor was able to find when he went into the Hero Association system. And when he's talking about this, we see like this collage of like monster pictures. And on the bottom right, we see what looks to be Phoenix Man. Now, I don't know if this is like literally Phoenix Man, but it looks pretty much like him. And it makes me think like, oh, Phoenix Man was the one that kind of started all of this. Because when he connected with Child Emperor, like during their fight, they had like this Esper conversation. And that was like when the seeds of the Hero Association being corrupt was first told to Child Emperor, I suppose. And it was, difficult for Child Emperor to believe this because it was like Phoenix Man telling him and he didn't know where he got that information from. But now that we know that like these black market trade monsters escaped at points, it's very likely that they joined the Monster Association at some point too, because that's what Phoenix Man did. So maybe they just met that way, or they just heard through the grapevine that way about what was going on. I think that would be a cool way for him to know. Or if it's not that, then it's just like God somehow told him directly through the suit, which I don't know if it's canon or not that the suit speaks to Phoenix Man. I think that's been retconned, but yeah, either way, there is a reason why Phoenix Man knows and the reason why he told Child Emperor, and I think it's gonna come full circle like that. But then Child Emperor just leaves the Hero Association and gets immediately picked up by the Neo Heroes. And it's like, yeah, Child Emperor is now a Neo hero. Like, he left the Hero Association just like that. So this is the first S-Class hero coming over to the Neo heroes. We knew that this was going to happen, and they implied it was going to be multiple. So it's going to be more than Child Emperor. It's so crazy seeing them like leave, because, you know, for years we've been following the story like Child Emperor. He's been an S-Class hero, but now he's like leaving and joining the rival organization under the name Wild Emperor now. Yeah, I know. It's funny. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be, but also the Japanese means what this means. You know, it's supposed to be the anti of what his original name was. So no one could get confused or make fun of him. We also see like this meeting with Amai Mask and some Hero Association executives, and he reveals to them that Child Emperor, before he had left, had come to, you know, the executives, you know, with a petition on how to improve the hero system and everything, including like staff restructuring, also a team that would specialize in countermeasures against major disaster levels of dragon and higher. And apparently in Japanese, this is written as Ryu Ijo, which means like above dragon. So Child Emperor looking out for those big threats, because obviously they're aware now that monsters keep getting stronger and stronger, and that dragon doesn't just mean, oh, send an S-Class hero. Sometimes obviously there's dragons that need like Tatsumaki or like, you know, the 3 top guys to take it on. And speaking of that, Amai Mask has like his own kind of plan, and it involves making what he says perfect hero, where he wants to make like an all-powerful mascot, like an All Might from My Hero, or like a Homelander from The Boys. Like, that's essentially what Amai Mask wants to do here, using Saitama, because Amai Mask is pretty sure that Saitama is very likely to be the strongest hero in the world, and he knows that he's not the strongest in the world, so that if Saitama is, then he can become what Amai Mask wanted to. Like, what he's trying to do with Saitama here is what Amai Mask was trying to do with himself. But I guess he's come to this point that he realizes that he has his limits, as we know our Saitama doesn't. And of course, the executives aren't like immediately super compliant with this. They are a little skeptical of it. And one of them is McCoy, and he just walks out of the meeting, and he has this inner monologue where he's basically heavily implying that he knows Amai Mask is a monster. How he knows this, not really sure, but he does know things and has a lot of connections, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I guess he just figured it out maybe through whatever. I don't know. But he's basically saying that if Amai Mask was revealed to be a monster soon, he can use that as a means to propel himself into the good graces of the Neo heroes. Like, this is what McCoy ultimately wants. He wants to jump ship to the Neo heroes just like Child Emperor did. But he's looking for the right opportunity. And he thinks that he can use Amai Mask's monster coming out party for that. And he also says that he'll bring them all the data he's accumulated from the association. Like, there's got to be some kind of contract you sign that prevents that, but all right, whatever, I guess you could do that. Then coming into the final sequence of the chapter, we see McCoy is on the phone with this guy named Ryumon. And Ryumon is a part of the Neo Heroes. We know that because his jacket says it, but it also turns out that Ryumon is responsible, or at least had the idea for the whole hero gambling thing that we saw a couple chapters back. And he wants to bring that over along with McCoy to the Neo Heroes. And then in the final double page here, we see the other top Neo Heroes. Like, this is the S-Class of the Neo heroes. Like, you basically could think of them as like the new S-Class heroes. So obviously it's not all of them, because there has to be more than this. And also Child Emperor isn't there. But if we're going to, you know, go through them, first of all, we have Child Emperor. He for sure is going to be one of them, because it only makes sense. He was an S-Class hero in the Hero Association, or should I say Wild Emperor. And then we've got Ryumon, the guy on the phone. He's going to be like an S-Class hero for the Neo heroes. Then we've got the 2 bald guys in the back. They look powerful, probably, right? Then we have a woman in the front. That's cool. Like I said, with the Mosquito Girl, always nice to have more powerful female characters in the series. Then we've got a guy that looks like Drive Knight sitting on the ledge, but pretty sure that's not Drive Knight, because Drive Knight has 1 eye, not 2. And then the guy standing next to him, standing up with the spiky hair, I think we might already know who this character is. And it's going to be like a huge twist when we see like, oh, it's him? Oh, that's crazy. He's a Neo hero? Like, I'm pretty sure we're going to get that reveal with him. But yeah, this is exciting stuff. Getting the reveal of like the new anti-S-Class heroes, and I can't wait. I hope we see it in the next chapter, but man, the story is so exciting right now. So many new storylines and characters are getting revealed left and right. So coming into this chapter, we see second Sekindar returning his cyborg eye and hand because he's actually leaving the Hero Association to join the Neo Heroes. We're going to find out later on why he's doing this, but I just think it's funny in this sequence that McCoy is calling out Sekindar for leaving. And this is pretty much just McCoy projecting onto Sekindar because this is what McCoy actually wants to do. One does this a lot with his characters, and I really like that dynamic. It's one of the great aspects of his writing. McCoy eventually wants to leave the Hero Association himself and take all of the data and the knowledge that he has and give it to the Neo Heroes. But he's kind of just waiting for this catalyst to happen with the My Mask being exposed. McCoy's actually already in talks with the Neo Heroes. But later on, we see Sekindar going to a locker and he pulls out another cyborg hand and eye. And he starts talking to Child Emperor. We also find out that his original hand and eye was given to him by Bafoy, aka Metal Knight, and his new eye and hand is given to him by Child Emperor. And I've mentioned this before a few times, but I think that Sekindar's eye was supposed to represent like the Eye of Ra because it was on the right side. And considering that it was given to him by Metal Knight and now given to him by Child Emperor, I think that means that he's going to remain like good. You know what I mean? Because, right, good. If the eye were to be given to him by like Drive Knight or somebody from the Neo Heroes or the organization or something like that, then that would be bad. That would be the Eye of Horus, which is to the left. However, I do think that Sekindar will be corrupted towards the end of this arc for sure. It won't be through his eye or his hand, but it's going to be through another means. Another thing that makes me think that is Sitch says that Sekindar originally wanted to be a hero, which is pretty interesting. We didn't really know that before. To be honest, we didn't really know much about Sekindar, but I wonder what stopped him from being a hero. Maybe he lost his eye or something, or he just wasn't strong enough, and that's why he became an executive or something. But I do think he will 100% become a hero later on in this arc. Like, he'll fight and monsters and stuff. I can't really say how he's going to be doing this because it's going to be a spoiler, but I could just say that he will receive the means to be able to become a hero. And that in itself is not a spoiler because Sekindar is exclusive to the manga. But we're also finding out in this sequence that both Child Emperor and Sekindar are willingly leaving the Hero Association to go undercover in the Neo Heroes. They want to figure out what exactly is going on with them, if they're developing any plans to counter the Hero Association, but they're also trying to find out what's going on with McCoy. Like, off panel, they've already figured out that McCoy is trying to betray the Hero Association, like we talked about. And I wonder how high this goes, because they straight up left, or at least Sekindar left, in front of like all of the executives. So if Sekindar and Child Emperor successfully do what they plan to do, can they just come back and be like, oh, just kidding, guys, we actually left to expose this stuff, but we're cool now. It's not only them that are leaving, but it's actually Metal Bat as well. And we also find out that Sitch is in on this plan, of course, but Metal Bat is leaving because he was recruited by Sitch to be Sekindar's bodyguard in the Neo Heroes. So now we have Child Emperor and Metal Bat, I guess, becoming like the new Neo Hero S-Class guys. And I'm not sure how I feel about this, because in the webcomic, Metal Bat and Child Emperor legitimately leave the Hero Association to join the Neo Heroes. Like, it's not to go undercover. It's like they've had enough of what's going on with the Hero Association and they genuinely decide to leave. Metal Bat doesn't really have too much of a motive in the webcomic, but he leaves nonetheless. And that created like real friction and real conflict between the heroes. And I like that. And it raised the stakes. Now that they're not like legitimately leaving, just going undercover, I think that kind of lowers the stakes and it won't give us like that true hero friction. You know what I mean? Although I might be jumping the gun because more heroes could leave, like legitimately leave, like they're not a part of this plan. So that would be cool if that happens, but it's not guaranteed. Although in the end of this arc, whenever that happens in a few years, I do think that we will see a hero civil war, whether they want it or not. Then we cut to Bang's dojo and everybody's there. Garo's there and he has like a haircut. Sharanko's there. Sour Face is there. And this is like almost too good to be true. Like, this is what I always wanted, essentially. Like, I always wanted Garo to be training with Bang, and, you know, it's cool that Sharenko and Sourface are there, I guess, but I just didn't expect this to happen as quickly as it has. And I guess because I was originally going off of Garo's webcomic journey, which was much different than his journey in the manga. Like, after Garo loses the Saitama in the webcomic, he becomes like a lone wolf and goes into exile. As where in the manga, Garo kind of becomes like a flanderized version of himself. At least he definitely is in this chapter. Like, he goes full babyface after losing the Saitama, and he's kind of stayed the path of that, becoming like more of a likable character, I suppose, or being presented as more of a likable character. And I'm fine with it. I just like that he's training with Bang, and I just think it's a cool dynamic, and I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes. But turns out that Garo has to do like part-time work because it's a part of the rehabilitation program that the court ordered him, you know, because like somehow he got away with the whole Cosmic Fear Garo stuff, and this is like his slap on the wrist. Not community service, part-time work. Or at least I'm pretty sure that's what he's doing here. And if this plays out the way that Garo's story does, at least part of it in the webcomic, then I think I know what Garo is going to do. And it's going to lead to a pretty amazing sequence. Like, I think that's for sure going to happen in the manga. So look out for that. Whenever we come back to Garo, he's going to do something incredible. Or at least I think he is. But Garo leaving serves another purpose because King shows up. And Garo being there for King's appearance maybe would have made this sequence a little problematic. So I understand why Garo needed to get out of there. Although I would love to see Garo square off against King, just, you know, vanilla, with no one there to back up King. I would love to see how King gets out of that, or at least how one writes that sequence. But King has reached his breaking point, essentially. We just recently came off of those 2 chapters where he squared off against Atomic Samurai. And while he essentially defeated Atomic Samurai, I guess, and like totally destroyed his mind, it had the opposite effect on King, and he's come to the point of where he can't live this lie anymore. And despite him having some incredible moments in the Monster Association War, and, you know, both heroic and just epic, he now can't get by living this lie, being this symbol of absolute power. So he showed up to Bang since he's retired, and he says, you know, please make me stronger. And it's a pretty crazy final panel here. And it's like, is this the moment where King is exposed? Like, him asking Bang, you know, please make me stronger. Bang, you know, barely can even hear what he said before this. So all of that is already erased from this. But taking everything else into consideration, I don't think this is going to be King's moment. Although it is possible, but regardless, this is going to lead, I think, to King's next storyline, I suppose. But as for King being exposed at all, I wonder if that will ever happen. I mean, you figure that at some point, at least a few of the S-Class heroes have to realize that King is a weakling. Like, something has to happen. And it would also be crazy if one of them is like, yeah, I knew the whole time, I was just playing along. That would be crazy. But yeah, that's the end of the chapter.
So I want to talk about the new One Punch Man chapter, but before we get into the chapter itself, I mainly want to talk about the cover page because I think it's the most important thing coming out of this chapter. And on it, we see Saitama straight up bench pressing 2 Singularity. This is amazing. This is like one of the coolest things I've seen in battle manga. And let me just, you know, point out, of course, that this is just the cover page of the chapter. It's not like this is actually happening in the chapter itself or happening at some point in the story. It's kind of just like a fun little thing that Murata and One threw in there. Now, before I get into if this is like canonically how strong Saitama is, let me just explain what these singularities are. So a gravitational singularity, space-time singularity, or just singularity is a condition in which the gravity is predicted to be so intense that space-time itself would break down catastrophically. So it's like, how much does something like that weigh? And to be honest, I couldn't really find an answer. I don't know if there is an answer. It doesn't seem like theoretical physicists want to give us answers to questions like that because they'll say things like, well, it doesn't weigh. So I doubt you're going to get somebody to tell you, well, it weighs as much as like 13 galaxies, you know, which I was hoping I would get an answer for. But I think the main thing the reader is supposed to take away here is that Saitama is bench pressing unfathomable weight here, which is just further showing that, you know, Saitama has unlimited strength. Now let's get into, you know, is this canonically how strong Saitama is?
And I think both yes and no. Yes, meaning that in theory, if he needed to, he could accomplish this feat. But currently, right now in the story, like Saitama in this chapter, if he were to just lay down on the bench and some godlike being dropped a bar on him with 2 singularities, I don't think he would start repping it out at that point. Because we found out that Saitama's power kind of needs to increase. He's not just statically at omnipotent god strength. Like when he was going against Cosmic Fear Garo, he incrementally kept getting stronger the more Garo pushed him. So in theory, the Saitama that was like sneezing away Jupiter, if you kept pushing that Saitama a little more up that graph, he for sure would have gotten to the point of where he was benching singularities. And yes, he probably could do it regardless because Saitama's power and strength just doesn't make sense anyway. We saw that he was grabbing Garo's portals, so I'm sure he could do something like this if he was pushed far enough. And I also think this is showing us what the inevitable future of One Punch Man is, at least at the top of the power scale. It's going to be like, space, cosmic, theoretical physics stuff. Because, we've already gotten to that point with the Cosmic Fear Garo battle, so it's only going to have to keep going up from there since the series essentially jumped the shark with him sneezing Jupiter away. But anyway, let's get into the chapter itself. So it opens up with King confronting Bang. We saw that he did this in the previous chapter, and he's asking Bang to make him stronger. And, Bang is confused by this. He's like, you're already the strongest. What can I teach you? And he's like, I myself once back in the day was untouchable, and when things happen that made me want to turn over a new leaf, I too struggled to decide how exactly I should use my power. And I thought if only I could become so overwhelmingly strong that I could negate all evil in the entire world. And we see him sitting on this rock by a waterfall, and I think this is like for sure post-explosion released fist Bang, or when they used to call him Wind of Blood Bang, back in chapter 150. This is sometime after Bomb had, whooped him up and set him on a new path after he opened up his dojo. And also he has all those scars at this point. And I still don't think it's been revealed how he got all of those. I guess we're just led to believe that he was like fighting monsters, training or whatever. But Bang keeps going on with a monologue about how, we should use the power to develop, to lead the way for those who are weaker than us. And King's just like, no, you don't understand. I'm not talking about things at a grand scale like that. I'm saying I'm weak. I'm not anywhere close to being as strong as the man everyone thinks I am. And this is like for sure the closest King is getting to exposing himself in this series, which is pretty fascinating. Like Shiranko steps up and he says some really interesting stuff here. He's like, so the story about you flying into the sky and throwing that bomb that could have destroyed a solar system into a black hole, also you going back in time and knocking out a swarm of meteors and putting humanity back on the timeline we're on now, and the rumor that the majority of mythologies foreshadowed your birth. Now this is funny for multiple reasons. So first of all, this is like the rumors and the legends that you hear about King in the world of One Punch Man, but also I think this is one doing some meta commentary here, because these 3 things I think tie into things that had actually happened in the story. So, going back in time, knocking out the meteors, setting humanity on the right timeline we're on, that obviously is calling out Garo and Saitama. Garo teaching Saitama to go back in time, as to where, Saitama knocked out Garo before he did all the Cosmic Fear stuff, setting humanity on the timeline that we're on now. And then the whole thing about throwing the bomb into a black hole, I think this is in reference to Blast and his team like sending Saitama and Garo colliding their serious punches away to Jupiter. And then the last thing about majority of mythologies foreshadowed your birth, I think this is a direct reference to God, because the mural and all the other things tied to him. So that's kind of cool if it is actually one doing that, and I'm pretty sure he is. There's no way it can be a coincidence. But Bang eventually sends King to other martial arts masters as he feels that he's of no help to him. And he sends him to Bomb, and Bomb shows him some cool displays of power, but Bomb eventually sends King somewhere else. And they also are unable to help King, and we find that King just keeps going around and around, and he keeps getting sent to different martial arts masters to learn different things, because it ultimately comes down to everyone knows that King is the strongest, or they think that he's the strongest, and there's nothing they can teach him
and they're also terrified of him, and they just want him to leave. So he eventually gets to this cave in the mountains, which is apparently the legendary final training ground, where you must face one's true self to attain enlightenment. And King gets there, and he sees like this mummified dude meditating, and he runs away. And originally in the webcomic, I thought that this was supposed to be like the guy reached his final journey by just meditating until he, self-mummified or whatever. And he legitimately became a mummy. But in the manga, he's alive. He was just kind of napping. So I thought that was a little funny joke to lighten up the sequence, I suppose. In the webcomic, it was a little darker, I guess. But as King is running down the steps, he sees Monako. And then she runs back into the bushes and runs away. We don't even see her again. We just see her silhouette. And that's interesting, right? Because we haven't seen Monako since the end of the Monster Association arc, and we know that Flashy Flash is looking for her. And Flashy Flash is also looking for Saitama, so I assume that Monako is going to come back into the story in these next couple chapters, and I wonder why they're being so secretive with her. What's the big deal with all of the intrigue here? Why are we supposed to be so interested? And it makes me think, there is more to Monako, and I think that she's eventually going to be like a heel. I don't think it will ultimately wind up with her being buddy-buddy with Flash. I mean, it might be like that in the beginning, but eventually she will be evil. But after that, we come back to King going to Saitama's apartment, and they're playing video games, and of course he's destroying Saitama. And after King tells Saitama everything he went through today, Saitama tells him, hey, just lift, dude. Which is, pretty good advice, not just for King, but for everybody listening. And it's very possible that King might take this advice. But there's a knock at the door, and it's Fubuki. She showed up once again to try to convince Saitama to join the Fubuki group, and she even has some beef with her. Until Rover comes out of nowhere and grabs the beef and eats it. The Fubuki group then wind up leaving and says that they'll be back. And after Rover starts chasing after them, I guess because he wants more food from them, and they run into this plant monster, and Rover destroys the plant monster. Even in his smaller form, he's still really powerful. I don't know how powerful the plant monster was. Could have been a tiger or a demon or something, but Rover's still pretty impressive to be able to destroy it at this point. And then it just cuts to them giving him more beef, and the narrator telling us that Rover has joined the Blizzard group, which is fascinating because this is brand new territory. This definitely did not happen in the webcomic. And I was curious as to what was going to happen with Rover going forward into the story. I think that Black S, I've said this before, is going to return to form being a top villain, and I thought that he was just going to bring Rover with him to the top, but maybe not now. Maybe he will just be him by himself or doing something else with another monster, but it seems like Rover is having a full face turn here, and I think he might be with the Blizzard group. That would be pretty cool. And also, they have history because Fubuki fought against Rover in the Monster Association arc with Bang and Bomb. Alright, so we got quite the chapter here today. And that's because I'm pretty sure the secret backstory of Saitama's final opponent, the final boss of One Punch Man, the character known as God, is being revealed and explained in this chapter. And if you're thinking wait, is it during all of this Cube and Cruel Dragon stuff? And yes, it is. Because I think all of that stuff is supposed to be analogous to the character God. And this is essentially hiding in plain sight, I suppose. Which is something that the creator of the series, likes to do from time to time. I mean, he really is a great writer. And before I go further, let me also just say that this is all just my opinion. It's not confirmed. I came across this from tons of research and going over a bunch of stuff. So take it with a grain of salt, of course. But anyway, in the beginning of this chapter, Saitama runs into these knight-looking guys fighting against these demonic martial artists. And they eventually tell him that, according to legend, a colossal dragon once ascended upon Earth. And just a few days, it took countless lives and scorched the land. And as a result of its actions, it became known as the Cruel Dragon. So I think the Cruel Dragon is supposed to be God, or represent the story of God. Meaning that wherever God came from, I don't know, out in the universe, the galaxy or wherever, this is supposed to be when he came to Earth. Or, to be honest, it could represent multiple planets that he came to, or just whatever main part of the galaxy or universe or whatever. I don't really know. I'm going to assume it's more so space-based at this point, considering what we're going to be talking about next. Because going further, the Night Guy says that ancient soldiers gathered together and with a great many sacrifices managed to weaken the cruel dragon. Sealing orbs scattered the dragon's chi into 9 stones and sealed them in shrines in various places. So I think this is the biggest smoking gun here, and it's the 9 stones, because these stones obviously look like the cubes. I mean, they are cubes just with these little bubble things on them, but the cubes that Blast is looking for, you know, that Saitama, Flashy Flash, and Monako found underneath the Monster Association, and when you touch them, you're able to communicate with God. I think that this is like what happened to God back in the day, however long ago it happened. Ancient soldiers, whoever they were, I don't know. Maybe they were the original team that Blast is currently on, with those other presumably alien characters. I mean, at least definitely one of them is an alien, since it looks like Boros, but you know what I mean. Maybe there was always like this galactic police force or whatever out there, and they all got together, fought against this ultimate cosmic devil and God, weakened him, and then sealed his quote-unquote chi, as it says here with the dragon, into 9 stones. Now, they sealed his, I guess, energy or life force or whatever into those cubes and then scattered them across the universe. And that makes sense because I think we did see God's physical, like, tangible form, and it's in the moon. Because when Saitama was fighting Garo, they collided those serious punches, and Blast and his Guardians of the Galaxy like diverted the energy to like Jupiter, and we got that perspective of the moon, and we saw that crater in it with that like backbone sticking out, and we were all thinking like, what is that? And I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be God, but it's like his physical form that crashed into the moon somehow, maybe after he was defeated, having his chi scattered into those cubes. So that's 2, and we have like a 3rd instance of God being represented. I mean, outside of him like talking to people like with Homeless Emperor, but it's him trying to go through that seal, quote unquote, that Blast and his Guardians of the Galaxies are also repairing and protecting. And I'll go more into that later. But considering that we have those 3 instances of God like being separated from a complete form, I think that also goes into the 3 forms of God that we see, like the circulatory form in front of Homeless Emperor, the meaty form in front of Homeless Emperor, and then the almost, I guess, completed form that stood on top of the moon. And then there's like that 4th one that we saw in the fetal position that Saitama and Flash were able to see. But I digress. Going further, it says the duty of watching over the cruel dragon seals was passed on to our branch known as the Saints. And I think the Saints is, you know, like the Guardians of the Galaxy that Blast is working with. Now, I don't know if they're officially called the Saints, but I'm going to call them the Saints for now because it's like a nice little placeholder. Real quick, guys, can you follow me on TikTok, please? Yes, I do have a TikTok, and I've been uploading on it for the last couple months now. I have like over 250 followers right now, so thank you guys who are following me. But if you don't have time to watch my full videos during the day on YouTube, you can head over to TikTok and just catch me talking about the main stuff that happens in all of the series in like around 90 seconds or so. Also, please don't leave YouTube if you're going to TikTok. I don't want to divert traffic away from YouTube. But yeah, thanks guys, I appreciate it. And then it says that those who believe themselves to be dragonborn and are plotting to revive this sealed cruel dragon belong to an organization known as Deathbone. Now, I don't know if there's like literally an analog to Deathbone out there right now, like for God directly, the way that there is like the Guardians of the Galaxy with Blast, you know? But I think Deathbone more so represents the multiple factions on Earth that are indirectly working together to resurrect God, such as like Tsukuyomi with the Espers, Organization with the Cyborgs, and, you know, the defunct Monster Association. But those represented the 3 paths of God as well. So they all could be Deathbone, but earlier it's mentioned that there's like 9 warriors of the Dragon Alliance, like Saitama defeats one of them in the beginning. And I think that that could be hinting at like the 9 final disciples that God will have in the last arc that I've been talking about for a while now. Like God's anti-S class, I guess you could say. Like in theory, it could be like Apollo from Tsukuyomi, Phoenix Man, Black S, you know, characters like that. Drive Knight. the usual suspects. But going further, they also say that this antagonism surrounding the cruel dragon seals has continued for 800 years. And I also think that's going into how long the battle with God has been going on, because we saw that it goes all the way back to like Egyptian times. So more than 800 years, at least for God's story, probably thousands of years, at least on a cosmic scale alone, not just counting like thousands of years on Earth. But after this, Saitama and the knights are able to like interrogate one of these Deathbone members. And then Saitama asks him like, so when will the Dragon Lord be resurrected? And the Deathbone guy's like, I don't know, maybe like 10 years, maybe like 100. And I also think this is like a parallel to God, of course, with it ultimately coming down to when Orochi will be born amongst the monsters, and when he will make his way to the altar and be placed on it, or when all of the cubes, however many there are collected. And I guess that resurrects him as well, which is why Blast is trying to stop that from happening by collecting them himself. The Deathbone guy also says that Lord Cruel Dragon has also been waiting for the seals to become weaker. And that goes back to what I was saying with Blast and his group repairing and protecting that seal in another dimension that's like holding God in place, whether it's like his soul or like his chi or life force or whatever, his essence. And then he finally says, in the off chance that Deathbone is wiped out, those who inherit our will shall appear and realize the revival. So that for sure is talking about Orochi, because we saw that on the altar underneath the Monster Association, there's a prophecy that Orochi will eventually be born. And when Orochi was born, he instinctively sought to go to the center of the earth to like suck the core of its energy, but he wound up finding the altar on his way there, which is not a coincidence. It's because it's like in his DNA, essentially, to do that. So Saitama's kind of gotten sick of this, and he just asks the Saints for all of the quick details, and he decides to speed run collecting all 9 stones and bring back the dragon just so he can defeat it and get it out of the way. And he does that, and we see the dragon, and it's pretty cool. Also, if you look at its eyes, they look like sunken in craters with like an orb or something at the bottom of them. And it goes back to what I was saying about when we saw God in the moon. I think that's supposed to represent that. Possibly, maybe? I don't know. But of course, Saitama just one punches the cruel dragon. And I don't know how strong this thing was. It's probably dragon level, cruel dragon, why not? But then we cut to Saitama with King, and it makes you think like, was this a dream sequence? And it's like, no, it definitely wasn't. We saw the cruel dragon temple emerge from the ocean during Garo and Saitama's fight, so it's like that did actually happen, and it's all real stuff. And I think it's probably going to come back into play, at least with those temples, because why would we see that if it was just leading to this pseudo gag moment? But Flashy Flash shows up at Saitama's apartment, asking him to help him find Minako, because Flashy Flash thinks that Minako has information on God, which clearly she doesn't, but I'm pretty sure we're led to believe that Flashy Flash has feelings for Minako and is looking for her to protect her, keep her safe, because he saw how vulnerable she is. Especially when My Mask saw her, he almost killed her instantly. And it's understandable given their time together in the Monster Association arc. But then Flashy Flash says, I want even the smallest of clues regarding this God that Blast fought. I have a feeling that with just a few more small pieces, we can uncover a massive secret of this god. A secret so big it could shake the ground under our feet. And in my opinion, I think that this is a little meta dialogue from One here, talking about this chapter itself. With the beginning, all of that Deathbone stuff, actually paralleling to the truth about God. I think that's what this dialogue for Flashy Flash is supposed to represent here. But of course, Saitama is not taking this seriously, and he's goofing around with Flashy Flash, who is asking him to become his disciple because he sees potential in him. Obviously, Flashy Flash is still in heavy delusion, despite seeing for himself that Saitama was much stronger than him. So it just gets to the point at the end of the chapter where Flashy Flash just challenges Saitama to a fight. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen in the next chapter. We're going to see them square off, and considering that we already saw what happened when they faced off against each other before, we already know what's going to happen. I mean, it wasn't like a full-blown fight before. It was kind of just Flashy Flash attacking Saitama. But now we're going to see like, I don't know, like a full-blown, let's just say almost to the death fight possibly. And maybe it'll be interesting. Maybe it'll lead to something even more interesting. But let me know what you think about this chapter in the comments, guys. And if you liked the video, please give it a like. And please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.
So the title of this video is not misleading, because I can assure you everything has changed again. The arc that we have been following for the last 2 years at this point, the ninja arc, or whatever they're going to call it officially, is being retconned yet again. Yes, it has already been retconned before, as I'm sure some of you are already painfully aware, and I think this might be the first time that this has ever happened. At least as far as I have been covering this series, which has been about 6 years, I think, at this point. I don't remember something being retconned twice. So I'll go into why I think this is happening towards the end of the video, but for now, let me explain what's going on to you guys, because I know it's confusing. I know it's been difficult being a fan of the One Punch Man manga lately, and I don't blame you if you're getting to the point of where you feel like you want to drop it or whatever. I get it. Obviously, I don't recommend that. We're just in a rough patch right now. We will eventually get through it, and I think things will be brighter on the other side. So we were currently on chapter 211, where I guess we were kind of coming to the climax of the battle between Blast and Empty Void, and we saw what Empty Void's big goal was. It was to use God's powers that he gave him to make like his own army of cosmic beings using that power to turn against God. So if that was chapter 211, we're going all the way back to chapter 195 yet again. And I think that was November or October of 2023. So we're going back in time about 1.25 years at this point. And everything that has happened since then is being changed. So everything with Empty Void showing up with the Dimension Slash at the Hero Association, and Blast having to save it with his singularity powers, and Empty Void sucking up Garo's power after he was defeated by Saitama, and the big crazy cosmic battles and over the topness that was happening, and the whole backstory with Empty Void's sister being Blast's wife. All of that stuff is erased at this point. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to be erased forever. We don't really know at this point. I do think a lot of that will remain, but I think it's going to be condensed, possibly. But like I said, I'll go into that more a little bit later, because we have to talk about the present in chapter 195, the new version of 195. So it is being slightly altered in itself. The previous new chapter 195 that we got last year showed us the introduction of the Tenito, or the Heavenly Ninja Party, the guys that are working under Empty Void, trying to facilitate his resurrection while recruiting Sonic in a plan to take out both Flashy Flash and Blast. That is all staying the same. They are still doing that, and they're still introduced here. However, they're getting a little more characterization in this new version. So aside from that, Flashy Flash, Saitama, and Monako are still coming to the Hero Association to meet up with Blast. This is happening after Saitama and Flashy Flash had their big training exercise sparring match thing. Then afterwards, they responded to a monster threat with Genos, and that's when Sonic showed up, and we got the big reunion between Sonic and Flashy Flash. Then after, they went to go find Monako because she was missing, and they easily found her, and this was of course for Flashy Flash to ask her about God. This trio was introduced to God in the Monster Association arc when they accidentally picked up the cube at the bottom of the Monster Association. So after the questioning leads to essentially nothing, they figure that they have to go to the Hero Association to talk to Blast directly. And once they do, in a big comedic surprise, Sitch is like, oh yeah, Blast is right here, why don't you talk to him? And in the first retconned meeting, it was a pretty amicable encounter. But now in this new version, Flashy Flash goes right after Blast, gets behind him, and then Blast immediately gets behind him. We already saw this happen, of course, in their very first meeting, but I guess Flashy Flash needed to confirm that he is in fact fact inferior to Blast. Then they just go on to talk about things that we already know. The Ninja Village, Empty Void, the leader of it, how he's coming back, how he has a history with Blast, and how he's going to need Flashy Flash's help to ultimately take him down. We're getting new artwork, of course, and we're also finding out that Sonic and Flashy Flash were in the Ninja Village previously, and that they had found a cube, and that they had actually saw Empty Void in his recovery tank as well. And this conversation actually lasts much longer than it originally did, and it ultimately ends with Flashy Flash realizing that he is not at the above dragon level, essentially, because he does some literal power scaling in his mind, which we're seeing for the first time, other than it just being implied that he is at this level. As he said before, we're seeing it just straight out. Saitama defeats Garo, Garo defeats Platinum S, and Platinum S defeats Flashy Flash. And that's where the chapter ends. Now, what's really interesting is what was removed from the first retcon of chapter 195, and that is Sitch and Blast talking about Saitama, and how he was the one who actually defeated Garo, and that Blast couldn't see a bottom to his power at all. And they need to find out, what's going on with him. And going further, they were like, if we try to restrain him, Genos, Demon Cyborg, he might get involved. And then they further talk about how the crisis with God and Garo was averted, but that doesn't mean that it's over, and that Blast feels that there's a greater threat than Garo coming. Now, I don't know if that's completely being removed, but I don't mind that they're removing the whole part about Saitama here, because I would like for them to be suspicious of him later on. And that pretty much wraps it up. And according to Murata, we're going to have the new retcon chapter after this, 196, next week, instead of having to wait 2 weeks like we normally do. So that's good, I guess. Now, as for why I think they're retconning all of this yet again, well, I think it's because they feel that they can just make this ultimately better than what it was. More condensed, not needing as many pages and chapters to tell the story that they want. And they might clean up Empty Void's backstory a little bit, with Luna and Blast and all of that stuff. Again, I've said this before, it doesn't really matter that these new Tonari updates are getting retconned and whatnot, because they're not released in the volumes yet. Still have like another year or two before these chapters make it to the volume. So once they do, of course, then that will be sealed. That is canon for sure, but until then, we're just literally seeing rough copies of the chapters. So the retcons for the Ninja arc are continuing yet again. If you would like a big explanation and refresher as to what's going on, I'll have the video that I made previously on this topic up in the right hand corner. But long story short, the arc that we've been following for almost 2 years now has been changed yet again, and we're currently going along with the origin of the Ninja Village and how the ninjas met and how it connects to God and Blast and all that stuff. But before we get into that, I just want to acknowledge the cover page of this chapter, which is great goon material. I'm pretty sure One and Murata had that in mind when they planned to put this on the cover page, almost like a I'm sorry to the fan base. Now, aside from gooning, it made me think like, where is Tatsumaki? And when's the last time that we saw her? And like, what is she up to? Well, let me give you a little refresher on that, because I'm sure not everyone is really aware. So after Tatsumaki had her big fight with Saitama, she ultimately cooled down, and she orchestrated this plan with Fubuki along with McCoy to use the corpses of the monsters that Metal Knight was keeping imprisoned for his experiments as a ploy to cover up her said battle with Saitama and all the damage that it caused, to get back into the good graces of the Hero Association and all of the big investors that live there now. But this was also a plan within a plan, because they also used one of the monster corpses as a vessel to transport Psychos away secretly without the knowledge of the Hero Association. Tatsumaki told them that she would go out on her own to find her, but it was ultimately Fubuki who wound up getting her. And I think that's also the last time that we saw of either of those. Then in the following chapter, Tatsumaki is recruited to make this commercial to recruit new heroes, and at first she gets real serious about it, trying to get across like, hey, this is life or death, you have to be really powerful and give it your all and all that good stuff. But the producers just wound up editing it to make her look like she's all cute and happy, and obviously that made Tatsumaki very angry. Oh, and actually we do see Fubuki in this scene acknowledging that she did see the commercial, so I think this is actually the last time that we see Fubuki. although I could be wrong. But aside from Fubuki, that's also the last time we see Tatsumaki. I mean, we see her mention the few chapters after this, but like actually appearing real time in the story and advancing her own storyline, this is it. This is where it stopped. So in case you were wondering, Tatsumaki's kind of just chilling, I guess. I don't know. I mean, she'll be back, of course. She does have a future storyline waiting for her. I can't get into it, obviously, because it's spoilers, but it'll come around, you know, sooner or later once these retcons are done. And speaking of those, let's get into them, because this chapter is for the third time condensing the origin of the Ninja Village along with how Flashy Flash and Sonic met. And long story short, it goes on to explain that the Ninja Village was a production site for assassins. It gathered orphans exclusively under the age of 17 and basically trained the crap out of them. We also find out that Flashy Flash was sold to this village by his parents when he was 5 years old. However, Flashy Flash purposely acted like a failure so that he would get harsher training. It's at this point, being in the weak group, that he meets Sonic. Now, one of the big changes about this sequence is how much more muscular and toned Sonic and Flashy Flash are in this sequence. Like, in the original, they just look, you know, fine and normal, I suppose. Now it's just like, wow, okay, Murata. You gooned in the beginning with Tatsumaki, and now you're gooning with these two, but I guess it's perfectly balanced, right? But throughout this sequence, they build a camaraderie and friendship, and they overcome obstacles, and all that good stuff. And we also find out that Sonic was in fact born inside the facility. This is not being retconned. It's staying as canon, so I do think this is very important. It's possible that he is like the son of Empty Void, or he's the son of Empty Void's sister, Luna. If she is still going to be a thing, not sure yet, obviously, but I do think that Sonic has some kind of significant lineage going on, especially since he says that he was born with an indomitable spirit. That has stayed the same throughout all of these changes. But then it says that several years have passed and he's ultimately ranked number 1 in the village. And when he goes to the graduation exam, this is where the biggest change happens, because we're seeing it now take place inside of this like cathedral type cult religious place. And I'm not really going to comment on how these guys are dressed, because we're all thinking the same thing, especially if you're American. I can't say it on YouTube, but yeah, these guys look like that. I don't know if that's what one of Murata intended, or they're just thinking, hey, this is what evil cult members would look like. I don't know. The main cult guy here, who I guess is just the instructor, reveals one of the God cubes. And this makes sense because that's what the whole Ninja Village purpose is, to breed someone worthy enough to accept God's influence and essentially become the way that Empty Void is, or should I say was. Like someone rivaling Cosmic Fear Garo, to be like a disciple of God, to do about his bidding, but then ultimately be the vessel to resurrect him. But as soon as he reveals this, Flashy Flash just slaughters all of them. And this comes full circle with what Flashy Flash's backstory always was, and it was that he slaughtered the entire Ninja Village. And I like this change here because I think this makes his motivation in doing it make way more sense. I mean, sure, he had every right to slaughter them just based off of how they treated him and how they run the Ninja Village in general, but I guess to have him seem more altruistic, I guess you could say, you know, stopping the cube ritual once and for all. This is a way to go about it. Then we also find out that in order for Sonic to avoid this whole slaughtering, Flashy Flash had poisoned him, but knew that he wasn't going to die from it. It would just be enough to keep him in bed. Speaking of being in bed, my voice sounds weird because I'm currently sick at the moment, so, you know, just bear with me. Then we also go on to see, like, this is how Sonic eventually became what he is now, because we found out in the Ninja Village that his dream was to become the new leader of it and to turn it into something good for these orphans and these people who want to learn these skills instead of turning them into killing machines. But since Sonic was kind of just thrown into society, you know, after being born in the Ninja Village and living there his entire life, he kind of lost his way and started taking assassin jobs. Then we cut back to Saitama's apartment and it's just Flashy Flash, Monako, Blast, and Sitch. This is also a big new change, and it's really funny
This also makes me realize why they wanted to change this sequence, because they wanted to add some levity to it. This is needed in my opinion. We did go through some heavy stuff, and I like how they're kind of bringing it back more to the earlier tone of the series where they can balance those things. Because right after that big exposition dump, Saitama's just like, so why are you all in my room? Which is, a recurring gag. And then Genos pops in through like a flap in the wall, and like Sitch is like, you shouldn't make unauthorized alterations to the dorms. And it ends with Saitama kind of just suggesting for them to make him some stew with the leftover ingredients he has in the fridge. That's where the chapter ends.
So we're continuing the new retcons for the ninja arc in this chapter, of course, but it's getting more interesting. And I know that's hard to believe, but hear me out. Maybe it's a little subtle, but let me explain. So coming off of the previous chapter where we saw Flashy Flash, Blast, and Sitch along with Genos in Saitama's apartment, and they were all discussing like the backstory of Flashy Flash and Sonic in the Ninja Village, how they came to know each other, and what led them to their current places in time. And coming into this chapter, we're essentially seeing like the end of that conversation with Flashy Flash about to leave, and he says to Blast, like, give my regards to that man, quote unquote, whoever he was when he was a human, referring to Empty Void, of course. And Blast realizes like, oh, Flashy Flash figured it out, that Empty Void's tied to God, even though you pretty much already told him in chapter 195, which was 2 chapters ago, when he explained that the Ninja Village was essentially just a big scheme to create new candidates to become God's disciples. So Flashy Flash now realizes like, oh, Empty Void himself is a product of God's manipulation. So as Flashy Flash is like leaving the Hero Association, one of the workers there, I don't even know what you call this woman, but it's like a worker at the Hero Association, gives Flash this message from Sonic. And of course the message is telling Flashy Flash what the Tanito, or the Heavenly Ninja Party, told to Sonic. It's like, hey, lure Flashy Flash out to this abandoned warehouse where you live, because tomorrow we're gonna come back here with Empty Void and we're gonna kill him, and then we're gonna kill Blast. So Sonic is kind of holding up his end of the bargain here, even though since we've been through this 2 times already, we already know that Sonic isn't trying to kill Flashy Flash. He's actually trying to reconnect with him in his own reserved way. But then we come to Blast and Sitch talking in the elevator here, and they're talking about Empty Void, how he was manipulated by God, and that he didn't want to outright tell everything to Flashy Flash about him being manipulated by God in case he actually does become a human again. Because let us not forget, this is like Blast's big story with Empty Void. They were former teammates. He has a history with them, and he wants to revert Empty Void back to being a human again, which has always been the goal. But we're getting some new lore about Empty Void here in this conversation, which we didn't get before. And Blast says, referring to Empty Void, after all, he grew up in an organization similar to the Village, where after graduation, the students scattered, killing each other in a struggle for power and control. And Void was the only survivor of that organization, a fate that ninjas are notorious for. So now, apparently, there was a predecessor to the Ninja Village. I'm pretty sure Empty Void was like the initial creator of Ninja Village. Before that, there was kind of just like a clan of ninjas. It was like Empty Void with his sister and his friend, and then whatever else that story was going to go into before it got canned. But now we're seeing that Empty Void himself is just like Sonic and Flashy Flash. And then I guess this is where it's revealed that Blast and Empty Void were former teammates. Because Sitch says, hadn't he been as great as he is, having survived that organization, being the only survivor, he couldn't have supported you in the battle or been a key part of the operation. Now, it's not revealed yet, but it's going to be revealed, of course, that the operation was hunting down the God cubes and trying to like stifle whatever God was ultimately trying to do, or what they thought he was trying to do. And this is where they reiterate that they're going to take the opportunity to free him from God's hands, trying to revert him back to being a human, and that as long as he's hidden, he can't be found because of the special barrier he deploys around the village. So this is something that came up before in the very original draft of this arc, this whole barrier deal. And we don't know really how that works because Empty Void has like a different set of powers in each of these continuities that keep coming up. Sometimes he has like genjutsu powers. In the second one, he was like rivaling Cosmic Fear Garo in power. So maybe this time around, he'll be somewhere in between, but he still seems to have this special barrier ability to where he can like cloak the ninja village. Still remains to be seen if he's an Esper or if he can still do that special ability to unlock the Celestial Rock Cave where God is allegedly hiding. I don't know if they're just completely scrapping that idea, but it's still a possibility that that's a thing. But then ending this conversation, Blast talking to Sitch is like, hey, this is our last chance. We have to go to the abandoned building where Sonic lives because he knows that Empty Void is going to show up there. And this sparks the question of like, how does he know that? Like in chapter 195, 2 chapters ago, when he's explaining what's going on to Flashy Flash, he says that like Empty Void is coming back and that he's gathered the top ranking ninjas from the village and formed a secret organization called Tanito. So it's like, how does he know this? I mean, yeah, he's Blast, he has cosmic abilities, he works in mysterious ways. But now I think we know how he knows this because when he says to Sitch here that Empty Void is going to show up at the warehouse, we see like this thing in his ear, in his right ear, and then there's like a little speech bubble coming from it denoting that it's this little earpiece speaking, and it says, that man will be there as well. Now, this dialogue is from chapter 95 as well. It's when the Tanito show up to Sonic and they tell him the whole plan, you know, that we went over where they're trying to lure out Flashy Flash and Blast to kill them. As they're leaving from Sonic, they say that man will be here tomorrow as well. So I guess that means that Blast has bugged Sonic, or he's bugged one of the Tanito, or he's bugged Hellfire and Gale, or one of the Tanito are working with Blast, they're like double agents, or Hellfire and Gale are double agents, or I missed how this all connects and I'm an idiot. I mean, that goes without saying, as you all know, but let me know in the comments if I missed something here, or are we supposed to be throwing these questions out at this point? Either way, like I said, interesting stuff, but in a more subtle way. So then we're leaving that sequence and we're coming to Saitama with Genos here, leaving their apartment. And then Saitama decides that he's going to go visit Sonic, you know, because of the whole big conversation that happened in his apartment with everyone. Surprisingly, Saitama was actually paying attention and cared enough to do this, even though when we see him in this chapter, he's just thinking about groceries and stuff, but still he was paying attention in his own way. And he's like, hey, I'm gonna go find Sonic. He sent me a bunch of letters of challenge, you know, from a couple months ago, I guess, because, you know, remember, One Punch Man's whole story from chapter 1 is only like 2 months at this point, maybe like 3 months. I forget how long it's been, but it hasn't really been that long. And he knows where Sonic lives because there's like a return address on the letter, which is hilarious. It's like, how does that even work? How do you have like a return address as an abandoned warehouse? Whatever, I guess it works in this world. But Saitama decides that he's going to go there because he's drawing parallels between the Paradisers, you know, Hammerhead, with Sonic. And he's like, I've seen this before. Guys with nothing better to do end up getting together just to cause trouble and draw attention to themselves. Now, this all comes full circle, of course, because Sonic ran into the Paradisers, murdered a whole bunch of them, if you don't remember. Like, viciously murdered them. One of the most violent sequences in the series. But Hammerhead wound up living. And I think Hammerhead's being brought up here because he's kind of still important to the story. I'm not going to spoil anything, but he is still alive. And he still has a connection to the organization because they are the one that gave him the suits. And when I say the organization, I mean like the organization, the cyborg robot guys. And they're still a big looming threat in the series. But anyway, he figures that he'll go there, beat up Sonic, and then beat up any ninjas that he's going to team up with. And then he figures, maybe that'll set him straight and he'll stop bothering me. This is just a way to get Saitama involved in this arc, I suppose, because otherwise he has no real motivation to be involved in this. But then as he's leaving Genos, he says maybe he just doesn't want to be alone, which is true. I mean, if you really look at it, Sonic is lonely, and he found comfort in chasing the dragon of Saitama, and that's also why he's kind of happy that he reconnected with Flashy Flash here. And speaking of that, we see Flashy Flash make his way to where Sonic is waiting for him. It's not at the warehouse, it's just at some place in the woods, because, you know, as we talked about, obviously Sonic is not trying to go along with the plan of the Tanito. He's more so trying to have this reconnection with Flashy Flash, and then one way or another, them work together to take down the Tanito and Empty Void. And, you know, also
test their skills against each other, see who is stronger amongst them, since they left the village. And that's where the chapter ends, with them about to start their fight, which we've seen twice already. But hopefully this one will be closer to the webcomic continuity, where Sonic is the one who surprises Flashy Flash with how strong he becomes. Not only Flash Flash, but also the audience as well.
Alright guys, bear with me because we are going over Flashy Flash versus Sonic for the third time. Technically the fourth time if you follow the webcomic continuity that we originally covered 5 years ago. Wow. And I guess I'll go over all of the versions and continuities of this battle and talk about the differences and whatnot, because why not? Let's have some fun with it. And let me give you a quick refresher on how we got to this point in case you need one or you really haven't been paying attention, which is totally understandable. So, Empty Void, leader of the Ninja Village, has awakened from his coma from his battle against Blast 15 years ago. He then gathered all of the surviving graduating members of the Ninja Village and formed the Tanito, or the Heavenly Ninja Party. They then confronted Sonic and essentially forced him to help them take out Flashy Flash and Blast, as they are threats to what they ultimately want to do. And Sonic essentially tricks them going along with this, because we know that he doesn't want to help them. He kind of just wants to reconnect with Flashy Flash, because they grew up in the Ninja Village together and trained together as well. So he sends a letter of challenge to Flashy Flash to have him meet at a specific location. Now this isn't what the Tanito wanted. They wanted them to meet where they originally found Sonic, in that abandoned warehouse, so this of course is going against what they ultimately wanted, showing us that Sonic isn't really trying to work with them. Like I said, he wants to reconnect with Flashy Flash because he's like his only friend essentially, and Sonic is lonely. And they also want to test each other to see who is superior after all of these years, because as we know, they're both very competitive and delusional to an extent. But the end goal here is to work together after their fight to take down the Tanito. So this latest and hopefully final version of the fight is probably the best, even including the webcomic continuity. It's just a straight fight through the entire chapter, no cutaways and hardly even any dialogue. The fight is somewhat competitive, but across all continuities, it was always Flashy Flash who had the upper hand. It's only really in the webcomic where Sonic is more competitive than others and even stuns Flashy Flash at one point, but it ultimately always ends the same way, with Flashy Flash using his secret ultimate technique to end the battle against Sonic. Now, the things that have been removed from the two previous manga versions of this fight is us seeing flashbacks of them training together as kids and how it's supposed to sync up with what's happening in the current time. I'm not really mad at this because we already know that they grew up together and trained together, and they could always just show this in the following chapters, which I'll get into because, a lot of us already know what's going to happen after this point anyway. In the previous retcon, we saw that after they had exchanged Windblade kicks, Flashy Flash used the Flash Kicks, which is one of his ultimate techniques, against Sonic mid-fight, and it didn't really do much because Sonic reacted with his exploding shurikens afterwards, and that fight wound up ending with Flashy Flash using his Flash Fist. But in this latest version, it kind of goes back to the original two continuities from the first version and the webcomic, sorry if that's confusing, where we don't see the Flash Fist anymore. It kind of just ends with the Flashy Kicks again. But it actually recreates a moment from the webcomic version where we see Flash's foot like right in front of Sonic's face, right before he gets hit with the Flashy Kicks. But across all of the versions and continuities, it always ends with Flashy Flash being pleasantly surprised that Sonic is able to survive this, where he more or less says, hey, you've gotten stronger. At your current level, you and I should be able to ... And that ellipses is there because of what happens afterwards. It's because the Tanito shows up immediately after this fight concludes, and they all try to attack Flashy Flash with their weapons and whatnot. And they're angry, of course, because like I said, this isn't where they wanted Sonic to meet Flashy Flash. And this is where they realize, oh, we're being double-crossed. And then that leads to Flashy Flash and Sonic teaming up to take on the Heavenly Ninja Party. And, we'll
talk about that in the next review, because that's what's going to happen in the next chapter. We are going to have to go through all of these retcons again, unfortunately, as we know, but hopefully it changes up a little. I assume that that fight will be better than the previous two versions, and I think that's maybe where they'll include the flashbacks of Sonic and Flash growing up in the Ninja Village together and training together, and it shows why they're so good at working together and having such great synergy. But then the whole big thing is how they're going to reintroduce Empty Void, because in the webcomic, you know, Empty Void shows up and he doesn't even get to fight Flash and Sonic. He just gets defeated by Saitama, which actually might happen in this new version, because as we saw in the previous chapter, Saitama takes it upon himself to go out and find Sonic after he hears about what's going on with him and Flash and the Tonito and everything. And he backtracks one of the letters that Sonic used to send him for challenges, and he's like, oh, it comes from this abandoned warehouse, so I'll just go there and try to have essentially an intervention with Sonic, because he doesn't want him to wind up like the Paradisers. But his real goal is to just have Sonic stop bothering him. But there are other motives to this. Saitama does kind of care about Sonic too. And that might lead to Saitama defeating Empty Void, which would be hilarious, because if he does, then that's just going to completely remove any kind of momentum that he had before, with him having the backstory with Blast and him fighting against Blast, having God's powers and the backstory about his sister and all that stuff. And I wouldn't be mad at that, because that means it could just be ultimately used later on, which is what I wanted before. I wanted all of this Empty Void stuff to be fleshed out later on, because I think he's going to be one of God's like Akatsuki members, or one of his Espada, one of his like main disciples going into like the very final arc of the series, where he has like his team, and then that will be like Sonic and Flash's final fight. I felt like him fighting against Blast was like stealing that thunder. I'm not mad at them having history or anything, but I just feel like Blast has bigger fish to fry, if anything. He should fight a bigger villain than just Empty Void. So Saitama's fighting against God, and he punches a hole in the universe, and the fabric of space-time starts to come undone, and all of the timelines and multiverses start converging. No, I'm just kidding, that doesn't happen. Sorry, I had to strategically lie to you to get you excited, so that you actually wanna, watch this video and go over my review for the latest chapter of One Punch Man. Because, that doesn't happen. Saitama doesn't fight God in this chapter, surprisingly. We're actually still continuing the second retcons for the Ninja Village arc, which means that for the third time, we are going over Sonic and Flash versus the Tonito, or the Heavenly Ninja Party, whatever their freaking names are. Which I'm sure you're more excited about, right? Everybody's really excited to talk about this chapter and read it and go over all this stuff, right? But Saitama actually does do something in this chapter, I swear, and it's, I guess, pretty interesting. And I'll go into what I think it's going to lead to, what it might lead to, but also, like I did in my previous video, I'll go over the previous two iterations of this sequence. Let me first go over what happens in the current chapter. So, coming off of the previous one, Sonic and Flash fought each other, and it ended with Flash kicking Sonic, and that was like the end of the fight. And it was like, oh, is Sonic, what happened to him? He obviously survives. But after that happened, the Heavenly Ninja Party, the Tonito, come in and they throw all their swords down on the ground in an attempt to kill Flash. And they're all upset. Like the people in this comment section, and they're like, hey, what the heck? We asked Sonic to lure you to the abandoned warehouse area that he lives at, but that's not where this is. Did he betray us? Oh, he betrayed us. We're upset. Now we're still gonna kill you anyway. Because, that's what they wanted. They originally made their proposal to Sonic to lure out Flash to execute him and kill Blast as well, because that's what Empty Void wants. And I guess they're mad at Flash because, like, he killed everybody in the Ninja Village, but it's like they were gonna kill everybody anyway. It was all just a ploy to use the cube to make God disciples. There was only like a handful of people who could have, I don't even know how these guys graduated. Because technically they would have had to pass the cube test. And clearly they wouldn't have, because they're all like A-class level dudes, I'm assuming. They're definitely not S-class. Also, speaking of these guys, one of them has guns.
He just has 2 pistols. That's not very ninja-ly. I mean, it's really funny, and I hope that's what the purpose of this is. I hope One actually wrote this sequence, because I know it's up for debate. Like, is One still writing the One Punch Man manga, or did he just let Murata take over? I hope that's not the case. And I know a lot of the casual viewers think that Murata writes One Punch Man manga. You know, don't even give credit to One, who is probably the best battle manga writer ever, maybe. Also, if you're tired of the retcons, check out One's newer manga by the name of Versus. It is incredible. It's definitely my favorite series that I am reading right now, and I'm gonna start doing chapter reviews of it this month when the new chapter comes out, or at least when it's translated. I don't know when that is, maybe like the 25th or the 26th or the 27th, somewhere around that time. But yeah, just look out for my video later this month that is centered around the new Versus chapter. It is amazing. I love this series. Can't wait for the new chapter. But anyway, Sonic shows up and he's like, oh, hey, big surprise. I survived the flashy kicks. They're like, oh, hey, you betrayed us. Now we're gonna kill you. And then Flash and Sonic are like, all right, well, we're gonna team up because we're vastly more powerful than you guys are. Then we see Saitama. This is the only time we see him in the chapter, and he has the letter that Sonic had sent him, or at least one of them. And he used this to figure out where Sonic is located. And once he gets to the abandoned area with the warehouse where Sonic's living, he's like, oh, no one's around. He must be really lonely. Do you actually live here? Something like that. I don't know. I'm going off of Google Translate. But he's going to say something along those lines, which is understandable because before he assumed that Sonic was lonely. And he didn't want Sonic to be manipulated by the Heavenly Ninja Party and wind up like Hammerhead did with the Paradisers. Like, he directly paralleled him to them. Because in his own weird, nonchalant way, Saitama, you know, cares about Sonic. But also wants him to leave him alone. And I guess that's what he's ultimately trying to do here. Both convince Sonic to not become an evil ninja cult member, and also to, like, you know, give up chasing the dragon of Saitama and leave him alone. Kind of. Something like that. But this is pretty cool because this kind of happens in the webcomic, more or less. At least Saitama's showing up to this abandoned area where Sonic lives, because this is where they expected Sonic to lead Flashy Flash to. And in the webcomic version, Empty Void shows up here, and he confronts Saitama instead of Flashy Flash and Sonic, and Saitama one-taps him, which is really funny. Also, after he one-taps him, he, like, takes out his arsenal. And we see that Empty Void also had a gun. So maybe it is Ninja Lee. Maybe that's where this double pistol guy learned his pistol gun kata from. Maybe it was Empty Void this whole time. But anyway, the Heavenly Ninja Party throw out Hellfire and Gale here as, like, I don't know, a diversion tactic against Flashy Flash and Sonic. And they, like, almost get cut up by this wire. But then Flashy Flash winds up saving them, I think. This is important because Hellfire and Gale are going to be key components in helping the research of trying to revert people who have become monsters back into becoming humans. Because they had eaten monster cells and become, you know, monsters. We all remember that classic little storyline from the Monster Association arc. This is actually going to play out in season 3. That's going to be released in October. Check out my video at the end of this video. But they were, like, killed by Flashy Flash. And then later on in Child Emperor versus Phoenix Man, they were revived by Phoenix Man and became like zombies. But then Child Emperor hit, like, his Gigavolt Smash from Brave Giant and revived them back into humans. And I guess that, like, undid the monsterization? I don't know. Because if they could become monsters, they would do it, right? They would be so much stronger than the Heavenly Ninja Party here, who is, like, bullying them. But I guess they're, like, weaklings now? I don't know. But anyway, the Heavenly Ninja Party starts attacking Flashy Flash and Sonic, but they're no match for them, and they wind up getting kicked in the face. And that's where the chapter ends. So, real quick, let's go over what happened in the previous 2 sequences. So, it's kind of like the same, except more stuff happens. Like, this big guy throws rocks, and they, like, jump through the rocks, and they fight them. and they kick them, and they wind up just kicking their butts. And eventually Empty Void shows up and then sucks their guts out and then gets stronger from that. But then in the newer version, Flashy Flash and Sonic just kill most of these guys, like behead them and disembowel them. It's pretty graphic. One of the most graphic sequences in the series for sure. But then at the end of both of the Tanito fights, it leads to the entrance of Empty Void. So I don't know if that's going to happen now, because like I said, it seems like he's going to run into Saitama and get one-tapped again, which would be hilarious because it's just going to completely erase any kind of story that he had going forward, because we eventually got to this whole big backstory with him and Blast being bros, but then it turned out that he was actually trying to manipulate Blast by letting him copulate with his sister and start a family, and it eventually led to him getting manipulated by the God Cube and becoming the disciple of God. But then it was like, yeah, my whole plan was actually to use his power against God to create an army, which doesn't make sense. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not going to keep rambling on. Hopefully the next chapter is more interesting.
So Blast is back. I mean, we knew that he was a part of this arc, but he's like, you know, back in the story now, because in this chapter he finds out where Flashy Flash and Sonic are fighting the Tanito, and he shows up and he just straight up takes over the fight like a manager taking over a project or something. And we'll get into that and break it down and all that good stuff. But first, let me say that my review for the new Versus chapter is now up on the channel. I'll have it linked at the end of this video, but you can also find it by just going to the videos on my channel. It's like the second newest video. But Versus is the other series that the creator of One Punch Man is making, and it's amazing. Like, if you're looking for that feeling that like vintage One Punch Man used to give you, this series has it. All the aura farming, all the hype moments, all the incredible characters, world building, lore crafting, it's got it. And this new chapter is especially hype. So if you haven't already caught up to Versus, search for the Versus manga online. There's only 24 chapters right now, and it's monthly release, so just one chapter a month. And then afterwards, check out my latest review for the newest chapter on the channel. Thanks, guys. But anyway, coming back to One Punch Man, we're continuing the second round of retcons for the Ninja arc. If you don't know what that means, it doesn't really matter. If you're confused, understandable. You're gonna be confused for the next couple weeks. But I can assure you that the retcons will be over soon. And when they're over, you will know. Because if I don't straight up tell you myself, someone else will. So just bear with it for now. I don't really feel like going over a recap because I've done that like 6 times now, and I don't really think it matters anymore. Let's just talk about what's happening in this chapter. So, Flashy Flash and Sonic are fighting against the Tanito. And in the opening sequence here, we see the big muscular guy of the group. He's so strong that he like breaks Flashy Flash's sword insta-kill with a punch, which is pretty impressive, right? So now that Flashy Flash's sword is like officially broken, because, you know, this is like the true continuity going forward, or at least I hope so. There always could be another retcon after this, but I don't think there is. But I think that means that Flashy Flash will probably wind up getting Empty Void swords again. Like, that's probably always the plan. So then Sonic comes in and he tries to do like his flowing shadow feat, or at least I think that's the name of this move. He winds up doing like 30 after images of himself, which is like really impressive. It even impresses Flashy Flash, but Sonic winds up giving his extra sword to Flashy Flash. So now, you know, they're not both unarmed. And they go back after their Tanito again, and we're seeing this guy with the guns yet again. This guy's hilarious. We talked about him in the previous chapter. There's just like a member of the Heavily Ninja Party who just uses guns. And in this version of the fight, I think this is the best the Tanito have actually done against Flash Flash and Sonic. They're actually hitting them and progressing. Like in the previous 2 versions, they were just essentially getting dominated. But now it's way more competitive, and I mean, I'm not mad at it. I'm just curious as to why they decided to go in this direction, especially considering what's going to happen. But as the fight goes on, Flashy Flash is like remembering what Sonic was telling him when he was a kid back when they were in the Ninja Village. And Sonic says something along the lines of that he just wants the power to live freely, or something like that. I'm going off of Google Translate. But as they're about to clash with the Tanito, this is where suddenly Blast shows up and he grabs Flashy Flash's hand and stops him from like stabbing them with the sword, and he also like stops the Tanito's blade as well. So this isn't shocking in itself because we know that Blast is ridiculously powerful. He's very likely to be disaster level god in strength, you know, as we saw when he went against Cosmic Fear Garo. We're not going to go into what happened with Empty Void in the previous retcon because it's gone now. And Blast says something along the lines of, there's no need to shed blood in vain, going off of what Flashy Flash and Sonic were kind of thinking and I guess saying out loud about living freely or having the power to live freely or something. But everybody's shocked, of course, that Blast is here. And the Tanito just continue to try to kill him, of course, because why wouldn't they? And Blast does his wormhole punch combo thing, which is always cool to see. I said before that it reminded me of Hoopa from Pokemon. If you've ever played the games that featured him, he's kind of difficult to get, but man, he's pretty satisfying if you are able to get him. And yeah, that's it. It's over. Blast just no-diffed all of them instantly. Now, as for why he's here, I mean, I guess it has to do with Empty Void, right? Because of the next chapter, I guess he's going to show up, or he kind of has to. That's the only thing left in the beats of this arc, right? That's how it's been going in all of the previous versions. But also, it was to stop Flashy Flash and Sonic from murdering these guys. Because in the previous retcon, they did. They murdered them viciously. Like one of the most graphic sequences in the series. At least for human-on-human violence. And I guess one decided that maybe One Punch Man is just a little too mainstream to have the heroes committing murderous violent acts like this. I'm just guessing. Because also, back in the day, My Masks murdered a whole bunch of humans in the form of Narinki's squad that was under the control of Super S. And then they changed that. It was the Iron who came in and like stopped him from murdering them. So this is kind of just like the same thing. And it's whatever. I don't really care that they're not murdered. I don't need them to be murdered. At this point, I just want to get through this arc. But coming to the end of the chapter, Flashy Flash and Sonic are asking Blast like, hey, how did you get here? And apparently Rover was somehow able to get the letter of challenge that Sonic sent to Flashy Flash. And then Blast got it from him, and then he went to where the location was, because the whole plan that the Tanito originally wanted was for them to meet where Sonic lived, in that abandoned warehouse place where Saitama currently is. So the letter of challenge was the only thing that really had the true location of where Flashy Flash would be. So that's how Blast figured it out. Also, Rover is like there too. It's not just like a flashback. So I don't know how Rover's going to play into this. I don't know why they decided for him to be here. I guess he has to play some kind of part. I don't want to go into the crazy theory that he's going to get power from God and become Cosmic Rover. I mean, that could happen way later down the line in the story, which we've speculated about for years, but I don't think it's going to happen right now. Now, like I said, after this, Empty Void should, in theory, show up. But I don't know if he is now because Saitama, you know, like we were talking about, is back at Sonic's warehouse, abandoned area place. And in the webcomic continuity, that's where Empty Void shows up because he assumes that's where the whole Flash execution is going down. And then Saitama winds up just one-shotting. Flashy Flash and Sonic wind up getting his weapons. So I guess it's 50-50 at this point. Either he's going to show up where Saitama is or he's going to show up where Blast is. I guess he's going to show up where Saitama is because if he shows up where Blast is, it's going to turn into this weird fight between Blast and Empty Void until another redraw happens. Alright, so the Ninja arc seems to finally be over with this chapter because Saitama is putting the final nail in the coffin, but afterwards, there's like a whole new story appearing with these big monsters that appear at the end of the chapter. This is like all brand new stuff. This hasn't even happened in the webcomic. So we're finally heading out into a brave new world at this point. So let's get into breaking this chapter down because it's pretty fun. So coming off of the previous chapter, we saw that Blast intervened in the Tanito versus Flashy Flash and Sonic fight, took them all out. Coming into this chapter, we're seeing that, of course, they're still alive. That was Blast's whole intervention there. He was trying to prevent more killing, as he said was pointless. And just like in the webcomic, we see the Tanito hype up Empty Void, the leader of the Ninja Village. But going further, they say, right now, he must be at your hideout waiting for us to bring him your heads. And it turns out, yeah, he is there. We've been talking about this the last 2 weeks because one and and Murata decided to just straight up follow the webcomic continuity here, at least with how Empty Void's story wraps up. Because he did show up to Sonic's abandoned warehouse home place where Saitama was. And judging by that, you could have guessed how things were going to go. Saitama just one-taps him into the ground. It's over. It's actually a strong off-screen. If anyone followed Jujutsu Kaisen, that was like Sukuna's favorite move to do. And one of the things I pointed out before is that we were kind of seeing like a recurring theme in Saitama knocking the ninjas into the ground and then making like a Looney Tunes type crater out of them. But the little twist is that Blast already knew about this, because before he shows up in the previous chapter to help Flashy Flash and Sonic against the Tanito, he had already been to Sonic's empty warehouse. And that makes sense because Blast knew the plan of the Tanito, that they were all going to show up at Sonic's warehouse place with Empty Void eventually. He like heard it through his earpiece. We still don't know how he was hearing that. I assume it's because Hellfire and Gale are like working with the Hero Association now and they were like wearing a wire or something. Just taking a guess. It still hasn't been confirmed in this chapter, but when he went there originally, he just found Saitama, who had already defeated Empty Void. But now it turns out that it actually wasn't the letter of challenge that Sonic had given the Flashy Flash. It was actually the letter of challenge that Sonic had given the Saitama. And then Blast had used Rover to like smell the letter, and then that led him to Sonic because he could do that. We had some a little Pulp Fiction timeline stuff going on here. But something that's changing in the manga version of this Empty Void defeat is that he seems to still have his weapons with him. You can actually see like the indent of his swords. In the webcomic, I kept pointing out that Saitama like lays his arsenal out and then eventually gives his swords to Sonic and Flashy Flash. So that might mean that either Empty Void is going to get back up here, which would be pretty impressive, you know, after taking a casual shot from Saitama. Especially because Saitama straight up tells them that he's pretty sure he didn't kill Empty Void. And then maybe they get his arsenal at that point, or he just runs away, especially considering what happens at the end of this chapter. So after all of this, the Tanito like start laughing and thinking that it's like a joke or something, or they're lying, because they just totally believe that Empty Void can't be defeated by anyone. So then they try to attack Saitama, you know, as ninjas do, and Saitama just taps all of them at the same time. I don't know how this works, but it just does. He's Saitama. He can do whatever he wants. And we also get a little funny scene with Saitama and Sonic here, where Sonic's like, hey, Saitama, why are you even here? And Saitama's like, aren't you the one that sent me those creepy letters asking me to come over? And then Sonic's like, oh yeah, I did do that. So this is pretty much the resolution of the ninja stuff. It seems like the Tanito might even become good guys or something. I don't know. It seems like they're kind of going to have a redemption because, you know, they were brought up in the ninja village and brainwashed essentially by Empty Void and his men. But anyway, suddenly the sky starts breaking apart, like implying that another dimension is opening or something. And Blast seems to know what this is, and suddenly we see like this gigantic tiger and turtle come through. And they have like these glowing aura eyes, which are very similar to what we saw in Empty Void's previous retcon aesthetic, because he had received like powers from God. So I guess you just put two and two together here. These things are definitely avatars of God, or just creations of God to some extent. And Blast says, I've wandered too far from my post. So I guess this means that since Blast has been away from his post, as he said, because we saw that he kind of like a lot of the time is keeping God at bay with like his team, his Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever, in another dimension. So I guess he can only stay away from that place for, I don't know, an hour or two or something. Because if he doesn't, then I guess God gains more access to his power or something, and his ability to like send these creatures through a dimension or whatever. We still don't know how it works exactly. We still don't even know what's going on with God and where he is and why they have to do what they're doing. I mean, we can theorize, but just going off of the actual manga, we don't know really much yet. But these two monsters send like this beam from their mouth, and then Rover like attacks them back with his own beam, and they have a beam clash, and at the end of the chapter, like it explodes, and this is like some serious damage. This is like first arc level city damage that we're seeing here. Luckily, this is like in the abandoned area, so there's probably not any civilians here that are going to die from this. Blast is there too, so he could just protect you with his barriers, or he could just warp you out or whatever. So it's like, this is the safest place anyone could be in the One Punch Man world, right here with Saitama and Blast. But like I said, that's where the chapter ends, and this is pretty fascinating. So I don't know what to make of this tiger and turtle. It's very possible that they're the same thing as Overgrown Rover. Like, God found just these regular animals and then buffed them up to become his vessels of destruction or whatever. Because as far as I know, Overgrown Rover's origin hasn't been explained. Like, I don't think he was an experiment of Psychoses, the way that a few other of the monsters in the Monster Association were, such as like Evil Natural Water. I could be wrong, but I don't think Psycho said that she made Rover. And I think Butterfly DX, or Forte, one of the guys who like kind of take after Rover, one of Saitama's neighbors in the Hero Association, said that he was like 4 months old. And if we're going by the timeline, he was made like, I guess 1 month before season 3 or something. So it's possible that Rover was made by God the same way that these creatures are implied to be. I also think Black S is a result of God directly trying to make a monster. Now, if you're thinking like, where did Black S come from? You know, take a guess. But I doubt this tiger and turtle are really going to last very long, especially with Saitama and Blast there. They'll wind up getting defeated, I guess. And then I guess we're going to get some more exposition from Blast about what's going on with God and all that stuff and why he has to stay at his post. And then I guess Empty Void might appear at this point and then escape, or just get taken into the Hero Association by Blast and then put into, you know, that program to reverse his monsterization. But then the whole thing about Rover being here and having like that beam clash with these monsters, maybe God looks at Rover and he's like, oh, hey, I forgot about you. And then that goes into our Cosmic Rover theory. I don't think it's going to happen now, but maybe it eventually will. Like, God makes Rover his super avatar or something. So this chapter is pretty exciting. One, because we're getting the return of Empty Void, but it's actually good this time. Two, we're seeing Blast do cool stuff. And three, we're seeing the return of Above Dragon. That's right, Above Dragon is back. And I'll get into that. Let me just quickly go over how we got to this point. So in the previous chapter, we saw Saitama confront Empty Void, the leader of the Ninja Village, and he one-shotted him into the ground. And while that was happening, Blast, Flashy Flash, and Sonic, mainly Blast, was wrapping up the whole Kanito Heavenly Ninja Party thing. Brought them all to where Saitama and Empty Void were to, like, I don't know, wrap up the arc. But then suddenly the sky started to open up, like, to another dimension. And these crazy looking tiger and turtle monsters came through. And we're going to find out that these are like God's guardian beasts. And apparently this happened because Blast left his post too long. Because apparently Blast has to like stay in a different dimension or something to like hold back God from coming through some kind of portal or dimension or something. It's not made clear yet. We can only really go off of context clues and a little bit of dialogue, but that's essentially the gist of it. But anyway, these things like had a beam clash with Rover, who happened to be there as well. And it wound up destroying like a portion of this abandoned city that they're all in right now. Like, and as we speculated, Blast was just going to save everybody with his barrier ability. So these monsters are called the Guardian Beasts. The turtle is called Genbu, and the tiger is called Byakko. I guess that lines up with Japanese mythology. I think Genbu means black tortoise, and Byakko means white tiger. But it says for their disaster level, dragon or higher. Now that might also change once the translation comes out. I'm going off of Google Translate here. I know that might anger some of you, but I don't really think it's a big deal. This chapter is only like 14 pages. Maybe even less than that, and it has very little dialogue in it. But it does say Ryujo, and Ryujo or Ryuijo means dragon or higher, which also means above dragon, which was like our favorite thing back in the day. Like once I came onto the One Punch Man scene, Above Dragon was a big deal. And that's because the power scale was very different at that time. So anything that was above dragon or higher was a big deal. And that actually started with Boros. Like in the One Punch Man data book, for Boros's page, it says that his disaster level is dragon or higher. And I think this might be the first time we're actually seeing Ryuijo or above dragon or higher in the actual manga itself. Because I think the only time we ever saw that before was in the data book. I could be wrong about that. Like the other big, powerful, implied above dragon monsters, I think just got like unknown disaster levels, right? I could also be wrong about that. This is pretty exciting. These guardian beasts are extremely powerful. Like, they're straight up above dragon level, which I did not expect. I thought they would just be like dragons or high dragons or something. Now, the whole thing about these being God's guardian beasts, we don't really know what that means other than just what it means on the surface. But going into, like, I guess the mythology that this is based off of, like I said with Genbu and Byakko, apparently there are two others that fall into the holy beast category or whatever. So the other ones are like Suzaku, which is like a phoenix, which I think means vermilion bird. And then the other one is Azure dragon, or the Quinlong, or Qinlong, however you pronounce that. There was also an arc based off of this in Yu Yu Hakusho as well, if you remember. And if you haven't, you should watch Yu Yu Hakusho because it's really great. So does that mean that we're going to see more of these guardian beasts like the other two? If it's supposed to line up with the four holy beast mythology, which I guess it is. And I think we are. I mean, it's possible that we've already seen the Azure dragon, like with the cruel dragon. I don't know if that is. I don't know what the cruel dragon's color is. I don't know if it's azure. I don't know if it's supposed to be the Quinlong or whatever, but it's possible that it's not supposed to be. And maybe these things are still out there. Also, it kind of parallels to the disaster levels as well. Like disaster level tiger, demon, not really so much. I guess the tortoise is the demon. And then dragon is dragon, of course. And then when you see God depicted in the anime, I don't think it looks like that in the manga. I don't think we see depictions of like the disaster levels in the manga, but in the anime, it's depicted as like a phoenix, right? So that oddly kind of lines up with that. I don't know if that's intentional or not, because, you know, disaster level demon is kind of throwing a wrench in that. But anyway, now that I've lost everyone with my rambling about this stuff, going more into the chapter, we see suddenly Saitama's about to just punch these things out, you know, as Saitama would. I mean, he's there, why wouldn't he? But before he can do that, smoke starts coming out of the crater that Empty Void was put in, and Blast looks at it and he's like, I remember that smoke. That's the same type of smoke that came out of Cosmic Fear Garo after he was defeated by Saitama, which implies that like God's power or whatever is leaving him. And then Empty Void shoots out of the crater and just one slashes Guardian Beast Genbu, or two slashes since he used two swords, but you know what I mean. And I think he's actually cutting the tiger as well. It looks like he is. So he's getting both of them. And then Blast just follows his lead, and he does like a Gatling style of his gravity fist, but I think he calls it like Giga Gravity or something. The translation is going to be different than that, but it's more along those lines. And he just wrecks them with this, then sends them back into the dimension place that they were coming from, and then closes the portal. Then Empty Void comes back down, and his like face plate cracks, just like how Garo's did to like reveal his true face. This also kind of happened in the previous retcon, except it didn't reveal like his human face. It revealed like his handsome cosmic face, but now it's just his human face. And Blast is like really happy, the Void, my boy's back. And that's where the chapter ends. Pretty exciting stuff, I must say. So first of all, Void essentially one-shotting an above dragon here. Now, I don't know if these creatures were killed by this, because Blast like sends them back into the dimension and then closes it. So either he sent their corpses back, or they were kind of just knocked out by this. Regardless, this is one of the best feats ever in the series. I don't really think anyone outside of Saitama, Blast, and like, you know, the Garo that chopped through Sage Centipede, whatever that Garo is, could like one-shot an above dragon like this. Empty Void is now joining the ranks of these incredibly powerful characters. So now that he's a human, I don't know if he's still that strong, because I guess it's implied that he still kind of has the residual god strength left in him when he performs that feat. But regardless, it seems like he's fully a human again, which means that I guess he went through something similar to Garo, as to where he was like able to just mentally fight through it, and then had the assistance of Saitama beating him up, because they essentially both went through the same experiences. So now that Void is ostensibly a human here, I guess he's going to join up with Blast again, maybe? That would just seem too good and too quick of a resolution. So something might happen that leads to like Void running away. Like maybe he's like still shocked or something, or confused, and like he just skedaddles or something. It's also possible that Void might take the Otento here, since they are still here and alive for a reason, and like tries to start a new ninja village group or something. Like maybe not literally like the ninja village, but like a new adjacent group to the heroes, I guess. And not saying they're going to be good guys, but maybe they just won't be aligned with God or the heroes. Maybe they'll wind up doing like their own thing or something. Or he just refuses to join up with Blast. Maybe it goes back into his old retcon story as to where like he was never really friends with Blast, and he was kind of just getting intel on him by letting his sister marry him and have kids. I mean, Blue is still a thing. Like Blast still does have a son in Blue. So Blue's mom and Blast's wife still has to be a thing, regardless of if they're related to Empty Void or not. Okay, so it seems like the ninja arc is actually over, like for real this time. Meaning that for the first time in nearly 2 years, we are moving on from this portion of the story in the manga. So the chapter's opening up from the end of the previous with Empty Void breaking out of his shell. Figuratively and literally. He's breaking out of his monsterization or god avatarization the same way that Garo did. And Void has just a complete face turn here. Not only him, but other characters, and we'll get to that. Because Blast is like, Void, are you back to normal? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like the haze suddenly cleared. Then Sonic immediately attacks him. And they have this quick back and forth exchange to where the Tanito are like, I can't see them. And it turns out it's actually Flashy Flash and Sonic taking on Empty Void in this sequence. So I guess it's just showing, yeah, Empty Void is still pretty powerful despite not having God's power anymore. Like anyone who can go toe to toe with Flashy Flash and Sonic at the same time is at least, I don't know, High Dragon or something like that possibly. It's too early to tell for sure, but Empty Void is still really powerful. And at this point, of course, Blast steps in and stops the fight because that's what Blast does. And he essentially tells him like, hey, I know you guys hate him, you have every right to, but he was being controlled by God, it's not his fault. You know, making the ninja village and forcing all of these orphans to become murderous ninjas and killing them and torturing them and all that stuff. But then Void's like, it's fine, Blast. It's not like I've lost my memory of the time I fell under God's control. It was like having my flaws amplified. I didn't trust you and acted recklessly. So I fell right into God's trap. So that lines up with how Garo was acting as well. When Garo accepted God's power, at least the little bit that he did by slapping his hand and kind of accidentally, I guess, he didn't like become a different person or anything. He was still Garo. He was just, as Void says here, having his flaws amplified, like his human monster being the ultimate evil, or the thing that everyone comes together to unite in fear of him. And interesting that he says, I didn't trust you and acted recklessly, so I fell right into God's trap. That goes into what Void's story was in the previous retcon. When we got to see the flashback of him and Blast working together to look for the cubes and whatnot, we found out that he didn't trust Blast, which is understandable. But what he did wasn't very understandable. Like, he had his sister, Luna, like covertly woo Blast to like keep tabs on him, and they like wound up having a kid together in Blue, who is the current leader of the Neo Leaders, which still hasn't been introduced technically in this continuity. That's probably going to happen after this. We'll talk about that at the end of the video, but it seems like that is probably still going to happen. But it also makes me think, like, was this Void's outcome regardless? Like, was this going to happen in the previous retcon as well? Like, after it was revealed that he was going to use God's power against him? Like, was it just going to end with him breaking out of God's avatarism by, I don't know, getting punched by Saitama or something, and then he would just be a good guy and then join Blast? But Void eventually is like, I have to return to the front line against God now. Once everything's settled, I'll do whatever it takes to make it up to you. Referring to the Tanito. So him saying, return to the front line against God now. Return. Meaning that he was there before? So it's like, is Void one of these Guardian of the Galaxy type beings that we saw helping Blast during the fight between Saitama and Garo? Because we know that he was looking for the cubes like 20 years ago or something with Blast. So I guess that possibly led to them finding out about these Guardians or whatever they are. We don't know their name yet. I'm just calling them the Guardians of the Galaxy. Still not sure. We're not getting any more information about that, but I guess we're gonna have to wait for like another big flashback to pad out all of this story that needs interconnecting at this point, which is fine. It can wait. But then Blast realizes that Garo and Void, having their avatar power leave them, have one common factor, and it's that Saitama punched both of them. And he's like, just what's his fist? And we get to see the rare instance of what, in my opinion, is Saitama's true form. Like, as you'll see throughout the series, Saitama appears to be different in, various panels or whatever, depending on the context or the mood. But sometimes we get to see Saitama looking like this. And I think this is what Saitama actually looks like. Like, if you just truly can comprehend what Saitama is, you will see him looking like this. Think about when Boros first saw Saitama. He saw him as there's no limit to his power. And he saw like this, beast, god, human type person. Now, as for what Blast is asking here, just what's his fist? Saitama is, I guess, the antithesis to God. Saitama is the ultimate power. Removed his limiter, there's no limit to his power. In theory, he could just become infinitely strong. Aside from that, his abilities and what he can do still aren't fully explained, since he can seemingly do anything, and it doesn't really follow the laws of the universe. But then the Tanito are like, we can't just wait and look while our master marches to the battlefield. Shouldn't we also be trying to find those cubes or whatever and seize God by the tail? So it seems like the Tanito are going to be looking for cubes after this point, and that's another interesting thing. It's because the ultimate outcome of the Tanito is not for them to die, which they have done like 3 times at this point, but now they're living and they're turning face. And they might be looking for the cubes, which is fine. I don't know how far that's going to go, but it's just going to give a reason for them to be lingering out there. Then also, now they're asking Saitama to be their leader, which is like hilarious. It fits in the theme of things. And then we get this short one-on-one between Sonic and Flashy Flash, where Flashy Flash is like, Sonic, there's something I want to tell you. That day, I poisoned you. Sonic's like, so what? That was such a petty move. I was honestly disappointed. Referring to back when they were still teenagers in the Ninja Village, and when Flashy Flash had planned on just executing everyone there. Obviously, he was trying to keep Sonic alive because he liked Sonic. So he poisoned him rather than having him present during that graduation ceremony. And I guess this is his way of essentially saying, hey, I'm sorry for poisoning you, and Sonic saying, it's okay, I forgive you, I understand why you did it. But like in their own way. But then Sonic's like, more important than that, it's time for retraining. I will mentor you from zero again. We'll brush those idiots off and cut God's sleeping head off. And Flash Flash is like, yeah. So I guess Sonic and Flashy Flash are going to be a pair from now on, which I'm cool with. But maybe they're not going to be like connected at the hip, but they will come together every so often. If not that they're always together now. Either way, I'm fine with that. I don't think Sonic is going to become like a S-class hero, even though he could if he really wanted to, but I think eventually he will probably be a hero, or at least fight side by side with them. Then Blast talks to Saitama and he's like, for the final battle against God, your power will be needed for sure. When that time comes, lend us your strength. I will come for you then. So that's very interesting. Blast finally acknowledging that Saitama not maybe is the one above all, but is like top tier in strength for sure. Why is he not bringing Saitama with him now to go fight against God or whatever he's doing? I guess to leave Saitama in charge of protecting Earth while he's gone, because now that he has this, he doesn't really have to worry as much as he did before. And of course, this is foreshadowing for the final arc of the series, the final battle against God. I mean, we all know that it's headed towards that, and Saitama will obviously have to be a part of it. When is that going to happen? 7, 8 years, 10 years from now, real time, probably. It's going to take a while. So then Blast teleports out of there with Void, and they wind up going to the dimension between space-time, which kind of just looks like they're going to another planet, but I guess that's not what it is. And we see the corpses of the 2 divine beasts that were defeated in the previous chapter. So they are dead. We were wondering about that. But we're seeing a 3rd corpse here, a 3rd divine beast that we haven't seen yet, and this one is the Kirin. Which is really interesting because we were speculating about it going off of the mythology of the 4 holy beasts or whatever. Like the turtle, the tiger, the phoenix, and the dragon. But now the Kirin is here, and the Kirin isn't a part of that. I'm actually kind of familiar with the Kirin, interestingly enough, because in One Piece, it was recently revealed that one of the new top tier characters introduced has like the Kirin devil fruit. And the Kirin is like a mythological animal derived from both Chinese and Japanese mythologies. But it's possible that the Kirin here just replaces the dragon if it is going by the 4 holy beasts thing, which maybe it's not. Maybe it's just Eastern Asian mythological creatures that are God's divine beasts or whatever. But Blast realizes immediately that, yeah, it had to be Saitama who took this thing down. And it is confirmed as we see that as Saitama was like leaving, I guess, the conclusion of everything that happened in this chapter, he ran into the Kirin and then just one-punched it. Because we do see like the sky opening in the background the same way that we saw with the other beasts entering. So I guess Saitama didn't even really need Blast's powers. He just punched it back into the dimension it came from and then it just closed itself. But still, pretty cool. We get to see another feat from Saitama to end this arc. I'm assuming the Kirin was just as strong as the other ones, which were literally said to be above Dragon in strength, maybe even stronger than them, but this isn't the last one. There will be more of these things eventually. And then in the last panel of the chapter, we see all of the ninjas going after Saitama in their own way. The Tanito wanting him to be their leader, Flashy Flash wanting him to be their disciple, and Sonic wanting to fight him. We also see Hellfire and Gale here, who are trying to challenge Flashy Flash. So nice little ending here. I do like it. Very wholesome. And it seems like this is for sure the end of the ninja arc, right? And then after this, I guess we're gonna go into the Neo Heroes intro arc, which has already been completed at this point, right? Like in the previous retcons, that was shoehorned into the middle of that arc. It was like 4 or 5 chapters or something. So seemingly, One and Murata can just mass release all of those chapters, and then we could just move on to what's going to happen after that, which is pretty incredible. But let me know what you think is going to happen in the comments, guys, and what you thought about this chapter. If you liked the video, please give it a like, and please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.
So, as we expected, One and Murata decided to release all of the Neo Leader chapters just all at once, along with a little bonus chapter that we're getting with 209 at the end. So we're getting chapters 204 through 209 all in one day. Also, we are still currently on break for One Punch Man. This is kind of like a little interim thing. I mean, it technically is a new chapter, so I guess we're kind of on break, we're kind of on not, but after this, we're definitely on break for another month. But this is just something to hold us over, I guess. So first, let me go over chapters 204 through 208, which I actually did in my previous video talking about the hiatus, but I'll put that here because I don't really need to go over it again. I think it was done pretty good. And then after that, I'll talk about chapter 209 because that's really exciting, and it is the beginning of the next arc in One Punch Man, which is one of the best arcs in the series. But yeah, let's go over chapters 204 through 208 right now. It starts off with us seeing Suiryu. He's finally getting out of the hospital. Yes, from getting beat up by Koketsu and Bakuzan all the way back in season 2, you know, in the Super Fight Tournament arc. He's getting out of the hospital now, and he's like just walking down the street. And he plans on joining the Hero Association because, you know, that's what Saitama inspired him to do. But he suddenly comes across this demon level monster getting destroyed by one of the new Neo leaders by the name of Webigaza. She's kind of like a cross between a Mai Mask and Genos. And once he finds out that she's a part of the Neo Heroes, he's like, oh, well, let me go check it out. Why not? Might as well. And once he goes there for like a little trial run, he puts on one of their battle suits. This is going to be really integral to this Neo Hero arc that we're eventually going to get into. And he winds up like accidentally breaking it because he's just such a beast. And because he breaks it, he now owes them like a couple million in yen, which is like hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think. So he has to be a Neo leader, essentially, to pay back the suit. This is like a fun little way of getting him into the Neo Heroes, because in the webcomic continuity, Suiryu just immediately joins the Neo Heroes. He doesn't have that come to light moment with Saitama in that continuity. So he never really had incentive to join the Hero Association in the first place. So after Suiryu reluctantly joins the Neo Heroes, he comes to this meeting where we get to meet all of the Neo leaders, which are essentially like the S-class of the Neo Heroes. There he meets like their manager, commissioner type of character, I guess you can call him.
McCoy. He's there via like hologram. And we also see that Child Emperor, Metal Bat, and Darkshine have joined the Neo Heroes as well. Child Emperor going by Wild Emperor now. He joined it along with Second Gar as well, and Metal Bat, to kind of just like be on the inside of the Neo Heroes. And right now they are still, with the Hero Association, but they do acknowledge that it is corrupt. But they're more so working on the inside of the Neo Heroes to try to figure out what's going on with them, because they are very suspicious of them, as you should be. Darkshine's kind of just doing his own thing, trying to figure himself out, trying to overcome his PTSD that he had coming out of the Monster Association arc. So he's kind of just like a trainer for them now. He's essentially unable to fight. And we see that when we get introduced to one of the big Neo leaders, and it's this guy, Raiden. Raiden is the former Yokozuna of Super Sumo, where only Rikishi over 3 meters and 400 kilograms are allowed to enter the ring. He's definitely S-class level, and he kind of intimidates Darkshine and almost like overpowers him completely, but Raiden realizes that Darkshine is messed up, like mentally for sure, and he's like, okay, I understand. It seems you're not in the best condition right now. Or perhaps, you're past your prime. Now, aside from him, we also get introduced to Ryumon, who is the boss of the Ryumon gang, which has 400 members. He's essentially like a Yakuza guy that's come around to the good side, essentially. Now he wants to be a hero. It remains to be seen how strong he is, but he seems to have some kind of connection with Metal Bat. Not like a pre-established one, but like, how they're both like those rough around the edges, Bancho type of characters. They like kind of have this clash of personalities. Then we're introduced to Excel, who is the leader of a vigilante group named the Hunters. It remains to be seen how powerful he is too, but he seems to be somewhat formidable. Then we have Infelsinave, who is the founder of the Church of the Otherworldly Incarnation. He's essentially a cult leader, and they're using Infelsinave to use his followers to like boost the reputation of the Neo Heroes, essentially. Then we have Zaditz, who is like this really rich guy who's financially backing the Neo Heroes. He's probably not like a fighter, but it remains to be seen with him, to be honest. Then we come back to Webby Gaza, the character that we got introduced to in the beginning of this whole sequence with Suiryu, the character I said was a cross between a My Mask and Genos. She's like a hugely popular idol singer who's riding high and has overwhelming support from teenagers. And after a 6-month hiatus from being like an idol, she endured various human experiments, and she has returned as an enhanced human. And her goal is to like surpass My Mask as like an idol hero. So yeah, like I said, cyborg idol, My Mask type character. And as we've seen, she can easily take out demon levels, so she's pretty powerful. Then we're introduced to A, who is a hitman with a special A-class bounty. He seems to be like a straight up evil guy, so that's like his role here. Don't know how strong he is yet. Maybe not S-class level, remains to be seen. We're also seeing the security of the Neo Heroes, and it's these two characters, Element and Destro. They used to be mercenaries, and it turns out that they have a cyborgification level of like 94 and 95%, which is implied to be incredibly powerful because Webby Gaza herself is only over 71%, and it was stated that even the cyborg fighters in the cyborg fight have a modification rate of about 30%, and cyborgification over 60% is extremely dangerous, and successful cases are rare. So yeah, these guys are for sure dragon level in strength, definitely S-class, I'm assuming. And then finally, we're introduced to the leader of the Neo Heroes and the Neo Leaders, and it's a character by the name of Blue, who is straight up Blast's son, or at least allegedly. He's also 16 years old, and that's pretty much all we know at this point. And he does have the same eyes as Blast, so that's something. We saw in the previous retcon that Blast had wound up marrying the sister of Empty Void, and they wound up having Blue, but that story kind of got thrown to the side. We don't know if that is going to come back into the new continuity or not. But as of right now, this is pretty much all we know. Blue seems to be about justice, seems like he wants to do the right thing, and that's where we left off. So we're probably for sure going to get back into that, but maybe they'll change it up a little bit. Hopefully they release all of these chapters at the same time. But
so in chapter 209, we see Saitama shopping, for sales and stuff. This is classic One Punch Man, a nice return to form after that ninja arc. And he's also like one punching some snail monster, I don't know, but anyway, he's coming to Genos, and they're kind of like having this bonding
moment in this sequence, I guess. Another little surprising detail is that Genos apparently ran into a demon level monster here, and it was so strong that it like messed him up. Like he lost an arm in the process and his face is pretty messed up. Genos is incredibly powerful at this point in the story. I mean, he's not like Daedric Genos the way that he was in the Monster Association arc, but he's got to be comparable to that, right? I mean, he doesn't have like the 10-second full power Super Saiyan thing, but he's got to be comparable at base, you know, base for base if you want to go. But I don't know what's really going on, because this demon level seemingly should be a dragon, unless this is the strongest demon ever. This is truly the above demon level monster that has been theorized for so many years. But then Genos asked Saitama for another sparring session. They had one like a couple chapters back, or at this point I guess it's a couple arcs back, and Saitama wound up being like unfazed by Genos. He was kind of just annoyed by like the light in his face, if anything. So Genos was kind of upset by that sequence, so he wants to run that back. But it's also for Dr. Kuseno, because he says he's taken interest in Saitama's physical capabilities, and that he would like to meet Saitama to do some proper data analysis on him. This is huge. Whenever Saitama's power comes up and it being analyzed by someone, it's really significant, because I think it means that we will get more info on Saitama's powers and how it works and everything. I mean, we got it with the narrator during Garo versus Saitama, but also, you know, we have like Dr. Genus, who straight up explained what the limiter was to Zombie Man talking about Saitama. So Dr. Kuseno doing an analysis on Saitama can give us, like I said, more info on him, which is just so fascinating to me. It's like, you know, trying to break down a nigh omnipotent being. Also, we're going back to that bonding moment I was talking about, because Genos is like getting better at shopping and Saitama is like impressed by it. And also in this panel at the bottom of the page where Genos is explaining what he bought for Saitama, we see like this shadowy figure in the building above them in the window looking down at them. I don't want to get too much into it, but this could be a little Easter egg that represents like God watching Saitama, because this is typically how God is depicted, right? Like a tall, bald silhouette figure, which, sometimes takes various forms. But I think that's, what's going on here. Also, like, kind of like the moon in the sky at night, because God is the moon and all that stuff. But anyway, let's move on, because they're running into a My Mask here. And he's like, you're just too strong. If you're free around noon tomorrow, how about I invite you for tea or something? And that's pretty funny, because it sounds like he's like hitting on Saitama, but he's not. It's just, taken out of context, it can be taken that way. But he says, I have something I want to consult with you directly about. And then Genos says, we refuse. And like, that's how the chapter ends. But a My Mask interested in Saitama here, can't really get too much into why. I mean, we've seen that he's been very interested in Saitama, because he was looking at the security footage of Saitama like destroying the Metal Knight robots back at the Hero Association, and he's just been fascinated with him since then. So it's heavily implied that he realized that Saitama is the strongest. Like, strongest being in existence, essentially. Meaning that he's one of the few characters that, actually has that knowledge. So now he has some kind of proposition for Saitama. And this has kind of been a recurring thing right now, with Flashy Flash approaching Saitama, and that took us into the Ninja arc. Well, guess what? This has taken us into the My Mask arc, which is one of the best arcs in the series. It's one of my favorite stretch of chapters. I really, really enjoyed this back when it was released in the webcomic during the very start of the pandemic. And wow, it's just so good, way better than you think it's going to be, because you're like, oh, My Mask, I guess he's kind of a cool character. How, interesting could an arc centered around him be? And it's like, well, get ready to be surprised. And I don't think that they're really going to deviate away from the webcomic continuity all that much, because this sequence right here is pretty much from the webcomic entirely. So if they just keep it that way, the way that they did with the Ninja arc, but maybe slightly tweak it a little bit, and of course keep Blast out of the mix, then it's going to be pretty fantastic. But let me know what you think about this in the comments, guys. And if you liked the video, please give it a like, and please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one. So in chapter 209, we see Saitama shopping, for sales and stuff. This is classic One Punch Man, a nice return to form after that Ninja arc. And he's also like one punching some snail monster, I don't know. But anyway, he's coming to Genos, and they're kind of like having this bonding moment in this sequence, I guess. Another little surprising detail is that Genos apparently ran into a demon level monster here, and it was so strong that it like messed him up. Like he lost an arm in the process and his face is pretty messed up. Genos is incredibly powerful at this point in the story. I mean, he's not like Daedric Genos the way that he was in the Monster Association arc, but he's
gotta be comparable to that, right? I mean, he doesn't have like the 10-second full power Super Saiyan thing, but he's gotta be comparable at base, base for base, if you want to go. But I don't know what's really going on, because this demon level seemingly should be a dragon, unless this is the strongest demon ever. This is truly the above demon level monster that has been theorized for so many years. But then Genos asked Saitama for another sparring session. They had one like a couple chapters back, or at this point I guess it's a couple arcs back, and Saitama wound up being like unfazed by Genos. He was kind of just annoyed by like the light in his face, if anything. So Genos was kind of upset by that sequence, so he wants to run that back. But it's also for Dr. Kuseno, because he says he's taken interest in Saitama's physical capabilities, and that he would like to meet Saitama to do some proper data analysis on him. This is huge. Whenever Saitama's power comes up and it being analyzed by someone, it's really significant, because I think it means that we will get more info on Saitama's powers and how it works and everything. I mean, we got it with the narrator during Garo versus Saitama, but also, we have like Dr. Genus, who straight up explained what the limiter was to Zombie Man talking about Saitama. So Dr. Kuseno doing an analysis on Saitama can give us, like I said, more info on him, which is just so fascinating to me. It's like, trying to break down a nigh omnipotent being. Also, we're going back to that bonding moment I was talking about, because Genos is like getting better at shopping and Saitama is like impressed by it. And also in this panel at the bottom of the page where Genos is explaining what he bought for Saitama, we see like this shadowy figure in the building above them in the window looking down at them. I don't want to get too much into it, but this could be a little Easter egg that represents like God watching Saitama, because this is typically how God is depicted, right? Like a tall, bald silhouette figure, which, sometimes takes various forms. But I think that's, what's going on here. Also, like, kind of like the moon in the sky at night, because God is the moon and all that stuff. But anyway, let's move on, because they're running into a My Mask here. And he's like, you're just too strong. If you're free around noon tomorrow, how about I invite you for tea or something? And that's pretty funny, because it sounds like he's like hitting on Saitama, but he's not. It's just, taken out of context, it can be taken that way. But he says, I have something I want to consult with you directly about. And then Genos says, we refuse. And like, that's how the chapter ends. But a My Mask interested in Saitama here can't really get too much into why. I mean, we've seen that he's been very interested in Saitama, because he was looking at the security footage of Saitama like destroying the Metal Knight robots back at the Hero Association, and he's just been fascinated with him since then. So it's heavily implied that he realized that Saitama is the strongest. Like, strongest being in existence, essentially. Meaning that he's one of the few characters that, actually has that knowledge. So now he has some kind of proposition for Saitama. And this has kind of been a recurring thing right now, with Flashy Flash approaching Saitama, and that took us into the Ninja arc. Well, guess what? This has taken us into the My Mask arc, which is one of the best arcs in the series. It's one of my favorite stretch of chapters. I really, really enjoyed this back when it was released in the webcomic during the very start of the pandemic. And wow, it's just so good, way better than you think it's going to be, because you're like, oh, My Mask, I guess he's kind of a cool character. How, interesting could an arc centered around him be? And it's like, well, get ready to be surprised. And I don't think that they're really going to deviate away from the webcomic continuity all that much, because this sequence right here is pretty much from the webcomic entirely. So we're coming to the meeting between Saitama and a My Mask. And in this meeting, a My Mask is dropping like top 5 most important exposition in the entire series, because he explains like the history of the One Punch Man world, and this is the first time that we, the audience, are ever hearing this information. So he says, a long time ago there used to be multiple so-called countries all over the earth that repeatedly waged large-scale world wars fighting over land and resources. So that's really interesting, because in the One Punch Man world that we know, the population is like divided by cities with a letter next to them. There's like no countries or anything like that. It's like city A, city Z, etc. So originally it did have a more standard structure for society, but it was all ruined by wars. And as the population declined and the preservation of the series became a priority, the human race unified its language and a global government was born. That was the first era of change. So right now in the One Punch Man world, everyone speaks the same language essentially, which I don't think we knew that before. As well as them having like a global government,
which I guess makes sense if they're all, together at this point, which we're going to get into, because the effects of the World War continued to erode the planet, and the environment turned toxic, climate change accelerated, sea levels rose, and harmful organisms proliferated. So that kind of sounds like it's implying that it was the world wars that gave birth to monsters. Interesting. And in response, humanity abandoned other territories and focused all of its efforts on the supercontinent and carried out a mass migration. So yeah, the population of the One Punch Man world, or at least most of it, if not all of it, or like 99% of it, is comprised on a supercontinent. There are other continents, or at least land masses, in the One Punch Man world, at least from what we've seen on illustrations of the globe, but I don't think it's ever really talked about. Maybe the Temple of the Cruel Dragon is in one of those areas, possibly, but yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, we knew that there was a supercontinent. We actually see it in the first season of the anime, but we just didn't know that everyone just lived there together. But going further into all of this big exposition dump and dialogue, My Mask eventually says that the third era of change is upon us, and that humanity's natural enemy is the emergence of monsters possessing high degrees of intelligence. A few years ago, it was a rare phenomenon, but lately the constant evacuation alarms are getting on people's nerves. So yeah, all of these new super powerful dragons and intelligent monsters that we've been seeing are like a new thing in the One Punch Man world. They're like just as new as like the S-Class heroes are, because like the S-Class and like the Hero Association is only like I think 3 years old, or a little over 3 years old at this point in the story, and it seems like the super powerful monsters, or at least the really intelligent super powerful ones, are like just as new as that. Now why is that? Well, it's just because God's plan is like accelerating, I suppose, and it's getting to the point of where it's closer than it's ever been for his resurrection. Like him slowly turning humanity into monsters is like part of his plan to, like, I don't know, whatever his ultimate plan is, we don't know what it is yet, but taking over humanity and possibly taking over the entire earth and becoming like one big organism with it, if that is truly what his plan is, like what we heard Sairochi say back in the Monster Association arc. But even if that's just not singularly the case, he still wants to like have a monster born on the level of Orochi that will sacrifice itself to bring him back, essentially, through like whatever stasis that he's trapped in, whatever dimension that he's trapped in. So he's just like farming humanity and just trying to breed that one special Orochi monster. But there's more to it than that. But anyway, going further, My Mask says that what's worse is most monsters originated among us. And that is, really fascinating, because it seems like most monsters are coming from humans. I mean, yeah, there are monsters that are just born monsters for sure, or even sometimes I guess animals becoming monsters. I think that's a thing, or just animal monsters. But humans becoming monsters is like the predominant like origin here. And I made a few videos as to what I think is the reasoning for this, because it's, at least in my opinion, being implied in this chapter that monsters weren't always like a thing. It's not just like a natural part of this world's humanity. It like just started happening one day. And I think it starts with God and his plans and what he's been doing whenever he made contact with the world, I guess, or at least had enough contact with it. And I guess it ultimately boils down to like the water and the food of this world are like tainted by whatever God has done to it, and it like makes people susceptible to becoming monsters. Again, I made a whole video talking in depth about why this makes sense. I'll link it at the end of this video if I remember. But anyway, My Mask says that the remedy for all of this is to bring about like this big ultimate superhero, essentially like a big mascot like Superman, but he has like sponsors on him, essentially. That's like what a My Mask wanted himself to be. but he realizes that he just can't. He's not strong enough to become this big ultimate messiah. I don't know if you guys have seen Expendables, a pretty good Marvel movie actually, but I won't spoil anything, but in the movie there's this superhero named Sentry, and that's essentially like what they were trying to do in the Marvel world, like build up this Superman type character in Sentry and make him like the big singular mascot for heroes of the world. And Amai Mask wants that for Saitama because he knows how strong he is. There's actually this pretty comical sequence while he's explaining his plan to Saitama, and Saitama's not even listening, of course, because he's actually kind of annoyed that Amai Mask ordered a drink for him earlier in the beginning of the chapter. Like Saitama wanted cola, but then Amai Mask ordered ginger ale for him instead. But Amai Mask is like, I'm considering abolishing the S-Class. This is a top secret project. Don't tell anybody. Sign this contract here. We'll give you an effective gear boost to combat the power from B-Class and lower. And we've contacted leading authority on hair research growth. But then we cut away and they're like at a different place, like having sushi, I guess. And Amai Mask is talking about this training camp that he's going to put Saitama through. And Saitama's like, you want to train with me? And Amai Mask's like, no, I'm well aware of your power. Because, like I was saying, like he knows how strong Saitama is. That's what made him gravitate towards him. Making, Amai Mask one of the very few characters that knows how powerful Saitama is and actually is just like totally at peace with it and knows that he is stronger than him. But he goes on this dry erase board and he starts going over what he believes like everything a hero should be and what Saitama should do to achieve this big grand image that he has for him. And Saitama, of course, just falls asleep, not really paying attention. And my mask's like, wake up. It's only been, 20 minutes. This is my ideal vision of a hero. And Saitama's like, you haven't even started talking about heroes. And my mask looks at him like dumbfounded. And like we see that, yeah, he's just been talking about branding and virality and trademark and support and all that stuff. But he hasn't talked about any actual aspects of what being a hero actually is. Which, is Saitama breaking through to my mask here. My mask's already had a character arc getting to this point already, but he needs to have another one to get past this. Him being blindsided by this big grand plan that he has to save humanity from the monsters. So after all of these years, it's finally revealed what Amai Mask's secret is, and it's that he's just straight up a monster. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I know a lot of us assume that, but now we know for sure. And let me also point out that, yes, this was revealed 5 years ago in the webcomic, but before that, the community as a whole definitely wasn't all together on Amai Mask being a monster. I know it's easy to look back and just think like, oh, it's obvious. Well, it doesn't always work that way at the time in anime communities with speculation, theories, and all that stuff. It's always after the fact that everybody becomes Captain Hindsight. But yeah, my mask has been suspicious since the very beginning of the series. I think the first suspicious thing we might see him do is when he's arguing with Metal Bat at the end of season 1 and his eyes suddenly start getting veiny and red. I guess that was one telling us like, oh hey, look at this guy, there's something beneath the surface with him. Then also, in season 2 we saw when he took care of those two monsters at his concert performance, he did the same thing, looking all monstery. But still a human, not enough to convince us that he was a monster. And then, throughout the series later on, once it gets past the anime and we go back into the manga, we see his incredible feats of strength, which is nothing too unusual because, S-Class heroes are strong. They don't necessarily have to be monsters. But it wasn't really until much later on into the Monster Association War when he gets destroyed by Fura Ugly. He gets his face smashed and then he literally gets ripped in half. One of the most violent sequences in the entire series. And you'd think like, oh, he's clearly dead at that point, but no, he lived. Not only did he live, but he's like, as we can see in this chapter, he's not ripped in half anymore. And it's because he has regeneration. I mean, like, really good regeneration. I think this, outside of his shape-shifting ability, is the hallmark of Amai Mask's abilities as a monster. And before we break down, like, the monster that Amai Mask is and what makes him, like, a pretty cool monster, actually, and a very unique one for the series, let's go into his backstory real quick, because this is actually the first time we're getting this in the series. So, coming off of the previous chapter, we saw him talking to Saitama because he realized that Saitama is the one above all in this world, and he's trying to create essentially like Homelander in the One Punch Man world using Saitama. So he's trying to brief him on that, and it eventually gets to the point where like he's not breaking through to Saitama with his plan of becoming like the new #1 mascot hero, because he's essentially just trying to make like a brand, like a mascot. As where we know Saitama doesn't care about that stuff. He just wants to be a hero as a hobby. You know, come and go, do what he needs to do, save people, but not make like a job out of it. Which, you know, My Mask figures like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe that is the true quality of being a hero. So then afterwards, he takes Saitama to like this amusement park, and they're in this Ferris wheel, or gondola, as it is said in this chapter. And My Mask explains his backstory to Saitama. He says he always had an inferiority complex with his ugly appearance. And to compensate for it, he thought that he should at least be beautiful on the inside and lived his life adhering to strict moral principles. So around 3 years ago, when the Hero Association first started, he had joined because it was really easy to get in at that point, and he worked his way from C class to B class, being a masked hero. He actually looks pretty impressive for like a C class hero, so it makes more sense that he eventually became B. Even though that doesn't really have anything to do with it, but you know what I mean. Anyway, he wound up becoming Secret Mask, and he actually had somewhat of a little cult following too. And of course, being Secret Mask, he kept his identity a secret because he was hideous at this point in time, and he didn't want anyone to see what he looks like, until one day he fought a monster that broke his mask, and everyone got to see his face, but to his surprise, he wasn't ugly anymore. He looked like a My Mask. And he says it was at that moment that I finally understood what was happening to my body, a body that had strengthened many-fold through unnatural means, and an appearance that had conveniently transformed because I cursed my ugliness. I had become a monster. And that's where the chapter ends. So yeah, the huge reveal right there. My Mask is a freaking monster, and not only that, but he started off as like an ugly guy, but his resentment eventually transformed him into a idol hero. We don't typically see things like this in the One Punch Man world with the monster mutation. Usually it'll just keep going and doubling down and make you even uglier, right? Because we saw that with Führer Ugly. He was known as an Ugmon, a human that was ugly and used that hatred that they had developed from being ridiculed and all that resent that they have, and that monsterized them and made them even uglier and even more powerful. But with a My Mask, on the other hand, he went in a different direction and became handsome. Now, of course, there's no clear exact science to how this stuff works. We don't even really know where it comes from or how it works at all, other than negative emotions can cause a cellular reaction that make you a freaking monster. But it's possible that because of My Mask still had this altruistic aspect to him. You know, he wanted to compensate, as he says, at least be beautiful on the inside. Maybe it's this conflict of emotions that allowed him to keep his humanity, but still gain the benefits of being a monster. You know, super strength, the ability to transform and whatever. So he's kind of like in this purgatory. He's still a monster for sure, but he's still maybe possibly somewhat a human. It could be mirroring Garo. But this is, of course, why he tells Saitama why he himself cannot be this big, you know, Homelander, Sentry, #1 hero to be the mascot for the world. It's because he's a freaking monster, and he knows it. He's going to reveal more in the next chapter about what's going on with him, so I don't want to spoil it here, but I'll just say that, yeah, he's a monster, and it's not just like he can live this lie forever and just be a My Mask. It's like he just can't do that. He's kind of at a time limit right now with things, if anything. And to end this off, let's just go into what makes My Mask pretty cool as a monster, and it's that his transformation ability. Yes, we've seen other monsters can like shapeshift and transform and stuff, but with My Mask, it's a little different, I guess. And I just think it's like a really cool dynamic. You know, like a hero that looks like a human, but then they transform into a monster and become stronger. Or at least that's the implication. Right, I mean, we've seen that dynamic quite a few times in other series, but I just think it would be really cool in One Punch Man. Especially with how, you know, there's been a line drawn in the sand between human and monsters. You know, you can't work together. So we're continuing the big reveal about a My Mask being a monster. This happened at the end of the previous chapter, and now we're getting more into his backstory. And we're seeing that once he like transformed into, you know, the handsome My Mask that we've come to know, he kind of just went with it. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, if this like happened to you, not in like this world, but like, you know, if you were in the One Punch Man world, you would definitely probably go with it too. Because at this point, you don't really know what the side effects are or if there are even any. So over time, given this, he eventually became, you know, number one in popularity and, you know, the big hero that he eventually is known to be. But it's also shown that, like, before this happened, he was, like, doing good for society in his own way. I mean, whether he was defending citizens or, like, straight up just picking up litter. Now, this is pretty funny because, like, in Japan, there is no litter, but, you know, this is technically, like, city A or whatever where he comes from, but I'm just saying. My Mask is a good person, like at his core. Like he wanted to help. That's essentially all he wanted to do. Even as, you know, a hideous person that he was. I mean, he was so ugly that they don't even draw him. It's just his face silhouetted. But he did want attention. Like that's his character flaw at first, I guess. Because he says nobody would pay attention to him. And that's what led to his monstrification, of course. Because, you know, we've seen that before. That's kind of what excels that explosion of negative emotions that causes a cellular reaction and makes you a monster. Or as Dr. Gina says, you know, him being ugly, wanting attention, wanting admiration and all that stuff, it made him become what he wanted. Which is interesting because, you know, we talked about this before. The same thing happened with Führer Ugly. Well, not exactly the same, but extremely similar. Except with Führer Ugly, he just became more ugly and more powerful. But with My Mask, he became handsome and powerful. But now we're getting into the side effects. Because he says that recently he started to actually feel the monsterization process affecting his mind too. So this is what I was talking about in my previous review, how there's kind of like a time limit or a ticking clock to what's going on with My Mask. Yes, he does have this, you know, idle hero form that he can transform into while retaining all of his monster strength and regeneration. However, eventually his mind will like degrade into full monsterization, which I guess is just full psychopathy. You know, as we've seen before with the other monsters, there's, you know, little to no empathy in them at all. It varies with some of them, like Koketsu. You know, I'm not saying he was an altruistic individual, but he definitely wasn't as like just crazy full-blown psychopath as like the other monsters that we saw during his time. He genuinely was giving Bakuzan a chance. Like the other crazy monsters would have just like ate Bakuzan's head. You know what I'm saying? So I guess it really ultimately comes down to how powerful and how strong you are as a person inherently, I suppose, determines what type of monster you're going to become and how the phenomenon will individually affect you depending on how powerful you are. And in My Mask's case, he had, you know, such strong resolve and will to like protect and serve the community that it was able to fight off his vices of, you know, wanting attention and wanting to be handsome. But it can only go so long, because he even says himself that if he's faced with a situation where he can only save one side, he'll choose to sacrifice the side with fewer casualties without hesitation. I'm pretty sure this is like referencing that test where you see like train tracks and then there's like one track diverting and then there's people on both of the tracks. One track has like 100 people or something and one track has 3. And there's like a train coming and it's like, what do? Do you save the 100 people or do you save the 3 people? And My Mask's like, yeah, he doesn't even have to think. He's going to save the 100 people and not even care that the 3 people died. And that's only the beginning of it. Like, it eventually will get to the point of where he'll just let everyone die, I suppose. So that's why he's been trying to recruit Saitama to become his Homelander, essentially. Because he can't do it himself. He's eventually going to just become a full-blown monster and lose any kind of heroism that he had. So he wants to pass on this idea to Saitama. And as he's explaining all of this to Saitama, he's more so going into the fact of it being like a selfish endeavor rather than it being about helping people. He's like, you know, don't you care about your stupid name? You know, Cape Baldy. Keep that in mind because that's going to come back later on. No spoilers. But in My Mask, he just starts going crazy. He's like, you know, you just got to pay more attention to your appearance. You can become more popular than I am. You'll have tons of fan mail and there'll be lines at your events for signings and there'll be products and sponsors. And he's like freaking out here because he, you know, the monster side is taking over. Like, this is why he became a monster. This is what he ultimately has always, you know, selfishly wanted. And he's like passing it on to Saitama, and Saitama's like, you know, just sounds like a puppet, which it is, because that's what My Mask wants. He wants to vicariously live through Saitama here. And Saitama points that out, because he's like, would the ideal hero care about others' opinions? Isn't this more about rather than how you are seen? We're all human after all. And that's another thing that I wanted to point out. I didn't really talk about this in the previous review because I guess I talked about it in my original webcomic review 5 years ago, but Saitama doesn't care that My Mask is a monster because he knows that he's a good person. I mean, yeah, he knows that he's done bad things, that he's conflicted and everything, but he knows that he's trying to do the right thing, and that's why he's saying we're all human after all. Like, My Mask is still a human, like he still clearly has his humanity, but he's also a monster at the same time. And Saitama's just trying to pry back at that humanity, I suppose, in his own subtle, nonchalant way. And as I say that, he's trying to, like, ghost My Mask here. He's like, oh crap, it's almost evening. I said I would hang out with King, gotta go. And then he just bounces out of there. And as he's, like, going away, My Mask is thinking to himself, and he's like, this is a crucial moment that will determine whether the Hero Association that I built can stand firm. This is really interesting, especially if you've been following the webcomic currently. I won't spoil it, but there's other S-Class heroes who share this sentiment. Not just one, but there's like multiple that you could say feel this way. And I think that's a really interesting dynamic that one is building up here. It's like multiple S-Class heroes thinking that they are building and controlling and nurturing and establishing the Hero Association, like as an individual. Like they all think that they're doing their own thing and that like they're the pillars of this whole operation. And I'm wondering where that's going to all lead. But suddenly and conveniently out of nowhere, this clown monster shows up and he starts attacking people at this amusement park that they're at. And he's like, everybody's watching. It feels so good. And clearly this is supposed to parallel My Mask. It's just a wild coincidence. There happened to be a monster here that has like the same type of vice that a My Mask does. It wants attention. I mean, obviously this guy is like completely crazy and didn't have the willpower or strength that a My Mask did, so he's just full-blown psychopath here. But I guess we're just seeing what I was talking about earlier, the difference in people. You know, two examples of people wanting attention, one becoming this crazy clown monster and one becoming freaking a My Mask. But before he can really hurt anyone, a My Mask steps in and just one-shots him. And that's where the chapter ends. So you're thinking like, well, that was easy. What a interesting way to end the chapter. And I agree, but obviously it's not that simple. I mean, it would just be weird if this is just how that wraps up. Like, imagine just cutting away from this and just going to like another storyline. It's like, that was weird. I guess is that symbology? Does that mean that My Mask has defeated his personal demons and that he's ready to move on? Has he had his character arc? No, that's not what this means. Although you could construe it that way if you didn't know what was going to happen, I guess.
So picking up from the previous chapter, we saw that My Mask was trying to convince Saitama to become like his new ultimate all-powerful hero mascot because My Mask himself cannot become that. It was revealed that he is actually a monster who can transform and alter his appearance, which is why he looks like a My Mask and not, you know, a big hideous monster. But as time is going on, he's losing more and more of his humanity. Saitama wound up going away, not really accepting the offer, which left My Mask at this amusement park, which we'll get into because itself is really weird and interesting. But he comes across this clown monster, and we saw at the end of the chapter he just one-shotted it, but, you know, like we were talking about, it's never that easy. And, of course, because this monster can regenerate. I mean, from, like, full-blown, massacred, blown-apart death. And My Mask deduces that it has something to do with the balloons, because we see that after he kills the clown the first time, or at least he thought he did, one of the balloons pops, and then the monster regenerates and comes back, but seemingly even more resilient than he was before. My Mask goes on to say that this could be a merged with his costume type of monster. When it receives damage, the balloons take its place and burst when the allowed amount of damage is exceeded. And if his theory is correct, it can resist 2 more fatal blows since, you know, it has 3 balloons. Now this is wild because I think this is the second or third instance we've seen of a quote-unquote costume monster, or a person who merged with their costume and became a monster, because of course the most famous example is Phoenix Man. And Phoenix Man originally was one of the strongest monsters ever, but I think one realized that he had overpowered it and he had to nerf it with, you know, what we
know Phoenix Man now as, like the Penguin guy. Which is fine, but originally he was something very different. Brilliant Eagle mode Phoenix Man. Not only could he bring back the dead, but he said that his suit straight up talked to him. And, he couldn't die either. He just kept coming back to life if you did push him to the point of death. And when he would come back, he would be so much stronger than he was previously. He became so strong that he had to be defeated by a comical gimmick from Child Emperor using a tickle robot. So these costume monsters can become extremely powerful. But not only does this guy have a merged monster costume power, he also has another ability to where he gains strength from the more attention that he gets. So as I said in the title of this video, this is easily one of the strongest monsters that we've seen in years. Sure, he's not like a disaster level god, cosmic level guy like Cosmic Fear Garo or pre-retcon Empty Void, but just, standard monsters without the god hacks. This guy is up there. He has the merged monster clown costume thing with the 3 balloons that allow him to come back from death. And then on top of that, he also has the extra ability where the more attention he receives, the stronger he gets. So this is like the perfect environment for him. And as he is getting stronger, we see that he's able to now survive a My Mask strike. Previously in the last chapter, he wasn't able to, but now he's taken it. And a My Mask is even surprised himself. He's like, the fact that it could block my piercing strike despite being at such a low level. And the low level that we find out is this guy is a freaking tiger. I mean, I don't know if he's a tiger when he's taking that strike from a My Mask, but the dialogue box does say he is a tiger. So it's possible he was even a wolf in the previous chapter, but wow, he's the strongest tiger ever if he's able to take this strike from a My Mask. Also, I really like how a My Mask throws his strikes. It's not like a punch. It's like he's using his hand as like a knife or something. Very fitting to how he is. Then we see that out of nowhere, it turns out that Narinki's private squad is now the security of this theme park. Now, these guys are important, I guess, because they're part of a My Mask's character arc, I suppose. Now, we know, back in the Monster Association arc, Narinki, the son of Oganma, that spoiled rich kid that the Monster Association kidnapped, which started the whole war of leading the heroes into their base, that guy had sent his own private squad, these guys, into the Monster Association, thinking that he was going to handle things himself. But of course, they got, instantly overcome and then became slaves to Super S, which is where they eventually ran into a My Mask and Atomic Samurai's disciples. Now, in the original continuity, a couple years ago, My Mask just destroyed these guys, brutally murdered them. I mean, granted, they were under the control of Super S, so they were technically monsters at that point, but yeah, it just showed that My Mask wasn't messing around. Now, one went on to retcon that sequence, change it completely. Yes, he still did show that a My Mask wanted to kill them and was trying to, but it wound up being E-Iron that saves Narinki's private squad from being brutally murdered by My Mask. And then that further shows My Mask like, oh, hey, maybe I didn't need to do that. Maybe I could just be more like E-Iron. So these characters are here for this very reason, I suppose. To aid in the character arc that My Mask is about to possibly have. Also, this theme park is Narinki's park. Like we see the logo for it in one of the last pages of the chapter here. That means that guy, we knew that he was one of the top donors to the Hero Association, but this guy's like very rich. He's got his own freaking theme park. But after the initial scuffle that My Mask got into with the pesky clown here, My Mask realizes like, oh, this guy's extremely powerful. He's not just a normal tiger like what I thought. And he's like, okay, everyone, it's dangerous. You're going to have to get out of here. I'll deal with the monster. Trying to get the civilians out of this theme park. But they immediately pick up on his voice. And they're like, oh, wait, that's a My Mask. And then even the pesky clown's like, oh, wait, is that a My Mask? So now everyone is aware that My Mask is fighting a monster, which is a double negative here. Because a My Mask, of course, he doesn't want to be seen at this moment because he's been struggling with his humanity. Second of all, he's trying to save these people from the pesky clown. Did I say it was a double negative? Well, it's a triple negative. Third of all, he is giving the pesky clown more attention by everyone focusing on a My Mask. So now the pesky clown is getting even stronger, as we see in this final panel. He is bulking up even more, possibly going to demon level. I mean, I guess he has to, right? Since he's Tiger at this point, or at least it's said, allegedly. Now, how strong is my mask at this point in time? I would say that he's for sure dragon level in strength. I mean, he kind of has to be, considering what he's done and who he's fought and the feats that he has. But I'm not saying he's like a high dragon or anything. He's probably on the lower spectrum of dragon strength. So as long as the pesky clown doesn't itself get to dragon level, he should be okay, right? But, you know, it's probably not going to be that easy, since we just said we are now in a theme park surrounded by people watching his fight against the pesky clown. You can imagine how much stronger it's going to make this thing. And I feel like we're also getting into like another Phoenix Man situation here, because Phoenix Man was left to his own devices and he became too strong for that point in the series. And I feel like you could do the very same thing here with the pesky clown. I mean, he could just infinitely keep getting buffed, right? The more and more attention that he got. And it also makes you wonder, like, let's just say he ran into Saitama and he didn't have all 3 of his balloons with him. Like, he left 2 of the balloons, I don't know, somewhere close by. So if Saitama were to punch him, in theory, he could live from a Saitama punch, because, you know, if he had all 3 balloons, Saitama would just one punch him, all the balloons would pop, and that's it. But I wonder how far it can go. Would Saitama's punch be too strong that it would just instantly pop all 3 balloons? Probably, but I would like to see it if he could survive it anyway. I mean, that's not going to happen. I'm not spoiling anything. Saitama isn't going to fight this pesky clown here, or at least in the webcomic he didn't. I guess that's a spoiler, but it could change in the manga. But, I mean, come on, this is like a My Masks thing. He needs to do this himself. So we're continuing the fight between a My Mask and the pesky clown in this chapter. So to catch you up to speed real quick, My Mask was talking to Saitama, trying to convince him to become his new mascot idol hero. Saitama refused, and coincidentally, they were at this theme park, which was actually Narinki's theme park. You know, the guy with the son that gets kidnapped by the Monster Association, which kind of starts that whole thing with the S-Class having to go into the Monster Association to save him, because Narinki is like one of the biggest donators of the Hero Association. I think I already talked about this before. I just think it's so interesting that one decided to give this guy like his own theme park. Also another reason to have Narinki's private squad there, which are now like the security team. Anyway, turns out that there's like this crazy clown monster guy there, and he has fused with his suit. Like, that's the monsterization that he underwent, similar to Phoenix Man. And as we've seen, these like monster that merge with their suits are way more powerful, or have the propensity to have broken abilities that other monsters typically wouldn't have. Phoenix Man, you know, he had the mode changes, he had resurrection ability, he could raise the dead. Before the retcons, he was on his way to becoming disaster level god for sure. And I guess in a way, the pesky clown could, in theory, reach those levels as well. Let me explain. So pesky clown merged with his suit. So now he has like these 3 balloons, which are like his 3 lives. He can be killed 3 times. And so far he's been killed once, and we'll talk more about his other deaths in this chapter as well. But the more attention he receives, the stronger he gets. So we're in like this perfect scenario, this perfect experiment for the pesky clown to become, in theory, high dragon level, possibly. Right now he's probably demon level, but we'll get into that. So My Mask has been fighting this guy, and so far he's been able to kill him once. 1 balloon popped, so now he has 2 left. But we're seeing all of the spectators in this chapter really showing how they are stupid. And you might think like, man, this is so unrealistic. Why are they just standing there and watching it and recording and not caring about danger or their well-being? To be honest, I think this kind of mirrors reality very accurately. Maybe not so much Japan, but definitely America. Like, look up some videos of people at Yellowstone interacting with the animals. It'll really give you a better understanding of where one is coming from writing this chapter. That's all I'm going to say. But the dialogue really focuses on the spectators a little too much, in my opinion. Like, 1 page, sure. But there's like 3 pages of just showing us all the spectators looking and talking, and us being annoyed with them, I suppose. Now, this all is leading to something really significant, something that is going to completely change the landscape of the series, for sure. It's just that One and Murata are kind of taking their time to get there, which is fine. We've got time, guys. plenty of more story to go through. I mean, if you're going by the webcomic, which I know not all of you read, and that's fine, you don't have to, there is so much more of the story that is to be adapted. We still have another 5 years maybe before it catches up to that. So we got time, guys. Let's just chill. No need to rush through this stuff. But it's ultimately showing that like the more attention that the clown is getting, the stronger he becomes. However, he's still not strong enough to like defeat My Mask, because even as My Mask is like saving these idiotic spectators who are like trying to get his glasses and not even caring about the pesky clown monster there, he's able to save them and at the same time like kick the pesky clown in the face in a pretty cool sequence. Then gives him like a backhand and gives him another combo and just winds up kicking him and killing him. Like this combo that he gives to him kills the pesky clown again, and we get the second balloon pop, meaning that he only has one balloon left, one life left. However, now things are getting really bad because people are whipping out their phones and they're starting to record it, which means more attention, more eyeballs. And it's like all over social media. It's on YouTube, it's on TikTok, it's on Twitter. And as we're coming to the end of the chapter here, the pesky clown has evolved yet again, become stronger and bigger and more menacing. And he's gotten to the point of where he's just manhandling a My Mask. He's like, such an impressive amount of attention. Power is overflowing. It's scary even for me. Thank you, sweet mask. I think we could say that he is for sure dragon level at this point, because I really don't think a demon would give a My Mask trouble like this. I don't think a My Mask has said how strong he is or how strong he thinks he is yet. Maybe they said it in the previous chapter, I forget, but I know for sure in the webcomic a My Mask scales himself to dragon level, which is accurate. So at this point they should be even, or relatively even. Like it'll be a competitive fight at this point, but the pesky clown may have just jumped to like mid dragon maybe, or something like that. Is that still a thing? Are we still saying low, mid, high dragon? I might have to make like another video going over that stuff, because I haven't gone through the series from start to finish in a while, especially since all of the new retcons and the new continuity stuff, you know, in the middle of the Monster Association that kind of like changed things. So I'll have to go through that again, maybe make a like an hour-long video going through the new power scale of One Punch Man. I don't know. I don't even know if anybody cares anymore, to be honest. Anyway, yes, this chapter was short, and it seems like it's like part one of, you know, 2-part chapter or something. But like I said, this is all leading to something really great. Like when this happened in the webcomic during the pandemic, it was one of my favorite chapters of the entire series, which the next chapter is going to be. Not going to spoil anything, but you kind of see where this is going, right? I mean, if I lay this out for you, is it spoiling? Because look, let's go back one page actually. We're seeing everyone recording this interaction, right? And yes, part of it is to make the pesky clown stronger, you know, showing everyone on social media looking at him, millions of people. I mean, it's showing thousands, but it's obviously going to get the millions. So that's part of it, right? But they're also seeing a My Mask here. So it's like, what's going to happen with My Mask? Is he going to be publicly murdered here by the pesky clown, or is something else going to happen? So we're finally seeing a My Mask's true form in this chapter, and this is what it looks like. This is the true form of My Mask. Well, I guess 80% of it, because, you know, as you can see on the side, half of his face is still somewhat human, and then you see it like emerging out into what his true form looks like. We were speculating about a My Mask being a true monster this whole time, and obviously we know that he hadn't started off as a monster. He started off as a human, of course. It's actually kind of rare in One Punch Man that monsters are born monsters. It's kind of implied that Black S, for example, was born a monster, which is like interesting. How did that happen, and what did he become a monster from if he's Black S? Anyway, we got a glimpse of what a My Mask's true form looked like, at least as a human initially. In chapter 211, it silhouetted Oda style. Actually better than Oda, because we were actually able to make out like what he looked like. Sorry, I'm not trying to hate on Oda, it's just more of a frustration. And when I say true form, I mean not like his monster form. I mean like what he actually looked like as a human, because what we see of a My Mask is just a facade, which it goes into the double layering of his name. Not only is it his hero name that was given to him by the people that had watched him, but it's more so means like he is literally wearing a handsome mask, like a my mask, handsome mask, because he is ugly. And when I say ugly, I'm not trying to be like mean about it. And I know the way things have changed in the last 10 years. We can't really say people are ugly or fat anymore. But at least just in the context of this manga page, can we just say that a my mask, he was ugly, okay? And also, I don't think Japanese people really care about that stuff, so they for sure will say someone is ugly or fat, such as what they're doing in One Punch Man and other mangas. I mean, there's a character called Führer Ugly. That in itself is very problematic by Western standards. I mean, Führer Ugly? Come on. But we'll come back to Führer Ugly because, you know, he relates to this stuff. But once a my mask had monsterized, he had gained that ability of shape-shifting as well as like regeneration and super strength. So what we have seen of a my mask has always been what he wants us to see, which I guess also could be like a deeper meta narrative. He's continuing to fight the pesky clown just as he has for these last couple months, it feels like weeks. And I will criticize one here, and Murata. Less Murata, it's more so one that is paneling and writing the story here. It's kind of just Murata who is adapting it and making it beautiful. But it does feel like this fight has been dragging on a lot longer than it needs to, especially that last chapter, which was essentially just filler. Like, they could have just easily fused the last chapter and this chapter together and it would have been fine. Now, of course, I'm not saying rush the story because I don't ever want that with any series. But, you know, we need to call things out when they need to be called out. But it's finally gotten to the point of where the pesky clown is essentially going to kill a my mask. And it's because he is progressively getting stronger and stronger due to his ability stacking. He can survive death 3 times and he's down to 1 life at this point. But also the more attention that he gets, the stronger he gets. And since he's fighting a my mask, who is ostensibly the most famous hero in the world essentially, since he's like a K-pop idol as well. I don't even want to say J-pop because he's more like a K-pop guy, to be honest. As we see, the crowd is watching him, recording it. And then the recording, of course, is going on social, and now it's on the news, and he's just getting ultra buffed from this. And we were speculating in the previous chapter, oh, is he demon level at this point? And he was for sure, because it was officially classified as a demon level threat. Even though, like, when it is officially made by the people in this world, it doesn't always mean that it is, like, accurate. And I don't know if one intentionally meant that, but, like, if you go back to when Beefcake, that big monster guy, was first, like, introduced, his disaster level was demon. Considering the damage he was doing, that was easily above dragon. Not saying that his strength in relation to the other characters was above dragon, but you know what I mean. But now it is straight up being confirmed in this chapter by My Mask himself that the pesky clown has reached dragon level. And My Mask for sure knows what dragon level is because he fought against the Cadres in the Monster Association War, and he got freaking destroyed. Which brings us back to Führer Ugly, who, you know, literally ripped him in freaking half. So now that My Mask has gotten to the point of where he's literally going to die if he doesn't go all out, he is forced to transform. Which also brings up something really fascinating. It's that My Mask has been holding back this entire time. Throughout the entire series, he has never gone full power, because in order to do that, he needs to transform into his full, true monster form. And obviously, we've never seen that. So even when he was getting ripped in half by freaking Führer Ugly, he still stayed reserved and didn't go all out. And you're thinking, okay, why didn't he? Well, it's because he doesn't want to expose himself. He didn't want to expose himself to the other S-Class heroes for being a monster because they would have killed him probably. At least Flashy Flash would have instantly decapitated him if he found out that a My Mask was a monster. Even though Flashy Flash has had, you know, a big character arc, especially accepting Monaco, which is interesting because they also had that little interaction where My Mask was like, what are you doing with that monster? And he almost killed Monaco before Saitama surfing that aircraft carrier saved the day. But I just think it all, of course, ties together and it goes more into the complex character that My Mask is. And now in this instance, he's in front of all of these people and he's like, I can't go full power. I can't show, you know, myself to the world because then it's over. At least for him, it's over. Everything that he has built, everything that he is trying to build will all be for naught if he exposes himself. And it gets to the point of where this Ferris wheel is about to fall over and kill hundreds, if not thousands of people maybe. And in this moment of struggling, he remembers Saitama looking at him. And I think he's remembering the moment when they're sitting in the Ferris wheel, which was like moments before this. And I'm cutting into the conversation, but Saitama says, would the ideal hero care about others' opinions? Isn't it more about what you are rather than how you are seen? We're all human after all. And at first, Amai Mask kind of just no-sold that. He was more upset about Saitama not listening to what he was saying to Saitama about, his pitch about being the ideal hero and all that stuff. But obviously, that hit him to the core in his subconscious because now he's remembering it, and those words are reverberating inside of him, and he just lets go. He decides to transform, save the people that are falling from this Ferris wheel. And it goes back to what we were talking about in the beginning. This is his true form, or at least 80% of it. In the next chapter, we will see what he truly looks like, and as you can tell, it's going to be pretty grotesque. Also, this shows how freaking strong Amai Mask truly is. He is doing a lat pull down of a freaking Ferris wheel. And I think it goes without saying that if Amai Mask was that strong holding back in his human form, then you can assume that him in his true monster form is for sure dragon level. I mean, he has to be dragon level. Literally, he has to be at least dragon level in order to defeat the pesky clown here. So, in case you guys were wondering how strong truly is Amai Mask, he's minimum dragon level in strength, for sure. So we're fully seeing Amai Mask's monster form in this chapter, which is like his true form. This is what Amai Mask actually is. Everything that we have seen up until this point in the series has just been his facade, or his Amai Mask, his handsome mask. And that's because once he became a monster, he gained the ability to like shapeshift. So that's how he's able to be like that J-pop, K-pop idol Amai Mask that we've come to know. But while he's been doing that, he's been like suppressing his true form and also his true power, because while he is, in his Amai Mask form, he's still pretty powerful, as we've seen. I mean, he's obviously S-class level in strength and responsibility for sure. As we're seeing in this chapter, he is much stronger than what we initially thought, because he's no longer holding back or has that limiter placed on him through being transformed. And it's just starting off with this incredible feat, picking up from the end of the previous chapter, where he is like lat pull downing this Ferris wheel, saving everyone in the park from it falling on them. And at first, the spectators here aren't aware that Amai Mask is like monstering out yet, because he's far away, and also he's still able to like hold one half of his face intact. And as he comes down, the pesky clown is waiting for him, who is also disaster level dragon in strength at this point, due to him growing in power from him getting attention from everyone and the fight against Amai Mask. And this, of course, excites him because he also just wants to bring out the most of Amai Mask and I guess just have a good fight against him. And he goes right after him, but now everything has changed now that Amai Mask is no longer holding back. And he just instantly grabs his leg and like pulls a freaking chunk out of his shin, like brute force, monstrously, just. And remember, this is a disaster level dragon monster. He's not some chump. This is a really powerful monster. Then he just levels him in the face, literally caves his face in with a strike, and it's brutal. Like, the crowd just suddenly goes silent. They're like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. But not only that, they finally get a good look at what Amai Mask truly looks like, and he's, as you guessed, he's pretty hideous looking. He's something like a cross between Ryuk from Death Note and the Toxic Avenger. To be honest, at least in my opinion, he kind of looks cool. I mean, he's gross for sure, but like in a cool way. Like Murata, I was wondering how he was going to handle this, and he did a pretty good job. I mean, granted, he's not fully grossed out yet. He is still like somewhat keeping that side of his face intact, but you can see what he truly is, and it's, you know, it's gross. And the crowd is just something between scared and grossed out by this, and they start running away. And rightfully they should, because they live in a society where monsters mean death. And Amai Mask is like, oh, I can't go back. I can't focus. What am I? And it's like losing himself in trying to lap pull down the Ferris wheel and also just fighting back against the pesky clown. He's temporarily, I guess, lost the ability to shapeshift back into his K-pop, J-pop idol form. And he's kind of just stuck in his true form here. So now the world knows the secret about My Mask. Everyone knows this whole entire time, ostensibly the most famous hero in the world has secretly been a monster this whole time. That is like a massive bombshell. And this moment in time single-handedly will change the entire landscape of the series. Because there has been a monster hiding in plain sight in the association, but also in pop culture for years now. And it's not like everybody can just instantly rationalize that like, oh, he's one of the good ones. I mean, yeah, he was saving us this whole time, but he was just a monster that was conflicted and he was trying to, help humanity. He's not a bad guy. It's like, of course they're not going to think that. Think about the way social media works. You think everybody just immediately starts rationalizing things when a story comes out about someone? No, they immediately just start thinking the worst about the person. It's very rare that anyone wants to hear two sides of the story, especially when it comes to the vast majority of people. And speaking of social media, this is all over it, because this fight against the pesky clown has been streamed everywhere, not only by just people on their phones, but also like news stations and everything. It's like playing in like their version of Times Square. So everyone knows. And even if My Mask was able to keep this under wraps longer, his mind was still monsterizing. It was just a matter of time before he completely lost himself to the monsterization psychopathy. That was the whole reason why he was trying to build up Saitama to be like what he wanted a true, hero to be, in his eyes at least. Also, speaking of that, I've been rereading One Punch Man, like from the beginning, all of the volumes and everything, and I think the very first time that we ever see a My Mask in the series is in Volume 3's bonus chapter, A New Wind Blows, which is the chapter that features Glasses. By the way, I haven't forgot about Glasses, guys. Maybe one has, but I haven't. I'm going to make an updated video about him and what I think his future is. I'm also going to make like a whole bunch of new One Punch Man content, like power scale stuff, the new disaster level ratings and tier lists and everything. Once I finish reading it and everything, I have like a whole new perspective on the series. So subscribe if you haven't already, guys. I ask the One Piece audience to subscribe all the time, but One Punch Man viewers of my stuff, please subscribe. We're almost at 300K. Not that 300K like really matters. It's not really that impressive anymore. The ultimate goal is 1 million. And I'm sure some of you are like, Zhoniin, you'll never get to 1 million. Just stop. You're an idiot. That's fine, but we can at least try. Also, if you like the video, that'll boost it, get it to more people, so we can get more people in the comment section, more viewers, more people to argue with, more people to call me an idiot, more people to make friends with potentially. So, help me out. All you got to do is just do this on your phone screen. It's easy. Thank you, I appreciate it. But anyway, back to what I was saying about Volume 3's bonus chapter with Glasses. In the very first page of that chapter, we see a My Mask like on the big screen, like their Times Square. He's like in this interview with somebody, and they're asking him like, what does it take to be a hero? And he's like, anyone can become a hero if you feel desire and peace in your heart. Well, of course, it's better if you also got the courage to stand up to monsters and a strong body to go with it. Once you have that, well, make sure never to neglect working on yourself in order to become a beautiful symbol for justice. At first, you're just thinking like, oh, that's just how My Mask is. But like, in retrospect, My Mask was always working towards that goal. Always like keeping the facade up, but also working towards making a hero successor that he ultimately wanted to be, like the big savior mascot of humanity. Which means that yes, one always knew what a My Mask story was way back in the beginning, 10 years before it was even revealed. So yeah, he's amazing. But anyway, we see Saitama still on his way home because he was originally talking to a My Mask at Narinki's amusement park, but then he left, and we see that he's going to go challenge King to play a video game because he still hasn't beaten him. He's lost over 1,500 times to him. But Genos intercepts Saitama here, and he's like, yo, Sensei, there's a report that an extremely dangerous monster has appeared at the city amusement park, and since a My Mask is already engaging, S-class backup has been requested. And we see them both looking at the TV in the city, and Saitama at this point in time finally sees that, oh, wow, a My Mask is a friggin' monster. That's wild. I mean, he doesn't say that, but, his expression tells the story. And Genos asks him, like, Sensei, just what is this? And Saitama doesn't really say anything, until the last page where he's like, Genos, I'll go ahead. And then he just jumps up into the sky towards the sun because, you know, the sun represents Saitama. He is Sun Man. He is Ra. Get upset about it. I don't care. That's where the chapter ends. He's going to go confront a My Mask. So what is Saitama going to do? Well, I mean, he's Saitama. We know that he's not going to like be like, oh, sorry, My Mask, you're a monster. I gotta kill you. I guarantee that somebody is going to try to clickbait that, and I fully expect them to, because why would they care about this story the way that we do? I mean, they're just trying to get clicks and whatever, you know, whatever. They don't really care about one's narrative. I don't even want to get ahead of myself and assume that they're going to do that. I could just see in my head one of the big channels like putting like subtitles on their thumbnail of like Saitama seeing Monster My Mask, and they're like, sorry, My Mask, I have to kill you now. Something like that, you know, to get you to click. Maybe I gave them the idea to do that. Maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm not hating on it. It's just a part of the game. We're all trying to, you know, make content and get paid here. I mean, we'll find out what happens in the next chapter once he confronts him, but I'm not even spoiling anything when I say that Saitama isn't going to kill him, because we know Saitama's character. That just doesn't make sense, you know? So the world is now fully aware that a My Mask is a monster. Like, everyone has seen it, and we, the audience, have now seen his true monster form. And people were just watching a My Mask's fight against the pesky clown on social media and TV just from the start, because it's a My Mask fighting somebody. He's like the most popular hero in the world, kind of. Now that it's been revealed that he's a monster, the numbers of viewers have been like quadrupled, essentially. And we're seeing like other people's reactions to it, such as like, oh man, I can't believe My Mask was a monster this whole time. I was a fan of his. I even supported that guy. And I like the way that one is crafting this, especially in the manga version, because social media has really evolved a lot in the last 5 years, I suppose, from when he first made the sequence of the webcomic during the pandemic, because it's almost like he's getting canceled in a way, you know, like it came out that he did something really bad, or, you know, one of those things that gets somebody canceled. Although in this case, it's pretty bad being a monster, especially lying about it this whole time, because in the One Punch Man world, being a monster means you're like beyond murderer or assaulter status for sure. There's no gray area with monsters in their society. Monsters, for as long as monsters have been a thing, which wasn't forever. I'm not really going to get too much into that in this video. I'm sure a lot of you don't really care about the deeper lore narrative of One Punch Man, but monsters are just bad. It's like if you see a monster, you have to run away or kill them. There's no in between. It's not how like people see like wild animals or whatever, where they're like, some people want to pet them or just think that all animals are innocent and nice. So it's completely understandable that no one is going to rationalize with a My Mask here, which of course makes what happens at the end of this chapter that much more significant. Although we kind of saw it coming, I guess. But anyway, like I said, the viewership of this has like quadrupled. Therefore, the pesky clown is growing in power yet again, because that's how one of his abilities works. The more attention that he gets, the greater in strength that he grows. And we're kind of seeing this fun little experiment that one has crafted, I suppose, because normally the pesky clown just going around on the street or whatever would at most get like a couple dozen people viewing him, depending on how much ruckus he's making, you know, on the street or whatever from like random civilians. But given that he's fighting a My Mask in a freaking theme park where everybody has a phone and the news is there and everything, you're getting, like I said, this wild experiment happening in real time and seeing these profound effects on it. Because we saw him go from like, I don't know, tiger level to demon level to dragon level, and now he's going even beyond dragon level, not above dragon. He's definitely not that strong. But the last that we got the update on him, when he was like in his big, you know, buff Hulk form, he was established to be dragon level by a My Mask, and now he's evolving further beyond that in this chapter. So maybe he's mid dragon, not like mid in the way that like, you know, Gen Z says things are mid like middle. You know, like low dragon, which is like the base level strength for a dragon, and then mid or middle dragon, he's in between the highest level of a dragon, which would be high dragon. I'm just guessing. We don't know for sure. One himself probably doesn't even use that kind of vernacular to describe the strength of dragons. He kind of just keeps it ambiguous, which I think is fair for a power skill. But now that the pesky clown is in this crazy four-armed, big mouth mode. He looks really cool, actually. He looks like a boss from, like, House of the Dead, like one of the later games, if you've ever played those. Maybe some of you are too young to even know what I'm talking about. But back in the day, there used to be these things called arcades, where you had these things called friends, like that you would actually hang out with in real life, and you would be able to shoot at a screen with these fake guns, and one of these games was House of the Dead, and the bosses kind of looked cool like this. Now that I'm thinking about it, there was actually a game called Carnival, which I know maybe 7 of you watching this video probably even know what that is. He'd fit more into that game. Anyway, sorry about the tangent there. I'm kind of rambly today. I have to make 3 videos, so, you know, bear with me. But the pesky clown, of course, wasn't defeated in the previous chapter. He did get his face crushed by a My Mask, but he still was alive, and now we're seeing he's evolved, and he's like trying to pull a My Mask apart at first, and he's like, you know, I'll just eat you. And despite a My Mask straight up defending the civilians in this theme park here, they're still turning on him, which, like I said, totally understandable, very realistic. This would probably happen in real life. I mean, I don't think people would like stick around and watch 2 freaking god monsters fight each other, but like online they would be like, yeah, screw this guy, even though he saved me, I hate him. And My Mask is like, you know, they'll never be able to see me as a hero again after this, which maybe not never, and I'm not spoiling anything. We don't know how all of this resolves yet, even in the webcomic. Not that the manga has caught up to the webcomic. We still have at least 3 to 4 years before that happens. A My Mask is like, even so, and his willpower just comes through. I guess you could say his humanity is still coming through here, and he busts out of the pesky clown's mouth and then just straight up explodes him with a double hammer fist. And this is a wildly violent sequence. I love it. And then for the coup de grace here, his like mushed up face on the ground, he just destroys that too, just to make sure that he's done. You know, further showing how like feral and monstrous My Mask is in this form. Even though, you know, while in his human form, My Mask was still pretty vicious in his moveset, this is just unhinged. Also, we keep seeing Narinki's private squad here, who are now like the security for Narinki's theme park. Like I said before, they were involved in that sequence that we're going to see in season 3 pretty soon, or kind of, I guess, maybe in the middle of it, where My Mask was about to kill them, and then E-Iron kind of stopped them from doing that. They're going to be involved in this sequence later on. I don't know, probably defending him in some way. And speaking of that, we see Blue Fire here. He kind of just shows up, and he's like, what's going on here? He's like standing on 2 civilians' heads. Blue Fire is the guy that we saw at the beginning of season 2 at the end of the world prophecy meeting, where Sitch was trying to recruit all of the thugs and underworld guys to help in stopping Shibawa's prophecy. And Garo showed up, of course, and just took Blue Fire's hand off. You can actually see he has like a robot hand in replace of that now. I think this might be the first time we've seen him since that sequence. And Blue Fire is like a good guy. I mean, in more ways than one, because he's figuring out that, oh, this is a My Mask. He's a freaking monster this whole time. Holy crap, but wait. He's defending everybody from this monster. Like, of course, he's got to be the rational one here because civilians are stupid. And one of the stupidest ones is this freaking guy throwing a rock at a My Mask. He's like, hey, don't provoke him. And he's like, I don't care. He's a monster. I hate him. And he like throws a rock at him. And as that rock's going at him, Saitama shows up and grabs it. We saw that Saitama found out what was going on with the My Mask in the previous chapter by looking at like the Times Square TV. He was like, all right, Genos, you know, I got to go take care of things. And he went off, and now he's finally here. And Saitama is finally seeing a My Mask in his monster form. I mean, Saitama knew that a My Mask was a monster when he told him it, but he kind of accepted it because he knows that a My Mask is like trying to do the right thing. And he's like, hey, you look pretty cool. Saitama is just appreciative that a My Mask was able to not completely lose himself. Yes, he is a monster. Yes, everything that he's worked his entire life for has just fallen apart in the last 10 minutes, but he's still defending these people from the pesky clown and still not murdering everyone. And we knew that Saitama was going to be understanding of things, especially if a My Mask didn't just attack the civilians or whatever. So it's really cool to see this, and I mean, I'm sure you know where things are going after this. I mean, you don't know where things are going ultimately, but you know where things are going with how Saitama is going to treat a My Mask in the next chapter and vice versa. So we're picking up with Saitama confronting Monster My Mask here, and My Mask is still struggling with his monsterization here. He's still not fully thinking straight, and part of him wants to kill Saitama and and be reborn as the ideal hero. And then the other part of him is like, hey, Saitama, you should just kill me here, because if you do, then you'll essentially become the most famous hero overnight. You know, with the pariah that a My Mask has become, exposing to the world that he is truly a monster. And Saitama's like, I'm obviously not gonna do that. I didn't really know what to make of you when we had tea at first, but now I realize you're a pretty cool guy. And he's essentially saying, like, despite you being exposed to the world and your entire life's work crumbling in a matter of minutes and fully becoming a monster, you still were able to save all of these people from the pesky clown and that Ferris wheel and everything. And My Mask is just like, look what I've become. It's over for me. And Saitama says, you're not done yet. Your story's actually just starting. And he touches him on the chest. This is like a recurring theme with Saitama. We've seen him do this a few other times in the series. One of the most notable examples is when he touches Genos. And I guess this is essentially what the core of One Punch Man is. I mean, I know on the surface, it's LOL, this is a funny series about a bald guy who's too powerful that he kills everyone with one punch and he has an existential crisis about it. It's just a gag series, guys. There's nothing to look deeper into it, which some people will tell you, I guess, and that's fine. I understand why you would think that. And I guess part of that is true, not the whole looking deeper into it, but it is parody to an extent. More so satire, I suppose. But one does have a deeper narrative to One Punch Man, and essentially the light versus the darkness. That's like what it boils down to. God, the darkness, the moon, Saitama, the light, the sun. Saitama is Sun Man. That is like what he is. God corrupts people's hearts and brings out the worst in them, making them into monsters, while Saitama does the opposite. So when he's touching people's hearts, he's like showing them the light or undoing the darkness that God has done. That's what One Punch Man is. But My Mask still, conflicted, like grabs Saitama and he's like, hey, I'm pretty strong in my monster form, right? You're gonna have to take me out or I'm gonna pop your head. Obviously, this does nothing to Saitama, even though we've established recently that My Mask is pretty freaking strong in his monster form, like maybe even High Dragon possibly. It's hard to say. And he is aware that Saitama is the one above all, I guess, but even then, characters in the series, despite knowing that, still don't fully understand how strong Saitama is at that point, which is understandable. I mean, how are they supposed to know? And then Saitama's like, okay, keep holding on to me then. And he just shoots off into the sky with a My Mask, and that's it. And we don't know where they went, but Saitama is clearly doing a My Mask a big favor here. Hey, also guys, can we get 2,000 likes on this video? I know you can do it. Just grab that phone, tap that like button. It would really help me out and the video, so thank you guys, I appreciate it. Also, there's a crater here left after Saitama jumps off the ground, and we see like a bird's eye view of it with the people all crowding around it. It obviously resembles the crater left in the moon from when Boros kicked Saitama there, but also I think this is symbolism for an eye. I assume this means that God is watching this, possibly, because usually this is like symbolic for that. I don't think this has to do with Saitama or Ra or whatever, because this is more so a left eye rather than a right eye. But also feel free to get really upset that I mentioned that, because as they're like gone, we hear Saitama saying, you're the one that should become the hero people dream of. A My Mask's big ultimate goal for humanity. So where is Saitama taking a My Mask? Your guess is as good as mine. We may or may not come back to this soon, possibly, and see what is going on at this point. But like I said, Saitama obviously doing him a big favor, taking him out of the public eye here, because he is like public enemy number one, like literally. We're getting like an ambiguous time skip at this point, and we're seeing the aftermath of this. The Hero Association executives reacting to this, the news reacting to it. We even see that they were trying to interview Saitama about it, and he's like, yeah, no, don't talk to me. But they're like trying to figure out like, okay, did he actually become a monster? Is this some kind of publicity stunt? Was the footage altered in some way? And it's like, no, this is real. But this is obviously like a huge scandal, not only for the Hero Association, but also their sponsors, who are very upset with what's going on here. And this is happening at an awful time because the Neo Heroes are rising as well. We saw them a couple chapters back, the new rival organization to the Hero Association. But the main person that we want to focus on in this sequence here is McCoy. Because McCoy somehow figured out that a My Mask was a monster, and that all of this is going according to his plan. And you might be thinking like, wait, when? Let's go back a couple chapters. So if we go back to chapter 190, and that's going by the of fan numbering, which is like the actual official continuity numbering. On Viz, it's chapter 188. But after it's revealed that those S-Class heroes had left the Hero Association to join the Neo Heroes, we see Amai Mask come into one of these executive meetings at the Hero Association. And he's reflecting on the S-Class heroes leaving, especially Child Emperor. And long story short, he pitches the idea to them that like, hey, I want to make Saitama the new face of the Hero Association. And he also says that like, you know, while all of you have been sitting here getting absolutely nothing done, I've been expanding my connections in all the areas. Politics, government, business, you name it. Now this is the time for me to make use of those. So then he like convinces the executives to go along with what he wants. And this eventually leads to what he does with Saitama. But McCoy's also at that meeting, and coming out of it, he's like, what a fool. Thanks to my own information analysis, I know your true identity in my mask. I set you up as the consultant and leader of the association and gave you connections in high society. When the time comes, I will reveal your identity and cause a scandal. Associating with you could be a liability to the high and mighty, so they'll never forgive you or the association. Then you're ours for the taking, and Neo Heroes will hunt you down. Both elites and common folk will support the Neo Heroes, but politically, bureaucratic, and financial circles will come down hard on the Hero Association. Then I will walk away with the Hero Association's vast store of information and join the highest ranks of the Neo Heroes. So this is all coming to fruition. McCoy knew that Amai Mask was a monster, I guess digging through his background information, which is understandable, I suppose, but it also makes you think, like, did he send the pesky clown to the Narinki Park to purposely encounter Amai Mask? Because he knew that Amai Mask was interested in Saitama in that meeting. So it's plausible that he was just tracking him that whole time. And he figured out where he was going, and then he just sent the pesky clown there at the right time, because the pesky clown does just kind of randomly show up. And we know that McCoy does have access to monsters. He's been using them in that hero gambling ring that he's been doing with the other big donors of the Hero Association. So it makes sense that he could just have the pesky clown or whatever, especially because it's a tiger level, and that was the monsters that he was kind of dealing with before. Now, I'm not saying that's 100% the case, because like, how would he know that the pesky clown would have gotten so strong to the point of where Amai Mask would have been forced to change into a monster? I don't know. I mean, it seemed to have played out way perfectly than maybe what he even anticipated, but I don't know, maybe it did work out that way, or maybe it's just a coincidence. But what McCoy is saying there all lines up with what happened. So it wasn't like a bluff. He clearly knew what was going on, and it's all playing out the way that he wanted. Like, he's already been playing both sides of the Hero Association and the Neo Heroes. And now that the Hero Association is under the most scrutiny it's ever had, he's doing what he said. He's going to use that as an advantage to build himself up in the Neo Heroes. And all of those politicians and donors and higher-ups that Amai Mask had been mingling with are now going to go over to the Neo Heroes, because they're like, oh my god, that guy was a freaking monster this whole time? I can't deal with the Hero Association. I'm going to the Neo Heroes. And it all kind of wraps up with how McCoy is acting so smug here, because he says, most likely they're all just waiting to cash in on this scandal, make themselves look good, sell their stories, and earn a fat bonus. He's projecting here. One really likes doing that with his writing, and I appreciate it. But going further into the chapter, we find out that Watchdog Man is missing in action for some reason. This is the first time we heard about him in a long time. Watchdog Man, by far the most mysterious S-Class hero left. Like, now that Blast has been revealed and we know essentially everything about him other than like his origin, Watchdog Man is next up, with us knowing little to nothing about him. So the fact that he is missing, I don't know why. Maybe once we eventually find out more about him in like 6 years, we can backtrack everything and then it'll be like, oh, this makes sense now because we know this. But until that time comes, I just don't know much about Watchdog Man, other than he's very likely to be based on Hachiko, and that probably has something to go into his backstory or whatever. But other than that, your guess is as good as mine. And we're also seeing that Zombie Man has yet to deliver a single statement or return from his investigation, of course, because the last time we saw him, he went back to Dr. Genus. This was after Saitama had defeated Garo and Zombie Man had witnessed it, and he realized, oh my god, everything Dr. Genus said about this hero that had removed his limiter was true. It had to be Saitama or Cape Baldy. And then he's like, hey, Dr. Genus, I want you to try and remove my limiter. And Dr. Genus was like, you know, this shop actually has a basement. I've got something interesting down there I want to show you. And that's where that ended. When are we going to come back to that? Probably not for another 1 to 2 years in the manga, probably. Just taking a guess. So then after this, we're coming to the Neo Heroes, and we're just seeing the news getting like testimonials from them essentially about what happened with Amai Mask. And they're talking to this guy A, who is one of the Neo leaders. This guy is a hitman with a special A-class bounty bounty on his head, and his combat skills are effective against monsters too. That's like the exposition that we got about him. He looks super sketchy. It's because he very likely is. And we see that like his roots are growing in. I don't know if this is like a design change or one is specifically trying to tell us something about him dyeing his hair. I don't know. But he's essentially just giving like a clean cut response to what had happened with My Mask, putting down the Hero Association and My Mask while putting up the Neo Heroes, of course. I mean, what else is supposed to do? Then we come to Metal Bat's response to what had happened with My Mask. And he says, My Mask, I don't know if you really are a monster or not, but if you forgot what it means to be a hero, then maybe you needed to fall. Being a hero isn't about looking perfect, it's about doing what's right. Quit hiding in the shadows. If you call yourself a man, stand tall and face the world. You might fool the association, but you'll never fool us heroes. And that's like real talk from Metal Bat. He's not trying to put up a facade for this camera here. Even though he is like a double agent working with Second Guard to figure out what's going on with the Neo Heroes, he still is loyal to the Hero Association essentially. But what he said here is real. But this is also really interesting because we know that a My Mask and Metal Bat have had like their beef all throughout the series. So I like it. I like that he's not necessarily demonizing him, but he's like, hey, come out of the shadows and just admit it. You know, stand up for what you believe in. If you truly are a hero, then prove it. And as we come to the end of the chapter, it says, the world shifts and a new kind of hero rises under a different banner. So yeah, as it says, we're coming into this shift into the hero world, moving away from the Hero Association's monopoly on everything and moving into the Neo Heroes rising up. And I guess that's where this new arc is starting now. And it's going to be taking us for quite a bit, or at least the next couple chapters. But let me know what you think about this in the comments, guys. If you liked the video, please give it a like and please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day and I'll see you in the next one. So this chapter opens up with us seeing the Hero Association recruiters going into like this remote dojo in the middle of nowhere because they're looking for Suiryu's master, Suicho. He's the creator of the Void style fist that we saw Suiryu using. And they're essentially looking for him because they're down some heroes at this point. Mainly Bang has retired. He was number 3 in the S class and certainly one of the strongest of them. My Mask, as we just got over that whole arc, was revealed to be a freaking monster, and now he's MIA, which we'll get into. Child Emperor, Metal Bat, and Darkshine all left the Hero Association as well to join the Neo Heroes in some capacity. So they are down 5 S-class level individuals. And of course, My Mask was A-class rank 1. We all know, but he was S-class essentially. So it's understandable that they're looking for some extra heroes now because they seriously need it. Since the Hero Association itself is very top-heavy. Yes, they have like, I think over 500 heroes or something, or close to that on the roster, but it ultimately really comes down to like the 17 S-class heroes, more or less. Once they get inside of the dojo, they find Suiko, who is Suiryu's sister, and she reveals that Suicho actually died 2 years ago, and that even if he were offered this S-class hero position, he probably would have declined it anyway. Then they ask if there's any other strong disciples that Suicho had or is currently at the dojo right now that could possibly be an S-class hero, and Suiko says, nah, I'm the only disciple left, especially since Suiryu is doing his own thing. You know, having that hedonistic playboy lifestyle that he described during the Super Fight Tournament arc. And especially now that he, I guess, kind of accidentally joined the Neo Heroes. He initially wanted to join the Hero Association because he was inspired by Saitama, but things didn't really go that way. So now he's with the Neo Heroes and he's one of the Neo leaders there. So Suiko herself is like, yeah, you know what? I'll join and I'll become an S-class hero. And that raises the question of like, is Suiko strong enough to be an S-class hero? Because Suiryu certainly is. We don't really know much about Suiko. I mean, it stands to reason that she could be if Suiryu himself is, and they were both taught by Suicho, who was probably S-class level in strength himself. I mean, if he can make Suiryu that. But then again, Suiryu was heavily implied to just be like a freak of nature the way that like Garo is. Although nowhere near as talented, of course. But that's where the sequence ends, and we're just gonna have to wait and see how strong Suiko actually is, because she for sure will have to undergo a test to have a chance to become an S-class hero. It's not like they're just gonna be like, well, okay, here you go, S-class hero, no questions asked. Also, guys, can we please try to get 3,000 likes on this video? Take that phone, hit that like button. It'll really help the video and it'll help me out as well. Thank you, guys. Then we come to the Neo heroes again, or more so the Neo leaders. And they're once again reacting to a My Mask coming out as a monster and everything. We see this guy A reacting to it. This guy Zaditz, who is like a big money investor into the Neo heroes, but also a Neo leader himself for some reason. It's implied he possibly has some tech behind him. We also see Excel here, and mainly Webby Gaza. Webby Gaza is essentially like the My Mask equivalent of the Neo heroes. She's like an idol turned hero, but she's also like a cyborg with 70% of her body modified. And she's really upset over a My Mask being outed as a monster here because she looked up to a My Mask. He was like her inspiration essentially in becoming what she has, and she reveals that she wanted to defeat him herself with her own idol power or whatever, or as an idol. And now she's not necessarily going to get that opportunity because of what had happened. This is just more characterization for Webby Gaza, because I guess as time goes on, she's going to be one of the Neo leaders that is focused on more so than the others. Then we come to McCoy, who I guess is zooming in from the Hero Association. He's still playing both sides, but eventually he's going to jump ship for sure. That's like his plan, as he laid out in the previous chapter, or not the previous chapter, but we talked about that in the previous review. Also, I made a community post about this, but in the previous review, I got some things wrong from the translations. I'm sorry about that. It made it seem like Watchdog Man was missing. He's not missing. He was just giving a testimonial on a My Mask, basically saying that he wasn't aware that a My Mask was a monster, like he couldn't smell it or whatever. Same thing with Zombie Man. He gave like a testimonial about not understanding what was going on with him, but I just want to quickly clarify that. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes, you know, I'm just going to get bad translations. It is what it is. I don't mean to put out misinformation or whatever. Obviously, you guys know that I'm not about that, even though maybe some of you think that I am, but I'm not. But McCoy is essentially saying that, like, what has happened with My Mask is good. It's working synergistically with the Neo heroes, with their rise in popularity and the decrease in the popularity and trust in the Hero Association, along with it happening just in time for the Neo heroes being, like, legally operated right now. Like, they finally have the same type of legality, authority, and jurisdiction the way that the Hero Association does. So they can operate the same way that the Hero Association, with the heroes and all of that stuff. They don't have to worry about that anymore. Because before this point, they weren't really doing anything. They were kind of still in their beta testing, I guess you could say. They were still getting their feet off the ground, but now they are fully operational. Also, in my previous review, I went over that long theory about how it's very likely that McCoy orchestrated this whole thing with the pesky clown and exposing a My Mask. Check out that review. I'll link it at the end of this video if you wanted to get more into that. But McCoy is very likely to be one of the masterminds behind all that stuff. But now that they're operational, the rest of the Neo leaders here are saying, like, well, the leader isn't here, or like the top guy of the Neo leaders, which was revealed to be Blast's son Blue. He's absent to this meeting. And they're like, oh, well, that's because he rushed out immediately, and he seemed pretty excited about going on their first mission. Because, you know, like we said, now that the Neo heroes are fully operational, they can go out and start doing hero stuff. And the chapter ends with us seeing Blue out on the street saying that his first mission is going to be eliminating a My Mask. And then underneath him, we see Saitama in a store buying dog food, presumably for both Black Ass and Overgrown Rover. And this is where things are going to get really interesting, because first of all, Blue is within his legal authority to do this. A My Mask is now a monster, and you can execute him on the spot, even though he is like a pro hero or whatever I guess he formerly was. Like we talked about before, in this world, there is no gray area with monsters. It's not like you have to arrest them or whatever. You can just straight up kill them and that's it. No questions asked. So that's what Blue intends to do. And it's not like Blue knows what the audience knows. He just knows that a My Mask is a monster and that he needs to be executed. But also at the same time, we know that Saitama aided and abetted. Is that how you say that? Aided and abetted? You know, like aiding and abetting. Can you aid and abet? Well, he helped a My Mask escape. He put a My Mask somewhere where no one else knows where he is. And Blue is going to try to figure out where that is, but since we're seeing Saitama underneath this panel, it means that Saitama is going to be involved in this in some way, so it's very possible that we might see Blue, the son of Blast, conflict with Saitama, which would be fascinating. So coming into this chapter, we're seeing Blue, the son of Blast, and the leader of the Neo heroes looking for a My Mask, because we saw at the end of the previous chapter that the Neo heroes were now given like legal clearance to start conducting their hero duties. enemies, you know, the same way that the Hero Association does. And the first thing that Blue is doing is going after my mask because, you know, everyone knows that he's a monster now. And after he saw that, like, Saitama shot off with him, he's essentially like a fugitive. And as he's tracking him, he's looking in Z City, which was destroyed in the Monster Association War, and he sees that Saitama is pulling a my mask somewhere around there, and he immediately starts going after him. Then he notices that, like, whoa, Saitama is incredibly fast. So fast, in fact, that he says he has to remove the limiter on his suit. And that's really interesting, and we'll come back to that. But Blue is so fast that he is catching up to Saitama. And this is just Saitama casually strolling. He's not like earnestly trying to like get somewhere ultra fast, because if he did, then obviously Blue wouldn't be able to keep up with him. But out of nowhere, Genos interjects in front of Blue and he's like, hey, what are you doing? And at this point, Saitama gets away with my mask, as we knew that he was going to, because this sequence is kind of a flashback, I guess. Now, Blue, of course, knows who Genos is because he's an S-class hero, you know, demon cyborg. And he's questioning Genos immediately. He's like, what are you doing? Why are you letting a my mask get away? He's a freaking monster. Is this like the Hero Association trying to cover this up? And also, what's the deal with that fast bald cape guy? And Genos is like, I'm detecting a high energy signature from your right arm. A powerful weapon like that shouldn't be available to like an ordinary person. If you're not a registered hero, you're prohibited from carrying overpowered weaponry. And then Blue's like, well, you know, you were pretty active before you were registered as a hero as well, Genos. Like, I did a little background check on every single powerful professional hero. And this is very true. When we first meet Genos in the series, he's kind of like, I guess you could say, a vigilante, a cyborg for justice. Then Blue reveals who he is, and he says, you know, my name's Blue. I'm the leader of the Neo Heroes. And then Genos is like, oh, Neo Heroes. Well, then I guess there's no reason for us to fight. So crisis averted, very understanding of Genos here. Of course, he was very aware of the Neo Heroes. They did reach out to him before this, trying to recruit him, but he declined because Saitama said that he probably wouldn't join them either. And Blue once again asks Genos, he's like, you know, what is Saitama doing with a my mask? And then Genos, with a very cool response, is like, I don't know. His actions have nothing to do with the Hero Association. Saitama Sensei isn't constrained by any rules. And Blue questions that, rightfully so. He's like, and you're actually okay with that? Aren't you an S-class hero? And I guess Genos kind of just leaves at that point, with Blue reflecting to himself, thinking that, like, you know, everything about the Hero Association is pretty corrupt, whether it's their management or the heroes themselves. I can't imagine being cooperative with them, you know, like the Neo Heroes working with the Hero Association. Now, that is both true and not true, because yes, the Hero Association is corrupt, as we have seen on various levels. What is happening with Saitama and Genos and a my mask here doesn't really reflect that, but it's just supposed to set up Blue doubting the Hero Association, because going further, this is obviously going to set up more tension between the Neo Heroes and the Hero Association. Hey, also guys, can you please subscribe to this channel if you haven't already? I know a lot of you watch this through like the recommended videos or the browse, and that's fine. I do that a lot myself, but we're almost at 300,000 subs, and I'm trying to get there before the year is over. We only have like 2,000 and some change left. I know we can do it. And also, please like this video. Just hit the like button right on your phone there. It'll help the video. It'll help me. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Then Blue gets a notification that there's like a monster attack, which he's going to go respond to. So we might see Blue actually fight in the next chapter. And that's where that sequence ends. So this is a pretty exciting start to like this new arc that we're getting into with the Neo Heroes, I guess, competing against the Hero Association. So first of all, where did Saitama take a my mask? Like I said before, we don't know. He took him somewhere safe so that he can lie low for a while for things to blow over, I guess, since he is public enemy number one. But then we have another question. And it's like, what would have happened if Blue were to fight Genos here? And to be honest, I don't really know. Both of them are kind of at an ambiguous level of power right now. While Genos was extremely powerful in the Monster Association War, you know, with his Daedric form or whatever you want to call it, his 10-second full power mode, he doesn't have that anymore. He's now Lightning Core Genos or whatever. And I think the last time that we saw him like kind of get into a fight at all was off panel, I suppose, because he's talking to Saitama at the end of chapter 209. He says that he ran into a monster and he won, but it was a fairly strong demon level threat, so he didn't come out unharmed. So Genos in this form is still kind of like struggling against high demons, I guess. Yes, he could beat them, and maybe he could like super high diff a dragon if he really needed to, but he's not as strong as I guess you would think he would be at this point in the story. Now, as for Blue, this is the only time we've ever seen him do anything. We don't know what he's capable of. We just know that he does have a suit on, and that when he removes the limiter on it, he's fast enough to almost catch up with like a casual Saitama. Now, this suit that he's wearing is essentially like the Neo Hero's suit. We saw the Neo Heroes getting fitted for this, especially Suiryu, but I'm sure this is like a special suit. It's probably not the same exact one. Now, also, him being the son of Blast, it makes you wonder, like, does he have the same abilities as Blast? And this isn't a spoiler when I say this. Just in my opinion, it doesn't seem like he does. Because if he did, he would have just used them to, you know, wormhole Saitama or wormhole to catch up with him. Or he just would have manipulated space-time in some way, the way that Blast does, right? So I guess he doesn't have access to those powers, at least maybe yet. Maybe it's something that he has to unlock. The verdict is still out with Blue. Let me also mention that, like, it's still not, like, 100% confirmed that Blue is even truly the son of Blast. I mean, yes, they do have the same eyes, but Blast hasn't, like, come out and said, yep, he's my son. And that's not a spoiler either because, you know, Blast hasn't even been revealed in the webcomic yet. I will just say that considering what we're seeing of Blue here, it seems like he is for sure S-class level, whatever you want to take away from that. Now, once we're coming into the second half of this chapter, we're coming to Saitama's neighbors at the Hero Association, Forte, Butterfly DX, and Chain and Toad. And it's revealed that they have been offered to join the Neo Heroes. And they're just going over how everything at the Neo Heroes is said to be better. And they're conflicted as to whether they should leave or not because it almost seems too good to be true, I suppose. But then also they're like, you know, who's going to take care of Rover? Because he's kind of been left in their care by Saitama. And most of them, or at least definitely Forte, is aware that Saitama is the one above all. So they like kind of serving him in a way. But this is mainly supposed to show us that the Neo Heroes are trying to actively sabotage the Hero Association by pulling their heroes away from them. And it's not even just the S-Class heroes, it's the A-Class heroes as well. And while they're having this conversation, Black S is listening. And Black S gives us some extremely important and interesting dialogue, and I'm just going to summarize this and paraphrase it, but he says, this is a time where they should be working together, you know, the Neo Heroes and the Hero Association, but instead they're like sabotaging each other. And that the Hero Association has only been around for a few years, and it's already getting swallowed by a new power. And that reminds us that yes, the Hero Association is relatively new. They're only like 3 years old. It's easy to forget that because it seems like they're just an institution that has been around for years and years and years, but no, they kind of started when Saitama himself started being a hero because he had saved Agoni's grandson from Crablante. Like, that's what inspired Agoni to start the Hero Association. Agoni, just some random rich guy. We don't really get too much info into him, I guess. And then Black S wonders if like the Neo Heroes will become a threat to them. Monsters, but more so I guess just Black S and Rover individually. And he still kind of writes them off because he just says humans in general are like fragile, and no matter how good their leadership is, a giant monster or a monster such as himself isn't going to lose to like an army of ants. Because as we saw, Black S, without like Garo, probably could have defeated the S-Class heroes during the Monster Association War. I mean, Tatsumaki was already kind of out of commission, but Platinum S against Tatsumaki would have been a very interesting fight. And speaking of Tatsumaki, he also brings up the point that he is wary of heroes on her level as well as Saitama. And he also finds that the Hero Association giving monsters like them licenses to just go on a rampage is like detrimental, which also brings up an interesting point because it's like, yes, these heroes are incredibly powerful. They're so powerful that they could easily destroy cities, if not even the world, if they really wanted to. And the only thing that's really keeping them in check is just the fact that the Hero Association assumes that they're going to stay moral. So other heroes, especially tamed ones in comparison to them, it doesn't really bother Black S. And he says that the Neo Heroes like weakening the Hero Association will ultimately be detrimental to humanity, because of course it will. But that ultimately will be beneficial to Black S and Rover, as he's speaking for him here. And all he has to do is just keep eating dog food and bide his time, and the opportunity will come. And this is very foreboding because Black S has kind of been lulling the audience into a false sense of security since the Monster Association has ended. He's become the role of like being a pet to Saitama along with Rover, but he still is really evil. I mean, he's one of the most evil monsters there is, and one of the most powerful for sure. It's just that at the end of the Monster Association arc, he was reduced to just one single cell, as we see here. And as we saw, he was just buying his time, laying low, and just recovering his cell stock by eating. So this means that Black S will once again become like a massive threat to the heroes and humanity in general. It's very possible that he may even surpass Platinum S at one point and become something even greater than that. Now, when is he going to come back as being a threat? This isn't a spoiler when I say this. I would say don't expect it to happen anytime soon. I expect Black S to come back in full form and be like a threat in like the last saga of the series. Like right now we're in like the second saga. The first saga was like, you know, the beginning up until the end of the Monster Association War. And then this saga is going to be like the Neo Heroes versus the Hero Association, and then whatever transpires with that. And then the third saga will be all about humanity versus God. And I think once God comes more into the spotlight, Black S will be as well, and he'll probably become one of God's, like Akatsuki or Espada, one of like his main disciple monsters. You know what I mean? Like the final villains always have like a team with them in these type of series, and I think Black S will be one of them. Then we come into the end of the chapter, and Saitama is coming back to the group here with some dog food for Rover, and Butterfly DX is like berating Saitama, saying that you can't just get him any kind of dog food. Like this is adult dog food, and Rover's just like 4 months old or something. Now, I don't know if that means that Rover has regressed to being 4 months old after getting punched by Saitama and from the destruction of the Monster Association or whatever, or Psychos found Rover when he was just a pup or something, because Overgrown Rover is apparently like a result of experimentation from Psychos. So I don't know if we're gonna get more into like his backstory, or maybe this is one just giving us little bits of it. Then in a surprise ending sequence here, we see that there's individuals here that are asking Saitama to be recruited into their organization. Now you're just led to believe that this is the Neo Heroes because, you know, the group here was talking about Neo Heroes asking them to be recruited. But since it's Saitama, it makes you wonder, like, is this really the Neo Heroes? Because Saitama isn't always like a big deal to everyone else, especially most of the world, when they just kind of see him as like a joke. There's only like a handful of characters that are aware that Saitama is strong, and then there's even less than that who realize that he is the one above all. So it makes you wonder, like, who is this group trying to recruit Saitama here? Well, I guess we'll just have to wait to see the next chapter. So Garo is returning in this chapter. We haven't seen him since I think like chapter 191, which was over 2 years ago. And not only are we seeing what Garo is up to, but a huge future matchup is being set up with him. But before we get into that, let me just say thank you guys so much for 300,000 subs. I know I was asking you guys a lot for those subs, and we did it before the end of the year, which is just amazing. So again, thank you so much. So I won't ask you guys to sub again for at least a couple months after this point, but I will have to ask you to like the video. That unfortunately is imperative to a video's growth because of how the algorithm works. So if we get like 3,000 likes on this video, that would be amazing. Thank you guys. But anyway, the matchup that is essentially being set up in this chapter is Garo taking on Suiryu. Yes, that's like the big dream matchup that we've been waiting for, and technically we have seen that before in an OVA for season 2, which, you know, I'm going to show on the screen intermittently throughout this video, but I kind of just wanted to skip to this part of the chapter because it's the most exciting part of it, and of course I'll go over the rest of the chapter afterwards. So we're seeing Suiryu with the Neo Heroes in this chapter, and they're like finally out on the street about to start conducting their hero duties. And we already saw in the previous chapter that Blue's first mission was going after a Mai Mask. So now we're seeing what Suiryu's first mission is, and they're essentially like demanding that he goes after Garo. And Suiryu's a little apprehensive about this. He's like, but he's not even a monster. He's just some dude actually working a job, which we'll get into. And they're like, no, that doesn't matter. He was the hero hunter and he needs to pay for his crimes because they've kind of just been swept under the rug. And like I said, they demand Suiryu does this because they're like, hey, are you going to pay for that suit that you broke? Because we saw that when he was getting drafted into the Neo Heroes, they gave him one of those power suits and he kind of just buffed out of it. So him joining the Neo Heroes is essentially him repaying the debt for that suit. So Suiryu is like indebted to them and he's essentially forced to go after Garo at this point. Now, as for Garo's crimes being swept under the rug, that is true. It's very interesting how it actually plays out. So after Garo is defeated by Saitama, way back at the end of the Big Monster Association saga, a lot of the heroes there kind of want to just straight up execute Garo on the spot. Mainly a Mai Mask. But it's ultimately King who winds up saving Garo here. But then, of course, Saitama is the one that basically just lets him go. And later on, Bang finds him under like this waterfall. And Bang just convinces him to come under his wing as a student again. So once Bang and Garo reconcile, Bang winds up taking him to like the police. And Garo like tells the police like his entire motivation for becoming the hero hunter. And the police interrogator guy is like, yeah, that's cool and all, but we're just going over your dine and dash incident here. Which is hilarious because that was like Garo's least offensive crime that he committed throughout his entire hero hunter run. So he wound up kind of just getting a slap on the wrist for that. Now, as for why all of his hero hunting stuff got swept under the rug, well, it's more or less kind of said that Bang worked with Sitch and just the executives of the Hero Association in general, I suppose, to set up this plan to where Bang is going to rehabilitate Garo and turn him into an S-class hero eventually, because Bang is retiring. And he's going to have Garo take his spot in the Hero Association eventually. Like, that's basically what the deal was. And Sitch is going along with this because they need all the help they can get. This isn't because of like the Neo heroes. It's mainly because Sitch needs all the help that he can get for the world-ending prophecy. You know, the big battle against God at the end of the series, more or less. So in a nutshell, that's why Garo's crimes got swept under the rug and why he's not in jail right now. So after that, he wound up just coming back to Bang's dojo until eventually in chapter 191, I'm pretty sure the last time we saw Garo, Bang says that the dojo needs some extra money or whatever, and that a part of Garo's like probation, I think, which they say like the rehabilitation program the court ordered, is that he gets a job. So Garo leaves the dojo to go and straight up get a job, and we're seeing in this chapter that he's becoming like a delivery man. I guess he's like working for their version of Amazon maybe. And the Neo heroes are aware of this, so now they're sending Suiryu after Garo to do what the Hero Association didn't. So yes, this is setting up in the future Garo versus Suiryu. Now when are we going to see this? I don't know. I can't say it's going to be the next chapter. It could be, but I would say just be patient for this one. We will see it. It's going to be incredible, but I just don't know when it's going to happen. Now, as for what's going on in the rest of the chapter, we're picking up from the end of the previous, where those mysterious heroes were encountering Saitama, seemingly recruiting him, and we thought, oh, could it be the Neo heroes? Well, no, it's not the Neo heroes. It's actually this group called the Hero Name Victims Association. These are heroes from the Hero Association that have been given terrible names unfairly. Because, you know, we found out at the beginning of the series that the Hero Association just names you. You don't get to, like, choose your own name. And these are heroes mainly from C class. Their top guy is like B class rank 100, but they're like the Great Degenerate, Dr. Grumpy Pervert, Red Nose, who we've seen multiple times throughout the series, Toupee Warrior, and Drunkard. And they're coming to Saitama because they're like, hey, you actually have the worst name of all of us, Cape Baldy. So you should join us and be like our leader. And this is hilarious, of course, really funny stuff. But there's more to them than just being like this comedic sequence. And there even could be more to the Hero Names Victim Association, like what it represents in a super deep cut narrative of the story that has yet to be revealed. I don't want to guarantee anything. I have made a video about it. I won't plug that video because it has some serious spoilers in it, but I just want to put that out there. But Black S looks at this team and he's like, wow, this is all the Hero Association has left? I guess the Neo heroes really did take all the promising prospects. But then he also realizes that, did Saitama let a Mai Mask get away yesterday? So I guess there is a chance to take advantage of his openings after all. He is strong, but he lacks seriousness. So a monster with enough cunning can escape him. And that's very true. I mean, Black S himself is escaping Saitama because he is a monster, and Saitama, while he's not the sharpest tool in his shed, he definitely has to know that there's something about Black S to where he's not actually like a monkey or an animal. He has to know that he's a monster or something. So yes, if you are a monster, you can evade being murdered by Saitama, but you have to be cunning about it. And Black S is finally just fully realizing this. And this is going to come back into play later on for sure, This isn't a spoiler. Whatever's going on with Black S's true machinations, which we went over in the previous review, haven't come to fruition yet, not even close. But this is just setting up this big plan that Black S eventually has, which I personally think is going to coincide with God returning. So then we're coming back to Suiryu's sister Suiko, and she's finally getting to the Hero Association so that they can test her to see where she's going to rank in the Hero Association. And she winds up going through like this robot fighting test thing, and she seemingly crushes it. And once she gets the results, it's revealed that she's going to be an A-class hero, not an S-class hero like what was kind of set up. This surprises me, even when this is originally shown in the webcomic, because these robots seem pretty powerful, but I guess they're not. They have to be like around Tiger or Demon level for her to just be an A-class hero. So yeah, I guess it makes sense that she's like an A-class hero. I personally would have preferred if she was just an S-class hero right off the bat, because I just want to see new S-class heroes, but I guess there's time for that. And in a way, the reveal of the Neo leaders from the Neo heroes are like the new S-class heroes anyway, even though they're not directly with the Hero Association. But the recruiters here say that she has some serious potential and that she likely will bloom in live combat. So it's like once she fights someone strong enough, like in real time, she'll grow on the spot and then maybe eventually become an S-class hero through that. And to be honest, we haven't seen that happen yet, not even currently in the webcomic. We haven't seen Suiko's potential yet. So there's time for that, I guess. Like, it's going to be a while before we see her become an S-class hero. Although it is for sure being foreshadowed here that she will become one eventually. But she's a solid addition to the roster in general. I mean, not just for the Hero Association, but just for the main characters. We do need more strong females in this series for sure, and I think she's a good addition. So then we're coming to the end of the chapter, and we see Saitama training with Genos again. And this is just like a quick spar. Saitama just instantly taking him out with a death punch as usual. Maybe not so much just like a literal death punch, the way that it was emphasized in the beginning of the series, but you know what I mean. And Saitama's just like, is that good enough data for Dr. Kuseno? And Genos is like, yeah, you'll be able to work with this. And that's interesting in itself. Dr. Kuseno's still asking for data on Saitama. We saw that he was asking for that back at the beginning of the Amai Mask arc, and now I guess this is following up on that. We could just assume that Dr. Kuseno is asking for this data so he can further improve Genos, because that's like how he makes Genos stronger. But Saitama seems distracted in this sequence. It's not so much it's just business as usual, but he's just distracted. And this has something to do with him being recruited by the Hero Name Victims Association. And Genos is like, he looks worrisome, but I'm sure he'll tell me what's going on when the time is right. And Saitama's thinking, with the appearance of the Hero Name Victims Association, I sense a major power shakeup in the works. When the right time comes, I'll tell Genos. That's supposed to be funny, of course, but it's more or less just saying what the true narrative of this arc is, and it's just the Neo heroes, I guess, shaking up the power balance with the Hero Association. So this chapter opens up with us seeing the Great Philosopher, who is A-class rank 13. He's taking on just some random tiger-level crocodile monster. And Great Philosopher is surprisingly pretty important to One Punch Man, or at least if you're like hardcore about it, I suppose, because he's oddly kind of integral to like the power scaling of the series. Because back in volume 10's bonus chapter, which is called Numbers, Child Emperor winds up making like this power scaling mask, and it winds up rating like a bear like power level 905. And in comparison to that, like a normal worker at the Hero Association is like 22. The B-class hero Darkness Blade is like 759. And then coming to an A-class hero rank 10 like Stinger, who we saw was able to take out some of the sea folk, he's like a 1600. But then Great Philosopher is 2442. So that just goes to show you how powerful he really is for an A-class hero. In fact, I'm pretty sure the other heroes from the Hero Association who see him in this chapter say that he is the physically strongest A-class hero. That doesn't mean that he's like the overall most powerful. Like, I'm very confident the Tomic's disciples are way more powerful and capable than him. They're just not as like physically strong as he is. Sorry, I didn't mean to flex. This is helpful insight into showing us how strong the Neo heroes are in this chapter, or more so their power suits. Because this is the first time we're seeing them as like an organization in action. We saw a couple chapters ago that they finally got the green light to begin like their active duty as a hero organization, and Blue, the leader of the Neo heroes, he went out looking for my My Mask. But now we're seeing the rest of them as a whole are like going out and starting duty. And as Great Philosopher like defeats one of these crocodile tiger level monsters, like a whole group of them come up and just gang up on him and just start beating him down. Like he's pretty strong to take down at least one individual tiger, but going against a group of them, it's going to be pretty difficult, especially by himself. But this is when the Neo heroes come in. These are just like the regular Neo heroes. They're not Neo leaders or whatever. There's random guys with suits on, and they're just destroying these tiger level crocodile monsters. And as some other Hero Association heroes come in to help Great Philosopher, he says that they're like amateurish in their movements. Like they're not like skilled fighters or whatever, but their strength, speed, and agility and overall physical prowess surpasses his own. So yeah, if he was like 2442, they're probably close to, if not over, like 3000 level in strength. So just one of these power suits that you get from becoming a Neo hero will make you like way stronger than the physically strongest A-class hero in the Hero Association. But also we're seeing that some of the heroes here are the Soda Pop Boys, which I think they're getting like a rename here. Maybe they're being renamed to like the Neo Lightly Carbonated Boys or something like that. It depends on what localization the translators want to use. We saw these guys back in, I think, chapter 174. It was the chapter when My Mask started getting interested in Saitama, and My Mask's like talent agency was trying to promote them as like the next big thing, trying to make them like the One Direction of the Hero Association essentially. But they weren't like really serious about being heroes. They weren't even really like C-class level. I think only 2 of them were. They were kind of just using that as a stepping stone to become like the real One Direction of the One Punch Man world. They wound up having like a mutual beef with a My Mask because of that. But now we're seeing that like, yeah, they just didn't go with the Hero Association. They decided to join the Neo Heroes, which is obviously the smarter move because now they're as strong as they are, and without the suits, they would just be essentially civilians. But then after this, the leader of the crocodile monsters comes out, and he's huge. He's implied to be like a demon level. Now, to give more context to the power scaling here, back in that numbers bonus chapter, it said that a demon level was around like 7,000 in strength. So just to show you the difference between like Great Philosopher 2442 going to a demon level, it's almost triple in strength. So yeah, the Neo Lightly Carbonated Soda Pop Boys or whatever with the power suits still aren't strong enough to take them on. I mean, if all of the Neo heroes here with suits were to gang up on this demon level crocodile monster, they probably could high diff them or mid diff them maybe, but again, they're just regular people. They're not like trained heroes, so of course they're scared of this demon level monster. But it doesn't really matter because Webby Gaza is here. Webby Gaza, one of the Neo leaders of the Neo heroes, which is like their version of the S-class heroes. When she was introduced originally with the rest of the Neo leaders, it was revealed that she was like a pop idol, just like a My Mask, although definitely not on his level, you know, one of the lower tier ones, I guess, but still has a sizable audience. She was inspired by a My Mask to become a hero as well, but I guess she just didn't have any kind of inherent talent to become strong just naturally the way that other humans do. I mean, not like a My Mask, you know, became a freaking monster as we found out, but she decided to go the alternate route and became like a cyborg. And she wound up having like 71% of her body modified, which is pretty powerful. I mean, as we're going to see, she's S-class level for sure. But in comparison to other like ultra powerful cyborgs, such as like the enforcers of the Neo heroes who aren't even a part of like the Neo leaders, they're kind of just like a part of the organization as a whole. They're like 94 and 95%, which I'm assuming is around Genos level. But we're seeing that she's live streaming her taking on this demon level crocodile monster because, you know, she's trying to still be an idol as well as a hero at the same time. She's just trying to be like the new My Mask. And now that that role is definitely open, because, you know, like we talked about, a My Mask revealed to be a monster, he's public enemy number 1 at this point, she can fill that role of being like the big idol hero. And she winds up doing like her named move, which is like a Webby Thunder, and it's like this heart energy lightning blast thing, and she blows through this crocodile monster very easily, essentially one-shotting him. So yeah, she passes the S-class hero test, or should I say passes like the stronger S-class hero test, because an S-class hero should be able to take on a demon level minimum, but if you could just one-shot one, you're, you know, one of the stronger S-class heroes for sure. Then we're getting a little little more insight into Webigaza's backstory here. Like I said, she was an idol inspired by my mask, underwent cyborgification, which altered 71% of her, but we're finding out a little more. So apparently she got pumped full of experimental drugs. And also, she had surgery done to her brain to awaken potential psychic abilities. Now, that's fascinating because we found out a couple arcs ago, the group that bought Tatsumaki from her parents to use her for like experimentation was called Tsukuyomi. And the modern day Tsukuyomi is doing this procedures to people. They're like giving them brain surgery to make them into artificial espers. So I'm assuming that this is connected to what's going on with Webigaza, or they're using the same type of procedure that Tsukuyomi does, or all of these organizations are working together. Like the organization that does cyborgification here, which we're going to find out eventually in this arc who they are, but that's going to be a couple years from now. But Webigaza might be the first like trifecta that we've seen in the series. She has like cyborgification, Esper, and then the mysterious unknown drugs or whatever, I'm assuming has something to do with monsterization. I mean, clearly she's not a monster, or at least it doesn't appear that she is, but that might give her like monster strength or something like that. I don't really know, but I think that the drug aspect has something to do with monsters, because that's like the three big things going on in the series, right? The three big antagonistic powers. Also, it turns out that she like overheats easily. It says like she goes to 70 degrees, which I guess they're going off of Celsius here, which is like 158, somewhere around there, degrees in Fahrenheit. So she has to like keep drinking water to cool down. And as this is happening, we see Genos and Saitama randomly watching her live stream on their phone, and Genos is like, I'm very thankful for Dr. Kuseno, or something like that. Like he's grateful that Dr. Kuseno made him the way that he does so that he doesn't overheat like that and has to keep drinking water. Genos is like incredibly advanced compared to Webigaza, although Webigaza is definitely stronger than Genos was at the beginning of the series. It's just that Genos has come a very long way. He's had many upgrades and a lot of data to go off of since then. And then Saitama watching this while he's eating, he's like, an idol concert, like just oblivious to it essentially. But I mean, he kind of knows what's going on, but at the same time he's still not really sure what the Neo Heroes are, I guess, even though he's been told by Genos. Going off of the previous chapter, he still kind of thought that the Hero Name Victim Association was like a major player compared to them or something. Yeah, this is just planting more of the seeds, I guess, for Saitama to be aware of the Neo Heroes going forward, because technically he still hasn't met Blue yet. In the previous chapter, Genos prevented Blue from like fully encountering him as he was like taking my mask away. But yeah, this is just the beginning of the introduction of the Neo Heroes here. We're seeing like the second Neo leader in action. The first we saw Blue in the previous chapter. And then after this, I think we're going to see a few more of them get into action. So we're seeing more Neo leaders fight in this chapter, and it seems like at least one of them is stronger than the S-Class heroes. But in the beginning here, we see Raiden taking care of like these smaller monsters, which are probably wolf, at best tiger in strength. And once again, we're seeing a hero from the Hero Association observing this and seeing the difference between the Neo Heroes and the Hero Association, because they're working together as like a unit with these power suits, as to where, you know, the Hero Association is kind of like, okay guys, there's a monster out there, good luck. We saw this in the previous chapter too, with Webigaza making her debut, like taking out a monster. And it was also established in that chapter how strong the power suits that the Neo Heroes have are, which essentially makes like a C-class hero, or even just pretty much a civilian, like the equivalent of an A-class hero, or even like stronger than that. Not necessarily an S-class hero, but just maybe even stronger than what a typical A-class hero could be considered. Raiden also points that out in this chapter as well, just reinforcing that narrative because it's important. And also, speaking of that, Raiden himself is not wearing a power suit, claiming that he pretty much doesn't need it, and that it's going to end up hindering you as a human essentially if you do wear it, which is more or less kind of true, I guess, depending on how much you want to push yourself as a fighter, I suppose. But that's a discussion for another time. But we also saw that Webigaza in the previous chapter doesn't wear a power suit either, but she is a cyborg. At least 70% of her is modified, so her wearing a suit would probably be redundant, to be honest. And it's also a possibility that like whatever proprietary technology goes into these suits is probably incorporated into her anyway. That's not confirmed. I'm just guessing that it's all tied together here. Whoever made her into a cyborg is also the same people that are working with these suits, maybe. I mean, we don't know where these suits are coming from yet. They kind of just came out of nowhere, and they're coming from the Neo heroes as a whole. Raiden not having to wear a suit is important because it's showing that he is ridiculously powerful. Like, even Blue, when he was introduced, Blue, the leader of the Neo heroes, also allegedly the son of Blast, was wearing a suit. It still remains to be seen what's going on with Blue. Does he need the suit? Does he not need the suit? Who knows when we're going to find out what's going on with him. I don't even think it's been revealed in the webcomic what's truly going on with him yet, but Raiden is a beast, with or without the suit. In the chapter that he was introduced, it said that he's like the GOAT of sumo, essentially. He's undefeated in like 700 matches, and he's also freaking huge. He's like bigger than Darkshine. Darkshine is close to 8 feet tall, as to where Raiden is closer to 10 feet tall. Like, he's even bigger than Boros. And when he met Darkshine, they kind of did like this test of strength, masculinity test thing, kind of. And he alleges that he frightened Darkshine when he did this. Like, Darkshine looked a little intimidated when they were locking up, and it seemed like Raiden was getting the best of him. And also, Raiden points out after this that it seems you're not in your best condition right now, which is very true. This is like post-Monster Association War Darkshine. He's dealing with a lot of trauma and is having like an existential crisis. That's why he went over to the Neo heroes in the first place and is pretty much retired, or at least as he says he is. So it's not like Darkshine is 100%, but it's still Darkshine. He's still a freak. I mean, as we saw when this guy Mars Leo from the Neo heroes accidentally punches him, he like breaks his wrist. So Raiden doing this to Darkshine is still pretty impressive, and him not needing the suit just shows that, yeah, he is like S-class hero equivalent. I don't know if he's dragon level in strength, but I would say that he's definitely at least demon. And this is important because it really remains to be seen with the rest of the Neo heroes if they are truly S-class level, and I'll get into that once we see Excel show up. So Raiden winds up leaving, saying that he's going to go off to the next monster, because apparently, according to this news report we're seeing, there's tons of monsters attacking everywhere, which is not extremely unusual, but it is uncommon. If there is like multiple monster attacks happening at the same time, it's probably not a coincidence, because the last time we saw something like this was, you know, during the Super Fight tournament, and that was because the Monster Association had deliberately planned for that to happen. So this is suspicious for sure, and it's also probably not a coincidence that it's lining up with the Neo heroes finally being able to be active heroes. I'm not saying that the Neo heroes themselves are the suspicious ones, especially like the leaders. They're just responding to these attacks. It's not like they did it on purpose, but I'm saying that it seems like the organization itself is suspicious. Also, as this news report is going out, we're just seeing like what's going on with Suiryu, and he's like in this truck on his way to go take out Garo. We see him looking at Garo's file because I think it was like 2 or 3 chapters ago, it was set up that like they picked him to go after Garo, even after Garo essentially being let off the hook with just a slap on his wrist because of all the stuff that he did during the Monster Association War. The Neo heroes are not upholding that. They're like, he was the hero hunter, he needs to be brought to like serious justice, and we're gonna be the ones to take him down. And somehow they tracked him down and found out that he's like working for Amazon essentially. So they're actively on their way to go after Gar right now, and it's going to be a unit led by Suiryu. So we are going to see Suiryu versus Garo like we talked about before, maybe in the next chapter. Hopefully that's why this is being shown here, and of course that's going to be incredibly hype. I mean, that's like the dream fight that we've been waiting for years now. But also there's like this commercial for the Neo heroes with like Webby Gaza promoting it, saying like, hey, if you join now you'll get like a coupon or something like that, like more incentive to join. But this, along with that one hero from the Hero Association that we see earlier in the chapter with Raiden, is just showing that like there is a big shift in momentum going from like the Hero Association to the Neo heroes, because even like the news report is acknowledging that like, hey, the Neo heroes are taking care of business here and the Hero Association not so much. So we're probably going to see more heroes from the Hero Association just leaving and going to the Neo heroes, because realistically, why wouldn't you? Especially if you're not like a high-ranking A-class hero and you're just everyone else in the Hero Association, because that's the majority of it. There's like almost 400 heroes or something around there, maybe more than 400, but around that number, and most of them would benefit from having the power suit as well as working together as units, and a lot of the time having like an active like S-class level leader with them. So while the Neo heroes heroes are sketchy, you know, behind the scenes or whatever, on paper, they're doing the right things and they're much better than what the Hero Association is. But, you know, when something seems too good to be true, it usually is. But anyway, we're coming to the second Neo leader here, and it's Excel. This guy was like previously the leader of this vigilante group called the Hunters, and we didn't really know how strong he was. Like when the Hero Association was trying to recruit this guy like many chapters ago, they wanted to make him an S-class hero, although that doesn't necessarily mean that he is S-class in strength, because I don't think they actually tested his strength. And we're seeing that he has a power suit as well, but it's like specially made for him because his fighting style like involves like roller skates or whatever, but these are like obviously super powered ones, and he's responding to like this big demon level snail monster, and this snail monster's gimmick is like it's fast, which is, you know, fitting for Excel because that's like his thing as well. And he's saying that with this suit he's able to move like 390 kilometers per hour, which is like around 242 miles per hour, and that before the suit he couldn't reach those levels. So yeah, that's incredibly fast. I mean, not as fast as like Flashy Flash, but Flashy Flash is like one of the fastest heroes in the world. And I say one of, I mean, he's like top 4, top 5 fastest. I mean, if you're really taking into account all of the other like crazy powerful characters out there, like including Saitama. But I would say that moving 242 miles per hour is definitely S-class level speed. And in the last page, we see him hack up this snail monster a little bit, but that's like the cliffhanger, I guess. So far, Excel with the suit on seems to be S-class level, right? I mean, just taking an estimate of this guy, it's very possible that without the suit, he's top 5 A-class level, maybe something like that. Just taking a guess, we don't know for sure. But once he puts on this suit, especially like this special suit that he has, it raises him to S-class level for sure. Not like a top 10 S-class level guy, but you know, he's like around the Puri Prisoner, Tank Top Master range, you know, like the top 17, you know, probably somewhere around there. But that's where the chapter ends, and you know, like I said, hopefully we get to see Suiryu take on Garo in the next chapter. We're also going to see, I guess, Excel defeat this snail monster in the next chapter too. That's not a spoiler, I'm just guessing that's going to happen, especially because he's like talking to the other hunters in this chapter, so they're going to probably come and help him as well. And then I guess we're going to see more of the Neo leaders as well, because that's what these stretch of chapters are going to be, like a showcase for the Neo leaders.
So in this chapter, we're seeing more of the Neo leaders in action. Kind of just jumps around, and we're seeing what some are capable of and what some aren't capable of. And the beginning of the chapter is picking up from the end of the previous, where we saw the Neo leader Excel taking on this demon level snail monster. And as we suspected, he does wind up defeating it, but it does require the help of his group called the Hunters. And it's emphasized that, you know, the power suits, along with like these custom weapons that have like poison in them, are really helping them take down this monster here. So I think this shows that like Excel is not S-class level. He's pretty powerful, but even with the suit, he's still not quite at that S-class level. So I would say that he's probably, you know, top A-class level. He's probably around the strength of E-Iron, at least with the suit. Maybe faster than him for sure, but overall power, he's probably like around E-Iron level. And the next Neo leader we're seeing in action here is Ryuman. This was one of the Neo leaders that interested me the most because he doesn't wear a suit, or at least it seems that he's not. And he's also kind of like a Metal Bat in a way. They're like, you know, Bansho, Yakuza kind of type of guy. More so Yakuza, I guess. But since he doesn't wear a suit, I was curious to see like what he does or how strong he is. And for what we're seeing, he kind of just shoots guns. I mean, that's all he does here. And we're seeing them upstage Crescent Eyebrow, one of like the classic Hero Association heroes, going against these tiger level tongue monster guys. And once Ryuman and the group shows up, they just immediately upstage him, which is like the whole purpose of what they're doing here. They're trying to make the Hero Association look bad so that they can make the Neo heroes look really good. And that's pretty much it. I mean, we're not really seeing much else from him, so his power is still ambiguous. So with Ryuman, it could be a deceiving level of power. I mean, he's seemingly set up to be an opponent for Metal Bat, and if that is the case, then he has to be really strong in order to fight against Metal Bat, but I don't know. The verdict's still out on him. Then we're coming to Child Emperor.
or now under the Neo Heroes, I'm pretty sure his name is Wild Emperor, and he's wearing a suit as well. And his group takes down like this, I don't know, nondescript monster. And this is more so Child Emperor just examining the suit, because we haven't really seen this happen yet. We've more so just seen the suit in action and how impressive it is, and how, you know, it can just make anyone an A-class level hero in power. And with that being said, Child Emperor is like, you know, these are way too high performance, and they're actually giving them to like 1,000 members. And also we're finding out that there are like 1,000 members in the Neo Heroes, which is almost 3 times the amount of heroes in the Hero Association, which goes into what I was saying about how just anyone off the street can just come into the Neo Heroes, grab a suit, and then they're strong enough to fight monsters. But he says that the suit is concerning to him because it's not just simple support armor, but it synchronizes with the wearer's nervous system and picks up on their electrical signals. So then artificial muscles respond to that. But aside from that, he sees that it's similar to schematics that he's seen in Dr. Befoy's lab, aka Metal Knight. And this makes him suspicious of Metal Knight because he's wondering like if he's involved in this. Because, you know, if you're looking at this from Child Emperor's perspective, of course you would assume that Metal Knight would be involved because this is essentially his technology. So then he basically decides to take the suit off because of that, because now he's thinking like, what is he trying to do by effectively controlling the military power of both sides? So of course this is supposed to set up a few things. First of all, Child Emperor being suspicious of Metal Knight, as he should, and then also the audience being suspicious of Metal Knight as well, because since Metal Knight was first introduced, you're supposed to be suspicious of him, the way that he handled the meteor going against the city with Genos, all the crap that Drive Knight had talked on him back in the Monster Association arc, as well as his weird ambiguous comments about Saitama and what he ultimately wants for the Hero Association. So at this point, you know, you can just make up your mind for yourself. It's like, is Metal Knight a bad guy? Is he actually controlling the Neo Heroes here? Is he giving them the technology to make these suits, or is he just straight up supplying the suits to them? And in my opinion, no. I'm pretty sure this is the organization pulling the strings behind the scenes, because we saw that the organization was interested in Metal Knight's technology back way at the beginning of season 3. So this just tells me that they have reverse engineered Metal Knight's technology and they made these suits for the Neo Heroes, because they are actually the ones interested in world domination, not so much Metal Knight. But again, it's up for you to decide. But the next Neo leader we're coming to is A. This guy was like a super criminal or something with a bounty placed on him. But just like Ryumon, the Neo Heroes decided to take him in and like reform him because I guess of his potential. And we see that he does have potential, like with the suit on and his, I guess, custom scythe weapon. He easily takes down this monster, like just beheads it. And I don't know, I doubt it's a demon. It's probably like a tiger level. But he runs into some heroes from the Hero Association and they notice that he is a criminal with a bounty on him. But I think with A, he has like an A-class level bounty, which is, you know, implying that he's like an A-class level hero in strength, I guess. But with the suit, it remains to be seen how strong he truly is. But when the heroes here are like, hey, you know, this guy has a bounty on him, let's restrain him, A's like, you know, if you come closer, you know, be careful to not get caught in an accident during hero activity. So it's like, yeah, he's threatening to kill them right now if they try to arrest him. So yeah, A is not a good guy. Ryumon, you know, it still remains to be seen, but A, I'm pretty sure it's showing us that he through and through a heel, or just hasn't been reformed at all. Then we're coming to the Neo leader Zaditz, who isn't like a hero or a fighter or anything. It was just established that he's like an investor in the Hero Association that wants to play hero. This guy kind of reminds me of what it would be like if Elon Musk joined the Neo Heroes or something, because he just funneled all of his money into making like this ultra powerful suit, which he says is way more powerful than the normal battle suits that the Neo Heroes have. And he's coming across a demon level monster, Meatball Kneader, or whatever this guy is. Like, he needs meatballs because that's like his method of attack. He just needs you, and he instantly just destroys Zaditz. Like, this suit has no effect on him, and it makes me think, like, is this suit like defunct? Like, did they give him like bunk technology in exchange for him just funding the Neo Heroes? Because they gotta have money coming from somewhere, and one of their largest, I guess, sources of income is coming from this idiot, and he just gets destroyed by this monster, which is great. So just showing that, yeah, some of of the Neo heroes are just regular people, and they just joined for specific advantages that the organization itself needed. Another one that we're seeing here immediately after this is in Felsinade. This guy also just a regular dude. He just had like this huge cult. Like literally he has like a cult. And I guess that's why they just hired this guy. So he could just bring all of his followers and influence to give them power suits. And he just gets instantly killed off screen by some monster. Or at least I'm pretty sure he's killed. He has a massive hole in his chest and he's just laying there. So 2 Neo leaders just instantly taken out in their first raid on monsters. Then at the end of the chapter, we see Metal Bat come into the fray, and he takes care of, I guess, this monster that maybe killed in Felsinade. It still remains to be seen, but that's where the chapter ends, with just swinging a bat, wearing a power suit against this monster. So that also really makes you think, like, how powerful is Metal Knight right now? Because Metal Bat, obviously, S-class level in strength. The more damage he takes, the stronger he gets. And at base level, he's pretty strong. I mean, I don't know if he's dragon level at base, but he's definitely demon level at base. So wearing this suit might send him to above demon or even dragon level. But that's where the chapter ends. I guess coming into the next chapter, we'll see more about Metal Bat. Maybe we'll get into Garo versus Suiryu in the next chapter. I don't know. All right, so the Son of Blast is finally getting into a fight in this chapter with a demon level monster. The Son of Blast, whose name is Blue, aka the leader of the Neo heroes. And I'm gonna be honest, I still don't know what to make of his abilities. And of course, we're gonna go over it and try to make sense of it together. But for sure, he is a beast. And we have yet to see what he's like truly capable of yet. But we'll get to that. Because before that, we're picking up from the end of the previous chapter with Metal Bat coming into the fray and easily taking care of a monster, which is expected. I mean, we talked about this before. Metal Bat is clearly S-class level. He's extremely powerful, and he has a freaking power suit on, so he's even stronger than he normally is at his base level strength. And as Metal Bat is about to go help out another Neo leader in their fight, he notices that Eraman and Destro, the 2 security enforcers of the Neo heroes, are quietly walking away with the bodies of Felsinade and Zaditz, the 2 Neo leaders that we saw ostensibly get killed in the previous chapter. It was pretty much revealed that these guys weren't strong, and they were just made Neo leaders because of what they brought to the organization rather than their strength. And Metal Bat, seeing this and being suspicious, of course, is supposed to be the audience's reaction as well, because we're supposed to be suspicious of this. Like, what's going on here? Why are they taking their bodies away? So I've had a theory as to what's going on here for a while now, and it basically stems from me thinking that these 2 individuals, Eraman and Destro, are actually the 2 robots that we saw at the very beginning of the series who encountered Hammerhead and said that they were from the organization. This is like them with their human costume on. It said that they are both 94 and 95% cyborgified. And that's crazy because Webby Gaza is only like 71% or something like that, and she's S-class level as we've seen. These guys 94 and 95, so you can imagine how incredibly powerful they must be. They're not even like Neo leaders. They're just enforcers. And that was always suspicious, which makes me think that if they are tied to an organization, which I'm pretty positive that they are, and this isn't spoilers or anything, don't worry, none of this has been revealed yet. This means that the organization is tied to the Neo heroes, or pulling the strings from the shadows, and them taking the bodies here means that they're just going to turn them into cyborg puppets or something like that. That way they can keep funneling money from Zaditz and controlling the followers of Felsinade. Just guessing, but I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen here. Then we cut away from this sequence and we go to Blue. Like we said, he is finally fighting here, and he's going against this demon level crab monster. So right off the bat, Blue seems to be able to conjure and manipulate energy, or at least it seems that way, because he does like an axe hand thing, and this electrical energy stuff comes to his hands, and then he like chops off one of the claws of the crab. He comes down and does like a Black Flash / like Detroit Smash type of motion and conjures even more energy into his fist, and then when he does throw a punch, it like projects, I guess, an energy projectile version of his fist, and then that just completely destroys the crab and its minions too. Like, it has like wolf level minions with it. So crazy impressive. Clearly Blue is minimum S-class level, since he was able to just easily take care of a demon level threat here, which is like the test for you being S-class level. But since he's taking care of it so easily, he is not just bare minimum S-class level, he's probably one of the stronger level S-class guys, at least so far. Now, he also does mention he's discovered that demon levels vary in strength, which of course is true. There's like a hidden ranking system to these disaster levels that we, the fandom, have talked about for years now, and it's like there's low level, mid level, and high levels of all of these disaster levels. It remains to be seen if this was like a low, mid, or high demon. Oh, also, he says this in response to McCoy talking to him on the phone, asking him what he thinks about live combat. After he says the demon line, he says, just because I have the suit, and then it's like an ellipses, and suddenly like this big explosion happens behind him, and he's like, oh crap, that's a big one, I gotta go deal with that. So he wasn't able to end that thought, which is pretty interesting. But that's where the chapter ends. So that being said, I think might give us some insight into what's going on with Blue here. So as we've seen, he can somewhat manipulate energy, or at least it seems that way. Now also, there is a possibility that the suit that he is wearing is allowing him to do this, meaning that he has no powers and that they're exclusively coming from the suit. Now, I don't necessarily think that is the case because, first of all, he's the son of Blast, and we've seen that Blast does have powers, and second of all, I don't think they would make him the leader of the Neo heroes just because he's the son of Blast if he had no powers. It seems like he does have some kind of powers and that the suit is helping him regulate them or access his powers. Because I'm going to assume that he has a different suit than the rest of the Neo heroes, or at least it seems that he does. Now, also keep in mind, Blast himself wears a suit as well. They actually have like the same kind of gloves, and the circles on the hands glow the same pretty much. So does that mean that Blast needs the suit to utilize his powers as well? I mean, that remains to be seen. Now, another interesting thing here is that Child Emperor in the previous chapter essentially confirmed that this is Metal Knight's technology. We don't know if Metal Knight is working with the Neo heroes or if this technology was taken from him. Either way, this is pretty much Metal Knight's technology, even if he didn't just deliberately make it for the Neo heroes. It's coming from like his schematics. And that ties into kind of a slippery slope, and I don't even know if I should be going into this, but I'll just point it out anyway, because it has to do with retcons, everybody's favorite thing. So in one of the previous Ninja Arc retcons, when we got into Blast's backstory with Empty Void gives some exposition about Blast like soon after he meets him, and he says that Blast was backed by Sitch, who was a part of the Agoni Foundation, but he was also backed by a genius scientist. And that made me think, oh, that's Metal Knight, because who else would it be? I mean, I doubt it's going to be Dr. Kuseno, you know, the guy that made Genos. And I thought, oh, Metal Knight made Blast's suit, and that would make sense because they look the same, or at least the hands do. But I don't want to put too much weight on that because it was retcon. That technically doesn't exist anymore in the canon of the story. The same thing with how Blue's mother is Empty Void's sister. That might never happen again, or maybe it'll be revealed later on. I don't know. We're kind of in lore limbo with all that stuff, but I just want to say that that could all be connected here. At least Metal Knight and how these suits work with Blast and Blue's abilities. Now, another thing is that Blue isn't using the abilities that we've seen of Blast. Blast is like on a whole other level. He's like manipulating space, time, and gravity and all that stuff, which makes me think that maybe Blue does have Blast's abilities, but this is like what it starts out as, just simple energy manipulation. And as Blast got older, more experienced, and more skilled, he was able to turn his energy manipulation into like straight up space-time manipulation stuff, which, you know, makes sense. If you can control energy, then you can control the cosmos. So maybe Blast, when he was like 16, the way that Blue is, this is what his abilities were like. And like I said, he eventually got to that cosmic level of power, or he was taught how to use these abilities in the way that he is now by the team that he's working with, who in the interim I'm going to call the Saints, because of what I talk about in the video I actually just made explaining God. I'll link that at the end of this video. But yeah, that's all I have for Blue right now. To be honest, we don't really know much about Blue yet, not even in the webcomic. So we're all kind of almost on the same level, at least with understanding how this stuff works.
So this chapter opens up with us seeing Saitama's new group, the Hero Name Victims Association, where they're just staging like a protest outside of the Hero Association because they're looking for reform.
more because, you know, their names suck. They gave them terrible names. Saitama's included in the group because his name is awful as well, Cape Baldy. This group is also clearly just for comedic relief, which lately the series hasn't really had much of because it's had a more serious tone with how things have been going in this arc. So it adds some levity, which is nice and much needed because that is one of the elements of One Punch Man, of course. But also it gives Saitama a little side quest storyline thing to go along with. It just keeps him around so he is aware of things going on, such as what's going to happen in this chapter. And it will go somewhere, or at least I have a feeling that it will. Like, this group will have some kind of significance to it that ties to the greater story. Then we come to the Hero Association executives having another meeting. And of course, they're worried about the Neo Heroes because these last couple chapters have established that the Neo Heroes are just better than the Hero Association. They're more organized, they have a better structure, and they're overall more powerful pound for pound. Especially considering that the Hero Association is now in a down curve, both in popularity, but they've lost quite a few heroes, including a Mai Mas becoming public enemy number 1 with his reveal of being a monster. Then suddenly an alarm goes off, alerting everyone that there are multiple dragon level monsters attacking various cities. Now this is crazy because it's also unprecedented. This hasn't really ever happened before, not even during the Monster Association raid where they're like multiple dragons attacking the cities. They kind of just sent like Goketsu out there from what I remember, and there was Elder Centipede, and that just happened in the first place because they were organized. This, however, seemingly is just random dragons just all attacking at the same time, which makes you think, is that a coincidence? I mean, even Black S is like taking note of this. He's like, 5? That's kind of crazy. What is this, like a festival or something? Or I think he says carnival. And I'll get into what I think's going on with the dragons appearing here. No, it's not a spoiler because I'm pretty sure it hasn't been revealed why they showed up or the true motive behind them showing up yet. But we get to see some of the dragon level threats in this chapter. And these, of course, are powerful. We know for sure that dragon level monsters are extremely powerful, even for the S-class heroes. So first we're seeing this dragon level monster by the name of Heavy Smoker, and he's taking on Tank Top Master. So Tank Top Master is one of the weaker S-class heroes. He's not really fit to take on a dragon level by himself. He could probably barely even take on like a high demon, to be honest. So he's struggling, of course, although he's holding his own because he hasn't been completely destroyed yet. But he comes up with the strategy of kind of just stalling this monster until other heroes can show up to help him. And what he's going to do is just do like a deep inhale to breathe in all the smoke so that it's not out in the vicinity because it's also poisonous. And in order to do that, he's going to break his tank top so that he can expand his lungs more. This is pretty fascinating and funny. I think this is the first time we've ever seen his tank top break, because even when he was getting destroyed by Fura Ugly, his tank top still was pretty much on. And after that sequence, he was seemingly dead, and Bang like gripped up his tank top, but it was so powerful or sturdy that it like snapped back and started Tank Top Master's heart again. Now either that's just the beginning and the end of that sequence, and he just has a sturdy tank top that not even Bang, who is much stronger than Tank Top Master, could grip up, or it could also raise the question of, is Tank Top Master's obsession with the tank top caused it to monsterize? Like, is he like becoming a costume monster the way that we saw with Phoenix Man possibly? And if that is the case, I guess it's just allowing him to break it here, because I would love to see it just come back to normal, you know, like a symbiote or something. I don't know if we're going to see that, but I would like to, just to expand upon this mysterious storyline going on with what Tank Top Master's tank top truly is and what's happening with him. Then we come to Tatsumaki taking on her dragon level threat. We haven't seen Tatsumaki for a little bit, and she's taking on this dragon level by the name of Shugodai, which is seemingly just a collection of insects that form into like a amorphous blob ball thing, and it's even like kind of freaking her out. And we don't really get to see the fights themselves yet in this chapter, but it looks like it's like exploding at her or something and sending them all at once. Unless this is like a high dragon, I really don't think Tatsumaki is probably going to struggle with this, because she herself is like above dragon level in strength for sure. I think she's already solidified that. Unless in this panel it's her destroying them and they're not actually attacking her. It's really hard to make out, but I guess we'll see in the next chapter. Then we come to Genos, who's fighting the Great Dark Family. And judging from for what we're seeing here. I don't think each individual one is a dragon here. I think collectively they represent a dragon level threat. And Genos continuing to use his lightning core. This is like his latest form slash power up that we've seen. And this is going to be a big test for Genos because recently, I think at the beginning of the My Mask arc, he said that he was still struggling against demon level monsters. So he's still not quite at the point where he can solo a dragon. I mean, like the Daedric Genos or the 10-second power-up Genos that we saw in the Monster Association arc, that form of Genos for sure could take on a dragon and probably even solo it. But he no longer has that power up, and also it was just unstable. This is more of a stable form that he could use that gives up that insane power boost that he had. Then we're coming back to the Hero Association headquarters, and we're seeing McCoy there, still playing both sides. He still hasn't fully left the Hero Association, and they're still not aware that he is working with the Neo Heroes. And he's more or less just saying like, hey, you know, things are getting out of control with these dragons. We might as well call for the Neo Heroes for help because, you know, he's working with the Neo Heroes. He's trying to overthrow the Hero Association from the inside out for the benefit of the Neo Heroes. Then we're staying inside of the Hero Association here, and we're seeing some of like the wealthy people that are living there, because it was revealed after the Monster Association War that not only are they allowing heroes from A class and S class to live at the headquarters, they're also allowing like wealthy investors or just people like that to live there as well, so that they have complete shelter and safety. But for the first time, at least I'm pretty sure for the first time, an actual monster or robot in this case, a threat, has broken in, which is crazy because that shouldn't happen. And again, this is a dragon level threat in the form of a machine god, and this one is Mirror. So we've seen machine gods, of course, before coming from the organization, and since this is a robot, this is for sure coming from the organization as well. I think this might be the first dragon level robot that we've seen from the organization. You know, like G4, G5, they were demons. And in the webcomic, they were called machine gods. And it's not confirmed in this chapter that it's coming from the organization, but it straight up requests King. It's like, where's King? And we saw in season 2 that G4 was looking for King, so it could fight him to improve its data. So this one's essentially doing the same thing, meaning that, yeah, it's coming for the organization. Also, it has the singular eye, just like the rest of them. Come on, guys, it's pretty obvious. So that goes into what I was saying earlier about my theory as to what's going on with these dragons. Since these dragons are coming out the same time that this machine god is, it's all connected for sure, and that the organization themselves release these dragons, which also goes back into me thinking that the organization is pulling the strings behind the Neo Heroes. Like, this is all just a big facade and publicity stunt to, first of all, have the Hero Association continue to look bad, gain data from the fights against the S-Class heroes, and then once the Neo Heroes show up, which clearly they're going to because McCoy sets it up here, but also they are active at this point, so why wouldn't they show up? And it's also even possible that this is the threat that Blue is responding to that we saw in the previous chapter. So Blue's going to show up for sure, or at least it seems that way. And the Neo Heroes are going to collect data from the fights against these monsters, and then also if they defeat them, they'll look even more better than the Hero Association. Again, that hasn't been confirmed yet, but I mean, come on, the writing's on the wall. But before this machine god can do any real damage inside of the Hero Association shelter, suddenly Suiko drops in and kicks it in the head. This is Suiryu's sister. We saw that she was recently drafted into the Hero Association as an A-class hero. And that being said, she has no business fighting a dragon by herself. She has no business fighting a demon level by herself. Considering that the robot fighting test that she went through designated her as an A-class hero, she should be teaming up with A-class heroes to fight a demon or just fighting a tiger by herself. But considering that she's Suiryu's sister, of course she's going to take on a dragon. She probably doesn't fear anyone or anything. Now, on paper, of course, she should get one-shotted by this machine gun. But when she was taking that test, one of the test taker guys said that maybe her true potential can come out in live combat. And we thought, okay, so we're going to see that, and I guess that's what we're seeing here. Now, does this mean that she's going to have some kind of crazy latent power unlocking thing happen here where she could defeat a dragon by herself? I don't think so. That would be insane, and I don't know why one would just establish her as an A-class hero if within a couple chapters she's just going to unlock power to be able to defeat a dragon. Unless he has a plan for that. But but I don't think it's going to be that simple. So we're picking up from the previous chapter with the random dragon level monsters showing up and attacking multiple cities and some heroes responding to them. First, we're seeing like the continuation of Suiko taking on one of the machine gods, allegedly from the organization. And this chapter is really like slow burning this whole storyline, which is fine. You don't need to rush it. As you know, I'm very against rushing things. I think most people are, but it's like slow dripping this sequence, because in the previous chapter, the cliffhanger was her like attacking the machine god, who by the way is dragon level and she's just an A-class hero. And it's not really progressing much. It's like they back up. The machine god recognizes that she isn't anyone special. She's just a rookie, and that he still is looking for King, and asks her, you know, hey, bring me King. And she's like, you know, don't underestimate me. And then she goes to attack him again, and that's like where the sequence ends. So, I mean, it's fine, but like I said, this can only go so far. She is an A-class hero. Her strength has been quantified by a test on a computer and a robot. But again, she could have this crazy potential that might be unlocked in the manga version of this sequence, maybe in the next chapter. Then we come back to Tank Top Master, who we saw taking on that heavy smoker dragon level monster. Who knows what he's smoking? It looks like it's opium. It could be tobacco. Who knows? Maybe it's monster dust. It's just smoke. And Tank Top Master knew that he couldn't defeat this guy because he's a dragon, and Tank Top Master isn't equipped to be able to take on a dragon by himself, much less defeat one. So he's going to stall him as much as he can until other S-class heroes show up. And one of his big plans was to like inhale all of the smoke from the vicinity, since it is toxic. And he's pretty much ready to die here, or at least I think that's the implication of this sequence. Like, he thinks that he's going to die by doing this, and he just basically says his goodbyes and is ready to sacrifice himself here by doing this crazy inhale, like sucking in city blocks level of smoke, which is like a pretty insane feat in itself. Like, I don't know if most S-class heroes could do this. Like, Flashy Flash is going to show up, as we know. I mean, I'm pretty sure you read the chapter, but I don't think Flashy Flash could do this. Do you know what I mean? I don't think he could just like all the smoke from like city blocks, despite him being vastly more powerful than Tank Top Master. But anyway, Flashy Flash does show up in the nick of time, and he just wind blade kicks the heavy smoker monster. And after a small analysis on the monster, he starts rotating his blade to like pull the smoke into it. And he winds up doing this named attack called Rendering Void Flash Slash, where it's like tornadoes and just one big like slash taking the monster out seemingly. This is significant for multiple reasons. First of all, we've never seen him do this before. He usually just does the flashy slash or the flashy kicks or whatever. And another reason is for the keyword void, because after this sequence, after he seemingly defeats the heavy smoker monster, he says, "This is the secret sword technique my master passed down. I understand now." That's really cool, because I think he's referring to Empty Void here, which I don't know if this is a perfect translation. We'll see how it turns out, but he's calling Empty Void his master, and technically I guess he is, since he is the leader of the ninja village. But as far as we know, Empty Void didn't train Flashy Flash. He was in a coma while Flashy Flash was in the ninja village. Or I guess this is just a placeholder of showing that he was like the elder ninja amongst them all. And I don't think that they're like training off panel, because I'm pretty sure Empty Void is with Blast right now. Like at the end of the ninja arc, after Empty Void was able to break out of his monsterization with the help of Saitama punching him in the face, he just went with Blast to go do Blast things, you know, god countermeasures. So unless off panel he's just back and he's like training Flashy Flash and maybe even Sonic, that would be really cool. But as far as I know, that hasn't been stated, unless I missed something. Let me know in the comments if I missed something, but Flashy Flash basically says this because in the webcomic version of this sequence, Flashy Flash reads like this scroll that's left behind from Void that reveals this technique essentially. Because in the webcomic version, when Saitama defeats Empty Void, there's no god stuff, there's no him becoming a human again. He just knocks him into the ground and that's it, but he leaves behind like his arsenal and like some scrolls and stuff. And that leads to like Sonic and Flashy Flash getting new swords and new techniques from the scrolls and everything. But since that hasn't been adapted into the manga version, I guess they're patching that sequence up with just Flashy Flash saying that he's learning this technique from him, or he's just remembering that he did learn this technique while he was in the ninja village. Not really sure. Hopefully this gets expanded a little more, because I would think it'd be super cool if Empty Void is like training Flashy Flash to get stronger, and Sonic too, because he really needs it. But if not, that's fine too. There's time for it. Empty Void is around for a reason. He's going going to come back, obviously. Then we come to this single page of Suiryu en route to Garo. Once again, slow burn here, slow drip of this storyline. This has been recurring for like the last couple chapters because we found out that Suiryu was tasked by the Neo Heroes to go take down Garo. Like, they're not honoring the police and the Hero Association, like letting Garo go with a slap on the wrist. They're like, hey, he was the hero hunter. He did some really bad things. We need to bring him to justice ourselves. And during this sequence, Suiryu is like remembering Saitama, like after he defeats Koketsu and goes on to, continue being a hero. And I guess this is showing that he's like conflicted about going after Garo because maybe he feels that Garo doesn't necessarily need to be taken in. But he's also just mainly thinking like, what would Saitama do in this sequence? And we know that Saitama straight up let Garo go. Then we come back to Tatsumaki taking on Shugodai, or whatever the translation is for this. It's like a horde of insects. And we saw them like burst apart into like streams and attack her in the previous chapter, and that was like the cliffhanger to that sequence. But now we're coming back to it and we're seeing like, yeah, they are individual insects and they're able to like multiply, like they undergo mitosis. And she realizes that very quickly, like, oh, in a very short time, they've grown multiple times over, but it's okay, I'll just take care of them. And she winds up doing like her iconic move from the Monster Association arc when she like rang out Sairochi and just deals with Shugodai that way. And she thinks like, oh, that was it. That took care of it. That was easy. But no, even more of them are like underground and they burst out. Like there's way more than what she anticipated. And that's where that sequence ends. So this fight is going to be more difficult than she expected. Although I fully expect her to just take care of them, but maybe not so much low diff like it was going to be. Maybe it's going to be like low to mid diff, maybe somewhere around there. I don't really think she's going to struggle too much, but the narrative of this fight is going to be a little different than her struggling. And that's where the chapter ends. So yeah, we're going to be continuing these Dragon level fights in the next chapter, of course, and then we're going to be dealing with the ramifications of them, because this isn't just kind of an exposition for showing the S-Class heroes fighting against dragons. We already know that Flashy Flash and Tatsumaki can take care of dragons by themselves. This is more so setting up other things that are going to have big effects on the rest of this arc. So we're continuing the battle between the random dragon outbreak in this chapter with Tatsumaki taking on the aggregation, or Shugodai. A literal aggregation of like these insect monsters that have the ability to multiply and are so powerful and in great numbers that they are a disaster level threat. And in the previous chapter, we saw that there was just billions of them, essentially, like busting out of the ground. It looked like they were like a liquid or something because there's so many of them. And Tatsumaki just couldn't immediately take them out. And coming into this chapter, she realizes that like she has to kill every single one all at once, because even if like one is left behind, or even like a single egg, they'll just keep multiplying. And I guess throughout the other dialogue in this chapter, they could take over the continent and then eventually just the world. So she kind of just has to like go all out at this point at the cost of the city, which is one of the biggest elements of this chapter. And speaking of the chapter, we're getting one of the best fan service panels, I guess you could say, right here, with one of the bugs like crawling on the back of Tatsumaki's thigh. And this kind of just sets her off and she just nukes the city. I mean, not literally, but more or less, almost literally. Like, she does this one big, like, massive attack that, like, splits the city and turns it to sand. Like, she says she had no choice but to grind the entire city down to dust, which is wild. Yeah, we knew Tatsumaki was extremely powerful, one of the strongest S-Class heroes, just one of the strongest characters, period, in this series. But wow, to turn an entire city to dust is next level, even for her. So, yeah, she is kind of justified to an extent because she had to take care of this aggregation, making sure that every single one of them was killed. But at the same time, I mean, she took out a literal city to do that. So it's like, was that the best way? Was there another way? I mean, Tatsumaki was always prone to massive collateral damage. That's like kind of one of her things. And also, of course, she's very temperamental, as we see in this chapter. And speaking of that, this news station comes up to her and they're like, hey, why didn't you wait for the Neo heroes to arrive? Was it really necessary to destroy the city to this extent? And that's also one of the other themes in this arc. It's like Neo heroes, now that they're out and about, are showing that they are much better than the Hero Association. They're way more organized and they're more efficient in what they do, which goes back to the question of like, was it necessary for Tatsumaki to completely grind this city to dust when maybe the Neo heroes could have taken care of this in a much better way? I don't know. It really remains to be seen. It doesn't seem like there's any Neo heroes that are necessarily necessarily even strong enough to defeat the aggregation. Maybe if they all work together, it's a possibility, but it seems like maybe only Tatsumaki, Blast, and Saitama could have really dealt with a threat like this, to be honest. And Metal Knight, too. But, you know, Metal Knight pick and chooses what he wants to do anyway. But she's like, you know, if I hadn't done this, the entire continent would be bug food by now. And it's like, yeah, maybe. But it becomes more so not what she has done, but how she did it and how she's reacting to it. Because they're like, wow, she's showing zero remorse. And then she just flies away. So yeah, more bad PR for the Hero Association, and also just making the Neo Heroes look even better despite them not really doing anything. But then Tatsumaki has like a little bit of time to reflect on this, and she's like, I might be fine, but the city structure has reached its limit, and if we don't start taking preventative measures against monster attacks soon, humanity isn't going to survive. And that's like another thing going forward. Progressively, as time goes on, stronger and stronger monsters keep appearing, especially as we've seen in this arc with like multiple of them at once. And that's not a coincidence. This was obviously like a premeditated attack, not necessarily from the monsters themselves, but whoever is pulling the strings behind the scenes. But just stronger monsters appearing is just overall one of the bigger themes of the series in general. And it doesn't just fall down to one singular person pulling the strings, rather than mainly, I guess, just God overall. Speaking of the Neo Heroes, we're coming to Blue, who is the son of Blast and like the #1 Neo leader. And he's fighting a new dragon level monster that we're seeing here by the name of Eel Dragon. It's like these two massive eel monster things. And this is what Blue was responding to a couple chapters back. And it seems to have like this acid attack that just melts skyscrapers, I guess. But Blue isn't really handling this as well as we thought he would have. I mean, we still don't really know how strong Blue is yet. I mean, we know that he's pretty strong, definitely S-class level it seems, but is he strong enough to take on a dragon? And so far it seems like kind of, but he's not dealing with it very easily. Like he even says, you know, if I make one mistake, I'm dead. So we're not really seeing the fight itself in this chapter. We're mainly just seeing like Blue avoid getting killed by this thing. But I guess in the next couple chapters, we'll see how he fares against this. And I guess it'll give us more of an idea of how strong he really is. But the verdict is still out on Blue. We have so many questions about him. Like I've said before, you know, what are his powers exactly? It seems to be some kind of energy manipulation. Is the suit playing a big part, or is the suit kind of just amplifying him, if anything? Not really sure, but maybe we'll get those answers soon. Then we're coming to another dragon battle being decided here, and it's Genos. So a couple chapters back, we saw Genos taking on a disaster level dragon by the name of the Extended Family of Darkness, which is just a bunch of demonic looking monsters. And Genos revealed that he has like his scorching core in this fight, and it took him like the highest diff to be able to defeat these things. Like he does get the job done, and he's like, yeah, I managed to take down a dragon level all by myself, but, you know, at what cost? Because he's almost dead at this point. I mean, yeah, we've seen him in rougher shape than this, but this is, you know, pretty bad. Like, even the civilians watching this are like, holy crap, is he gonna make it? And just like Tatsumaki, he's reflecting on this, saying, like, you know, I should be getting stronger every day, but the monsters appearing are rapidly getting so much stronger. It feels like I'm making no progress. And the chapter ends with him saying, like, I need to become stronger, much, much stronger. So he has gotten stronger for sure. I mean, we talked about this before, but he was at the peak of his power when he was fighting in the Monster Association war against Sairochi, but that form that he was in didn't have like a balancing factor to it. It was just all power. And then after he had gotten repaired after that and altered his form until, I guess, the Lightning Core, he was still struggling against demons in that form. But now that he has the Scorching Core, he's strong enough to like extremely high diff a dragon by himself, but still that's not good enough. He needs to be strong enough to like mid diff a dragon, I guess, at this point in the story where the power scale is. And I guess this is going to be a part of Genos' story going further. Like, he's just obsessed with becoming stronger. I mean, he always wanted to get stronger for sure, but it seems like he's going to be more obsessed with it now, especially because things are getting way stronger, like we said. And I guess with that, most of the dragons have been taken care of, or at least the ones that we've seen. We just have like the eel monster thing that Blue is taking on, and then we still have to come back to Suiko taking on that machine god god, who is also a dragon. What do you think is going to happen with Genos? And what do you think is going to happen with Tatsumaki? Is she going to get, like, reprimanded for this? Because there has to be some kind of disciplinary action that happens to her. I mean, the Hero Association can only do so much, especially with her, but there will be some kind of backlash against her, and it ultimately just makes the Neo Heroes look better, who are actually showing up at the end of this chapter, because before it cuts away, the civilians are like, oh, the Neo Heroes are here. So I guess they're just going to pick up where Genos left off, or maybe there's still some left possibly, and they'll defeat them or something and make themselves look better. So coming off of the previous chapter, we saw that Blue was taking on the Eel Dragon, who was also disaster level dragon in strength, and he was really struggling with it. Coming into this chapter, we're seeing that he was able to defeat it, although it was like a really high diff. In fact, he says that he was only able to defeat it because he got lucky and found its weak point. But even getting to that point pushed him to his absolute limit. Not only himself, but also his suit. Like, he had to remove the limiter, as we saw was a thing before, but the suit can't even function anymore. But he got the job done, and he's in one piece. So he's passed the dragon level test. He was able to solo a dragon. And he kind of did better than Genos did, because we also saw recently that Genos had went against a dragon level in the Family of Darkness, and he looked much worse than Blue did. Now, granted, Blue probably would have been a better matchup for the Family of Darkness, and Genos probably would have been a better matchup against the Eel Dragon. But regardless, Blue soloed a dragon. So yeah, he is definitely one of the stronger S-class level heroes out there, I guess. I mean, we saw before that he was easily able to take down a demon by himself, but now he is taking on a dragon. But as we see, his suit can't really function anymore, and he just straight up self-destructs it, and he's wearing a tank top underneath. So was the tank top giving him strength this whole time? Maybe. I would love to see Tank Top Master interact with Blue, but I don't think that's going to happen, at least anytime soon. But given that we are seeing him wearing a tank top, maybe it's going to happen now. I hope so. I would love to see that comical interaction. But Blue's not done here. He's going to respond to the other dragon level threat that's still active, which is implied to be Machine God Mirror, who we see continuing to take on Suiko in this chapter, although I'm pretty sure it's not outright said that it is. But considering he's the last one that we see active, I'm pretty sure it's him. But it's interesting that Blue is still going to go fight it without the suit, which I guess means that he does have abilities outside of what the suit can grant him. And we've been speculating about this for a while, but this seems to confirm it. I mean, he is the son of Blast, and I say that in quotations because we don't know 100% for sure yet if he is. No one has said that he is the son of Blast except for himself, and I guess the Neo Heroes corroborating it. He also has the same eyes as Blast, but other than that, no one has confirmed this. We haven't seen a DNA test either. But, you know, most likely he is truly the son of Blast. And again, we don't know how far that goes, because we don't even fully know what Blast's powers are or where they come from. But he seems to have some kind of energy manipulation to some extent regardless. So I guess he can use it without the suit. So then they send him like this Green Goblin glider, which we haven't seen in the webcomic. He only kind of just asks for it in the webcomic, but we don't get to see it. And he is going to go fly over to where Suiko is, or at least that's the implication. And while that's happening, we're seeing what's going on at the Hero Association, where Suiko and Machine God Mirror are. And the executives, of course, don't care about anyone but themselves and the top donators. And they're like, hey, McCoy, you know, make sure we're safe. Let us get into the special shelters, and also, you know, make sure my special wine collection goes there too. And McCoy, not caring about the Hero Association or the executives, still playing both sides. But he ultimately winds up just sending this information to the Neo Heroes to like further expose the Hero Association, I suppose. Showing that like they don't care about the civilians, especially the ones living inside of the shelter. But Sitch himself winds up making the decision that like, hey, we're going to open the shelter to all of the civilians, not just the executives and the higher ups, which is cool because, you know, Sitch is the man and somebody needs to do this. And McCoy doesn't really seem to be bothered by this. I mean, again, he's working both sides, and he's more so with the Neo Heroes of anything, but he's not like he's like a psychopath. He's not just going to let innocent people die unnecessarily. But he's more so concerned with just raising the stock of the Neo Heroes here. And he's also just watching Suiko take on Machine God Mirror. I don't really think he cares if she lives or dies. I mean, he's happy if she succeeds, of course, but if she doesn't, I guess he just sees it as more so an opportunity for the Neo leaders to take over and succeed and showing how much better they are. Coming into this battle here, Suiko, to her credit, is surviving. She's just an A-class level hero through and through. I mean, her power has been quantified scientifically to be that level. So she has no business fighting a dragon level such as Machine God Mirror, as we talked about many times before, but she's doing pretty good. She actually even deflects one of Machine God Mirror's like energy laser ball things. And it is reminiscent of the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist, or at least the fundamental of it. And she actually makes a comment about that. She's like, not as effective as the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist, but you know, it's getting the job done. And maybe that's foreshadowing for her eventually training under Bang, which I think would be amazing. Considering that this is happening, I do think that's going to happen. This isn't like a spoiler or anything. None of this has happened, not even close yet, but I do think we're going to get to the point of where Suiko and maybe Suiryu start training under Bang, and they incorporate the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist into their Void Fist style. And maybe they show Bang a little bit of the Void Fist, or maybe they show Garo a little bit of the Void Fist. Speaking of Garo, you know, he's eventually going to fight Suiryu as it's been built up in these last couple chapters. That might even happen in the next chapter, but still, fingers crossed for that coming soon. But Suiko's not only just defending the Hero Association as a whole, but also just defending the civilians there, as we see some of them watching from the windows. And Machine God Mirror is obviously aware of this, and he purposely tries to kill them. And Suiko, she just can't defend that in time. She's very limited in her abilities. But at the very end, we do see that someone has defended the civilians here with their own energy attack. And surprisingly, it's Black S and Rover. This is new stuff. This has not happened in the webcomic, and this is a very welcomed addition. I love this. And you're thinking like, oh, they're like completely good guys now. And not necessarily. Yes, they are defending the civilians here, but Black S rationalizes this by saying that he doesn't want his apartment to be destroyed again because he is living with Saitama. And this is, you know, precisely where they live. So yes, he is defending the civilians here, but also this is a selfish endeavor because I think Black S is only turning face, you know, take that for where you will, for a limited time. Pretty much this arc. I think once this arc or this saga is over, he will go back to being a heel big time because the seeds have been planted. And I would be really surprised if that doesn't happen. I mean, yes, it would be awesome if Black S just goes fully face and he's just a good guy for the rest of the series because he has that interesting dynamic to him, but I don't think that's his fate. If anything, I think it's going to be Rover that is just a full-blown good guy for the rest of the series. If not corrupted towards the end by God, but eventually comes back to being like a good guy again. But I don't think Black S is solidified to be a hero or a good guy for the rest of the series, which is a nice dynamic in this arc. But that's where the chapter ends. Black S and Rover saving the civilians here, inadvertently helping Suiko. And I'm not really sure how much they can really do because, yeah, they're pretty powerful, or at least Rover is. We saw that Rover could like deflect the attacks of those divine beasts that God sent, who were straight up said to be above dragon level in strength. So I don't know if Rover has that capacity the entire time and he can just solo Machine God Mirror, but I'm assuming that there's going to be other helping factors here, such as Blue. Blue said that he is on the way here, so I think Blue is going to show up and maybe him and Suiko team up to take on Machine God Mirror with the help of Rover and Black S. But also, speaking of Rover and Black S helping, it's not really made clear if the Hero Association is aware of that. They think it's more so like the defense system reactivating, so I don't know if they're going to get credit for this or anything because that would really be problematic. It's like, what are these monsters doing here? So I don't think they're going to open that can of worms yet. So we're seeing like the full potential of Suiko, or at least the theorized potential of Suiko in this chapter, because she's probably the strongest A-class hero at this point. Like, even stronger than E-Iron, at least in doses. But we'll get to that because we're continuing from the end of the previous chapter where we saw Black S and Rover defending their doghouse slash the Hero Association apartments from the attacks of Machine God Mirror, and inadvertently defending Suiko as well. And I was wondering in the previous chapter, can Rover like just keep this up? Can he in theory defeat Machine God Mirror? And the answer is probably no, because Rover is still nerfed at this point. He is still in his pup form, and he can't like keep up this spamming of the energy blasts that we come to know of him, because he just gasses out and he needs food to recover cover. He's kind of like Luffy at this point, I guess, because we see Black S bringing him what appears to be like straight up A5 Wagyu, at least from the marbling, and Black S calling it some serious premium meat, which I guess he's stealing from like the higher ups kitchen or something. This is like Black S, I guess, reloading Rover, or like, like a gun or whatever, because after he feeds him, he's able to fire back attacks against Machine God Mirror here. So yeah, Rover nerfed and limited, but still extremely powerful. And I think it goes to show that if Rover was like in his real form, he would probably easily defeat Machine God Mirror. But while they're having their second round of back and forth, Suiko comes back and tries to sneak attack Machine God Mirror, but she winds up getting countered and is like hit into this like underground market area of the Hero Association. This already is showing that Suiko is extremely powerful for an A-class hero, because this would probably kill a normal A-class hero. I mean, by One Punch Man standards, I guess bring them close to death, if anything, but maybe a B-class and lower would die from this. I mean, this is dragon level strength. But before we go further, I just want to point out that in the beginning of the chapter, we do see like the Hero Association executives noting that there are heroes responding to Machine God Mirror's attack. And we see that it's the Hero Victim Names Association, because they were out there like protesting. So it's understandable that they're going to see all the explosions and then, respond to it. And Saitama is with this group. Even though we don't see him explicitly in this chapter, he was last time spotted with this group protesting. So most likely Saitama is going to show up here and maybe encounter Machine God Mirror, or at least it seems that way. But after Suiko gets knocked into this convenience store, she realizes, how strong Machine God Mirror really is. I mean, she should have known beforehand, but I guess getting, hit by it for real this time, she knows that like, oh, I'm no match for this thing. So she looks down and sees like this seltzer, which I guess is supposed to be like a strong zero, which is like pretty strong seltzer in Japan. And the implication here is that she's just chugging at least one of these things. And she's able to do this because Rover once again attacks Machine God Mirror as he is going after Suiko. So while he's like distracted by these explosions, this is the moment where Suiko is like drinking at least one of these things, if not more. And this essentially gives her like a Jackie Chan style power up. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen Legend of the Drunken Master, which is like, I guess, the sequel to the original Drunken Master movie. The character in that movie is like a pretty good martial artist, but when he drinks, he becomes nigh unbeatable. It's like one of my favorite kung fu movies ever. So incredible. But as Machine God Mirror is about to do like this big counterattack against Rover and Black S, or at least it appears that way. I don't know, maybe he's going to attack Suiko or whatever. Let me know in the comments how wrong I am. But anyway, Suiko suddenly is way faster and comes behind Machine God Mirror and does like this blitz attack to him, which he calls the Void Sky Dragon Fist, which we've seen Suiryu do before against Saitama. But Suiko's version, I guess, is a little different. It actually does something. I mean, it's not like hurting him, I guess, but it is taking him down to like where the train is. So yeah, this is pretty impressive from an A-class hero. And it was also hinted that she was capable of this, because when she did like that entrance exam test fighting against the robot, the tester said that maybe during live combat her true potential could come out. I mean, he didn't know that she would have to get drunk for that to happen, but it is happening nonetheless. And at this point, she's like in pure drunken fist mode, and Machine God Mirror is catching on that, oh, she's like drunk. I guess she did drink some strong zeros while I was defending against Black S and Rover. And he starts to do some underhanded tactics, because why not, I guess, and he sticks like his arms underneath inside of the train and is about to kill like the passengers inside. And as the train is like coming to a tunnel, Suiko like uses that momentum to jump up on top of the tunnel itself and then push herself off towards Machine God Mirror as the train is like propelling Machine God Mirror towards her, which is like an incredible sequence actually. Like, I really love this. And in the very last panel, she winds up doing like this ultra punch using both momentums to her advantage, basically breaking Machine God Mirror's face. And that's where the chapter ends. Like I said, this is a really cool sequence, and it makes sense and gives her a legitimate reason as to how she's able to generate this much power. Now, is this going to defeat Machine God Mirror? No. And that's not like a spoiler, it just wouldn't make sense for her to be able to defeat a dragon. I mean, yes, she is showing potential of an S-class hero here for sure, but it's just way too early in the story for an A-class hero to be able to solo a dragon. But like I said, extremely impressive, because if you like equate this to like the first 30 chapters of the series, like when Genos was taking on Deep Sea King, if she did something like this during that time against a dragon level threat, she would instantly be considered S-class level. But like I was saying in the beginning, this might make her, in theory, the strongest A-class hero. Almost like a pseudo S-class hero. Probably even stronger than E-Iron, at least when she's drunk. I mean, I'm sure E-Iron could maybe do something like this to Machine God Mirror, but it really remains to be seen, especially because we haven't seen E-Iron in action in a very long time. And I keep saying E-Iron because he is technically the #1 A-class hero at this point. And also, this is like way more of impressive a performance against Machine God Mirror than Suiko had in the webcomic, which is expected because that's naturally how things go in the manga. But yeah, let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. What do you think is going to happen after this? I mean, if you've read the webcomic, you know what's going to happen, but then again, the manga could always throw a curveball. So in the beginning of the chapter here, we're seeing Saitama reaching the Hero Association. This is where Suiko has been fighting Machine God Mirror, and the hero named victims are also with him, but considering that he's Saitama, he's way ahead of them. Now, this is all we're really seeing of Saitama in this chapter, who is kind of just looking for where Machine God Mirror is, or where the threat is, because we saw, pretty sure it was in the previous chapter, they were responding to the attack on the Hero Association, and he doesn't exactly, fully understand what it is yet, so that's why he's kind of just looking everywhere. And that's all we're really seeing of Saitama in this chapter. However, this definitely indicates that he is very likely going to wind up encountering Machine God Mirror at the very least, because statistically, that's usually what happens when Saitama is in the vicinity of a threat. Now, coming off of the end of the previous chapter, we saw Suiko doing this awesome combo sequence where she is using the momentum of the train car with the tunnel, landing like this big punch on Machine God Mirror. But coming into the sequence in this chapter, we're seeing that she's getting a little added bonus of the pantograph on top of the train colliding with Machine God Mirror as well. Or at least I'm pretty sure that this thing on top of the train is called a pantograph. I could be wrong about that. If you're a train nerd and you're watching this video, let me know in the comments if that is a pantograph or something else. Statistically, there has to be quite a few train nerds watching this video. I simply say that because it comes with the territory of liking anime and manga, if you know what I mean. So let me know in the comments if this is a pantograph that's colliding with Machine God Mirror. But the sequence ends and he's knocked off of the train and his face/head is dented, which is really impressive, like we've been talking about. However, he kind of just shakes it off and repairs himself. I could be wrong, but I think this is the first time we've seen an organization robot repair themselves, which is pretty wild because, usually this is something that monsters do. Like, they'll do regeneration or something, but now we're seeing that the robots or the organization now have this repair function to them. Then he calculates that the damage he received from Suiko in that sequence was 0.00001%. Which is pretty funny because, in the last couple chapters, Suiko has been built up to show that she's actually doing something to this dragon level threat, but she's actually not really doing much. Despite caving his face in, this is still 0.00001%. I mean, I guess it has to be pretty accurate since he's not like boasting or anything. I mean, this is like, I guess, a legitimate calculation of the system, but still, it's like, that's just 0.001%. I mean, she did something to him, but I guess she didn't. And as we've been talking about, she is just an A-class hero. And I said in the previous chapter that she probably could be rivaling E-Iron at this point for #1 A-class hero status, but no, I guess not. I'm pretty sure E-Iron would do much better against Machine God Mirror than Suiko is doing here. He would probably get a higher percentage of damage if he actually tried. But then again, he's way more experienced than Suiko. And I'm pretty sure in the webcomic, she did like 0.4% damage to Machine God Mirror, which is way more damage. So I guess Suiko is either weaker in the manga or Machine God Mirror is just that much stronger. Either way, visually, Suiko did much more damage, or at least it looks like she did more damage or was visually more impressive in the manga than in the webcomic. So I guess it's like a balancing act or whatever. But overall, this is just showing that Suiko has potential, right? She's not really S-class level right now, but I think she will be for sure. Because why else would they waste all of this time in these multiple chapters and sequences to show us what Suiko can do, if not to show that she will become an S-class hero eventually? But at the last second, as usual, Butterfly DX and Zhoniin Toad come in to assist Suiko here. And they're actually doing some pretty cool stuff. We're seeing what they're capable of. I mean, we've seen that Zhoniin Toad can do chain stuff. I don't think we've seen him use 3 chains before like he is in this sequence, so I guess he's upgraded. But as for Butterfly DX, I don't think we've seen him fly before. I could be wrong about that, but I think this is the first time it's been really made prominent that he can fly. And I don't think these wings are like some kind of mutation or something. I think they're more so a part of his costume or whatever. Like, this is what makes him a viable A-class hero, and the fact that he can use these wings to fly, kind of like a glider or something. But he can do like a special attack with them as well, because at the end of the chapter, he does wing glass scale powder explosion. This is typical A-class hero stuff. They usually use some kind of science or weapons or in a combination of both to do some kind of special attack for them. And he's using the wings with glass scale powder, I guess, to make some kind of explosion, flapping at Machine God Mirror. And yeah, obviously it's not really going to do anything, but it's just showing, you know, time and time again, as the series has shown us, that A-class heroes are just there to support and assist. That's pretty much it, and that's what they're doing. Because he says to Suiko at the end here, you know, in situations like this, you contact the Hero Association and call for backup from nearby heroes immediately. Word gets relayed fast. I like that that's pointed out for multiple reasons. First, Suiko is a rookie. She didn't do that. She's supposed to do that. And she's more so like a solo martial artist. She's not used to calling for help. She usually tries to handle things on her own. Second of all, it's showing that yes, they're not S-class heroes. They're not going to solo a dragon, let alone most monsters that are above Tiger. So they're kind of just there to support and assist and just wait until more help can arrive. And that's what they're doing. And we all know that the help at this point is eventually going to be Saitama showing up, because I mean, that's the only person left here besides maybe Blue. Blue is in theory responding to this threat, but it doesn't seem like he's going to get there before Saitama. Unless he does, that would be an interesting twist. Unless they get there at the same time. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this chapter. Just more setup for Saitama to save the day, I suppose, or Blue. But let me know what you thought about it in the comments. And if you liked the video, give it a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.